Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. The first international event of the season is back in Sao Paulo, where trainers are reuniting with friends, trading cards, battling, and enjoying all the event's activities. But for many, it's all about locking in the automatic invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Since 2017, the International Championships have been a cornerstone of the competitive season, consistently attracting the world's top trainers for thrilling high-stakes battles. Last year, Brazil's own LNDS Rajev made history by claiming the Pokémon Go LAIC 2024 Championship, securing a second consecutive trophy for the region.
That's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Rajev, a smile on his face. He can't believe it, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
And this year, there's something new. Pokémon Unite makes its debut at LAIC.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champion.
The big question on everyone's mind, who will be crowned the first ever Pokémon Unite LAIC champion this weekend? In the TCG division, Juho Kalama from Finland secured his first tournament win last year, one of the hardest things he's done in his career.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. I get confidence from this.
And last but not least, Italian Marco Silva beat out the competition to take home the LAIC 2024 VG trophy in a stunning performance.
Takes the final KO. Marco Himata Galadora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion.
The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
The title of International Champion is a badge of honor, and we can't wait to see who claims the top prize. Stay tuned to find out who.
Can you shield the lead? No! A huge no shield!
Whoa! Gardevoir Unite! I'm a basin. Charges up the NTP. That's it.
To connect it down onto its target, and Chi-Yu gets another double up.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans around the world. I am Sophia, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships live from Sao Paulo.
I'm Pablo, and we cannot wait to get Day 2 underway as we're in for a phenomenal weekend of Pokemon action.
That's right. Day 1 was full of surprises, and you owe it to yourself to rewatch it when you have the chance. But today, the competition is even stiffer. So make sure to tune in here with us today for more Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, Pokemon the trading card game, and Pokemon video game.
In Pokemon Go, Marto Galde and Out of Pocket have secured their spots on the winner's side of the bracket. But reigning LAIC champion LNDS Rajev is looking to defend his title from the loser side of the bracket.
In Pokemon Unite, DreamHack Esports, Fusion, and the 2-times champions Luminosity Gaming have made it to Day 2, but competition will definitely be up there when you still have the potential to win the first time for the Pokemon Unite LAIC Championship.
And in Pokemon TCG, we have Fabricio Inga Silva, Jackson Ford, and Brazil's own Leonardo Wellbridge have secured commanding positions in Day 2 after going undefeated on the first day of competition.
In Pokemon VG, former international champions Eric Rios and Ashton Cox, as the only 2 undefeated players, made it to Day 2, and the reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva is on the path to a potential back-to-back championship.
No one can predict who will survive today's gauntlet and advance to Championship Sunday. But one thing's for sure, everyone watching will be on the edge of their seats, ready to witness every moment unfold.
Let's not forget, championship points are still a major prize as every trainer aims to qualify for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. And this weekend, many will walk away with their share of the $500,000 prize pool.
And a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else whose hard work and dedication have made this event such a great success so far.
Now, I know you're ready to find out who'll be taking the title of the Latin America International Championship, but let's get this show underway. Casters, it's with you.
What a special day this is going to be. At the end, there will be just 2 players who will battle it out to see who will become the Latin America International Championship contending winner and second place finisher. It's going to be an awesome day on Sunday, but for now, we are here on Saturday. Welcome in. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya. Freya, how excited are you for the action to take place today?
Could not be more excited if I tried. I'm in Brazil, of being here, and especially after how the games we saw day 1 as well were absolutely phenomenal, so I have no doubt we'll see even more today.
Absolutely, and this is part of our roadmap towards, of course, the big World Championships at the end of the year. Our first of 3 international championships taking place this weekend will be action from Sao Paulo, Brazil, here in Latin America. In February, we'll be traveling over to Europe at the London Excel Center, where that international championships will be taking place. And then the second half of the year, NAIC. And Freya, I know that's an event that you are very fond of.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to New Orleans for the first time last year, well, not even last year, right? Earlier this year, but last season. Maybe, honestly, maybe, I don't know if it's a hot take, but maybe the coolest city in all of the US, to be honest. Out of all the ones I visited, at least, personal opinion and all that, I love my time in New Orleans, both for the city itself and for playing Pokemon. Loved it so much.
And it all builds up to the World Championships in Anaheim at August 15th through 17th. That is going to be an exciting event. So much to look forward to. Everything kind of comes down to this, and to get to those World Championship points, World Championships, you're going to have to acquire those championship points. All different point structures for these players, depending on, of course, what division you are in and also what region. This year changing over to a top system, so the top X players from each division will be qualifying, and it's through those championship points that they're going to do so.
Yeah, so you got to pay attention to those rankings all season long. Depending on where you are, there might be a different, it might be a little bit harder, a little bit easier, of course, depending on the amount of players there are and all that, but specifically for the US and Canada in the Masters division, the top 125 players ranked on championship points will get there. Same for Europe, and then in Latin America, it's the top 100. In Oceania, it's the top 20, and then for the Middle East and South Africa, it's the top 10. So yeah, there are very limited spots here for the World Championships, and unlike last season, where as long as you've got that amount of championship points required for the invite, you're good to go. This time, you have to keep an eye on those rankings and be in that top 125 right at the end of the season.
And these international championships are a cornerstone of the system to qualifying for the World Championships. You see there, 500 points for the first place finisher, but it breaks all the way down. Players even finishing in the top 512 players are getting points. It's very important, no matter how much you finish in terms of the top placements, that you're still acquiring those championship points throughout the year.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, 500 points for winning international championships, but as you mentioned yesterday, and it's important to remind everyone today, if you finish in the top 4 of the internationals, forget about the top ranking, you just get an automatic invite anyway.
It's a great system. There's a lot that comes behind and with these international championships. So much depth, so much structure. So speaking of which, let's take a look at the format for this event.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokémon TCG trainers are here to showcase their skills, competing for over $500,000 in cash prizes, exclusive booster packs, and those vital championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earn total match points that exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as trainers continue to face off in further Swiss rounds to determine who advances to top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the LAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokémon glory. Who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion? Will last year's champion Yuho Kalama defend their crown, or will we see a new victor rise? And who will secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live.
And not just the championship points, so much on the line for these players, including the cash prizing, $25,000. That is a heap of change for our first place winner in the Masters division.
Yeah, it used to be they had to win the World Championships to get that much, but no, nowadays winning internationals you get that much. And if I recall correctly, now the top 5 of the World Championships, if you qualify for that and then win that, 50,000. So, you know, there's a lot on the line, both in terms of, you know, the winnings here, but then the potential future winnings for qualifying for the World Championships.
Still a long way towards that $25,000.
Yes,
of course, a lot of players may be, you know, smelling the money at this point now that they are in a solid standing. Speaking of which, let's take a look at those standings. Of course, 8 Swiss rounds yesterday, so players who had very good success are going to be keeping those match points going into the second day of competition, where they will be playing additional Swiss rounds to try and qualify for the top cut. And you see right there the top echelon of players, 3 players currently sitting at 8-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabrizio Inga Silva, very important to mention first off, previous regional championship winner over in Liverpool, one of Peru's best players, and kind of cementing that wasn't just a one-off success. They're at the top at 8 wins, no losses and no ties. A fantastic record there. And going down a little bit, we mentioned him yesterday, Diego Hafshi, the former Latin American international champion, the only Brazilian Masters Division champion for the LAIC, running it back there at 7-0-1, could be trying to make it 2.
A lot of storylines developing, international players from all over. This is truly an international championship. So it's going to be a very exciting matchup that we have for you guys today. Of course, these players starting off 8-0, and those will be 2 players that we are featuring here for the first round. It's going to be an epic match. We've got Fabio Ingo Silva up against Jackson Ford, 2 players at 8-0, and this is going to be a great one.
Fabrizio against Jackson of 2 of our 3 8-0 players, and yet literally the 2 at the top of the standings, right? So what better way to start off our day 2 with 2 of the folks perhaps most likely to make it into that top 8 cut, or rather the asymmetrical cut.
And 2 different storylines from here. I mean, Fabrizio is a very seasoned and accomplished player in the Masters division, a regional champion and a 2-time special event champion. Jackson, on the other hand, has had a lot of success in the younger divisions. He's an international champion in the seniors division, a multi-time regional champion, but he's yet to really have that super solid finish. 1 top 8 cut, but that's all he's had so far. An international finish would not be bad for him whatsoever.
Going to be very, very hungry about that for sure. Now, an important reminder to the folks at home, say if you've been watching along with previous streams, so your bigger tournaments like the regionals or the internationals, you might know that this year we had a bit of a change in the tournament structure. So in the past, with a tournament this size, we would normally have 6 Swiss rounds today, but today we actually only have 4. We had 8 yesterday and 4 more today, so it's only 4 more Swiss rounds, and then we will be going into our asymmetrical top cut.
And that will really be the big question here of how many match points do you need for making top cut. It's definitely going to be more than 24, and yes. I know both of these players want to start off their day with a win. So speaking of which, let's go down to the table, meet our competitors, and get into our first round of Swiss here at day 2 at LAIC.
Yeah, both our players are shuffling up ready to go. Jackson Ford there on the left, Fabrizio on the right, and it is going to be a bit of a show of the old hands here for this matchup. We do have Jackson piloting that Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX archetype on the left, and there on the right, Fabrizio Inga Silva piloting Lost Zone Toolbox, which I believe, if I recall correctly from where we were discussing backstage, right, it is the same list that Macro Cifuentes did very well with at the Buenos Aires SPE, and Macro is also in day 2 with the same list as well.
Lost Zone is a very polarizing deck, and it has changed a lot over its time, mainly now. I mean, the Reggie Drago matchup has been pretty poor, and that's sort of how the deck has fallen out of favor. Of course, Kyurem, essentially a card printed to stop the oppression of Colress's experiment-centered decks, or Colress decks for that matter. And this is a matchup that, you know, is a lot more dynamic than something like the Reggie Drago matchup. Charizard EX is this big, beefy, 330 HP Pokemon. You've got Pidgeot. Are there really any key aspects of this matchup, and more importantly, the cards both players are playing, that are going to clash in interesting interesting ways.
I think the big thing is going to be just the amount of HP Charizard EX has. This is one of the reasons why it's not necessarily an auto loss by Lost Box, not by any means, but one of the reasons why some Lost Zone variants have struggled with Charizard is just 330 HP is just a lot of HP, honestly. So it's going to be sort of playing around that, setting up the damage in a nice way. Maybe if you can do an early settlement disruption, that would be the best way to go for it. And oh my goodness, those prize cards for Jackson.
Those are both Charizard EX. Those are the only 2 copies that Jackson plays in his deck, and has the Charmeleon prized as well.
Oh, no!
There is going to be no Charizard action. And Freya, I can't believe I'm saying this, but unless we're going to see things like, you know, Burst Blast on the Dusknoir line, there's a chance that Charizard doesn't even get into play this game.
Oh my goodness, like, this is never a start you want in any game, let alone the first match of day 2, where you're already starting off on the back foot with all of your main attackers prized. Like, half the namesake of your deck is gone.
This feels like a trend. I feel like at EUIC last year, we saw the double Excalibur prize in the first round that we played.
Yeah.
This is just tradition at this point.
Oh, goodness.
Prizes or not, we are getting things kicked off. And it looks like Jackson will be starting first, and we'll immediately get the bad news that both Charizard EX are unavailable after playing the Nest Ball to search for a basic Pokemon.
I mean, both Charizard would be bad enough, right? But the fact that the Charmeleon's in there as well, so you can't even, like, you know, you get a Charmeleon ready, evolved, and then take a prize with, like you mentioned, a Curse Blast off of a Dusknoir, which it does play, to then you do it that way. Oh, that's so rough.
And I wonder how Jackson will maybe pivot the setup this first turn. Do you aggressively go for things like Duskull? Do you just get down both of your Duskull at this point instead of any of these Charmander or only one Charmander? Usually, right, Lost Zone has a lot of super fast aggression in this matchup. You've got the Prime Catcher, the Radiant Greninja. Do you think Jackson has to sort of, you know, abandon the priority to focus on taking prize cards so he can even have a chance in this game?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because you know, your Charizard, it's the namesake of your deck. It's what makes your deck so good. It's your main attacker. If you don't get it out of your prizes, you're stuffed. So yeah, you absolutely just have to go very aggressive with the Curse Blast. Try and take some prizes. I mean, saving grace here, of course. Fabrizio playing this Lost Zone Toolbox deck, his Pokemon do have lower HP, so a Curse Blast would be able to take an easy KO there and start to maybe fish some of those pieces out of the prize cards.
So it looks like Charmander will be the selection off this Nest Ball, and now an Ultra Ball being played. So Jackson will discard 2 cards, find any Pokemon he chooses. Bit of a costly one, though. Does get rid of one of those rare candy. Lots of these gold cards. Blinding me a little bit. It's too early, Freya. It's too early.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. That gold rare candy is off on Plasma Blast. That's an absolute throwback card. That's a gorgeous artwork. But yeah, so much gold. So many illustration rares as well on the field. And that shiny Charmander, like, yeah. I'm not ready either.
And now we see Duskull come down into play. So Jackson immediately getting these Pokemon set up, threatening something like a Curse Blast on the following turn to, you know, give himself at least a hope, a breath of life in this game, where both of those Charizard currently hiding in their den, not wanting to come out, being in the prizes.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Fabrizio picks this up. It will be an insane read if he can, but say you can get, you know, that turn 1 Cramorant going with a Spit Innocently. Wait, no, I stand corrected. Fabrizio does not play Cramorant in his deck list.
That was a very interesting inclusion. You know, Cramorant is a card that, with that Lost Provisions ability, allows you to attack for 0 energy as long as you have 4 cards in the Lost Zone. So it's a great, you know, burst attacker here early on before you get those 7 cards in the Lost Zone to use things like Mirage Gate. But instead, Fabrizio is going to play this searching card here, the Nest Ball, searching through the deck. And look at the bottom right corner. That is a card we haven't talked yet about.
Oh, yes.
Iron Valiant EX Tachyon Bits, an ability that we saw have so much success last year at the Latin America International Championships. Maybe making a comeback here in Fabrizio's deck.
Yeah, piloted by Noah Sawyer, right? But with that Entei Iron Valiant deck coming in 2nd place to Yuho. But it's a very interesting little math fixer, right? Because, I mean, these Lost Zone Toolbox decks play so many switching cards anyway. It makes sense, right? Just incorporate that into the mix, just get those extra 2 damage counters on one of your Pokemon. It might be the extra push over the edge to get a KO when you'd otherwise miss it. Really cool tech.
And this Lost Zone deck requires you to know exactly what resources you have available when you're making these tough decisions, with things like flower selecting, of course, the main engine of the deck with Comfey, putting cards in the Lost Zone and powering up those special cards like Mirage Gate, the Sableye. It's the, you know, core of this deck. So we'll see the Nest Ball get played and Greninja gets benched. signaling now that concealed cards could maybe draw Fabrizio some cards and get him set up.
Yeah, important to note as well, we did see it up there, the Future Booster Energy Capsule. Fabrizio is playing that as a one-off tech. That does, of course, give any future Pokemon that's attached to 20 more damage on its attacks, but more importantly, in this instance, a free retreat cost. And actually, thinking about it, I just said, oh, the attack doesn't matter, but in this deck, actually, given that you are playing Psychic Energy, you can actually attack with the Iron Valiant if you want to.
You absolutely can. It's another good way to, put some burst pressure on your opponent, attack, deal some solid pressure. The turn continuing here for Fabrizio, does play Nest Ball, will find yet another Pokemon. It will be that second Comfey onto the board. So flower selecting one after another, the chain of flowers, literally and figuratively.
Whenever I think of Comfey now, I can always think of Fernando Cifuentes, right? Wearing the Comfey plush around the neck, gorgeous plushie that. But I always have that association in my mind when the One World's wearing the Comfey there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tell, right? If you're a Lost Box player sitting down with a Comfey on your neck, you're like, I'm going to go second against you rather than first. Could be definitely a big tell.
And then surprise, Iron Force.
Yeah, that's what they get you. You can never trust the playmat. No. You can never trust any of the attire. That's lesson number 1 in Pokemon.
Very, very good lesson indeed. So flower selecting number 2, and oh, this is a choice and a half. So I believe that's a Super Rod and a Forest Sealstone. Now, the Forest Sealstone going to be a great way to search any one card. If you can get that one of those V Pokemon down. Now, I believe the only V Pokemon that Fabrizio is playing is that Raikou V, which is not a bad attacker to bench in any circumstance, but definitely going to want to be making sure that's enabled at some point. But after that flower selecting, just going to be a pass.
And that was a really tough loss zone there for Fabrizio. He has prized 2 of these Super Rods, so he is left with only 1 Super Rod left. So you see him really valuing the power of that Forest Seal Stone. Back onto Jackson here, though. He will start things off with an Arven, so that can get out a rare candy or another item, plus a tool card. And look, don't have Charizard as of now, but Pidgeotto is another great way to, get your strategy going and apply some, prize card advantage. In this case, it's actually going to be the Secret Box. A very interesting ace-spec inclusion here for Jackson.
Yeah, I feel like the Secret Box is sneaking into more and more decks, It is kind of almost like a sleeper hit in a sense. Sure, it's a big discard cost to use. You have to discard 3 cards, but being able to play it and then search for an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium, it kind of just gets you everything you need, right? It's a really, really strong ace-spec.
And in this case, the stadium of choice will be the Jamming Tower. So maybe Fabrizio kicking himself a little bit, saying, yeah, the Forest Seal Stone could have had value, but now the Jamming Tower is coming down. Of course, those tool cards in play have no effect. So that Super Rod lost forever for this game. And Jamming Tower, if it does come down, means that even if Fabrizio finds something like a Raikou V, I mean, look, his hand was not even that great last turn.
No,
didn't play down something like the Colress's Experiments. Of course, does have those counter stadium cards. It is sort of always a stadium war between 2 players, especially with a disruptive stadium like Jamming Tower. So we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, but it does force that extra out, right? That's the thing. So now has to find that Town Store, one of those 2 Pokestop, or one of those 2 Lost Vacuum in order to make use of that Forest Seal Stone. So continuing on with Jackson's turn, does find very important there, that Night Stretcher for the rare candy into the Dust Noir, and he's going to use the Curse Blast.
And this is big. Does he draw into the Charizard?
Yes, he does!
He does find the Charizard, and that is a big find now. With the Charizard, it means that pressure can finally be put on. And we could see something else, but no, it's just going to be a pass. Jackson unable to put on any other pressure, and the door is wide open here for Fabrizio. If he can find a way to bring this Radiant Greninja back and attack with a Moonlight Shuriken, both of these Pokemon, both the active and the bench, could be knocked out, and we could see Fabrizio steal this game away.
But this is going to be so tricky, right? Because as you rightly mentioned, 2 Super Rod in the prizes, 1 in the Lost Zones. He has to find the 1 Super Rod left in his deck to get this Radiant Greninja back.
And even on this turn, this is where Kramer, again, could really shine in this spot. But Fabrizio not having access to that means he has to really rely heavily on certain pieces like the bigger Mirage Gate attacks in order to, put on attacking pressure this turn. The turn's not over yet, though. It does have another flower selecting, but this is big. No Colress yet for Fabrizio. Can he find it here off of these 2 flower selecting cards? It's another tough choice. Either Lost Zone, a 3rd energy card, or one of your powerful Mirage Gates.
It's a real tough break for Fabrizio. A big opportunity, as you said, to really close the door in this game, but the flower selecting is just really not being favorable to him in the slightest. Not even, say, finding a Raikou plus an out to the stadium in order to be able to make use of that Forest Sealstone. Or, I mean, Lost Vacuum's in hand already, but with no out to Raikou, it's not really doing much of anything. So it looks like it's going to be 3rd energy. Oh, it's so tough, right? I guess, yeah, it has to be Mirage Gate. There's 2 energy in the Lost Zone already, especially with 1 Super Rod in the Lost Zone. It just feels so rough.
This hand is just switching cards and Mirage Gates that can't get played. And what a top deck, I believe. Or maybe would have had it here. I have to double check, but does have the rare candy.
No, I think it was a top deck. I think you're right.
I think 3 cards regardless. That is the card you exactly want to see. Charizard EX finally online thanks to that early prize card taken. Thanks to Curse Blast, Jackson can now start to attack into these Comfey. And if Fabrizio can't put anything together, it's going to be too little too late.
And here's the situation we're in now, right? Where at the start we thought, oh my goodness, Jackson has a Charmeleon and a double Charizard prize. And then Fabrizio has a decent start, can really capitalize on this. And now the script is completely flipped. And now Professor's research for good measure as well, just to draw 7. And wow, what?
Yeah, that is incredible. You had the research in hand before, but of course, if that rare candy was there before, would have just played it down to put Charizard in play. So that was the top deck for turn, 100%.
Wow.
Jackson's going to continue things off, drawing 7 cards. Looks like finding maybe a couple of Buddy Poffin in this hand, so it can get down some more basic Pokemon, and will indeed do just that. We do see this as a little bit of a thicker Duskull, or rather more of a standard Duskull line here. Playing 2 of those Duskull, I wonder if Jackson really values getting another one of those down, or if he's content using just that one Curse Blast ability.
Yeah, just looking through the deck again and seeing just like I think every single card is almost as like shiny as it could be. I feel bad for that one jamming tower, right? There's no
secret rare.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. Big fan of the Gold Stadiums personally, but yeah, Buddy Poffin getting down another Charmander and another Pidgey. There's a good chance if you can't evolve the Pidgey in the active this turn that it will be knocked out, so best to get a second one down. I mean, given that the turn that Fabrizio had last turn, I don't think you're too worried about a Radiant Greninja coming in, Super Rod in the Lost Zone, Greninja in the discard pile. It could happen, but I think, yeah, we're pretty content here to just get this bench set up, retreat into the Charizard, and then, yeah, just Burning Darkness, take another prize.
So Jackson will take the second prize card. Action on Fabrizio has Prime Catcher, but still no Pokemon to attack. And another tough flower selecting 2 energy cards off the top. Chorus, where are you? There's none in the prize cards. There's 4 in this deck. And he has just been unable to find them. Gonna have to make another tough choice. If you Lost Zone this water energy, you can now never use Moonlight Shuriken for the rest of the game, and that will be the choice since there's also only 2 lightning in the deck, so if you Lost Zone the lightning energy, you can never use Iron Hands or any of your lightning attackers. What a terrible flower selecting to see. Totally out of his control, but man, that hurts.
Yeah, and insult to injury, finds the Super Rod now as well, so were it not for that Lost Zone, maybe he could have actually pulled something off of Radiant Greninja, but oh, that's just so rough for Fabrizio here. And it's just going to be a pass again.
Another pass, and Jackson's going to go down to 3 prize cards this turn. Fabrizio just unable to find anything to help him out in this spot. And Jackson will get to push this advantage even more. A Narvin being played, rare candy being found. This is going to signal almost certainly either another Charizard coming down or Pidgeot EX being online and giving Jackson the ability to search out any card he wants for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Fabrizio here, what do you even do, right? Your deck is just not cooperating with you. Your opponent is basically fully set up and has taken 3 prizes, not only before you've even taken 1 prize, but before you've even been able to do a single point of damage. I mean, yeah, what do you do here? Like, the Charizard is going to be set up now, the Pidgeot's are set up. Jackson's going to be able to find any card he wants. Honestly, if I'm Fabrizio here, I'm considering picking up my cards and moving on to game 2.
It is a tough spot indeed.
Yeah.
Not good at all. I mean, you have been given a prize card thanks to that Curse Blast, so Fabrizio does need to just take 5 prizes to win the game, so could do that over the course of 3 turns, but the more I think about it, is there ever a world where Jackson is unable to win the following game in 3 turns? Additionally, I think it could possibly come down to what Fabrizio is able to put together this turn, but it's a lot. It's going to have to be 2 2-prize knockouts and a 1-prize knockout over the course of 3 turns. Going to be a tough hill to climb.
Yeah, it is, especially looking at the deck list, right? I just don't see the damage output for that in the attackers that Fabrizio has. Like we talked about at the start of the game, one of the biggest struggles for the Lost Zone Toolbox deck against Charizard is just the amount of HP that Charizard has. 330 is such a huge number, and if you haven't been able to do any sort of like set up smaller bits of damage early on, you just can't reach for those KOs once your opponent's Pokemon are fully evolved.
And we're seeing a very different style to this Charizard deck. I mean, looking at it a little bit more intently, there's only 2 Arvid in this deck, really capitalizing off of the Secret Box.
Okay.
So, look, this has sort of been a clinic throughout the weekend of Secret Box's strength and just finding a wide array of cards and having it allow you to set up clean and consistently. Here we go for the turn. It's a Lost Vacuum draw.
Oh.
There are 7 cards in the Lost Zone, so Mirage Gate is online. But I think the only question here for Fabrizio is it worth playing something like the Super Rod to maybe shuffle back these Comfey, the Radiant Greninja, so you give yourself a little bit more positive outs off of something like Flower Selecting? Or do you save the Super Rod? And I think the big, positive point to having to save Super Rod here is this is going to be your last one available. Right now, assuming you don't take any off the prizes, you are out of Super Rod. And this is going to be the choice, though. We're going to see the Super Rod get played down, and that is because Fabrizio wants to power up an attacker. In this case, it will be the Iron Valiant. So like you said, Freya, getting Iron Valiant powered up, it can, of course, use that ability if it moves out, but also attack and deal some damage.
Yeah, so Laser Blade for 2 Psychic and a Colorless just does 200 damage, and then it can't attack next turn. But, I mean, in this situation, you just want to put some damage on, right? So, yeah, this is going to have to be what you make use of. And, we do see the Roxanne in Fabrizio's hand. This might be a way to try and make some kind of comeback here.
Yeah, Roxanne is very solid. However, with Jackson now having Pidgeot EX in play, it's not going to be, as disruptive as it could be if Pidgeot was not in play. I mean, that's the advantage of having Pidgeot. It just gives your deck a padded level of consistency. And though Roxanne is a great disruptive card, when Jackson can just search for any card he'd like after drawing his card for turn, it sort of limits the positive effect. This is more so just acting as a shuffle draw 6 in this case for Fabrizio, because he'll take any supporter he can get in this spot.
Yeah, still hasn't played a single Chorus Experiment, right? There are four in the deck. They're in there somewhere, just not been able to find them. But at least with this Roxanne, he can draw 6 and does find that Radiant Greninja that was shuffled back straight away. Looks like it's... Oh, there's a Chorus Experiment at long last off this Flower Selecting.
Chorus now, but it's the only recovery card left in the deck, that one copy of Night Stretcher.
Oh.
So here's the choice here for Fabrizio. I mean, the deck has been thinned out fairly well. So there is a world where, of course, you do want to play Chorus next turn, but do you believe in your deck to be able to, find yourself another next turn with another Flower Selecting, maybe a Concealed cards? And that does seem to be the motto here for Fabrizio. We'll play that Greninja down, and I'm sure we'll be seeing an attack come in here from this Iron Valiant, as well as that Tachyon Bits to place 2 damage counters wherever he'd like onto one of his opponent's Pokemon.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking here if I'm Fabrizio. I think the game plan has to be... Yeah, it's going to go on either 2 ways. You could consider whether you wanted to put the Tachyon Bits on this Pidgeot here, and maybe try and follow up with an Iron Hands KO on something on it, just being able to put it into range after 2 Tachyon Bits. It'll go to 240 and actually amp you very much for a KO, or even actually we could even less if you make use of that Future Boost Energy Capsule. But it looks like in this instance, it's just going to be Tachyon Bits on the active instead, and then there's going to be Laser Blade and over to Jackson's turn. I didn't see what he even grabbed with a quick search. It was so quick.
See what the choice is. At this point, Jackson is currently, I believe, not dealing enough damage to take the knockout onto Iron Valiant. I have to double check Iron Valiant's weakness. Is it weak to Dark? That is something I have to double check here to see if it's going to be enough damage. We're actually just going to see that Professor's Research that was shuffled back in, so it is weak to Metal. Sometimes these future Pokemon, their weaknesses change. I have to give myself a bit of a refresher. So with Fabrizio only having taken 1 prize card, it will not be enough damage dealt. We'll see how this turn plays out.
So in this instance, it's because Iron Valiant is a fairy Pokemon in the video games, right?
That's
so
true.
In the TCG, if it's a fairy Pokemon, it becomes a Psychic, but weak to Metal. So yeah, makes sense there.
So the Research gets played. Seems to be the choice off of the Quick Search. So Jackson now having 7 cards in hand. And because of the Pal Pad being in the Lost Zone and Roxanne being played, it means that Fabrizio will have no more access to disrupt Jackson's hand, so he'll have a lot of cards to choose from for the rest of the game, and that is honestly probably all he'll need to be able to close things out.
But yeah, the Iron Valiant, very importantly here, surviving on 210 damage, 10 HP left. That Burning Darkness just a little bit short. Might buy Fabrizio a little bit of an opportunity to try and make a comeback here, as we do see the retreat into the Comfey, and on the Flower Selecting finds a switch and a switch cards. It looks like that Night Stretcher is still in hand. Do you maybe try and go for the Ampy Very Much KO onto this Charizard, actually?
It's going to be so tough. There's only 2 Mirage Gate left in the deck. There's no more Super Rod, so a lot of the energies have already been exhausted. I don't even know if there's 4 energy cards available in the deck to be able to use Ampy very much at this point.
Yeah, you might be
it
right.
might have to be relying on Sableye to start spreading some damage. Now, with there being 10 cards in the Lost Zone, that could be Fabrizio's plan to try and, finish off this Charizard, put a 1 prize Pokemon in play, and you know what? How about we'll just pick things up and go to game 2? It was a little bit too little too late. Fabrizio not having enough to be able to, outpace Jackson, getting ahead of too much of a lead, and Jackson Ford, despite prizing 2 of his Charizard EX, finds the one importantly off that Cursed Blast and takes game 1.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of fortunate in the sense that the Charizard that were in the prizes were at the sort of like towards the bottom right. Usually players tend to take prizes from the bottom upwards, and so actually that first prize grab was a Charizard EX, and really from that point, Jackson was just able to stabilize and set up and just attack a bunch, whilst Fabrizio just kept announcing flower selecting and then finding tough decision after tough decision after tough decision. Just really not much going there for Fabrizio.
Complete narrative switch from what we saw. This is why you can't judge prizes by the game state.
No.
It seemed like Jackson was, grasping at straws to start things off. Getting aggressive with Cursed Blast, not usually, Charizard's MO in these matchups. It's a great ability, but it's not necessarily what you want to start with. Fabrizio, on the other hand, had a very, very slow start. That was a game one that had a bunch of surprises, as we'll take a look at our replay and see what went down.
Yeah, absolutely. So like we just discussed right there at the start, after the Orchid Prizing was able to get that Charizard going, Fabrizio just flower selecting after flower selecting with every single awkward decision imaginable, having to get rid of like one Super Rod after 2 were prized, leaving only 1 in the deck, and then just not being able to find anything to attack with really at all.
And there it is, Jackson Ford taking game one. I'm sure is, giving himself a sigh of relief after that first deck search, thinking, yeah, this one's cooked, it's probably over. Sometimes all you need is to get a little bit lucky after some unluck goes your way. We'll see if Fabrizio's going to be kicking things off. I would not be surprised to see him deciding to go first. Double check, yep, he will be starting things off, so going first in this matchup is definitely a big advantage, especially if you can get yourself to those 7 cards in the Lost Zone by your second turn of the game. We'll see what Fabrizio's got. I'm sure hoping to find, a Culver's experiment this time along to give himself a little bit more oomph. Does use that concealed cards to start things off and does have a nest ball, so we'll see at least some flower selecting action, albeit I'm sure Fabrizio would like to see more than just one on this first turn.
Yeah, and nest ball feeling pretty good about finding that already. Kind of getting a chance to get a good look through the deck. As we take a look at these prize cards, looks like it's not really too bad. There's a couple of switch prize, which is a bit of a shame. Or that one-off Sableye is going to have to be fished out at a later point with Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's kind of the only one-off that's prized there.
So it will be the Comfey as the selection off of Nest Ball. And Fabrizio's got some choices whether or not he wants to play the switch card here, or if he has an energy to retreat. It will just be the switch card and the flower selecting, and does get rid of that Nest Ball, a card I'm sure he would have loved to play down to get some more Comfey, but can't really afford to get rid of that powerful A-Spec in Prime Catcher.
No, absolutely not. Actually going to put down that Spiritomb, interestingly enough. Now, we do know that the Charizard list do tend to play a couple of basic V Pokemon as support, both that Lumineon V and that Rotom V, so actually pretty heads up here from Fabrizio benching that. Might stifle Jackson's setup a little bit.
Yeah, you love to use Instant Charge if you're a Charizard player, going first or second on that first turn for you. So being unable to find those 3 cards or use something like Luminous Sign could definitely be a big setback.
Oh.
We do see the secret box in the prizes as well as that Forest Seal Stone. So a few, key consistency setup cards here for Jackson. Of course, that Forest Seal Stone used a lot just to get that Pidgeot out into play. So without having access to, things like Lumineon, Rotom to build the hand and find supporters, as well as those consistency cards, it could be very tough for Jackson to get a stabilized board.
Yeah, I think apart from the Charmander, all the prizes are one-offs. It's the one-off Serendipity EX, the Forest Seal Stone, the Collapse of Temple, and the Secret Box. This is some brutal prizes from Jackson, but at least you have your main attacker available this time.
I think, to be fair, Jackson would prefer these prize cards over Double Charizard EX.
I think you're right, yes.
Still not great, but Jackson will work with what he's got. Going to take note of what cards are available. You see a lot of players doing this, writing those prize cards down to just take mental note, right? And to take physical note of, okay, these cards are unavailable. I won't be shocked when I know, playing a card like Arven to search for my secret box and it's not in the deck.
Yeah, so Ultra Ball coming in after that. Nest Ball finds a Charmander. Going to go ahead and discard a Counter Catcher, and that might be a bit of a tough choice here. Going to be that Boss's Orders. There are 2 copies in the deck, so you can discard one and then feel comfortable enough getting back to the second one with your one-off Power Pad that you play, but definitely want to get that second Charmander down. Super important to avoid getting blown out of the water by a Radiant Greninja, no pun intended.
And so Jackson will go ahead and shuffle the deck up, but I mean, this is really Spiritomb putting in work, shutting something off like Rotom. This is an instance where I think Jackson would have loved to just put Rotom down in play, say, look, if you've got a Moonlight Shuriken turn 2, be my guest. I will go ahead and probably pick things up to game 3. If not, I'm going to set my board up and be in a very solid spot. We are actually going to just see the Iono, so we'll still be able to look at 6 more cards. We'll put Fabrizio's hand on the bottom of their deck as well. draw into a fresh hand of 6 and see if there's, any ways to get some more Pokemon into play, set up for some rare candy plays next turn. We'll see what pieces are available for Jackson. And there is that Buddy Poffin, so if he chooses to, could get some more Pokemon down, and that will be exactly what Jackson decides.
I've got to be feeling pretty good about finding that. Can find a second Pidgey for good measure, and then I guess you can find that Duskull as well. Yes, absolutely. So this is a pretty ideal turn 1 from Jackson here, going second.
Yeah, with that one Charmander prize, it's definitely a little bit of a scare, since a lot of these times it's just about getting Charizard EX up. Maybe would have just liked to, get the whole squad out, so no matter what happens, there is the threat of a Charizard EX coming into play, thanks to that Moonlight Shuriken being such a great attack at sniping these smaller HP Pokemon. It will just be the pass back over, and now Fabrizio with his new hand, I believe, Colress is finally there, and that is something that Fabrizio is very happy to see early on in the game.
Yeah, not only that, but happy to see that Nest Ball to get back the Raikou that was put to the bottom of the deck, especially considering that he drew that Forest Seal Stone. So with that Nest Ball plus that Forest Seal Stone, can attach it onto the Raikou V and make use of that Star Alchemy V-Star power to search for any card from the deck. So actually, Fabrizio's on for a very strong turn here.
A strong turn indeed, again, because there are just those 2 Charmander in play and nothing like Manaphy to protect the bench. If Fabrizio can, use that Moonlight Shuriken and target down both Charmander, there's a world where Jackson is unable to attack, and Fabrizio can push his advantage even more. And you now see how aggressive this deck can be in terms of drawing cards, concealed cards, Colress, flower selecting, and even searching those cards out with Forest Seal Stone. Fabrizio's going to see a lot of cards, but the big question is, are we going to see enough cards in the Lost Zone for that Mirage Gate to be able to power up Radiant Greninja or any Pokemon on Fabrizio's side?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? I think you're going to need some kind of combination of a couple of Flower Selectings plus a Lost Vacuum to get there, especially given there was only 1 card put into the Lost Zone on turn 1. So 2 more here from this Chorus's Experiment. A Lost Vacuum plus 2 more Flower Selecting will get you there, as we do see, interesting choice there. Flower Selecting, opts to get rid of a Comfey. Oh, but had another one ready to go in hand already, so it makes sense to Lost Zone that. Is there a switching card so you can do 1 more Flower Selecting? Oh, there's 2 Comfey in hand.
There is a switching card, but I don't know if Fabrizio has any of those Mirage Gate yet. Of course, that is the powerful card that allows you to, with 7 cards in the Lost Zone, choose 2 basic energy of 2 different types and accelerate them onto your Pokemon. Is another tough choice here for Fabrizio. I think Colress is the better card of the 2. You would like to, find those tool cards out, but with the Forest Seal Stone already in hand, it seems like it's an okay spot to get rid of Town Store, but I don't know if Fabrizio can afford to use this Forest Seal Stone since he's missing a few pieces needed. You could use the Forest Seal Stone to find Lost Vacuum, but there's really no way for Fabrizio to capitalize on having 7 cards in the Lost Zone with his current hand.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be 1 more Comfey benched. I think he has enough other switching cards to try and go for it here. Oh wait, no, is that the last switch card in his hand actually? It might be. There's Flower Selector number 3, it's a Water Energy and a Boss's Orders. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do it this turn,
That's tough. Going to get rid of the Water Energy. That's something you're of course going to need for Radiant Greninja later on. There is also 1 in the discard pile, so Fabrizio will need to, play something like a Super Rod if he'd like to be able to attack with Moonlight Shuriken. But sort of a pretty big miss here for Fabrizio if he chooses to just go with this strategy of passing the turn over and holding on to that Forest Seal Stone for later. And now if Jackson has powerful pieces to evolve, things like Charmander and Pidgey, all of a sudden the board is developed and this entire narrative flips.
Yeah, so big opportunity missed there for Fabrizio, not able to find the pieces to put together the Moonlight Shuriken to take the double knockout on the Charmander. So instead, back to Jackson as he finds a Pal Pad, shuffles a couple of supporters back into the deck. And this to me telegraphs there's probably going to be a Professor's Research coming or some other draw supporter just to try and find this combination of the rare candies plus the stage 2s that Jackson needs.
Jackson has been given a lifeline in this situation. There is most games, I mean not most games, but a huge amount of games, Greninja just gets there, and it has the knockout. At least when I'm playing against Lost Fox, that's what happens. So here we go. Jackson's going to play another Iono, shuffle the hand to the bottom, draw 6 cards. Usually you see Arvin, things like Secret Box, or even research a little bit more card draw to find these combinations of rare candy. That Secret Box, of course, is unavailable. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand, but the big question here is, do we see rare candy? And with this Charmeleon being found, I don't know if Jackson has other powerful trainer cards to be able to get these Pokemon into play. And while, yes, you're slowly building up the Charizard, that Charmeleon does have exactly 90 HP, so it would still be in range of being knocked out to a Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, a lot of people get mixed up on this Charmeleon's ability, right? It does have a sort of built-in protection on the bench, but it's from effect of attacks, not from damage. So you can't use, say, stabilize Lost Mine, for example, to damage it, but a Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken is a-okay. So it's going to be, looks like with this miss from Jackson, again, Fabrizio's going to have one more turn to try and piece together this Moonlight Shuriken to really just close the door on the Jackson's game.
So action now on Fabrizio here. Did have 6 new cards, so notably, that Colress's Experiment in the hand did go to the bottom of the deck, as we will now see the concealed cards, drawing 2 additional cards, and finally, one of those 2 Pokestopper in the hand. This is essentially the key engine in terms of stadiums for here, and that is a tough flower selecting 2 Mirage Gate. You can only pick one, so one has to go.
But to be fair, at least you found one, right?
You did at least find one, that is true. We'll now see the Pokestop get used, and it gets rid of 2 supporters. No. Does find the Pal Pad, so that can shuffle more back in. However, there's no other energy card in the hand at this point. We did see the flower selecting be used, so there has been 1 flower selecting used. The 1 Mirage Gate is in the hand. However, Fabrizio would like to find a water energy and to attach and then play the Mirage Gate, but with there being 1 in the discard pile, it means there's only 1 remaining in the deck. Fabrizio's really going to be relying off of something like this flower selecting with the switch card to find himself pieces. But now that there have been 2 Colress discarded, Fabrizio has another tough choice on what supporters to shuffle back in.
Yeah, and I think the going in for the 2 Colress is completely correct, right? If you are able to put this together, you are so far ahead, and you really do not mind giving up the Roxanne later on. So I think it's absolutely correct to go for the double Colress Experiment here. Give yourself the maximum odds just to hit it. And also, as well, importantly, playing the Power Pad does shuffle the deck to make sure that even the cards that were put to the bottom of INO are viable targets to find too.
This is going to be a big flower selecting. This could completely decide what happens this game.
There's a Chorus!
And finds the Chorus. That is a big-time find for Fabrizio. This turn is not over quite yet. Does have to now make this decision. Do you play the Super Rod first in this point to increase the odds of finding water energy off of Chorus, or do you just go for it now? Here we go, 5 cards. What does he find? And those are really not the best cards at this point. Both of your lightning energy, you can probably get rid of 1, that's okay, but you want to keep the boss. You need the switching cards to continue digging this turn. And you also need to have one of the lightning energies, so one of these cards, one of these valuable resources is going to have to go.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be the Chorus's Experiment and the lightning energy. I think they're literally, we couldn't have made a better choice even with that awkwardness. Double Super Rod in hand. Now, if you can find yourself, there are 2 Mirage Gate in hand, so if you can go ahead and find a second, wait, no, sorry, not 2 Mirage Gate, 2, wait, it is 2 Mirage Gate, isn't it? Yeah, so if you can find, wait, hold on. No, is it one? No, I'm getting mixed up. So it's a Mirage Gate and a Super Rod, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. The 2 Super Rods, that's what I meant to say. So if you can find a second Mirage Gate, then you could Mirage Gate twice and go for the Moonlight Shuriken. But no, just a miss again for Fabrizio as he passes.
And just passes his turnover, and Jackson has been bailed out yet again and does have Charizard EX, it seems, in the hand, so can finally get his powerful attacker on board, power up his Pokemon by attaching 2 fire energy to this Charizard, and then 1 onto the active to allow it to retreat. And Fabrizio, again, has struggled in the early game and has been unable to put attacking pressure on, and that is what Lost Box needs to do in this matchup before all these Pokemon evolve, have a ton of HP, and make it so that you're really going to be struggling to take those prize cards.
That's so rough for Fabrizio, especially considering, you know, in this game, was able to actually find a Chorus Experiment, dug quite deep into the deck, but still not able to put together the Moonlight Shuriken, and now that opportunity is like closed off. Sure, you can still use one, but you're not preventing that Charizard from getting into the game. So yeah, that's super rough for Fabrizio.
And another Iono being played. So Fabrizio, with those resources like the Super Rod and the Mirage Gate, go to the bottom of the deck. Yet again, Jackson gets to fill the hand back up to 6 cards and does find Rare Candy Pidgeot off of those 6 cards here from the Iono. That is an excellent find. Now, there is always risks to putting Pidgeot in play, but surely you always want to get that evolved.
I think there's no reason not to, right? I mean, yeah, sure, maybe Raikou can take a KO on it, but I think you like searching for 1 card any turn. We do also see the Dusclops coming in, and are we going to see a Curse Black? Wait, interesting. Okay, just attacks with the Pidgey.
This is very interesting. I mean, this could definitely be a nod to, you know, Fabrizio being down a large amount of resources. Jackson can kind of note here that Fabrizio has been pretty aggressive in terms of how he's used flower selectings, what cards he's lost zone. So maybe just deciding, you know what, I'm not going to put a lot of these liable 2-prize Pokemon in play. I'm going to take some time, and I want you to take the first prize card so that I can take the 2 prizes on the Raikou. Maybe that's what he's thinking in this spot.
Yeah, I think so as well, because, right, I mean, you could maybe put it together with the Dust Clops if you had a counter catcher or something like that, but not quite able to put it together there. So instead, yeah, just gonna play it patient and just announce just Gust. Gust works, that's fine. And then gonna go ahead after that and pass it over to Fabrizio after attacking, who just goes ahead and goes for another Chorus Experiment. Gets to get rid of a Manaphy and a Pokestop, it looks like. And as we do find the Forest Sealstone there, so Fabrizio will have the ability to search for any one card from the deck, but unless he's able to, does he have the counter for the Jamming Tower in hand?
He decided to Lost on that Pokestop, so
right, cool,
value the other 2 cards and another tough flower selecting. That has been the narrative for Fabrizio all game. It's either get rid of your almost last chorus that you have available, or one of those powerful recovery cards in Super Rod. We will see Super Rod hit the Lost Zone, so that card is no longer an option, but does have another one in hand. And finally see these energies be put back. 2 Psychic and a Water shuffled back into the deck, and there is a Mirage Gate to complement that. So will we finally be seeing Radiant Greninja get into the fray? And we will, as the Psychic and Water get attached to Greninja.
Yeah, so it looks like, and now at least we'll finally see a Moonlight Shuriken going. And although you can't take out the Charizard anymore, you can take out both the Pidgey if you want to. Just really cut off that quick search option for Jackson. And although the problem with that, of course, is that your disruption option is gone. So there's no more Power Pad, there's no more Roxanne. So though getting rid of both the Pidgey is good, it's still, you can't really combine that with put into a low hand size to really, really put the hurt on Jackson.
So we'll see the Hisuian Heavy Ball get played. This can finally fetch Sableye out of the prize cards, and that will be exactly what Fabrizio decides to do. Of course, an extremely efficient attacker later on in the game, allowing you to, now that there are 10 cards in the Lost Zone, or more than 10 cards for that matter, be able to put 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon however you'd like. And with that now being an option, the big question for me is, Fabrizio, if he does decide to go for this Moonlight Shuriken, which it looks like he will, does he target down both the Pidgeys? Does he maybe get rid of the other Charmander and the Dusclops? As that could allow him to maybe use Lost Mine later on. There are a few options here. I don't think it's necessarily a gimme in this situation.
No, I don't think it is either. So it's, especially considering how, like we were just discussing, right, the disruption aspect isn't as good given that your own disruption cards are gone. So getting rid of both Pidgeys, it can help you, but it's not quite as powerful. So yeah, it looks like it is just going to be Prime Catcher to bring up this Charmander. Forest Sealstone going onto the Raikou just for later on when you can counter the Stadium, and then it's going to be the Moonlight Shuriken, and it's going to be carried. Oh, it is going to be on both the Pidgeys after all.
Yeah, and playing that Prime Catcher may have been the only switching card available, but it does at least force Jackson to have a Fire Energy or another Rare Candy Charizard in order to, get this Charmander out of the active spot. However, looks like does have the Night Stretcher in hand, allowing him to, if he chooses to, either get back that Fire Energy to retreat or recover one of those 2 Pidgey into the hand. So Jackson does have outs. The rest of the hand is very interesting. There is, of course, the Night Stretcher that we noticed, but also Counter Catcher is online now. So this could be a situation where Jackson maybe ignores the Radiant Greninja. Of course, having to discard those 2 energies via the Moonlight Shuriken means that it will have to take another Mirage Gate if Greninja wants to fire off another Shuriken.
Yeah, it will. So it is going to be the Night Stretcher for the Pidgey after all, really valuing just getting that set up because, yeah, you just want to be using Quick Search every single turn if you can. So I'm sure that's going to be a very quick target for Fabrizio if you can pull off another Moonlight Shuriken, assuming that there's a way to recover it after it inevitably gets KO'd. But looks like Jackson's going to look through the discard pile, just try and suss out what the best strategy is here. They're going forward. It's going to be that Counter Catcher and actually just going to go ahead and fetch that Raikou V from the bench.
Does bring the Raikou up, but I think he's just going to pass his turn over. So just bringing Raikou into the active spot. And this is a really interesting situation. Potentially what Jackson could be thinking is, look, my opponent doesn't have a lot of great attacking threats on board. Their board is filled with 4 Pokemon that are support, right? The Spiritomb and the 3 Comfey, the Radiant Greninja that, has to discard energies every time it attacks, and this Raikou that is sort of limited in what it can do. Maybe I can force out more resources from my opponent before I commit to, starting to go for an attack, and that probably has to be the way that Jackson is thinking about this matchup as Fabrizio continues to dig through Lost Zone cards and try to put together a game plan.
Yeah, and it's a rougher course experiment here. Going to have to get rid of that Future Booster Energy Capsule and the Iron Hands EX, so there will be no Ampy very much extra prize shenanigans going on this game at least. Did opt to keep that Lost Vacuum though, which does mean that now you can get rid of that Jamming Tower, and that Forest Sealstone will once again be live to use to search for any card from the deck.
It does have Super Rod and Mirage Gate, so we will see what believes to be the last Mirage Gate, I believe, getting played.
I think you're right.
So there are no more Mirage Gate available. We'll go ahead and put those energies onto Radiant Greninja. So now at this point, oh, there is one more, excuse me. So there is one more Mirage Gate. So we're down to just one. We'll see the retreat here into the Greninja. Maybe, oh, of course, there is sort of a little bit of a clash going on. You can't use Fleet-Footed because of the Spiritomb in play, so it does shut off a little bit of your passive draw and play, as we will see another Moonlight Shuriken targeting down the Dusclops and the Pidgey. Fabrizio going down to 2 prize card lefts, and with Jackson taking this super passive route, I have to wonder, Freya, what is his endgame here? What is his plan in this matchup when he's had multiple opportunities to take prize cards early and has chosen passively not to do that?
I think his plan here is to try and force Fabrizio to go down to 1 prize card and then just INO and be done, basically. INO sweep with this 1 big Charizard, because like right at the start of the game, we mentioned it once, we mentioned it again, Charizard has such a large amount of HP. There are not really any attackers that can very easily deal with Charizard in Fabrizio's deck, so you can get just like a lone Charizard going right at the end combined with an INO. I think that's Jackson's game plan here.
It's just going to be so tough with no support engine, with all those Iono already being played.
Wait, have all of them played already?
Well, we saw them early on in the game.
There's 3 in the deck.
So there's one more left, but you can't search it out because Luminion is shut off thanks to that Feathered in Misfortune ability on the Spiritomb. So Jackson's just going to have to naturally have the last Iono, and even then, if Fabrizio finds a way to, you know, get Colress out, maybe chain a couple of Flower Select things together, and Jackson is unable to put together Palpad and build up a board, then eventually Fabrizio's just going to get there.
Yeah, I guess so. It is a tough position for sure, but actually, yeah, just going to be a pass. I think he really wants to force this last Charmander to be KO'd so that if he's able to find the last Ino, it'll be down to a 1-card hand instead of a 2-card hand. And also maybe acknowledging the fact that Fabrizio has been through a lot of resources already. We can see a lot in the discard pile, a lot in the Lost Zone. Just really just trying to out-resource, kind of playing a little bit of a control element maybe.
We're going to see the energy onto the Spiritomb.
Oh my goodness.
Fabrizio acknowledging, yes, Spiritomb is great, but I've got to open this bench spot up, using Fade Out to remove Spiritomb out of play and give himself an opportunity to bench a different Pokemon instead for that 5th and final bench spot.
Yeah, an important interaction to note actually with the Spiritomb, because as you mentioned rightly, it does shut off the Fleet-Footed, but because the ability of the Forest Seal Stone is on the card itself, it would still let it wouldn't prevent Raikou from using Star Alchemy. Just an important interaction there to note. In case anyone was confused. Oh wait, is that Thornton into a... What? It's Thornton into a Pidgeot!
We have Thornton into Pidgeot. That is exactly correct. Pidgeot EX now coming into play, so maybe Jackson realizing, okay, my opponent found a way to get themselves out of being bench locked in this situation, so Pidgeot finally online, and this could be a situation where it's hand disruption time. Using the quick search, of course, 10 damage is still on that Pidgey.
Yep, Fade out.
There is that final Iono in the deck. I've got to imagine that's what Jackson needs to do here to keep himself in this game. Hand disrupt and hopefully find one of those Palpad to put those cards back in.
Yeah. And yeah, just Jackson explaining how the interaction works. Yes, with the Thornton, you swap out the Pokemon, it's still treated as a Pokemon that's been out for a turn. So even though the Charmander just became a Pidgey, it can still be Rare Candy evolved into a Pidgeot. It's one of the things that makes Thornton such a great and useful card.
Yeah, that is an interesting interaction with Jamming Tower, but Jamming Tower says that the Pokemon tool cards have no effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't believe you'd be able to use Forest Seal Stone. We saw that yesterday on stream.
Yeah,
remember on stream we saw that yesterday?
No, but I wasn't drawing. I was just yes, we already mentioned that already. But I was just talking about in the interaction with Spiritomb specifically.
Sure.
Yeah, because absolutely, the Jam Tower would make it. But we know that Fabrizio has a Lost Vacuum in hand ready to go, so we'll be able to get rid of the use the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Jamming Tower when he wants to use the Forest Seal Stone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Jackson finally taking a knockout. We'll go ahead and take the first prize card of his 6
yes.
as Comfey comes up and Fabrizio starts his turn. So just 2 prize cards away. And now with that Pidgeot EX being on the bench, notably if Fabrizio fills his bench up completely with the weakness, Raikou V's Lightning Rondo attack would do just enough damage, 140 times 2, so 280 to take a knockout onto this Pidgeot, excuse me, who will actually just see the Sableye finally come down and the Lost Vacuum, like you mentioned, Freya, getting rid of Spiritomb, removing the Jamming Tower from play. But I don't know if Boss's Orders is a potential option. If it was, all Fabrizio would need is the Switch Mirage Gate and potentially, I guess, a way to bring energy cards back too. I don't know if Fabrizio has boss left, though. That's the big question.
We did see it earlier, but I can't remember if it got... Because there's only one in the deck, right? But I'm fairly sure he didn't actually use it in the end. But we can look through the discard now.
Because if boss is in the deck, then as long as Fabrizio built his bench up, he would be able to take the knockout. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there, attaching prematurely to the Sableye. Could have used that energy card to concealed cards, could retreat. So that could give Fabrizio a couple less outs, but I think the game is already here. Doesn't even need it. Forest Sealstone can search the boss's orders out, has got the final bench Pokemon in the hand, and a switch to finish things out. Fabrizio takes down game number 2, and we are going to a game 3 in round 9.
And that was a bit of a risky opening that Jackson opened up, right? I think maybe that's also why he was reluctant to go for pitch up for so long, knowing that the Raikou V was down, could at any one point, you know, just take a 2-prize knockout on it, and that's why initially opted to maybe opt for that single-prize Charmander, but then just really needing that quick search, so doing the play with the Fulton, but then that gave the opening for Fabrizio to take the final care with the Raikou V. Wow.
What a game. I really just have to think about what Jackson's endgame was in that situation. Just deciding to not take prize cards could have been a correct strategy if that Spiritomb was unable to, you know, use that fade out and move out of play. And maybe something Jackson had to think about going to this game of, yeah, maybe if that was, you know, another Comfey in play, a Manaphy, something else, it could have been a different game. But wow, 2 very different strategies going into this matchup. The super passive route up against the attempted aggression that Fabrizio had. And when he finally got rolling, he was off to the races.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally able to find that Moonlight Shuriken, which was kind of evaded him for so long. Did take out both of the Pidgey there and was able to go for it again. Just taking out then the Dusclops and the attempted, like, you know, setup again Pidgey. Just, yeah, double Moonlight Shuriken in a row. Not really much you can do about that, as much as Jackson absolutely tried his best. In the end, was able to really cool Fulton play to try and, you know, get the Pidgey out and then evolve into the Pidgeot, but then that gave the opening for the Raikou V to come in with the Forest Sealstone using the Star Alchemy to find the boss's orders, and Fabrizio finding all the pieces to take the win.
So we're going into game 3. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. I believe just over 5 minutes remaining. So we'll get into game 3. You know, these things could always end quickly. Fabrizio's not playing a card like Cramorant. That's usually, you know, the victim of the what we call turn 2 win, turn 1 win going second. So we'll see the prize cards come out. Of course, both players are going to want to have access to as many cards as possible, and we'll get into things here. Game number 3, Fabrizio, it looks like will be going first, so Jackson opting to go second in this situation. Do you like that choice from him here?
Well, it's quite common for Charizard, right? It's a bit counterintuitive because you think, oh, a stage 2 deck always wants to go first to get its evolutions out, right? But you really want to be able to play a supporter turn 1 because then your setup is so much stronger. So that's probably why Jackson opted to go second here. And also bearing in mind, like we just talked about with the timer, right? If you go second, you can attack on your first turn, so maybe you can steal the win that way too.
So the Iron Valiant being the active Pokemon to start the game off. You never love to put these 2 prize Pokemon down super early if you don't need to, especially against a deck like Charizard EX. Does have Greninja though to draw some cards, and the switch for flower selecting. More cards go into the Lost Zone as Fabrizio gets set up and immediately having to get rid of the Super Rod in favor of keeping the Colress.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You do play for Super Rod, but you play for Chorus as well, but Chorus is the one you want to see earlier, so it makes total sense to keep that. Nestball coming in as well, finds a second Comfey. Now, did you get a chance to look at the prizes, Ethan? Because I didn't quite get a chance to look at them earlier.
Nope, I'm sure we'll see the prizes very soon. As of now, though, Fabrizio going to put a little bit of pep in his step, understands he's going to have to play fast if he wants to win this game. We'll go ahead and just get rid of a switch cart off of that flower selecting and passing things over. So Fabrizio definitely understands that if this game is a short one, it's going to be favored for him if there is an ability to win. However, Jackson can still claw things out depending on how these next turns go. So it's still anybody's game, even though we've got just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson's prizes pricing the one-off Rotom V and the secret box again. Oh, that's really, really not great.
Yeah, and those Iono can be very important in this matchup to, you know, hand disrupt your opponent, put them to a lower hand size, and with 2 of them being in the prizes, sure, they're at the bottom, so they will probably be taken, you know, in an earlier fashion. However, it's still something that you want to, you know, put disruptive pressure on your opponent while you're also throwing up this big, beefy 330 HP Pokemon and taking prize cards.
Yeah, which is actually what you want to be doing against this Lost Zone Toolbox deck that really struggles with these higher HP amounts. So second Charmander coming down, looking through the rest of the deck, and yeah, finding that once again a lot of awkward one-offs and resources are prized, but not much you can do about that. There is another nest ball and a Pidgey ready to go, so we'll be able to get a pretty decent board setup here. But like you also mentioned, Ethan, I'm looking at that clock and I'm not seeing the win for either player here with the current double setup.
Yeah, notably, Nest Ball here for Rotom would again be great. However, it's Prize this time instead of Spiritomb being in play. So Jackson, again, may be a little bit slow in terms of building up a strong hand to, get these combo turns, Rare Candy Charizard, maybe Rare Candy Pidgeot pending the time. But I have to wonder here how these players are going to, play this game out since we are at such low time in this clock. As it stands right now, Jackson's going to continue his turn prematurely, putting Pheasantipity EX into play, just so that Flip the Script ability could be online to draw him some additional cards next turn, and we'll see if he does have a supporter card he'd like to play as well.
I wonder if Jackson knows and or has realized that Fabrizio doesn't play Cramorant yet, actually.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? It has not been shown yet. A lot of the times you'll see a card like that get lost zoned if it's not needed, or just coming down to put pressure on, but that's not going to be the case at all. And another risky situation here for Jackson. Once again, only puts 2 Charmander into play, and hold on, Fabrizio starting off with a super powerful Chorus's Experiment as a supporter, so this will push him up to 4 cards in the Lost Zone. After these flower selectings, there will be 6, and then if there's a Lost Vacuum or 1 more flower selecting, that could be the magic number 7 Fabrizio needs. In combination with some gates and some right energy cards, that could be no more Charmander next turn.
Well, the water energy is already in hand, actually. So, and we just saw the Mirage Gate find off of the Chorus Experiment. So, actually, this could be really, I think Fabrizio's basically almost there. Does have a flower selecting here to have something to choose between. It looks like a Future Booster Energy Capsule and something else. I didn't quite...
It's a Chorus's Experiment, and it's going to be
one.
really tough to validate putting Chorus in the Lost Zone. So now there's only 1 Chorus's Experiment left in the deck. 2 of those Chorus put into the Lost Zone. And the big question here now, is there another Comfey or is there a Lost Vacuum? We're going to go ahead and see. Oh, does he already have the Lost Vacuum in hand? He does.
Oh, he does.
He has the perfect combination of cards to be able to use the Moonlight Shuriken.
That's why he wanted to keep the Future Booster Energy Capsule, just so he had something to Lost Zone with the Lost Vacuum to get to 7.
And this will be a huge tempo swing. Finally, Fabrizio getting this turn to Moonlight Shuriken, albeit a lot of resources were lost, but it's worth it if you're taking both Charmander out of play and forcing your opponent to have to use their next turn to set up instead of attack.
Yeah, and it seems at the very least you do have the Pal Pad as well, so you can go ahead and put that 1 Chorus Experiment back, so you have 2 left at least, and then it's going to be the attachment, and then the switch. Moonlight Shuriken takes the KO on both the Charmanders, and wow, what a turn! What a turn from Fabrizio there!
Going down to 1 card in hand, but knocking out both of these attacking Pokemon before they are set up and ready. Pheasantipity comes up to the active spot. Sure, you can flip the script and draw some cards, but unless there's a crazy Thornton Rare Candy play, something like that, Jackson's not going to be able to attack this turn.
No, he's not. And you have to wonder if this game went on longer. I mean, time has been called now, but if the game had gone on longer, whether, Fabrizio would have been able to steal this one pretty quickly. But it looks like the timer's just about not worked out for him, unfortunately.
Well, let's not count out Fabrizio yet. Don't forget about Iron Hands EX. That can always allow him to take multiple prize knockouts. The Iron Valiant could knock out the Pheasantipity. So things are nowhere over yet, Freya.
Oh, no, but it seems like the way the time was called, it was actually on Fabrizio's turn, so Jackson actually turned 1.
That's true. Yep, so with Jackson being turn 1 here, definitely not going to be taking 6 prize cards, and I don't think Fabrizio has got any way to take 4 prize cards on his own turn. We're not playing Anti-Valiant out here. We don't have multiple Tachyon bits to be used.
No, we don't.
So we'll see how this game plays out, but as it stands, Jackson really in this game, if this went on longer, like you said, Freya, would have been in a pretty tough spot, pending Fabrizio had at least some sort of attacking aggression in these following turns to take those last 4 prizes.
Yeah, but meanwhile, instead, that Buddy Poffin coming in, just Jackson having a look at the hand. Now, we did see yesterday, Alberto Conte being a very good sport, even though the game ended in a tie, did concede, considering he saw that even though if the game could have gone on, it would have been a loss.
Sure.
But I don't know if there's any kind of thing like that here. So it's, right now, the way this game's going, it will be a tie, but we shouldn't absolutely confirm it until we know for sure.
So finally, Luminous Sign makes an appearance. Spiritomb no longer in play this game. So we'll see Iono come down. We'll go ahead and disrupt Fabrizio's hand. We'll get 4 cards after shuffling those to the bottom of the deck. Jackson, same thing, but 6 cards instead, since he's at 6 prizes. we'll see exactly what Jackson is able to set up in terms of this turn. Is actually going to play the counter catcher on the Iron Valiant, so that will make it a little bit more annoying potentially to move out of the way. It will also possibly prevent something like Tachyon Bits from being more of a likely scenario. So Jackson potentially just playing cautious and conservative to try and make it so that, you know, there's no weird win conditions that come down for Fabrizio in this situation.
Oh, Collapse Stadium coming down as well, just to prevent the 5th bench slot from being used on the Fabrizio side. So then it's just going to be, just a pass though, not even getting a Charmander in play, although I guess maybe given the current turn of the game, it probably doesn't matter too much.
No Charmander down as Fabrizio will be turn 2, so both players will have one more turn to play. Yep, can't play that Nest Ball.
Yep.
Does have the Town Store though, so can go ahead and search through the deck now, find a piece of a Pokemon. It will just be, it looks like, considering the Raikou. Okay, so the Raikou could come down, and we have not seen Forest Seal Stone be used yet, so Fabrizio can, of course, search that out thanks to Town Store, allowing you to find any tool card you'd like, but it looks like it's already in the hand, so that is an option for Fabrizio here.
Yeah, so we'll be able to attach that. No Jamming Tower in play this time, so can go ahead and use that Star Alchemy on the Forest Seal Stone to search for, going to be that Chorus experiment. Just dig further into the deck, find more resources. You can, of course, so this Luminion V, even though it has 170 HP, it is weak to Lightning, so this Raikou V can take a very, very easy KO on it, actually.
As long as Fabrizio can find these Mirage Gate, he'll be in an excellent spot to, you know, find a way to take a knockout. Even the Iron Valiant could attack and knock out this Pheasantipity. So there are a few options to think about, or it's only 200 damage, so you'd have to find, you know, a switching card to come in and out again.
Yeah, so you can make use of that Tachyon Bits ability, because then you could put 2 on the active, and then it would be enough.
So thinking about which cards could hit the Lost Zone at this point, does have to select one more card, or it seems to be able to, you know, put the other 3 into the hand. It will be another Super Rod lost, so that is now only 1 Super Rod left since we saw the one get played last turn. And it looks like we're not going to see this game conclude because there's no more time left. What a great fought battle. So many storylines between both players. We'll go ahead and get confirmation that it is a tie, and indeed it will be. So both players will still come out with 1 more match point. But man, Freya, that was a very weird way to start off our day 2.
Yeah, it sure was. And to be fair, for both of these players as well, given that they are both currently 8 wins, you know, completely undefeated, I think it's more than fair to think, you know what, I'm pretty happy with a tie here. I think that gets me enough closer to making my asymmetrical top cut that it's completely fine.
Yeah, the game 1 was crazy. The Charizards were prized, and Jackson had no consistency. Game 2 chose to not attack. I'm going to really have to look back on that game and think, or maybe even ask Jackson. I'd be really curious, you know, to go and hear from Jackson's perspective at some point to think what the strategy was behind not attacking, and if he's used that strategy against other Lost Box players as well.
Yeah, that game 2, right? Yeah, that was where things kind of took a little bit of a turn to the unexpected. We saw, just the constant passing. We see, the guy's there together, taking a selfie after the match. Lovely to see. So everyone in good spirits, even after the match there. It's always lovely to see
It's all about the spirit of the game. That is exactly what you want to see. And what a game this was, right? So in game 1 here, we did see Jackson finally find that Charizard off of the prize cards after using Cursed Blast ability to take that first prize. And then from there, Fabrizio was just unable to find Colress's experiment, and when that happens with Lost Zone, typically this happens. You scoop things up, you go to game 2, but wow, game 2 was just a completely different game. We thought it was going to be all Jackson, but he chose to take that very passive route.
Yeah, it was a very passive route, enabling Fabrizio to finally get in there with the Radiant Greninja on 2 times, being able to go for the Moonlight Shuriken, double KO on Pidgey, KO on then Pidgey, and Dusclops, leaving no option for a Curse Blast, and then going back to Jackson's turn, where all he was left with a Charmander, but then did the force in play to get the Pidgeot into the active and able to do a quick surge, but then leaving with that Lightning Weakness, the opening to take a KO with the Raikou V for Fabrizio to take game 2.
And game 3 was very interesting. If there was more time, definitely could have been a very interesting one. Probably would have been in Fabrizio's favor thanks to that early Moonlight Shuriken knocking out both of the Charmanders. But it was a tie between both players, so they will advance to 8-0-1. So 25 match points. We'll see how much makes it into our asymmetrical top cut. Definitely going to need at least 2 more wins to get there, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Any amount of players in day 2 as well. But if there's any players that are in a good position to make it, it is these 2, of course. 8-0-1, I think, is still pretty much the highest record in the field. We don't know how the other 8-0 player got on in this round, so if they won their match, they would get 9-0, then maybe that would be enough. That would then be the highest position. But yeah, these 2 are going to be feeling pretty with their position, I think.
So we'll see if that is the storyline for this event. You know, interesting decks that have fallen out of favor. I mean, Lost Zone's been around for, I mean, it's about to rotate next year, so it's been around for a couple of years. Charizard has been in the limelight ever since it came out. They've also fallen out at times, right? Lost Zone fell out of favor when Regidrago was 15+% in the meta. Now it's maybe creeping its way back in now that, you know, Drago's taking a little bit of a step back. Speaking of which, I'm interested to see what our meta game looks like for day 2. Of course, we saw the meta for our first day of competition. For the second day, things have shifted up a lot. Let's think first about our day 1. Raging Bolt EX, #1, no surprise for anybody going into this event.
No, not at all. It's been pretty much like the top pick for like the last 2 tournaments in a row. But I think the thing that's very interesting to note is that Terrapagos EX Dust Noir has always been out in the top graphic somewhere, maybe like, you know, just off on the next page. But here it really has shot up to the 3rd most popular deck in the field. And I think people are really starting to pick up on this archetype now.
Yeah, there is just a lot of power and consistency in a Pokemon that attacks for a single energy attachment and has 2 of the best supporting engines in the game. Pidgeot, you saw how great it was in that last round, and Noctowl, excuse me, is just a treasure deck for any 2. It's Shady Dealings, essentially, on the big Inteleon instead.
Yes. I think the other thing that surprises for me, though, is that you just mentioned there the Regidrago V-Star kind of on its way out in terms of popularity. It did just win the last 2 regional level events in Europe, though, so it just made me wonder a little bit if there's a little bit of discrepancy in what's popular in different regions of the world, perhaps.
And things definitely shaped up for day 2. Let's go ahead and show the deck analysis for our second day of competition. Of course, players entering with 18 or more match points, and look at that shift. Raging Bolt falling down to 3rd, and Terrapagos, like you mentioned, really up in popularity, the #1 most popular deck here in day 2.
And my other mention, of course, that Regidrago V-Star creeping its way up, that from 4th all the way to the 2nd most converted deck into day 2. So a really solid conversion rate for a Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, Charizard as well wasn't on that first graphic for us. It worked its way all the way up to 4th place. So seeing some things, you know, fall in and out of favor. Gardevoir also coming up a little bit now with 11 representatives in day 2.
Yeah, Charizard 5th actually, looks like Gardevoir 6th. And then we haven't even mentioned it yet, that Lugia Archeops still converting pretty okay. It was the 2nd most popular pick in terms of the day 1, but then falling to the 4th most popular conversion for day 2. So still there, but not with quite as strong a showing as maybe some of the other decks in terms of conversion.
Yeah, in terms of not strong showings, it's never going to necessarily be on this graphic, but I'm interested to see how decks like Snorlax Control and Pidgeot do. They're never played in high numbers, but it feels like at a lot of these international championships, they find a way to get into that top cut and sometimes have a really solid run.
Yeah, another one I'm curious about is Golden Go, which we did see yesterday as well. I'm sure that's probably off on the 2nd page of the, you know, the sort of absent 2nd page of the graphic somewhere, but I wonder if a few of those converted into day 2 as well, because that's a deck that, again, it's never played in big amounts, kind of like with the control variants, but some players just feel very confident with it, and sometimes they can just sneak its way in there.
We're going to have to see how things play out. It's going to be really interesting. Of course, it is still anybody's game. We've got 3 more Swiss rounds today, and then we will be going into our asymmetrical top cut. And once we get through the next round, maybe the 3rd round, we're going to start to have a better idea of what record is going to be required. So in total, we've got 12 rounds. How it's usually been throughout the year is 10-2, so 30 match points. Generally is going to be considered safe with how many players we have. Anywhere above that may not have to play in that asymmetric cut. And with how the championship points, the prize money, everything involved shifts up based off of when you get into top 8, it's really a big advantage to, you know, have a tie over a loss in some of these scenarios.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes that one match point can make all the difference, right? Now, but speaking of making all the difference, you at home could make all the difference in our next feature match. So we're going to have a community vote, not to pick the next match in terms of players, but we want to see which decks that you want to be featured in the next round. So go ahead, you can only vote on Twitch for the next round. So get there, watch on the twitch.tv/PokemonTCG. We have a choice of 4 different decks for you to pick from, and whichever one you pick, we will do our best to feature either in the next round or the round after. So go ahead and get voting.
And those choices are Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon, Regidrago, and Terrapagos Dusknoir. So the 4 big hitters of the format at this point. So pick what you want, and we are people of the people. So we will showcase what wins that community vote. This is going to be fun, and we love to get Twitch chat involved whenever it comes to choosing matches.
Actually, you mentioned 4 big hitters of the format. Roaring Moon is a big hitter in terms of the damage it does, but actually, I don't think we saw it in the graphic at all. It's one of those decks that kind of stuck under the radar, right? The Roaring Moon.
I had to, you know, Wipe my eyes off a little bit. Look at Roaring Moon. We've got an imposter there in the top 4. I'm so used to, Roaring Moon being popular in the Shrouded Fable format, but it started to, fall out of favor after the World Championships.
Yeah, but there's a couple people still playing it there. Did get second at the World Championships, like you just said, but a few people are still very loyal to the moon, as it were.
The loyal 3, almost. I mean, it plays 2 of the loyal 3.
It does, exactly.
One of the loyal 3, I guess Petrunt is like the overseer of the loyal 3. So not necessarily the loyal 3, the loyal 1 and somebody else who's chill, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what we have in terms of that. I actually was walking around yesterday taking a look at some of the decks, and I saw somebody rocking Okie Dokie EX, the true loyal 3 out here. Look, you got to come to these events and you got to have 2 mindsets, or you can have 2 mindsets. This is me speaking here. One mindset, you play to win, and if you play to win, you practice, you prepare, you come with a game plan, you pick the best deck that you think in the room. That's option 1. Or option 2, you just send it. You say, this deck is cool, this deck is fun, I'm playing this deck to my event. I don't care if I have 5 auto losses in the format. I'm going to beat somebody, and they're going to be like, wow, your deck was cool, and that's worth more than any money or championship points I'll get.
Yeah, huge respect for the people who do that. And then, you know what, 2 kinds of people, but then there's a 3rd kind of person who somehow manages to do both, right? They will find a deck that is kind of has their niche, and they don't care how many losses they have, but then they end up doing amazingly well with it anyway. Yeah. And when we see those, that's when for us, it's really the most fun it can be.
It's an awesome balance for sure when you can find something that does both of those things. Has there been a deck in recent memory with a player that you've thought about? I think for me, it's probably, Goldango that has found a lot of, very passionate representatives, but the deck is still, I consider a lot more meta than some of the other things that we're comparing. Goldango and Okie Dokie are not on the same level, ladies and gentlemen.
No, they're not.
We're not saying that.
But do you know what the thing is with Goldango specifically? I think it was seen like that until Yellow won with it, and then it started being taken more seriously, right? I think that's a big difference. So it kind of became a more relevant meta force after that win. Oh, no, that's 2nd place, rather.
I'm trying to think necessarily on if there's a deck like that has had a strong player, or maybe people have counted out. It's hard because usually the decks become known as extremely prevalent after they have success. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously outliers, right? I mean, like Shitaro Ito winning world championships with Audino is a good example that sticks out, but it's not like Audino stuck out in popularity and became a super popular deck.
No,
so
it was a specific meta goal of that tournament, right? Yeah. So it was a specific thing. Now, whilst we can discuss that and you guys can discuss at home, we do have some distributions that we want to share at home with you guys, some giveaways on the various different games. So for starters, we didn't actually mention this yesterday, but we do have Twitch drops, not just for Go, but for the Pokemon TCG as well. You can watch along, celebrate with us here at the Latin America International Championships. Watch along and you can get these awesome Half Flame Ogerpon accessories for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
Those are stylish. I'm going to be picking that up for sure. That is for certain. I'm rocking with it, so make sure you guys go check out the Twitch drops on live, as well as the Pikachu EX. Of course, that special illustration rare coming out in the Stellar Crown format. It's already released. Not legal for play yet. It will be next weekend, so get your practice in if you're getting ready to go to sanctioned events and tournaments. So go ahead and check that out. Again, Pokemon TCG. Go ahead and use that on the TCG Live, and make sure you're tuned in here at twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, get those drops in and get your special illustration rare Pikachu on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. But it's not just for the Pokemon Trading Card Game. We do have Twitch drops, as we've already mentioned, for Pokemon Go as well. So it looks like there's a Feraligatr and a couple of extra drops going on. So watch along if you want to on the Pokemon Go stream. We don't mind if you guys want to watch multiple games at once. Watch a little bit of us, watch a bit of the video game, watch a bit of Pokemon Go. Get your drops there on Pokemon Go as well.
And of course, the Video Game Championships happening this weekend is going to be giving away a special shiny Pelipper from Patrick Connor's winning team. Make sure you also check that out on their stream as well, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and use that code WIDEGUARD LAIC25 to claim your Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet usable Pelipper that is shiny and sparkly.
Yeah, it was lovely to see that. Remember to replace the eyes with the ones as it were. So WideGuard LAIC25, but both the eyes become ones and you are good to go. Speaking of good to go, I believe we've had the results of our community vote in, and I think Terrapagos CX Dusknoir is our winner for our community choice.
People have spoken. They are rocking with Terrapagos Dusknoir. I know you are. Coming into this weekend, I really wasn't a huge believer of the deck, but after watching games on the floor, after seeing the deck on stream a bit, I think I'm starting to believe. I think I see a miracle in my future.
You think so? A stellar miracle.
Maybe a stellar one. Maybe a stellar miracle.
Wow. So we're going to make sure to get our next feature match up with a Terrapagos Dusk Noir as one of the decks. The other one, who knows what it will be, but we'll make sure to get Terrapagos Dusk Noir for you guys. You chose, we feature. That's how we deliver for you.
Action is coming. More Pokemon will be on the way. Round number 10. We've got plenty to showcase, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm here with
Lynn, Annabelle, Kenji,
Steve.
and we're here to chat about their Pokemon Latin America experience. So, how far did you travel to get here?
Washington State, USA.
All right, quite a long way. And then, how long have you been playing for so far?
2 years.
2 years, okay. And which game are you competing in this weekend?
TCG.
All right, and then how long are you staying here in Sao Paulo?
We are here until tomorrow only, unfortunately.
Okay, a quick trip, but hopefully you're having a good time. And now, Kenji, Annabelle, are you ready to play a Pokemon trivia game? Yeah! All right, so I have 5 Pokemon cards here with me, okay? I'm gonna cover up the name of the Pokemon, and then you have to tell me what Pokemon it is, all right? If you get all 5 correct, you'll get a booster pack, all right? Yeah? All right, so first Pokemon. All right, immediately. Say it again.
Score Bunny.
All right, perfect. 1 point. All right. All right, next one.
Gookie.
All right. Next one's for Annabelle, all right? Let's see if Annabelle can get one. All right. This one's a little tougher, okay?
Hey, you guys scoot in.
All right. Do you know it, Kenji? Very good. Yeah, Coffin indeed. All right. Next one. Annabelle? No, close. That's the evolution, Sandaconda. The basic of Sandaconda. That's the evolution, but the basic is Silly Cobra. All right, last one. Okay, Annabelle, last chance. Yamper. There you go, Yamper. Very nice. All right, good job. So you'll get your prizes, all right? Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're having a great time. And let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Over 1,900 TCG competitors across 3 age divisions gathered in Honolulu, Hawaii for the Pokemon World Championships. But only 1 junior, 1 senior, and 1 master were able to earn the privilege of traveling home with the title of World Champion. In the junior division, Logan Bailey from the USA piloted an Iron Thorns EX deck with its disruptive initialization ability to the finals match. But Sakuya Ota's Ancient Box deck put out too much damage and would eventually lead to this young Japanese player's victory. In the senior division, Haruku Umehara brought Gardevoir EX its best performance this year with a finals appearance, but Evan Pavelski with his Regidrago V-Star deck used the attacks of Dragapult EX, Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and Kyurem to lock down the win. The stage was set for a Masters Division match. The battle featured 2 players, both only 17 years of age. Fernando Cifuentes from Chile had chosen Iron Thorns EX as his deck for this event. And Shinosuke Shiokawa from Japan played Roaring Moon EX, featuring the brand new Pecharunt EX as well. Neither of these decks were extremely popular during the event, but that didn't stop these 2 finals competitors from believing in their chances to hoist that Pikachu trophy. In Game 1, Shinosuke was able to take the first KO and found himself in a promising position. But despite a few failed crushing hammers, Fernando was able to find a line to give himself a shot. Eventually, a top deck of an energy card would secure Fernando's final attack and the win in Game 1. The second game was very back and forth, but Shinosuke introduced an interesting new strategy, KOing his own Pokemon. Even though this may seem counterproductive to winning a game, it turns out this was his best way to ensure a Game 2 win and send our final match to Game 3. In the final game, Fernando was able to disrupt Shinosuke just enough through Crushing Hammer to ensure his Iron Thorns would remain healthy for as long as possible. In the end, Shinosuke was left with just a single Roaring Moon in play with no energy cards, and Fernando Cifuentes took that final KO and became the world champion.
Going to conclude that Earth and Vessel.
Fernando Cifuentes
is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
These players have cemented themselves in Pokemon TCG history, and you too could be part of that. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete and begin your journey today.
It is getting spicy out here. Plenty of Pokemon TCG action to come as we work our way down to just 2 players for our finals on Sunday. Welcome back in. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya Pierce. And what an event has been so far, and there's still plenty of action for us to showcase.
Yeah, and the action here, you chose. I mean, we had the community vote there for the last round. You chose what deck you wanted to feature. And I gotta be honest, we delivered, but we delivered a little bit extra as well because it's Trapghost Dusknoir, but not as we know it.
Is it fair to say we cooked? I think we cooked.
I think we cooked. I think we did, and this player definitely cooked as well.
We're going to have the Latin America battle here at LAIC. This is going to be an awesome match. Our players are getting set up, so once everything is set and ready, we'll get into this match. But we've got 2 top-class decks, 2 top-class players, and they are clashing here in round 10.
Yeah, not just 2 Latin players, but 2 actually Brazilians, 2 of Brazil's best, I would say, both with a huge swath of accomplishments across multiple different tournaments. A true Brazilian star-studded showdown here on the stage for this feature match in round 10.
This is going to be a good one. Wait for everybody to get set up. I believe they do have their headphones on, so we can talk a little bit about what our matchup is going to be. It's going to be Pedro Pertusi up against Otávio Gouveia. This is going to be an insanely powerful match. 2 of Brazil's top-level talent facing off this early is not something you see often.
No, it's not. It looks like there are some issues over the comms that I see there. Both players have the headsets off, so let's not get into too much detail about what's going on because obviously you don't want to give anything away. But yeah, we can promise you're not going to want to miss this one. I know we say that about every single match, but this one especially, you definitely don't want to miss.
This is going to be a great match. We'll wait for everything to get set up as we work our way in. I want to talk a little bit about what pairings have happened so far, what some of the other action has looked like. There is one player at 9-0 right now. Leonardo Walbridge from Great Britain is 9-0 with Iron Thorns. He has had the run of the day so far, yesterday and today. He has hit 6 Palkia total. He has hit a Snorlax with him playing multiple outs to Mimikyu, and he has hit a Lugia. He has been given so many free matchups, but that's what it takes sometimes to win an IC. However, I think his luck has finally caught up to him this round as he is hitting, of course, Fabrizio, who is playing Lost Box. Traditionally, pretty bad matchup for Iron Thorns.
Not impossible, I guess, but yeah, this is definitely not a matchup you want to be facing, but given how many sort of freebies he's had before, I think he'll accept that one, I think. Wow.
Looking at the other matches too, Jackson Ford at 8-0-1, getting down paired to Matthew Burris, did get top 8 last year at this LAIC, playing that Reggie Drago V-Star deck.
Oh, wait, hold on, Leonardo, that's not Britain, that's Brazil.
Oh, Brazil, excuse me.
Yes.
Leonardo Walbridge, BR.
Yes.
Brazil. I'm not going to get get for that one. Misread there, sorry. I, did not mean to disrespect
BR Britain, but it could be, usually it's either GB or UK for the Great Britain or the United Kingdom. It happens to the best of Stephen, it's okay.
We'll put that one behind us. I think we're good to move forward into the future and get into our next round here where we are featuring 2 of Brazil's best talent. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage. I meant no disrespect, okay? I meant nothing. And here we go. This is what we mean by being cooked. Pedro Pertusi, yes, you see there, Terrapagos EX and Dusknoir on the screen, but this is for like a Charizard Dusknoir deck with some extra steps and some help from Noctowl.
Yeah, it's a really wild list here that Pedro is playing, because yeah, it is still kind of Terrapagos Dusknoir in a way, but yeah, you have this Charizard line, which I think kind of pays double duty, right? Because you can use it just attack with the Charizard itself, but this is something that I've actually thought about a lot playing Terrapagos Dusknoir myself. How good would it be to be able to attack with Terrapagos, but using, the 2 basic energy, so that you can go ahead and attack for 240 damage with Terrapagos, which is enough to KO stuff like Raging Bolt. Like, it's a really, really cool asset that this deck has. So you're almost like shoring up the lower damage output in the early game of Charizard by playing Terrapagos, so you're doing 240 on a Raging Bolt, which is great, and then later on you sweep the Charizard. Actually, just looking at this list, yeah, I am a big fan of this concept, actually.
And Otavio is playing, tried and true, Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. If you've been watching the stream, if you've been watching coverage since the Worlds, you know how powerful this deck is. Nothing really insanely crazy about how it's being built, but it's going to be really interesting to see how these two decks clash. Traditionally, we of course know that this matchup can be very, weighted based off of the coin flip. However, with Charizard being the main focus of an attacker instead of something like the Terrapagos, things could get pretty interesting here.
Yeah, they definitely could. It does not play out the way perhaps you'd usually think, right? There's definitely a little bit more going on with, yeah, this is really, really cool. I cannot get over how much I want to see this version of Terrapagos Dusknoir Charizard play out. And then, yeah, going up against Regidrago, which we've already seen has put on a ferocious display in multiple ways. So both these players just waiting there to get ready, just to make sure the last few issues are ironed out, so that they can go ahead with their setup, draw their opening 7 cards, and we can get this round 10 feature match rolling.
Excited to get into things here. This is going to be a good one. Now, traditionally, Regidrago is fairly good into Charizard, as it has a great answer to Charizard EX in the form of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. With that being the case, is there maybe, more merit on Pedro's side of trying to just kind of abandon Charizard in terms of attacking and use it more so just to power it up? Is it, worth the risk of putting that Pokemon in play when it's just so easy to be knocked out in return?
But here's the thing, right? So in order for Teal Mask Ogerpon to knock out Charizard easily, it has to have energy on it. So I think exactly like you're saying, if you just use it early on to power up Terrapagos instead, you can attack with that, do a lot of damage, and then later on, if you want to sweep, do big damage with Charizard EX, you can. But in the early game, absolutely, don't put energy on it, don't let the Teal Mask Ogerpon knock it out, just use it to power up the Terrapagos so it can do that unified beatdown for 240 damage instead of the 220 that we're normally used to. So I can't believe that no one's even experimented with this before. This seems really, really clever.
Pedro has definitely cooked. Let's take a look at these prize cards, see if there's anything super relevant. There is that one copy of Squawkabilly EX in the prizes for Otavio. That is always a card that can be very important in bailing you out, giving you some more draw on that first turn. Could definitely be a piece that he misses. Pedro's side, some solid cards, but nothing too relevant, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. There's that one of Jack, it looks like, to Pedro, which could be a little bit annoying, because obviously that's a great supporter to fetch early on. But I think both players can kind of be happy with what they can work with here, as they're both almost there ready to go. This is the Brazilian showdown here for us this round 10. Both of these players are currently on 7 wins and 2 ties. So another match point, or another win here, it wouldn't lock things up, but it would put both of these players in great contention for asymmetrical top cut as we kick off our round 10, and it looks like it's going to be Otavio going first.
Otavio going first indeed. Attaches the energy to this Regidrago. Wonder if there's any other way for him to, maybe get to dig through the deck a bit, but nope. Just going to be content with an energy attachment, a pass over the turn, but still a big advantage for Otavio going first, as he'll be able to threaten a lot on his second turn.
Yeah, even just getting the energy on is pretty fine, right? Because it means that next turn all you need is, one Teal Dance plus a fire attachment plus an energy switch to get it going. So I'm feeling pretty happy with that. But for what it's worth on Pedro's side, we do see the Hoot Hoot start and does have the Buddy Buddy Poppin ready to go as well. So we'll be able to fetch a lot here from the deck and go ahead and grab a Charmander, maybe grab, a Duskull if he wants to, grab that Pidgey, which he does play for that 101 Pidgeot line. There's like the amount of different sort of low HP evolving bases in this deck is kind of like blowing my mind a little bit. So picking the right 2 here is going to be a bit tricky, but I'm sure he knows exactly how to navigate it.
Yeah, I'm sure one of those Pokemon will definitely be that Fan Rotom. Of course, Fan Call is an excellent ability if Pedro doesn't already have access to that, allowing you to search for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. and put them into your hand. Super solid in terms of setting it up, and you're going to always want to use that since this is the only turn that Fan Call is a usable ability. So you see Pedro taking note of what cards are available, what cards are prized. It's always important for these competitors to know what is in the deck and what is not so they can make the most optimal plays and not make a line that requires them to have a card they don't have.
Yeah, so exactly like you said, Buddy Puffin going to fetch the Charmander, and yes, indeed, that Fan Rotom. So on the first turn of the game, you can use that Fan Call ability, get 3 Pokemon that are colorless with 100 HP or less from the deck, put them into your hand, so you can go ahead and search a Pidgey here, search a Noctowl so you can evolve into do Dual Seeker next turn, and it's, yeah, really, really strong starts. And this Fan Rotom is really what enables these Terrapagos-focused decks with the Noctowl engine to have such great success that they have.
Just deciding what these 3 Pokemon are going to be off of the Fan Call ability. It looks like it is going to be a couple Noctowl and another Hoot, getting ready to get that Jewel Seeker ability online, albeit it will require one of those Terra Pokemon to be in play. Could be the Charizard, could be the Terrapagos. Sometimes I honestly forget that Charizard is a Terra Pokemon, even though, of course, it is a Dark type instead.
Yeah, that's the advantage of it, right? You can get the Charizard out to have a Terra Pokemon out, or that Terrapagos, so you have the basic option. But yeah, once you're evolved up, you do have the Terra Pokemon in play that way too. So, 2 more Hoot going down, and the Manaphy actually. Okay, so yeah, like normally you think, hold on, now I bench locked myself, I can't get a Terra Pokemon out. But if you can rare candy into that Charizard, then you're good to go with the Jewel Seeker still anyway.
Yeah, it does sort of force Pedro into rare candy Charizard to have a potential option in this case to get this Terra Pokemon out. It's a lot easier, right, to just bench something like the Terrapagos. As action starts over on Otavio's side for the second turn. We will see Professor's Research. It does get rid of an energy switch. Those are key cards that Otavio wants to find on this second turn. We'll look at these 7 cards, see what options are available. Looks like did find another energy switch and the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
With the grass energy as well, yeah.
Start to draw some cards, see what is available. But I don't know if the rest of the hand is quite what he needs to get there. Does have an energy switch and an energy card, but it's not a fire energy that is needed for that Regidrago V-Star to be able to attack.
Yeah, so what I think we're going to see here, if he really values getting the turn 2 Apex Dragon, we do have see the Ultra Ball in hand, could go ahead and use the Ultra Ball, grab that Regidrago V-Star and go for the Legacy Star, right? If you want to go super aggressive, just try to get this turn 2 attack. But is it instead going to be attached to the bench Regidrago V and pass?
This is pretty interesting. By leaving this Regidrago V in the active spot, you're still opening yourself up to being knocked out by a Unified Beatdown attack, since the Charizard opens the bench up as long as you have the Stadium card, and a double turbo would mean you have enough damage to take a knockout onto this Regidrago, pending your bench is full. But there's nothing in the hand here for Pedro. Just passing the turn back to Otavio, and now is going to be able to open the floodgates in this matchup, especially knowing his opponent has an extremely poor hand, can play the Ultra Ball, find these Pokemon he needs, and hopefully get this attack on board and put Pedro on essentially a 1-turn clock to stay in this game.
Yeah, so now you for sure, you definitely know you want to go ahead and go for this aggressive Apex Dragon play, just knowing that your opponent basically did nothing. I mean, if you can pull off a Trifrost here, right, and along with a canceling Cologne onto the Manaphy, like you do that combined play, you're wiping out all the Hoot, right? And then at what point? And then it feels like Pedro is going to be completely stuck. Now it is a lot to put together, of course, but the Legacy Star could get you there.
So unfortunately, there is no canceling Cologne in this list. Some Drago players have decided to, opt out of playing that card. However, there is still the potential here. Otavio has stuck with playing this Hawlucha, which has the flying entry ability. When you bench it, you can go ahead and put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon, which in combination with Phantom Dive could knock out something like the Manaphy, like the Hoot on the bench. All Otavio needs at this point is just a fire energy off of this Professor's Research, and I think I see an Earthen Vessel there, and that will certainly find it for Otavio, and importantly, can keep his Legacy Star, which he smartly and conservatively did not use last turn.
Yeah, and this is extra smart there from Otavio. Yeah, go ahead and go for the Hawlucha, the flying entry, one of the Charmander, and one of the Manaphy, Manaphy, because now you can go ahead and set up this this Regidrago in the active with the Fire Energy. You can go to Apex Dragon, copy Phantom Dive, and you can use those 6 damage counters to knock out the Manaphy, and then next turn you can go for a devastating Trifrost.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice here on where to put that other damage counter. Now, by removing one of these Pokemon, of course, it does mean that you know your opponent's got Noctowl in hand. If they have a Terapagos they can go ahead and put on the bench, then it puts them in a spot where now all of a sudden the ability's back online. Maybe you could have just been a little bit more conservative to put the other damage counter on something like Fan Rotom that's always going to be just knocked out by a Phantom Dive in the future. However, this play here from Otavio could signal that it might actually just be the Charmander he wants to go after to limit the total amount of damage, and I like this play. Trifrost is a great play down the line, but you don't need to push your aggression too much when you're already taking the first 2 prizes. Knock out the threat, knock out the Pokemon that allows your opponent to get set up, and force them to have other pieces, especially since this is a relatively weird version of Terapagos. You never know if your opponent is relying super heavily on this Charizard to make their engine go.
Yeah, no, I guess not, right? And it is in the one Charmander out, so it does make sense to take it out as well, and you're not really too worried. Especially, looks like it's going to be the Fan Rotom promoted for Pedro as he does draw his card. There's an Area 0 Underdepths, but I think there's still no way to get into a Terra Pokemon here.
Yeah, it's a tough promotion either way, right? You're not attacking with any of these Pokemon.
Okay, so that's the Terapagos now.
So did have a Terapagos in hand, but of course playing that Charmander down did benchlock Pedro. I wonder if he's considering, was it really worth putting Charmander down for essentially giving my opponent a huge advantage to take the first 2 prizes? However, we'll still get things started off finally using Jewel Seeker. Now that there's a Terra Pokemon in play, can search out 2 trainer cards and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, so the Jewel Seeker effect only works, of course, when you evolve it from a Hoot and there is a Terra Pokemon in play, but does let you search for any 2 trainer cards from the deck. This is the engine that makes these Terapagos decks really tick, and Pedro making use of it here to also have the extra bonus of consistency for this kind of Charizard package that's been incorporated into this Terapagos deck. Very, very cool to see as we see the grab there. It looks like it's going to be the Fortin and the Counter Catcher. Okay.
So interesting here. I wonder if Pedro has the pieces to potentially re-establish a Charizard, and with the second Noctowl in hand, that could be an option, right? If you do have something like Ultra Ball for the Charizard, plus, you know, grabbing rare candy off of something like the Noctowl, you could put this Fan Rotom in the discard pile and switch it out with Thornton. And since it's been in play for a turn, as it, you know, retains all effects on that card, you can go ahead and essentially cheat out a Charizard without having to wait for Charmander to be in play.
And actually, I think the Charizard is already in hand, so this Ultra Ball can fetch the Noctowl. And, oh no, it's not. Okay, I thought, I guess I missaw. But yeah, going to go ahead and go for the Fortin. You can swap out this Fan Rotom, seems like the obvious contender, right? Swap it out there. It has been in play for a turn, so now you can rare candy into that Charizard.
Yeah, notably can also go after the Teal Mask Ogerpon with a Grass Energy already on it. That way, if Otavio wants to respond with a Myriad Leaf Shower to knock the Charizard out, it would require 2 Grass Energy plus an Energy Switch in order to make that happen.
Again, it looks like the Noctowl was the one that was already in hand. So yeah, the pieces are all coming together here. You can find the rare candy, and I guess one other card looks like it's going to be a Nest Ball just to get that last bench slot filled. But that's it. That's all you need, right? You're good to go here now.
You are good to go. You are going to take 2 prizes back, but without, or rather with Legacy Star still not being used, if Otavio is not able to draw into those pieces, it's all but guaranteed at this point. And with Otavio going down to 2 prizes there, it just begs the question, how do you go about the turn after this? Sure, right now you're responding, you're taking a 2-prize knockout, but by losing 2 prizes first to Regidrago and not having, you know, some of those defensive cards in the list that we see commonly with Terapagos, like the Bouffalante, could it come back to bite Pedro now that he's, you know, climbing up a mountain when there's just so many threats on Otavio's side?
Yeah, that's exactly what Pedro's going to be worried about here, and he's going to try and shore up his defenses as best as possible to mitigate that, and maybe a part of that is going to be that Radiant Charizard that just came down right. It can attack for a very few energy. It can you can get it to KO a Regidrago V or a Teal Mask Ogerpon very easily, and maybe since it's a 1-prize attack, he can kind of shore up that prize trade a bit better by using the Radiant Charizard.
So Pedro responding in kind, going to have to do everything he can to keep up in this game. Thinking about what to counter Catcher at this point. There is always the world where, you know, you could target down the Regidrago, but I think makes the smart choice here. Getting rid of the biggest threat to Charizard at this point will knock out the Ogerpon with Burning Darkness taking 2 prizes, and Otavio immediately promoting this Teal Mask Ogerpon. You know that's exactly what he's going to want to attack into this Charizard with this turn.
Yeah, gonna just need to find a Grass Energy, or V-Star power on the Regidrago V-Star shouldn't be too hard to find, especially if you mix it in with this Pheasant Dipsy that just hit the bench and can draw more cards with its Flip the Script ability.
I'm sure players have been hearing that all weekend. I'll flip the script, I'll flip the script, and I'll flip the script. Just such a powerful way to consistently keep up your aggression, which sort of seems like the opposite of what the card is there, right? As a card that draws you cards when you get knocked out.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You have to take knockouts to win, so unless you're playing some kind of control variant. So generally speaking, yeah, sure, even it's meant to be like a comeback card, but if your opponent needs to take knockouts anyway, you're going to be drawing cards every single turn, and that's exactly why Pheasant Dipsy makes its way into so many different decks.
So there is Teal Dance number 1. We now see the attachment for turn and does have the energy switch. And this is essentially almost curtains here, it feels like. Of course, there are cards Pedro can play to give himself a better chance in this scenario. But with Legacy Star still not being used, no matter how much Pedro disrupts the hand, Otavio can always just get 2 guaranteed cards, which could be all he needs to close the game out.
Just didn't need it, you know, just had it. Just straight up had it. Wow, this is super, super strong from Otavio because, yeah, you can essentially, like you just said, next turn, you can just lock things up with the Regidrago V-Star, and there's nothing you can do to disrupt this Regidrago V-Star from being able to use its power.
And a Professor's Research to follow things up can just continuously dig through the deck, find more pieces. Who knows, we could see maybe another Teal Mask Ogerpon come down. There's another energy switch. Otavio actually making a smart play I think a lot of players would choose to not do. Talk me through this, Freya. What is the decision-making behind energy switching off of the Regidrago V-Star that's already powered up compared to the one that just had a single grass energy on it?
It's to set up this exactly right here. So you get to a point where you essentially want to set up a couple of different Regidrago V-Star so that if one gets knocked out, you can still go ahead and use the other one. And yeah, there we go. Pedro recognizing the situation. The door's closing. It is curtains for Pedro as Otavio does take game 1.
In convincing fashion, just that one misstep early on of not having a way to use Noctowl. You've seen throughout the stream this weekend how strong Jewel Seeker is, but it's really that second step that we don't talk about of getting that Terra Pokemon in play that allows it to be successful. And that's one of the downsides of, you know, having the Charizard be your main engine instead of going full all in onto Terrapagos. You sometimes have to commit to some more greedy plays, especially going second in a matchup like that. And if it doesn't pay off, you're going to really struggle to come back.
Yeah, which is exactly what we saw in that game 1, basically. So I'm sure Pedro will be taking that aside, maybe thinking, you know, I really like getting the Charmander out early if I can, but if that's just going to happen again, maybe I just need to focus on getting my Terrapagos out just so I can go ahead and do those early Jewel Seekers, which are what really makes my deck work in the first place. As yeah, we saw here in this game 1, as soon as this Regidrago V-Star came into the active, made use of the Phantom Dive, just taking out the Charmander after that flying entry with the Hawlucha as well. Super, super strong play from Otavio, and really showing the merit of Hawlucha in this deck, even though a lot of lists have opted not to use it anymore.
And this is the key to winning games with Regidrago. It is point and simple. The longer you save your V-Star power, the higher chance you have of winning. Especially when you saw at the end there, that may have been the convincing factor of benching that Mew. With Mew, Pheasantipity in play, and the Regidrago that hasn't used their V-Star power, it is almost impossible for Otavio to lose that game in that situation. That's just what happens when you let Regidrago run away with these games.
Yeah, and when you build your deck in such a way as well to kind of counter these disruption cards, which are usually so powerful, right? But if you just build your deck to make sure that you have that backup draw power for when you're on a low hand size, you're good to go regardless. So here we are kicking off in game 2, and Pedro will of course be going first, as these Terrapagos and Dusknoir based decks always want to do.
Nest Ball to kick things off, so at minimum can get, of course, the Fan Rotom potentially to get some Pokemon out. Terrapagos, maybe Pedro learning his lesson, saying, you know, I might need to get some more Pokemon that are Terra Pokemon in play before I start to build up and, you know, bench lock myself out. Of course, that Area 0 does extend the bench to 8, but it's only if you have that Terra Pokemon in play first, so you've got to be really careful in setting your board up. A lot of times when you have Dusknoir, it's a little bit more flexible. Now, in this list, there is a thinner line of Dusk
It's like a
Lord.
mini package.
It's like a little package, so that can always work, right? You can put the Duskull down, and if you need the bench space, you can use that Curse Blast ability to open it up.
It's actually a very similar line to what we see in some pure Charizard decks. So you kind of have here the 2 Duskull, the 1 Dusclops, which most of the Terrapagos pure variants don't play anymore, and then the 1 Dusknoir. So a 2-on-1 line just to do that little bit of math fixing. It is the full complement of 4 Hoot-Hoot, but only 3 Noctowl, so really valuing getting those on the bench early, which makes a lot of sense. And then, well, actually, one important thing to note on the counts, there are only 2 Area 0 Undepths in the list. That's going to be a big one because, of course, normally in the pure Terrapagos variants, you play 3 or even 4. Only having 2 means you need to time them at the exact right moment to make the most of them.
So the choice off the Nest Ball is that Fan Rotom, and Fan Call in turn will be used. We'll definitely see some Hoot-Hoots come down into play. The Pidgey, of course, is in the active spot, so no need to get another Pidgey. And it will, in fact, be the choice of 2 Hoot-Hoots. And actually, interestingly enough, does have the 50 HP Hoot-Hoot. It has a cool ability that prevents your energy cards from being disrupted on your board. Can be a nice way to, you know, give yourself a little bit of a advantage against decks like Iron Thorns potentially, but a lot of people have, you know, favored out of playing that Hoot-Hoot just because having 50 HP right now is just not a great number.
Yeah, funnily enough, because of a card that Pedro himself plays, of course, that Dusclops, the Cursed Blast, does put 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that is exactly enough to KO these 50 HP evolving basics, which is also why the 50 HP Pidgey, which would normally be more optimal, hasn't seen play either for similar reasons.
Honestly, it's unoptimal in some cases, not a lot, in some cases, but be honest, you get to play a character art rare. Like, why would you not want to play that? Why would you not want to play the most high rarity version of a card? I mean, that's honestly the biggest selling point for that Hoot-Hoot.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And we do see there the illustration rare Pidgey there in the active, although I must say, I'm quite fond of the shiny 50 HP Pidgey as well. That one is quite nice.
Nice, but currently out of favor. Otavio will start his turn off with a Nest Ball in kind, and Regidrago V will be the selection. Very standard stuff here for Otavio. Start to threaten the turn 2 Apex Dragon. It is bread and butter with this deck. Exactly what you are trying to accomplish game after game. Where things differ is really what attacks you decide to use, how you want to spread your damage counters, but these turn 1s are almost identical depending on no matter what you're playing against.
Yeah, that does really tend to be how it goes. Now, given that Otavio is going second this game, going to be very important to get down multiple Regidrago V. You do not want to be in a situation where you end up with only 1 down, and then if Pedro just has the completely bonkers turn, ends up getting a full bench going with a Terrapagos to get a KO onto a Regidrago V. That's not what you want, but it looks like a second Regidrago V drawn off this professor's research, so he's fine.
But no energy cards, and that is definitely the big question at this point of now that there is another Nest Ball in the hand. Obviously, if you don't have to play Squawkabilly down, it's not something you'd like to do. There's things like Regidrago V-Star in the hand, a supporter card for next turn, but I think this is a situation where Otavio might just value having that turn 1 attachment over or putting, you know, a lower HP Pokemon in play, and in kind has to use that Squawk and Seize ability to try and, you know, get his energy full or board full of energy, and will do exactly that as Squawkabilly can come into play as it's not in the prize cards.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you play Squawkabilly, right? You don't necessarily want to use Squawk and Seize ability. It is a liability to get KO'd later on. It is a 2-prize Pokemon that has only 160 HP, but in a situation like this, exactly like you said, you need those energies down. You want to start doing your Teal Dance. You want to start attaching your fires onto your Regidrago. So yeah, even with the massive discard that's happening here, and to be fair, a Dragapult EX and a Kyurem hitting the discard pile is not bad either.
Not bad at all. Did lose a few of those Draw Supporter, 1 Iono, and 1 Professor's Research. But these 6 cards really need to find Otavio some energy cards. And it does find just that.
Yeah, there we go.
Energy, and it looks like an Earthen Vessel, plus some okay cards to discard in this spot. And an interesting sequencing choice here that I like from Otavio. Wants to find as many energies as possible, so he's actually just going to use this Teal Dance before playing the Earthen Vessel. Unfortunately, did not find an energy card, but did find a Cleffa. This could be a spot where Grasping Draw could give the pieces for Otavio to put together a powerful attack, and it looks like Otavio does want to end his turn off in style by using that Cleffa.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. We do see there actually... Oh, hold on. Is he thinking about not playing the Earthen Vessel, maybe?
could potentially, play this Super Rod from hand first. That could be the consideration, and this is the situation here. So can play the Earthen Vessel and then decide whether or not it's worth playing the Super Rod, and that's really the question here. But I think I like this from Otavio. You can get rid of one of the Super Rod. That's okay if it means you can keep that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn on the bench instead of having to shuffle it back into your deck and getting this attachment down onto one of your Regidrago on the bench as well.
Yeah, because now you can go ahead, attach the fire to the Regidrago, put that down that second Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX, make use of one more Teal Dance, and then hopefully play the rest of the hand out to do a really big grasping draw. I think that's going to be pretty much the ideal turn for Otavio there.
So Teal Dance number 2 being used. Another card drawn. It is Hawlucha. That can always be a card that's useful later on down the line. And we'll see the grasping draw. Fill the hand up to 7, so 4 cards being drawn. As action is back on Pedro. Pedro really needs to have a lot stronger of a turn 2 than he did on game number 1. But it all surrounds the fact of there being no Terra Pokemon in play currently. Do see the glimmer of some of those powerful Stage 2 Pokemon, the Pidgeot EX and the Charizard, but we need Rare Candy for those to function. And be careful there, Pedro. Don't put that Noctowl in play until there's a Terra Pokemon. Smartly, though, and wisely catches himself before he evolves it.
Yeah, well, as long as you catch yourself, right, that's the main thing. Didn't have to consider whether there's a world where you want to get rid of that Temple of Sinnoh as well. There is 1 double Turbo Energy in the deck. The energy lineup, it's so thin. It's 4 fire and then 1 double Turbo Energy just to get things going. And it does find off that Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Duskull, actually, it looks like. So, I mean, in the Regidrago matchup, the Duskull maths doesn't really maths that well, so it makes sense to get rid of those now. So yeah, going to Ultra Ball for that Terrapagos, and then now, yes, evolve the new Hoot Hoot into Noctowl and go for that Jewel Seeker.
And I think it is going to be a candy party here for Pedro. Immediately queues up 2 of those Rare Candy to the top of the deck, really wanting to get both the Charizard and the Pidgeot EX in play, and has the advantage of them both already being there, so no need to search anything out. And now the support line is online for Pedro. He's got the Pidgeot EX, he'll have the Charizard EX, and he has not used Quick Search yet, so this turn is far from over.
Yeah, so there it is, Rare Candy evolving into the Pidgeot, and I don't know if the Charizard was already ready to go in the hand. Oh, it looks like it might be actually, yeah, so I think just debating whether you want to Quick Search first, or whether you want to just go ahead and do this Rare Candy into the Charizard, but no, going to Quick Search first after all. Going to take a decision to see what to go for, and yeah, why not? Just go for another Noctowl, right? Jewel Seeker number 2, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also technically optimal to Quick Search before playing Charizard if nothing else in your hand is going to change, since it doesn't give Otavio any information about which card you Quick Search for in this case.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
It's a small little thing. It really just depends, though, on what cards Pedro will grab from this second Jewel Seeker ability. So again, any 2 trainer cards that Pedro would like can come to the hand, and immediately the Area 0 Underground is one of them. This is a big turn here for Otavio to potentially, if he can find a Gusting card plus a full bench of Pokemon, there could be a target onto something like the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, the Regidrago V on the bench, and then that way Pedro can also find a way to take the first 2 prizes in this matchup. Instead, though, it's going to be Iono and that Area 0, so Pedro may understand that it could be a little bit too much to reach for, and may just want to take the 1 prize right now and get these Pokemon into play.
Yeah, alternatively, if you find something to gust off of this Iono that was fetched, you could just go ahead and grab the Squawk ability as well, because even the Charizard can KO that, right? 180 damage base will still be enough. So yeah, he's going to grab the free Fire Energy here, and I think what he attaches to is going to be very telling as to what he thinks the best method of attack is, and it's going to be what a piece on... Oh, okay, so maybe, yeah, like you were saying, take the KO on the Cleffa, but do it with the Fan Rotom for good measure, why not?
Bring up a 1 prize Pokemon, sort of force that awkward-ish prize trade for Otavio. Fan Rotom is always a liability later on in the game if it ever takes 1 damage counter, or even if it doesn't have damage counters on it thanks to the Hawlucha being in the deck for Otavio. It can always be knocked out on the bench via Phantom Dive. So we'll see both players get their hands shuffled, put on the bottom of the deck, and draw 6 thanks to Iono. Pedro, as of right now, though, will be striking first and taking the first prize card if he chooses to knock out this Cleffa.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it makes, out of all the things to KO Cleffa with, it definitely makes the most sense. And then you have your Terrapagos and Charizard ready to go with just 1 more fire attachment needed on either one in order to start attacking with them. And there it is. Assault Landing. Do you need a Stadium in play for it to work? But then it just does 70 damage for 1 colorless energy. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all indeed, as Otavio brings up this Regidrago V to start the turn. Again, some important resources. Don't think we've seen any energy switch be played yet. That is going to be a key piece. Otavio needs to find at least one of those this turn. Can, of course, manual attach an energy switch away.
I just saw that actually Pedro took a fire energy, his last fire energy that was in the deck from the prizes. So actually it was a very, very good find from the prize cards there.
Yeah, wow, very interesting for him to, make this play knowing that's the case. Of course, if this fan Rotom is ever knocked out or can retreat, then of course the energy can get shuffled back in. But it is sort of, some interesting inclusions. Yeah. Only playing 4 fire energy. It feels like it keeps going lower and lower with all these Charizard decks over time.
I guess you do have the Night Stretcher, right, which you always search for. So that maybe he felt confident with that, knowing that the fan Rotom was likely to be KO'd, and so that's why he went for it. But then you just get the fire energy off the prizes, and you're good to go anyway. So that's just the bonus.
And Giratina V-Star now hitting the discard pile for Otavio, so that is always a big one-punch option that exists, especially on a Pokemon like Pidgeot EX that makes Pedro's deck run and function consistently and also gets knocked out via that lost impact due to perfect math.
And found the Prime Catcher as well off of that flip the script. So as long as this Regidrago V-Star can get set up, they will be able to take a knockout on this Pidgeot with this Prime Catcher.
We'll see another Teal Dance be used, this time the first of the turn. Putting another energy onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon, and another smart decision here, and really run me through this, is that 1 energy on the Charizard EX instead of placing 2 on there.
Yeah, it's because you want to make sure that you can attack with either one, right? So, because you only need 1 more fire energy to attack, why not give yourself the option? And you want to be able to attack with either the Charizard or the Terrapagos, especially given how this damage race might go.
That is true. What I'm thinking more so is it, of course, changes the math that's needed for Myriad Leaf Shower. Usually you need just the 3 energy on, but with there only being 1 fire energy on Charizard, you would have to commit a 4th energy, which means you, of course, need to play more energy switch down, play more resources. So it kind of does both of those things for you.
Yeah, it does. I think in this instance, I wasn't considering that as much because, like you mentioned earlier, I think you really want to target down this Pidgeot this turn. Especially if you haven't drawn the Prime Catcher, like you said, without this Pidgeot, this deck kind of falls apart a little bit, right? So you definitely want to target that down as much as possible.
And there is that first energy switch. It does go on to this Regidrago V-Star, and as long as there's that Prime Catcher, which there is, Pidgeot is an excellent Pokemon to target down this turn, and with the Mew, can just bring the Mew up, retreat for free, back into Regidrago, and Lost Impact can take a 1-hit knockout onto Pidgeot. The only choice remaining now is what energies from where do you Lost Zone off your Pokemon?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, right? You could, if you're confident that your Regidrago won't get KO'd, then it's pretty easy. You just do the 2 bench ones. But if you're not confident of that, then maybe you could even do it like here, go for both the active, or you can take a middle approach and go 1 from each. I think that would be the way to do it. But it looks like, it's going to be just both from the active.
Yeah,
so
it's tough here because I think with Charizard being the most likely attacker on the following turn, you kind of want to have 1 grass on both Ogerpons so that they aren't targeted. Yeah. So I think that's the thought process from Otavio. And in the worst case, you can just attack for turn and play another energy switch if you want to attack here. So good choice here from Otavio. Takes the 2 prizes, is now in the lead as action is back on Pedro. Pidgeot out of play. There's no Hoot in play, so Jewel Seeker is not an option, and he's stuck with whatever he has in the hand currently to make something happen.
Yeah, this is a very, very rough spot for Pedro here. Not really left with any options to draw or search any more cards. Did, thankfully, as we already mentioned, get that fire energy from the prizes, kind of attach it to the Charizard, but I mean, what do you actually attack into? It's there's a Prime Catcher in the hand, actually, so maybe you just go for the easy 2-price knockout on something here. Maybe, as you mentioned, target down 1 of those Ogerpon so that at least there's 1 more grass energy knocked off the field.
You could target 1 of these Ogerpon, but that's why Otavio placed a grass on each. Wouldn't even need to use another energy switch, and it's just so likely that Otavio is going to have 2 grass energy with how his deck is built, with how much he is able to search out energy cards every turn. Pedro's really got to think about what's best, but you've got to at least take 2 prizes this turn, and it will be the choice of actually going after Pheasantipity, and that is just the strength, again, of putting the grass on both. Otherwise, Pheasantipity would not be knocked out, but in turn, it would be a little bit more difficult for these Ogerpon to be able to attack on the following turn.
And I do like, given the current board state, I do like the choice of the Pheasantipity. We have seen how strong this card is. Just those 3 extra cards drawn whenever you one of your Pokemon gets knocked out, just can be all the difference between having a comeback turn or from outright losing. So makes complete sense to target this down, just try and minimize the chances of Otavio finding those 2 grass energy to get the counter attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
So Pheasantipity now in the active spot. Due to Otavio taking 2 prizes, Burning Darkness is dealing enough damage, 180 and 30 more for each prize card taken. But this is really going to be on Otavio. If he can consistently do what he's been doing, hit those check marks every single turn, find what he needs to take 2 prize turns this turn and next, there's really not a lot Pedro can do to take the advantage out of Otavio's court if he can continuously, again, save that Legacy Star. That's going to be the big point to note out on this turn.
He's done it in game 1, and he's doing it again in game 2. He's able to find everything he needs without making use of it, and that is so, so strong. Having said that, though, going to Pedro's side, we do see off of that, the I know that was played, right, did actually find a Buddy Buffin, so able to find a Manaphy and a Hoot Hoot, and then a Nest Ball as well for good measure. Did it find that Pheasantipity EX, so we'll be able to do a flip the script. And, okay, just some questions about the bench arrangement there, just to make it clear what the extra ones are. But, yeah, I think that I like this a lot. And then just going to be the knockout after that. Let's see, can Otavio find these 2 Grass Energy?
2 Grass Energy indeed. It does also have the second Regidrago on the bench already, so that is solid. We'll see what this hand looks like. There could potentially be a counter stadium that can always, of course, force Pedro to go down and bench some more Pokemon. As of now, though, Otavio is going to take advantage of that extended bench space due to the Area 0, putting that 6 Pokemon into play. And we will also see the energy switch, so this works too. Now all you need is just a Teal Dance ability, and you can place the energy card anywhere else. And this is smart here, playing down the 6th bench Pokemon first. And now that the bench has been removed, both players are going to have to discard 1. And Otavio's definitely got a very easy choice in what he wants to get rid of.
Yeah, you just get rid of that Squawk ability, absolutely. No questions asked. A very, very lovely, smart heads-up play. Making use of the opponent's stadium to your advantage is something that's always really, really good to see.
And the only downside is if Otavio had a way to, you know, maybe get Pheasantipity back in play, that would have obviously been a great ability to use this turn. However, now with the stadium being played down, the bench is locked. So there are the 2 Regidrago and the 3 Ogerpon. That's it. Here we go. Big restart here. What does Otavio find? And he finds the Earthen Vessel. That is excellent. Needed to find some sort of way to continue the turn off. And this is exactly what he needs. As long as there are energy cards left in the deck, he can find the Grass Energy for Teal Dance and then another energy card to commit as his attachment for turn, possibly onto one of these Regidrago V-Star, as it may want to be his attacker of choice in the following turn.
Yeah, although it looks like the deck is a little bit thin of energy, actually. Thinner than I realized. There's only 1 Fire and 1 Grass Energy left in the entire deck.
Those are going to have to be the 2 choices then. But again, don't count Legacy Star out for naught. It is an ability that can be used later on to grab pieces like those Super Rods that can, you know, put those energy cards back in. We saw 1 get discarded, of course, on that first turn.
We did,
And then there is, of course, 1 more available pending. Otavio does not have any in the prize cards. So for now, we'll grab the Grass Energy. Turn's technically not over yet. Of course, there is a 1 card draw from Teal Dance. But again, Otavio's hit everything he needs. From here, cherry on top.
1 card drawn there off the Teal Dance. Restart's already been used. Where does this Fire go? I guess go on the other Regidrago riders, but nowhere else where it really makes sense to put it, I think.
Yeah, I think even if this was a Grass Energy, I'd really like it so that the energies would be split between these Regidrago V-Star for the sole purpose of after this Teal Dance, or excuse me, after this Teal Mask Ogerpon takes the knockout on this Charizard, there's really not a lot of use for it as an attacker later on. So your opponent's most likely going to just want to target down something like the Regidrago V-Star. Hence why it's probably better to split these Pokemon up. So now the question here is, how does Otavio want to go about committing his energies for turn?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? He's looking for his discard pile right now. I don't know if there was a debate about whether there was an energy attached. We know that there wasn't. Like, he can definitely attach it. Oh, he's actually going to go for the Legacy Star now.
So what is Otavio looking for at this point? We'll go ahead and use the Legacy Star. Take a look and see. Oh, well, this Ogerpon only had the 1 energy on it to begin, so it may have actually just used the Teal Dance. So there is still an attachment left. I think Otavio may want this Disruption card here, the Iono, since he knows Pedro has a slightly large hand and no access to something like Pidgeot EX. So we'll see the Super Rod go ahead and get played, and this is also due to the fact that Otavio may want to put another Grass Energy into play this turn with Teal Dance so that he can have some to energy switch in the following turns.
Yeah, so this makes that now and then it makes a lot of sense for this to be the turn where you fire off that Legacy Star, find that Iono, find that Super Rod, get the energy back, and then just you can play the Iono, and then you're going to be feeling in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, but to be honest here, the more I think about this, I really wonder if it's worth, you know, disrupting your opponent when you are already in such a commanding spot. I think the biggest concern here, the more I think about this, is a card that we have not talked about yet, and it's that Briar supporter, which is always a concern here for Otavio when you go down. But again, it's in the prize cards here for Pedro, and Otavio does not know that. That is going to be a big missing piece here for Pedro.
Right, because of course the problem here being, of course, you have that Mew EX down, so that's going to be a very easy Briar plus knockout for free prizes. So playing around that as best as he can. But yeah, thankfully for him, he doesn't know that yet. It's in the prize card, so it's not even a worry.
Any Pokemon, right? Going down at 2 prizes, Burning Darkness is going to be dealing a lot of damage. Now, of course, there is no option for that. No Charmander on the bench, but plenty of Pokemon for Terrapagos to take a knockout. So we'll see Otavio disrupt Pedro, put him down to just a 3-card hand here thanks to Iono. Otavio will get 4, and as it stands right now, it seems like Otavio will be able to take these 2 prizes and cross his fingers, all for naught at this point, since there is no Briar available, by taking the knockout on Charizard. And that's really, Briar having a sneaky effect at being able to steal games when it's available.
Yes, and it's very heads up for Otavio to think about that, of course. I mean, maybe you could think to yourself, oh, is there room for the Briar in this? Because, there's so much different things going on, but you have to play around the chance of it, right? I mean, it is a Terra-based deck, and we've seen that, Terrapagos and Charizard are often playing it, so I think it is more than fair to play around it, and, well, in this instance, it won't matter, but I think it would have paid off if the Briar was available.
Yeah, even if the Briar was in the deck, there's still a lot that Pedro needs here. He needs the energy to attack with the Terrapagos, the Stadium to increase the bench. He needs to find the Gusting card as well, and there's only the single Hoot Hoot and Pheasantipity to support him in that endeavor. So we'll see exactly what happens. Pedro will use Flip the Script to draw 3 cards. Let's see the hand draws into 3 essentially useless cards. I mean, the Area Zero's not a terrible one, but as it stands, you could take 2 prizes, but if your opponent can just power up a Regidrago V-Star, the game will be over on the following turn.
Yeah, and it's... I'm actually trying to think if he would have had it if the Briar was in the deck, because I think there is an Ultra Ball there. There's Buddy Poffins. I actually think if Briar was available, he would have had it,
That is true. If there was the Stadium and, well, there's the Stadium.
Yeah,
and
there's
also
one
had
drew.
The Energy card as well. Don't forget that. Drew into the double Turbo Energy, had that. But I think with this Buddy Puffin, if Pedro didn't already realize it, he's going to get the bad news that Briar is not in the deck. And now we'll have to think about what his option is from here on out.
I guess Charmander would be like one option, right? I mean, if nothing else, you just want to get as many bench Pokemon down as possible so you can do more damage with the Terrapagos. That's going to be key, number 1, regardless of whether you had Briar or not. But yeah, very unfortunate there that Pedro just, with that prizing of the Briar, missed the opportunity to really steal the game from Otavio here at the end.
Absolutely. And now the question is, if you're not winning the game this turn, right, if you're just committing to taking a knockout onto this Ogre Pawn, what is the best thing you can do in your situation, or in your opinion, Freya, to limit Otavio's chances at winning this game?
Well, I mean, there's no Pheasantipity out, right? So that's something at least. Maybe now, given this situation, I do believe there is at least one Iono left. You can just go ahead and Jewel Seeker, grab an Iono and just disrupt the hand and just hope for the best, because, like we already mentioned, the Legacy V-Star power has been used at this point. So, were it not for that, I think it would be a very different story, because then it would be almost like guaranteed that Pedro could find the pieces. But with it gone, that definitely changes things a lot.
So there is the Jewel Seeker. So 2 trainer cards found for Pedro. There is also an interesting situation here. You see immediately looking at grabbing the Counter Catcher to go after one of these bench Pokemon, and I have to imagine that may be something like the Mew EX on the bench that could provide maybe a little bit of support, a little bit of
extra
draw,
some
draw here.
Buddy Puffin coming in as well. There's 2 more spots left on the bench. Just going to be the 1 Fan Rotom down. I think there's probably, I don't think there's enough other Pokemon left to actually get the bench to the full amount, which is unfortunate, because that means you can't quite get the KO on this Teal Mask Ogerpon because of double turbo.
Yeah, and actually going to go after this Regidrago V-Star. I wonder here if Otavio does have a switch remaining, since Legacy Star was used. We saw Prime Catcher get used early on. So I wonder here now if Pedro could maybe buy himself some time to take a little bit of a slower approach in this game. Maybe go in with the Terrapagos, take a big hit into this, and then finish it off with something like Fan Rotom and leave up a 1 prize Pokemon. So let's not count Pedro out of this game yet.
No, not at all. I can absolutely see it. Super Rod, I don't remember if we saw that used or not, because you'd want to get the Fire Energies back into the deck, say if you want to evolve that Charmander that just hit the bench of the Charizard to clean up the game from there. But it's going to be a close one no matter what. So we're going to see the retreat into the Terrapagos here, and it's going to be a unified beatdown, not for a knockout, but it's going to put a lot of hurt into this Regidrago V-Star.
So just looking through the discard pile, I'm not sure I saw a switch in there, and that is, you know, the big piece that Otavio is going to want to find in this situation. If he can find, you know, a big combination of switch, energy switch, and one of those energy cards, the grass mainly, that were taken off of the prizes, that could be what he needs to close the game out this turn.
So yes, this is going to be 160 damage coming in, I believe. No, 160 is going to be 180.
180 damage.
Or 190 because of double turbo.
Yeah, 190 because of the double turbo energy. And now Pedro, though not able to win the game this turn, does take, you know, a slower route, a little bit more methodical here. Can always make, you know, some cool plays with Thornton and Cursed Blast. There's some things he can do there. But this is Otavio's opening to win the game right here and right now. Let's see the deck. There's actually, I don't think, any energy switch left, and I don't think there's a switch in there either.
Oh, no. Has Pedro just found a way to sneak this win here?
Absolute disaster. That is not what you want to see if you're Otavio, putting that Regidrago V-Star in play. Of course, if it was a V, it would be in the same situation. Yeah, just a fire energy, some grass energies in the hand, but you can't commit to teal dancing those on since you have no energy switch to move. It's just going to be a pass, and let's see if Pedro has what he needs to win the game. There's no Briar, that's the case. But with there being, you know, one Duskull at least in the discard pile, if there is a Thornton still, since Otavio is at 2 prizes, Pedro could potentially use a Cursed Blast ability and take the game from there by finishing off one of these bench Pokemon if he's got another way to, you know, gust something up into the active spot.
This is an absolute nail-biter right here at the end of this game 2. We do see the Night Stretcher coming in from Pedro. You can use that to grab any Pokemon or basic energy from your discard pile and put it into your hand, and it's going to eye up that Noctowl. Of course, that Hoot did hit the bench last turn, so can use that to go ahead and use the Jewel Seeker, grab 2 trainers from the deck. I think, is he able to put it together? I think he's thinking about it, you know?
It might be close. Anything is possible with Jewel Seeker. So 2 trainer cards taken out. I wonder, have we seen the Prime Catcher be used yet? There is the Thornton, but the big question here is there one more way to gust a Pokemon out? You can use the Cursed Blast ability, but if it's on anything but this active, it's really going to not have any super solid use in this spot since something else can come into the active spot, and there's always that fear, right, that there's one more energy switch to be able to get that attack if there's not already 4 in the discard pile.
And it looks like instead of the Thornton, it's going to be the Rare Candy plus the Super Rod. So there was already a Rare Candy in hand. So interesting that he actually opted to, you know, grab a second one here. I guess, does he want to try and set up the Dusknoir and the Charizard in this turn, maybe? Just to clean things up?
Dusknoir plus Charizard the same turn means that no matter what Otavio sends up, it would be guaranteed knocked out from Charizard. So this might be the read here for Pedro. Go ahead and take this turn to, again, set up, give yourself some time, make this play happen next turn so that you can go Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Dusknoir, take the knockout on the active, and then no matter what gets promoted, as long as it doesn't even matter because of that 3 prizes. So even if a 1-prizer comes up, that's all you need.
Yeah, so this is incredibly smart and heads up from Pedro here. Super Rod shuffles in a Dusknoir and a Duskull, and one other thing I think I missed, it was an energy. Nestball coming in, going to put down that Duskull and set himself up for this win next turn.
Yeah, just have to make sure there's enough Rare Candy left. I think we've only seen, we have seen 2 used, so without Pedro having any prize, has just enough Rare Candy to make this happen. So Pedro managing his resources very well, will play the Jock, which can grab that Dusknoir that was just shuffled back into the deck. And with there being everything in hand at this point, as long as Pedro has one more turn in this game, one more chance, he will have the pieces he needs to win. He's going to pass things over to Otavio and say, if you've got the pieces here, you can close this game out, but I'm not sure it's there. Just the grass energy, going to attach that to the bench, and I think we may see Pedro be able to navigate this game through.
I think so as well. So he's going to be pass it over after touching the grass. The draw for Pedro, I think he's got it all right. There's the double Rare Candy.
As long as there's 2 Rare Candy and enough fire energy to be able to knock out this Pokemon, Unless there's not enough fire energy. That's the only concern here with this situation.
He did shuffle one in with the Super Rod, I'm fairly sure, but maybe that's the only one in the deck currently, because he did have to get back, of course, the Duskull and the Dust Noir.
Well, let's see this go into play. The first step, though, is that Cursed Blast, and he's going to get to take 2 prizes here, and one of those is going to be the Night Stretcher. Is that what he needed here to figure this out? Doesn't even need it, though. Has the boss's orders in hand, so can bench the Pokemon, play boss's orders onto Mew, and despite not having the Briar, able to find another way to close this game out and tie things up at 1-1.
Wow, Pedro so stealing a victory from the jaws of defeat there right at the end. We saw that Otavio was such a dominant position, but Pedro finding a way to claw it back through this intricate 2-turn setup play. I'm so impressed.
And it's so tough because when you see it from our view, it of course made so much sense to hold on to that Legacy Star V-Star power because the Briar was not in the deck. Of course, Pedro's not going to know that, though. Otavio's not going to know that.
Exactly.
And so it's such a tough situation because you have to play assuming your opponent has the pieces that they have, but that game is completely different there if that V-Star power wasn't used on that turn.
Yeah, so rough when you're kind of in a sense making the correct play, playing around up at your potential loss condition, but it ending up losing you the game because of it. Yeah, well, let's take a look back at that game here. So big KO early on from Otavio as he was able to take out this Pidgeot EX. That was a very big setup stifler in the early stages of the game for sure. And then, but then the Charizard came in and got a few of the attacks going. The response, as you mentioned, setting up the Ogerpon as well to make sure that he could go ahead and take the response KO with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. And then we just, in the reply there at the end, we're just piecing it all together over 2 turns with the rescue, with the Night Stretcher, getting the Dust Noir KO on the active, and then Boss's orders to bring up the Mew to close out the game. Wow.
This is really the trademark of a great player in the Pokemon TCG, finding those alternate win conditions. When one door closes, you have to try to pry the other door open, even if it's going to take, a few kicks to knock that door down. If they're waiting patiently behind and they're giving you time to kick the door down, it works out. It's okay.
Yeah, it sure does. Just, yeah, incredible stuff here. But we will be going into this game 3. Now, this is always a tricky thing, right? Because we're in game 3, not a lot of time left. Maybe one of these players can win quickly, but I mean, given how it's been so far, I mean, it's probably going to be a tie, but not guaranteed. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out, but not a lot left on the clock here.
It's never over till it's over. Let's not count that Freya as a fact. But the big thing to think about as well, both players are at 7-0-2. So, theoretically, if 30 match points is going to be the cusp for the asymmetrical cut, they could, in theory, afford to take a tie and then win their last 2 matches. It's going to be very, very close. However, we'll see how this game plays out. Not a great starter here for Otavio. Starts this Kyurem in the active spot and will play the Earthen Vessel to find some energy cards. We'll have to see the rest of this hand for Otavio. There's just over 2.5 minutes remaining in this round. Both Super Rod, though, in the prizes for Otavio. Things like the Halucha, also a relevant card in this matchup, and 2 grass energy too, so there will only be 7 energy total, or excuse me, 8 energy total here for Pedro, or excuse me, for Otavio the entirety of the game. There's nothing else in this hand. It's just gonna have to attach to Pheasantipity, and oh boy, if you're Pedro here, you put the gas on right now. You put your pedal to the metal, and you go, because this is a chance for you to close out an extremely fast game. Don't check your prizes. Don't look at anything. Grab the Pokemon, play them down, and just run with it.
Oh, he knows. He knows. We'll check his prizes for him, and honestly, I don't think those prizes matter too much. Again, the double turbo could be a little bit awkward if you want to get a quick attack with Terapagos, I guess, but generally speaking, I think he's going to be okay with these prizes.
Yeah, and just has to finish this turn, honestly, within 1 minute and 40 seconds. I mean, Otavio could literally just draw a pass in return. So hold on here. Let's not count this out as a tie. Pedro still has a great chance to close this game out. Of course, can't use that Unified Beatdown going second. Is just going to go ahead and bench everything, get a count of how many cards are here, and we'll go ahead and see Otavio draw. What does he find? It's a Squawkabilly. That would have been a great card on turn 1, but that's the only other Pokemon we're getting a Cruel Arrow powered up. What is happening here, Freya?
It's Pokemon, that's what's happening, Ethan, and it looks like this is a draw for turn. It's a Radiant Charizard, but I'm fairly sure that Pedro's got everything to do an insane setup here. The Terapagos is in the active. You have the Noctowl ready to go, the Jewel Seeker. I think you're going to see a KO on this Pheasantipity.
Just needs a full bench, and that Infernal Rain ability from Charizard could knock this Pokemon out with something like Prime Catcher in the hand. as long as Pedro has the resources, there's only 3 fire energy in the deck, and that's just enough here, as long as he can find the evolution Pokemon, and this is going to be everything. The MVP Jock coming in, that can search out the Pidgeot EX and another Noctowl to get all of these pieces. Now, Pedro most likely will not finish this turn before time is called.
But it doesn't matter, right?
But it really depends, though. Well, he's going to be turn 0. So the way that this works out is Pedro would actually only get 2 turns here is the problem. He would get turn 0, turn 2, and that's it. So with how things stand, I think Otavio having the Squawkabilly might be his saving grace, depending on what the rest of Pedro's turn looks like. So we'll get confirmation here that time is called. As things stand, though, Pedro will be turn 0.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
That is a scary ghost. That is a scary ghost.
Yes, this would be the difference maker, because even with the Squawkabilly, if you can get this Duskull evolved into a Dusknoir, you can take out the Kyurem and the Squawkabilly and still steal the game.
We're going to see the Prime Catcher, the retreat for free, and a knockout on Pheasantipity. What do we see? There's a Teal Mask Ogerpon. That doesn't seem like a big draw in theory, but with how things work, Otavio is going to be turn 1. We'll get double confirmation on that. But if that is the case, then I don't know if there's a way for Pedro to take 4 prize cards in the same turn. It would have to require him to do something like Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Thornton, Night Stretcher, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and then knock out the active Pokemon. So it's not 100% sealed, but it's going to necessarily be tough. We do see the Ogerpon and the Teal Dance, so we can see some more cards get drawn. This is close, despite this being 4 minutes going into this first game.
Yeah, this is so crucial here. We need to get confirmation of what, because sometimes, you know, the clock that we have here on the stream isn't 100% in sync by the second to the timer that the judges have, so we have to make sure, okay, we just got to have confirmation. This is turn 1 of time. So that means time was called on Pedro's turn.
Okay, so that means Otavio is going to be turn 1. Is there a Squawkabilly in the hand? I feel like at this point, that everything is going to work, but it looks like we're getting confirmation here that this is how everything works. I think the big issue to think about is, did Otavio draw a card to start things off? And I think that's the discussion that Pedro is having right now, of clarifying who was turn 0, because it makes all the difference here for Pedro. If Pedro had an additional turn to play this game out, if he had 2 turns instead of the turn that just played,
he's fine.
Then he is in a winning position to close this game out.
It all comes down to this, and this is definitely the discussion that's being had. Who knows? Like, it's just a few seconds on the clock can make all the difference in the world, just to give that 1 extra turn that Pedro needs to turn a tie into the win, and maybe just to steal this game. I think this is the discussion that's happening now. So we'll get confirmation. The players are talking about it, and we're going to get clarification as soon as we know. We'll let you know, and we'll carry things on.
Whew. Went through a ride there for those last 4 minutes. I did not expect things to get that out of hand, but that's just the power of drawing well when your opponent is drawing nothing, for that matter. But man, let's not underestimate that Teal Mask Ogerpon draw for turn. 100%, as of right now, is the deal breaker between 0 match points and 1 match point for Otavio, and between the difference of a chance at top cut and being knocked out of contention for top cut.
Yeah, no kidding. So look, it looks like the head judge is being called over now, just to really clarify things, because this is, we cannot overstate the importance of what turn time it is. Like we just said, to explain it one more time, if this is turn 0 of time, Pedro will get turn 1, and then it'll be turn 2 for Otavio, and it'll be turn 3, which means that Pedro has 2 turns to take 2 prize knockouts and win the game. As it stands currently, there's a discussion about whether the...
It's turn 0. So as it stands right now, the ruling is that Otavio is currently turn 1.
Okay.
So if that is the case, right, the way that turns of time work is Otavio would get turn 1, Pedro gets turn 2, and then Otavio gets turn 3. So from this point until the match finishes, Pedro would only have 1 more additional turn.
Yeah.
And with the way that this most likely stands, it's going to be really hard for Pedro, with the board that he has now, to take 4 prizes in 1 turn. So that's the big situation here. However, the narrative is completely changed if the situation is different, since 1 more turn means 1 more ability to take a 2 prize knockout, right? That's what this deck wants to do, is to go 2 prize turn after 2 prize turn after 2 prize turn. you miss one of those turns, you miss 2 prizes, and that would result in a completely different game state.
Yeah, and there is basically a debate here, because like you said, the ruling has already been issued, but I guess there was an appeal to the head judge to clarify what's going on, so they're now just reviewing that just to make absolutely sure that that's the establishment that is correct, and that it is Otavio that's turn 1 and not turn 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, those first 2 games were a little bit shaky for this Charizard deck in the beginning.
Yeah, no kidding.
But if you needed any convincing that this deck has power, wow.
Yeah.
That turn was beyond textbook. That turn was almost perfection of what this deck wants to do in testing. I'm sure maybe that when Pedro was playing this deck in testing, you know, trying out this concept, he probably had a turn like that, saw everything happen, and then thought to himself, wait, this deck is broken. Why am I not playing this deck for my event?
And then decided to play the deck for the event.
Exactly.
And then he's on stream around center here at the feature match. But yeah, wow. My personal takeaway from this is that I got to experiment with this version of Charizard to Trapagos, because it's funny, because I was talking about it at the start of the match, right? I thought to myself, what would be really, really great if I could use my Terrapagos to easily KO a Raging Bolt EX, because 240 damage, you can hit it with Terrapagos, but usually not when you're playing the double turbo energy, that reduces the damage to 220. But then I was thinking, oh, you could do something with the Glass Trumpet, but then you have a little bit of clunkiness. But Pedro's cracked it. He's like, you know what's a really good basic energy accelerator? Charizard EX. Do you know what's a really great late game attacker? Charizard EX. Do you know where the synergy, because there's already Rare Candy in the deck anyway? Charizard EX. It's all there.
I'm just going to say Charizard is the most broken card in all of Scarlet and Violet. I have been saying this since day one. Burning Darkness is already a ridiculous attack. Grass weakness, especially before Teal Mask Ogerpon, the best weakness to have in the game. Yeah. By far. Grass Pokemon were fairly weak.
Yeah, there's no really meta relevant grass decks until Teal Mask Ogerpon.
And then on top of that, you have an Excel 3 on Evolve ability. I mean, look, Charizard takes 2 energy. Why does it not Excel 2, Fram? Why does it accelerate 3? It's just so extremely powerful, and you see even how that extra energy makes things flow so much more smoothly, right?
It does, yeah.
Power up your Terrapagos, put the energy on the Charizard, you play around some of the cool math from Teal Mask, right? Your only weakness-based threat in the format. And then next turn, just manual attach and you're good.
Yeah, it's and not just in this deck as well, but in general, that it makes the flow for Charizard deck so much better, because you're not just essentially using the ability to power up itself, like attaching 2 energy. You get that extra 3rd energy, and you can put it wherever you want. You can put it on a Pidgeot if you want to attack with that blustery wind. You can set up a Radiant Charizard. How many times have we seen that before? Setting that up, it's Infernal Rain, a redonkulous ability.
So we'll wait for everything to get confirmed out. Of course, we're having a discussion currently with the head judge as well as some other judges. We want to make sure everything is cleared out. And honestly, Freya, this decision will define what happens in this game.
Yeah, this decision will be the difference between whether it is a tie and a win. If we're going by the clock that we had on the stream, it is correct as it stands currently. I do believe it went to 0 when it was Pedro's turn. But again, sometimes there's a discrepancy between our stream clock and the clock on the table. So just want to make absolute sure that we've done it right here.
That is a lot happening very, very short. I mean, these are the best situations, at least from a viewing perspective. It's you go into game 3 with little time on the clock, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a draw, and then we get some action. We got to love action. This is what we live for.
Yeah, it absolutely is what we live for, and we see Pedro there just trying to explain the situation, right, from his perspective. And yeah, like you said, this is the difference maker between a potential win and a tie, right? So it makes absolute sense that he wants to, make sure that this is how that it plays in his advantage. But he's just trying to explain things from his perspective, right? So yeah, we will see what the final ruling is. But for now, at least, we're just gonna we're waiting to see what happens and just talking about these 2 decks. Both of these players, I mean.
I just wasn't expected to cool down this quickly. We were right in the heat of the moment, and then this happened. So I'm processing everything. I'm taking a breath right now. Hopefully, viewers at home, of course, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, any of our social media platforms, make sure you guys use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, by the way. Share your thoughts on this match. This is by far the most intense Game 3 that we've seen through all of this. And it's not intense in terms of back and forth, but it's just the opportunity that sort of presented itself out of nowhere. After, look, if we went into a percentile of who was favored to win this set, the second turn, after the second turn had finished for Otavio, we probably would have been at 85–90% for him to win.
Yeah.
He was doing everything he wanted to. He had saved his V-Star power. He was drawing excellently. And then all of a sudden, Pedro took that game out of nowhere, even after prizing the Briar, found his win condition over the 3 turns of evolving, using the Dusknoir, gave himself a berth into a 5-minute Game 3, and now all of a sudden is right knocking on the doorstep of give me those 3 match points, let me into being almost towards that top cut with one more win.
And the irony, of course, all of that possible because Otavio felt forced to use his Legacy Star V-Star power early to play around the Briar that was actually just prized anyway.
It's so tough. I think 95 out of 100 times you have to make that play.
Yeah.
I think there were too many cards from what I recall. I think like 8 or so cards in hand, and you have Pheasantipity as well to draw cards. It's almost certain at that point, right, that you're going to have access to Briar Countercatcher.
Yeah.
Because that was the play. It was just minus the Briar, right? It was Countercatcher on the other Regidrago, and then that was it. But I do wonder, thinking back onto that turn, if you were losing to a counter catcher anyways, because with thinking about the Legacy Start discard, it discarded 2 Iono, the Super Rod, and then a couple of energy cards. I don't think it actually discarded the switch, and I don't think it discarded the energy switch. So if you were going to lose to the counter catcher regardless of if you used your V-Star power, or you were going to lose the counter catcher if you used your V-Star power, regardless of if they had Briar or not, would it have just been worth it to save the V-Star power? And that's what I'm going to have to look back on in that game and really think about the resources. Because if it was a loss either way, then it 100% would have been better to hold the pieces and say, look, if you have it, but I'm going to give myself a guaranteed win next turn.
Yeah, I guess it was just because, right, if there was a Briar, the win was so simple, right? It was just basically like search the Briar, because I think you could just hit the active, right, and take 3 prizes off of it. So I think that's kind of why he made the calculation there in that regard. But I guess the other way to think about it, though, is more along the lines of even after Iono, right? If the Briar wasn't prized, he still would have been able to put together the turn regardless.
He needs like one of the 2 pieces. He needs to find the Briar or find the counter catcher off of the 4 cards plus the draw plus the flip the script.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. But I mean, I don't blame Otavio for making that play in the moment, because it's so hard to see the resources a lot of the times with Regidrago. You think to yourself, okay, if my opponent's playing Countercatcher, they're just going to play Countercatcher to close the game out.
Yeah.
Not to stall up the Pokemon, hit it, and then eventually build Dusknoir out of nowhere over the course of however many turns. So it is a really hard play to see, but it can be, right, those really small things that seem, you know, small or sometimes even important in the moment, but it's just one decision. And that's what it can take in Pokemon. One decision can make or break the situation.
So we just had word that currently the head judge is actually reviewing the footage to make the final determination as to whether the time was called. So that's going to be kind of the ultimate call there. And so as soon as he's done reviewing, he's given his ruling, we will know for sure how this game will play out.
This is going to be a big one.
It is.
This is going to be probably the biggest decision here in terms of, you know, judge calls on this stream. We saw a pretty big one in terms of, you know, the match yesterday with Cloth versus Regidrago. That was, you know, a pretty long judge call. So we'll get the action resumed as soon as possible and fill you all in on what ends up happening in this match as the head judge comes back on and gives this deliberation.
Yeah, so it looks like he has reviewed the footage there. We can't quite hear what the judges are saying, but we have like a sort of like the lasers letting us know what's going on. So as soon as we know, you'll know. But don't worry, we are not trying to like stall here on purpose. We just want to, you know, keep you. We want to let you guys know as soon as we can.
I don't think anybody wants to stall in this spot.
No, definitely not. Definitely
this is a high action moment for the TCG. This is a big match between 2 big players. We're going to see exactly what happens. Of course, you know, both players pleading their case and figuring out what the proper situation is. And that is, you know, one of the nice things that we have of being on stream is the ability, right, to review the footage and get clear confirmation of everything that's happening, and we'll see how things play out.
And I don't want to assume too much, but it looks like Pedro is like shaking his head, not feeling very happy here. I think it is confirmation that it is, that Pedro, that it's turn 1 of time for Otavio. So with that, door closed, and it looks like it will be a tie because of that.
Yeah, there comes that Squawkabilly down onto the bench as well, and you see Pedro knocking his cards down thinking, is there a way? Also using that Prime Catcher to bring up the Radiant Charizard, and that is very big because there is no copy of Raw Switch in Pedro's list, just has the 1 copy of Professor Turo to be able to move this Charizard out. And if you're using your supporter for turn on the Charizard, you can't use your supporter for Thornton, and I think that might just be it in itself, even if Pedro had a ridiculous combination of cards.
Wow, so Ultra Ball being played will discard a Super Rod and an Area 0 under depth, so the last Area 0 in the deck going to the discard pile. And yeah, I think he's just going to try and look through to see if there is anything, but I don't think that there's any way here. I'm fairly sure this one's going to be a tie.
So what seemed to be was not. What was so close, it's not able to be enough for Pedro here. He's going to go ahead and still grab this Dusknoir, so he can go ahead and, you know, choose to knock out this Kyurem with that Cursed Blast ability, and then if a Pokemon comes up into the active spot, no matter which one, as long as there are 7 Pokemon on the bench, since there's no damage reduction, thanks to there being 2 Fire Energy, Terrapagos can take another knockout as long as there is that Professor Turo in the hand.
Yeah, so Rare Candy into the Dusknoir, Cursed Blast will knock out the Kyurem. 1 prize taken. What's the prize?
Don't know if it necessarily changes a lot, and there is that Turo again. So Professor Turo brings up the, Radiant Charizard to the hand. Terrapagos comes up into the active spot, and we're going to see what looks like the bench be completely filled. A knockout onto this, and the Squawk ability will come up, the pass will happen, and that is going to be it. It will be a draw between both competitors, so a bit of a sad ending, you know, to what seemed to be an eventful and exciting Game 3. However, have to reiterate again, a tie does keep both of these players in potential contention for top cut. And honestly, with the display that both of these players put on for us, I'd love to see either or both of these players make it to top cut. What a set, Braille, what a set.
Yeah, what a set indeed. Now, actually, there was something else that I was wondering if there could have been a potential for some ridiculous play where you go for like a double Dusknoir with Fortin.
That was the idea, but by prime catching up the Charizard, right, you commit your supporter to the Professor Turo.
Yeah.
But what a set this was. Off to the bat, Otavio dominated in Game 1. It was the quick Regidrago V-Star on the second turn, combined with Pedro having an extremely slow turn to get things set up that allowed Otavio to take reins of the horse and lead himself to a victory, especially with big responses and the Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is not in the deck to attack, being an excellent attacker into the bulky Charizard EX.
Yeah, with that grass weakness, of course, being able to hit with that Myriad Leaf Shower, you know, the free energy plus on the Ogerpon plus the 2 on the Charizard to attack makes the perfect max hit weakness for the knockout, and that's why we often end up seeing that happening. In the rest of that game, we saw that in Game 2, just taking knockout on that Serendipity was the best thing to go for, given that Otavio set up very cleverly with those 2 Ogerpon on the bench, didn't have the return knockout on the Charizard, and we thought that might be all she wrote, but Pedro, with the insane recovery turn, with Otavio being forced to play around the Briar in his mind, you left the opening for the Legacy Star having been used here. Bring up the Mew and just take this, do over this 2-turn setup, a crazy comeback play with the counter catcher on the Regidrago V-Star.
And you saw the timer right there, only 5 minutes going into Game 3, but Pedro gave himself a fighting chance to close things out. It could have been the difference, 15 seconds could have been the difference between a win and a tie for Pedro. And in the end, it just wasn't enough. He was able to, you know, get down to 1 prize card to finish the game off. The 1 prize card too little. It will be a tie. Both players still undefeated at 7-0-3, but plenty of work still to do. They're going to need to win at least their last 2 rounds to have a chance at making that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, it's and we don't even know fully what the cutoff it will be at the end. Yeah, it's the way it works. The asymmetrical cut is it's kind of similar to how, you know, in the past you'd bubble in or bubble out depending on your opponent's win percentage. So as long as your win record is as good as someone who did make the top 8, you're in top cut, and that's when we get the asymmetrical rounds.
It's going to be really interesting to see. Of course, we are at a field of about 1,500 players going into this event. We've seen sort of some numbers in events where the cut is clean. A lot of times there have been bigger bubbles. I think the most we've seen is about, you know, 2 play-in matches at one of the Europe regionals a month or so back. So that was the most recent example. But sometimes, you know, it could be nice and clean. It's going to be pretty hard to know if there's going to be 8 players, though, at 10-1-1 or better. If there's just one, if one player slips in at 8th seed at 10-2, then all the players at 10-2 are going to make it into top cut.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, Ethan, but I am absolutely exhausted after that judge call. Why don't we get to, you know, Ryan and Chip over to take over from us, or Kyle and Chip rather. But we'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our next round of feature match.
Hello, I'm here with
João.
Joao. Do you play Pokemon TCG Pocket?
Oh yeah, I'm really loving the game.
All right, so tell us a little bit about your TCG Pocket experience so far.
Oh, it's a very amazing game. Like, I started on the launching day and I still play it every single time because it's so fun, like to open the package, organize your binder, because it's the real experience of the on the physical TCG and now online, because you can organize your binder, open package. It's so amazing. In the battle, it's amazing.
I mean, you look very excited when you're talking about TCG Pocket. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, I really loving the game.
All right, well, there you have it. Lots of people getting to experience Pokemon TCG Pocket. They're loving it, and they're everywhere. Yeah. Let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UEX.
He found it. Show them what you got.
'19, 2022, and 2023, all top 16 placements.
I'm Evan Pavelski, and I'm from Wisconsin.
Now you are the world champion. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I started competing in 2018, was my first competitive season, and I went to Worlds that year and got top 32, and ever since that, kind of kept on playing and went to the next 4 Worlds, including this one, so.
From the United States, Evan Pavelski!
I was on stream in 2019, I believe, at NAIC, and I was playing against Benny Billinger, one of my good friends. It was not a good matchup, and he played a card that kind of like destroys my whole deck.
2019 Memphis Regional Champion, top 16 Madison Regionals, top 4 at the Origin Special Event, and then a top 8 at Collinsville Regionals as well.
But yeah, this is my first top 8 at a Worlds yet. I have 3 other top 16s, but this was my first top 8, so.
He found
it! The canceling cologne here.
My favorite memory is probably just traveling over the world, all around it, and like seeing new places, meeting new friends, and competing. The player I look up to most is probably Braden Elford. He's given me multiple decks and has a really good game knowledge and really good at meta calling and making new decks.
That's the game. Evan Pavelski is your 2024 senior champion here.
My #1 goal was to probably have fun, and after this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite, and to see how that goes.
Our trading card game senior champion, Evan Pavelski!
Probably my best advice would be to play a deck that you're very comfortable with, and don't try new decks the day before the tournament unless you feel like you're really confident with it. Be confident into every match, into every game that you play. What Pokemon type? A dragon, so I can fly.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized. Immortalized.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our international championships for the Latin American region down here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Chip Ritchie. I'm joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse. We'll be taking you through our last 2 rounds of Swiss. Round 11, round 12 coming up very soon, and then we will know who will be a part of our single elimination top cut. An exciting time in a Pokemon tournament, Kyle. I cannot wait. I'm sure you're excited as well.
Yeah, man, you start to think about all the times that we were going for those championships, and this is a very confusing time for players. You know, you're trying to lock in, get all those points, but you're also thinking about what could your opponent be playing. You're playing against the clock as well. There's so many factors that go into this. Have you played enough Pokemon to be ready for this chance to potentially win the next 2 matches and make it to the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, it all really does come down to just a couple of games at this point. The difference between thousands of dollars or walking home with just a few packs and some championship points as well, which is not a bad prize. Let's not get it confused, but I mean, the competitors here, they want to go for the trophy. They want it all, without a doubt. And, you know, we'll be focusing mostly here on matches that are heading into Top Cut, but there's tons of other matches happening. Players who are eliminated from Top Cut, there's still a ton that they're playing for out there.
Oh, yeah, we saw the points breakdown that these players can receive a bunch of points to potentially get themselves closer to the World Championships, but also the money that's at stake here as well. We're talking about $2,000 for some of these players, and it goes even further beyond that, too. So hopefully those players have that opportunity ahead of themselves and get the job done.
Yeah, incredibly high stakes matches without a doubt. And we've got plenty of players out there who are very familiar with the situation, you know, former international champions still fighting for it, former players who've, you know, been competing for top 8s, who've gotten into these cuts before but haven't quite been able to lock up the finish. And then there's tons of players out there who are experiencing this for the first time.
Yeah, and it's so exciting for them to have that opportunity, but also for those players that have already achieved that glory, have won this international before. We know that we have some players that are in that position, and it's so exciting to think that they may be able to do it again and cement a legacy, unlike only what a handful of players have done.
Yeah, I think, what, 3 players have won multiple internationals. Of course, Tord Reklev with his 5 IC wins. Be a while before someone catches up to him, and then we've got players like Azul Garcia Griego and Gustavo Wada, who have both won 2 international championships apiece. To add yourself to that name of 3 players would be pretty wild.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that we might have that opportunity here now already, and it's a lot of interesting decks that we see as well too. To think that we're at the end of this format, and at least this card pool that we have here now, but we're also seeing so much innovation.
Yeah,
it's so exciting.
So cool.
Well, I mean, Pedro, that was insane.
Yeah, I don't know to call it a Terapagos deck or a Charizard deck. I mean, it really is like a 50-50 split almost, and it can play as one or the other depending on the situation. I mean, you've got to give massive props to both Pedro Bertuzzi and William Azevedo. I mean, they're the masterminds behind their testing group. They work together tirelessly. They, of course, popularized the Arvinzard engine at the very beginning of last season, which then became the normal way to play Charizard decks, even to this day for many Charizard players. They've continued to push the envelope and find maybe the next new innovation.
I'm sure if you asked them which of the decks it is, they would just say yes.
Yeah, I mean, so many random supporters that you don't see all that often. The Thornton getting into the mix, the Jack as well, getting you just what you need sometimes. You know, Noctowl for Jack gets you Charizard and Pidgeot, pair of rare candies, and you are set up and ready to go.
Yeah, it's wild to think that innovation's already here, and I mean, there's still an opportunity for us to see that later on in the tournament too.
Definitely.
So, very excited to see that. I haven't been able to check out a lot of the top tables here, Chip. Is there any deck that surprised you so far going into this?
Yeah, so we do have an Iron Thorns player who's wreaking havoc amongst the top tables. Did start off the day with a win over Diego Rathje, who of course was the 2018 Latin American International Champion. It does look like they did lose their last game, so 9-1 now. Leonardo Walbrinch at 9-1 with the Iron Thorns. We've got Jackson Ford, who we did see tie in round 1. He's sitting at 9-0-1, currently going up against Isla Kornolf from Finland, who is here playing Golden Go at 9-1. I mean, what the heck?
You know, that's just sometimes we want to count a deck out, and you should never do that because it can surprise on and off. I mean, we featured Golden Go on the stream earlier, and it just did not seem like there was any world where you'd even take a few prize cards. And sure enough, fighting all the way until the very last turn of time here.
Then we've got at table 2 this round, Fabrizio Inga Silva. We saw Ty on round 1 up against Jackson Ford. He will be playing against Brent Tonneson, who is 9-1. Brent on the Reggie Drago V-Star. You know, name a more iconic duo, Brent Tonneson and a deep run at an IC.
Honestly, the Wet Goose can just do whatever he wants at this point. He's been traveling all across the world, and for good reason. I saw him posting earlier on Twitter that if the easiest way to just go to all of these big events is to do well at all the regionals.
Yeah.
And it's like,
just snowball it forward.
We figured that out. We just we can't do it like you do.
As it stands, with 4 rounds today, 2 Swiss rounds left remaining. It looks like we have got 41 players who are still in contention at X and 2 or better. 24 match points going into this round. More than likely, 30 match points will be the mark that players are needing to get. We'll know more certainly after this round, once pairings go up for the next round, kind of what things are looking like. But I'm excited to get into this Swiss round 11 match. I think our players are ready. Let's get down to the table, and we have got an extremely exciting one for you now.
Yes, we can see our 2 players lined up. It's a former international champion, Diego Rate, up against Henry Chow. We've featured Henry Chow so much on the stream, and he is playing this Gardevoir deck once more.
Yes.
Name a better duo, just like you said.
He's definitely an early contender for Breakout Player of the Year, I would say, winning the Baltimore Regional Championships with his Turbo Gardevoir list, and he has continued to find success with this deck. He got a top 64 finish at the Louisville Regional Championships, and he decided it was good enough to bring down to LAIC. And we see Diego Rathje on the other side, rocking with Origin Form, Palkia V-Star, and the Dusknoir. This is a deck we've seen a couple of times already. Extremely strong choice. No surprise to see Diego has decided to rock with it for this event.
Yeah, this is a really back and forth matchup. It's exciting to see because you know about the explosive opportunities that Diego will have in this matchup. You've got an opportunity to knock out so many of these very important staples of the deck. If you can take down the Ralts or the Kirlias before you see that Gardevoir EX, there is no way to accelerate these energies and start to deal with the countless answers that we see Henry have in the mid to late game.
Oh my goodness, we see prize cards going out to Origin Form Palkia.
Where's the Hisuian? All right, we have Hisuian Heavy Ball.
He does have Hisuian Heavy Ball, but that is a rough thing to start with. He's going to have to find that Hisuian Heavy Ball, but really important as well to note, for Henry, he prized his 1 single copy of Darkness Energy.
No.
The Monkey Dory is such a vital part of this deck. Moving those damage counters around, healing your own Pokemon, and then also boosting the effective damage output you have, how much reach you can have in any given turn. That is something that is going to be a big deal.
Oh, this will be an exciting one for sure here, Chip. See both our players starting things off there. The free retreat Mew, but just a pass of the turn.
Not too much happening there. Benching the Greninja, that Radiant Greninja, not even having an energy card in order to use concealed cards. And Henry Chow does start that Monkey Dory. He's not going to be getting much value from it. He does have a pretty strong opening here with this Earthen Vessel. Can get rid of some cards. Has an Ultra Ball, has a Nest Ball. Some things to work with.
There's a little more there, Chip. There's a secret box and a research, it looked like, as well. So plenty of opportunities here to get the ball rolling. Just want to get those basic Pokemon down as early as possible, but can't blame Henry here for checking out the counts, seeing what's going on, and immediately identifies, hey, where's that Dark Energy?
Yeah, and I think that is the very first thing we see being written down on the notepad.
Just a big moon.
No, no Darkness Energy available just yet. And yeah, the secret box was kind of the new technology in this Gardevoir deck that Henry brought to the forefront when he won the Baltimore Regional Championships. What kind of reach does it give to these Gardevoir decks for maybe anyone who's not totally up to date with what this speed Gardevoir deck can do?
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to search out the exact pieces that you need to go for a turn 2 Gardevoir EX is exactly what you're looking for with this strategy from Henry. You can put on a ton of pressure, potentially even knocking out a Pokemon like this Mew EX GX in the active spot on the second turn because of the way that Henry speeds through all of his initial strategy.
I do also just want to give a quick little call out to the GX/V-Star marker that Diego has on the table, the N. That was a vital part of his win back at LAIC in 2018. He ended himself to 2 cards and found the Lycanroc GX to pull off the game-winning play against Azul Garcia Griego. One of the most electrifying matches we've ever seen in the Pokemon TCG. Diego paying homage to that with his V-Star marker for the weekend. You love to see it.
Had his bloodthirsty eyes on the prize there, and sure enough, got the job done. It was incredible to see, and we see him once more, 6 years later, getting the job done. It's pretty fantastic.
So we see the prize cards being shuffled after this Hisuian Heavy Ball. Things are going to be rearranged a little bit based on where they were previously, and sure enough, that secret box waiting in the hand. It is a pretty costly A-Spec. You have to discard 3 cards in order to get its powerful effect, but its effect is that powerful. You get to get one of every type of trainer card, 1 supporter card, 1 stadium card, 1 tool card, and 1 item card, and add them into your hand. It can create all sorts of crazy plays.
Exactly, and especially when you combine this card with something like that Earthen Vessel, you're throwing away a bunch of those energy cards, but this is exactly where you want those energies. Place them in the discard pile so you have an opportunity to go for that turn 2 Gardevoir attacking.
Interesting enough, though, Henry, with a Professor's Research in hand, is choosing not to go for that supporter, choosing to hold off on the secret box. What do you make of that?
We've seen this before from Henry. He wants to slow down and give himself an opportunity to go for almost a guaranteed turn 2 Gardevoir EX. He doesn't feel any pressure with this single Ralt on the bench right now because his opponent didn't bench a Palkia V.
Yeah, very heads-up play, I would say, there for Henry without a doubt. Now Diego doing his first deck search is going to get the sad news. Origin Form Palkia V, both of them in the prize cards. He'll have to immediately brings the Heavy Ball to the front of the deck. Yep, I will be playing this card pretty quickly. He does have other attacking options, of course. He is playing that 101 Greninja EX line.
Yeah, which is something that we've seen sneak in. Some players, thinking about some of those lightning Pokemon, Miraidon, giving yourself an answer in there, or potentially just searching out that optimal card, kind of like a bad quick search.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing the Greninja in this one. It is weak to Psychic.
Yep, there
so that could be a problem, but we will indeed see Origin Form Palkia V being found from that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Diego did play that Irida for turn, searching his deck for a water Pokemon and an item card, added them to the hand, grabbing that Hisuian Heavy Ball in order to get this Pokemon, and even prepared the next turn with the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Now plays a Nest Ball, able to search the deck for a basic Pokemon, added directly to the bench, brings a Duskull to the front of the deck. Had a couple of different Duskulls to choose from, went with the newer one.
I respect it. And also on Henry's side, he's probably identified already. My opponent is really banking on that single Palkia V right now. There's no way that you're using Irida, searching out the V-Star as the water Pokemon of choice, and then going for Hisuian Heavy Ball as opposed to something like a Buddy Poffin. So as soon as you see that play, you know the second one's already in the prizes.
Henry Chow draws for turn, finds another Professor's Research, immediately uses this Radiant Greninja, discarding a Psychic Energy in order to find 2 more. It is Secret Box time. 3 cards will be discarded from this hand in order to fetch all sorts of combo pieces.
This is so great. Look at the rest of the hand to go along with this. Buddy Poffin along with Ultra Ball and a Research. It's going to be the Rare Candy. You'll see the Gardevoir come out here as well. And this is a really great opportunity for Henry. If he's able to set up the Gardevoir, but then have the Buddy Poffin play, he can start to establish a bench so that he can go for Curlias later, but present a threat that has to be checked by Diego.
Only going to grab 3, choosing to leave that Moonlight Hill in the deck, and will just discard that Bravery Charm and the Arven. Gets rid of the Bravery Charm, normally a pretty valuable resource.
Yeah, sometimes when you're going for those big knockouts, you need that extended reach, but in a game where you're expecting to potentially take some knockouts with the Gardevoir and then move some damage with the Munkidori, hopefully you get that Dark Energy.
Sure.
You'll be getting the knockouts on Pokemon with these lower hit points.
Yeah, in worst case scenario, I mean, there is still 2 more Bravery Charm remaining in the deck, so he still has options in order to reach for big KOs later on. It is going to be a Buddy Poffin now, filling the bench back up with a couple of Ralts hitting the field. Of course, can Rare Candy the Ralts that has been in play into the Gardevoir this turn. And back in our day, you used to be able to rare candy that Ralts right away.
That's right. Why are we waiting here? Let's giddy up. We used to high five here too. That's a 0-card hand down for the research. Really just looking for one of those prime attackers. But honestly, Gardevoir can get the job done here for you.
Gardevoir can indeed get the job done, but there's not really an attacking option to go with here.
Why not Gardevoir?
You can go with the Gardevoir, but then you do run the risk of that just going down right away. Diego doesn't have too much of a board established. You know Origin Form Palkia V-Stars in the hand, though, and there is already a Duskull in play. Could be a little scary.
I'm getting a little nervous, but also these are sometimes opportunities you have. You see the Drifloon bench, and you're not benching that Pokemon unless you're probably going to attack with it. The math lines up very well here, too.
Yeah, don't even need the Bravery Charm. With 3 energies being placed on it from the Psychic Embrace, it will be 180 damage exactly in order to take 2 prizes on this Mew EX and keep that Gardevoir protected and safe on the bench.
Chip, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen someone play Gardevoir like this. I've watched Henry play countless times, though, through NAIC and the recent regionals. He's the only player that truly embodies this strategy, and it always works to the maximum every time he does it.
Yeah, you can see the benefit of sticking to a deck through multiple formats. You know, playing it the old way back at NAIC, you know, of course, the Monkey Dory was the big addition back then, and then making the innovations with the Secret Box. There is that Drifloon attacking into the Mew EX. 2 prizes now for Henry Chow. He is the one initiating this trade. What is Diego going to do to respond? Immediately puts down that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and we even see Spiritomb coming into the mix.
Oh, this is desperation, though. He's just trying to thin down the hand to draw with the restart.
That's all he has. All he has access to, just one
Finds
single
a rare
card.
candy, though.
That's not too bad. Able to use this Dusknoir, but I actually don't even know if there's any energy in the discard pile.
I mean, I think you're
Where
just
does he
going
go from here?
You're just going for a prize card here, Chip. Maybe you find a supporter.
He knows his prize cards. Is there even a supporter in them? No. An Iono. One Iono.
Right. 1 and 6. Maybe the Pokestop. something to continue the draws. Find Earthen Vessel. That Earthen Vessel could be a good draw there, too. Looks like 3 of the 6 could potentially help out. Which one does he find? No, the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Probably the worst one. This can at least get an Origin Form Palkia V, but you're not attacking this turn. It's actually going to be grabbing the Duskull here, leaving that as an option for the future. But, I mean, if you are a Gardevoir player and your opponent is not attacking by the 3rd turn of the game, you're feeling pretty good about your chances to win that
Is
one.
Palkia V-Star Pass good, Chip? I don't know.
Generally, no.
Oh, man. Well, the one benefit that we have here as Diego is you've already seen your opponent does not have that tool. They threw it away in the discard pile earlier on.
Yeah, no
is there a
Bravery
way
Charm.
to search it out and to get a little more help now?
And that's probably what Henry Chow is looking for. As of now, that Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the active is safe. We do see the concealed cards and the refinement, each of those cards drawing a couple. We do see the Darkness Energy was found off the prizes for Henry Chow. That is really, really big. Can start to move some damage counters around. You obviously don't want to move them off of the Drifloon, but you can prep some energies on something like the Gardevoir EX in order to make it retreat later on. Potentially, and we will actually see the Pheasantipity being used.
Wow, and that looked pretty nice. I believe that was Arvin found, and that will lead to a very significant draw.
Yeah, that can lead to the Bravery Charm. Of course, Arvin letting you search your deck for a Pokemon tool card and an item card and adding them to the hand. Bravery Charm is the initial grab. And then we really don't need any other item cards here as Henry. I think he's happy to thin the deck out, grab this Buddy Poffin for some refinement fodder later on. And it is going to be Henry Chow going down to just one single prize card on this turn.
Yeah, this is Henry really thinking of everything, not only holding on to that Buddy Poffin, but this is also when you take this knockout with the Drifloon, you're thinking about how do I get another Pokemon that could check huge hit points, maybe like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm going to need access to that Drifloon once more. Super Rod, Buddy, we're right back in it.
300 damage from the Balloon Blast, more than enough to KO this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. At this point, as Henry, you're jumping so far ahead, you just have to make sure you don't do something that would throw the game away. You don't want to make any mistakes in this spot that would cost you in the long term. Just like you said, Kyle, make sure you can prep for whatever your opponent may have on the other side. And we're going to see Henry choose to thin a few cards out here using the Ultra Ball, discards the Buddy Poffin and the Klefki, finding a Curlia.
Yep, you don't need that Curlia at all, but you're thinking about the future. If your opponent is going to come back in this game, potentially it's that Pheasantipity, draw some additional cards, find Iono, and then limit the hand size for Henry. So what does he do? He starts to throw away resources so that his draws start to look a little bit better in the coming turns.
Balloon Blast, 2 prize cards. Goodbye, Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Diego promotes this Mew EX, draws a single card, has a switch into the Blood Moon.
Henry even finds the Bravery Charm there out of the prize cards.
Diego using Restart finds the Prime Catcher.
All
Ultra
right.
Ball will play this Ultra Ball, thinning the hand down. This can maybe find something like the Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards with Flip the Script. He does not need any energy cards to attack with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Worth noting, of course, with that Seasoned Skull ability.
Also to note, there is a potential knockout that could be drawn into without even attacking here. If you find the Lost Vacuum, you can knock out this Drifloon by removing the tool here. But no, there's nothing.
Yeah, Flip the Script, doesn't find the Lost Vacuum. Diego's seen enough. Let's pack it up and head into game number 2. Henry Chow gets the win.
The fastest Gardevoir this side of the world, man. Unreal how quickly he moves, and it's flawlessly too. Always finding the right plays, presenting so many threats, but also thinking about the future. It's flawless.
The fastest Gardevoir in the West, Henry Chow, without a doubt taking things down in this game. And this is a really important one for both of these players. They are both at an X1-1 record, 8-1-1 coming into this round. So they need a win here in order to continue on. Let's get a recap of what happened exactly in game number 1. If you're looking for highlights from Diego's side, there's not going to be too much.
Yeah, he got to look at a lot of prize cards, but taking them was another story. Suing Heavy Ball to check out what was going on there. It wasn't very pretty. An opportunity to maybe get bailed out there with the Iono or the Earthen Vessel was not to be had as Henry continued this onslaught, taking prize card after prize card. Drifloon getting the job done there for some big knockouts.
The players are going to be setting up now for our second game here. I have to imagine Diego will be choosing to go first, not only because it benefits him since he can evolve into his attacker, but you want to try to slow down your opponent's Gardevoir deck. They need to evolve as well.
Yeah, you ever turn 2 Moonlight Shuriken, a couple Ralts? It feels good.
And that is something definitely worth noting because Henry Chow is not playing Manaphy, sticking to his guns, has not been playing that card for quite some time in this Gardevoir list. It's paid off for him very nicely with a couple of strong tournament finishes this season. We'll see if that is the case in this game. Here we go, game number 2. Already things looking much better for Diego Rafji with the start of the Origin Form Palkia V, and has a Nest Ball in order to search the deck for any basic Pokemon, adding it to the field.
Yeah, multiple Nest Ball, but the one piece I did not see just yet was a way to find energy. If an Earthen Vessel is sneaking around in the back of the hand, then this could be an insane draw here to find the Radiant Greninja, start to get some of those water energies into the discard pile. You know that's going to be an important piece to setting up a potential turn 2 knockout.
Nothing too crazy in the prizes for Diego. There is the one Origin Form Palkia V. He has the other one in the active spot. Can find this other one if he needs it later with his Suing Heavy Ball. And we do see an interesting tech here. We saw it played in game number 1. Didn't really get to talk about it much, though. A one-of Pokemon catcher. What do you think, Kyle?
We've seen some players using the trekking shoes as a one-of or two-of there. Why not give yourself a chance to do one of the most broken things in the game, boss's orders without using supporter?
Nest Ball for Diego will find that Squawkabilly EX. As you mentioned, no outs to an energy card. Next Nest Ball will get a Radiant Greninja down into play. And so I think that is what Diego is hoping for here off of the incoming Squawk and Seas. A way to get some energy cards, a way to get them in the discard pile, and a way to threaten a turn to attack with Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, of course, this is what Diego has to do in a spot like this. Continue to draw through, start to find options. But with 2 Night Stretcher already in the prize cards, 1 lost right there, not a lot of ways to recover Pokemon here.
Yeah, Night Stretcher is a pretty important card in this deck. It synergizes very well with the Pokestop engine that you do utilize. You don't mind discarding Pokemon there because you can always get them back with that powerful item card. Concealed cards gets rid of a basic water energy. Finding a pair of Pokemon Origin Form Palkia V-Star and that Dusknoir and a pair of Duskull put down to the bench.
Yeah, I'm looking for a buddy pop and something to help out here, and he just plays down 2 Duskull. This is a very optimal start. I'd say the one issue now is you see that Squawkabilly on the bench. That's something that Henry's really going to be eyeing up in the mid stages of this game. Sometimes you don't have that range to go for a big knockout with a Drifloon, but you can incorporate that Screamtail and take those 2 easy prize cards.
And it is perfect math as well for Screamtail to knock out Squawkabilly. No Bravery Charm needed. 8 damage counters on it leads to that 1-hit KO. Prize cards for Henry Chow, nothing too crazy. A couple of energy cards could be a big deal. That can be a problem with Gardevoir every once in a while. Like just getting your energy cards in hand. Henry does mitigate that with a decent count of the Earthen Vessel. He is playing 3 copies, which is what he is in the deck with right now, as well with But for Henry, what kind of setup would you like to see? I don't think he had much as far as supporters. All I saw, I think, was an Arven.
Yeah, this is where Henry really needs to make a decision. Sometimes we see players go for single Ralts and say, well, if you're going to knock out a Pokemon, I'm only going to let you take one prize card with the Radiant Greninja. Or sometimes you go for the 3 Ralts and you accept the fact that we're going to lose 2, but I'll have that turn 2 Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, sometimes you got to force your opponent to have it as well, and that's something Henry Chow may be thinking of. If Diego's got Origin Form Palkia V in the active,
my favorite goofball play also is, why not throw a Bravery Charm on it and just stick around?
That is absolutely an option. Then you get into some interesting scenarios. Diego could still Moonlight Shuriken them, and then if you evolve it into a Curlia, it gets knocked out. You can always Rare Candy into a Gardevoir, though. You Monkey Dory away some damage. There's still plays available. We'll see.
There's certainly
we'll see how things
there's
develop.
a hybrid opportunity here right now as we see the Technical Machine evolution, the energy there too. So if these Ralts come down onto the field, maybe you Bravery Charm one, evolve another. Don't give your opponent 2 Curlia, though.
We will see that Secret Box being played, discarding a Psychic Energy, that Moonlit Hill. That is the only Stadium card in this list, so we will not see a Stadium found off the Secret Box, and it does look like a Bravery Charm goes down as well. Henry Chow will now be able to search for a Supporter card, an Item card, a Tool card, and normally a Stadium, but like we mentioned, only that one single Moonlit Hill. Buddy Poffin finding a pair of Ralts, putting them directly onto the bench. We will see the attachment of the Technical Machine Evolution. And are we going to just see the Evolution putting 2 Curlias in play? This is where, as a Gardevoir player, you kind of have to hold your breath.
Hedge! I like this from him. You have to protect yourself in this situation. Give yourself an opportunity to have 1 Gardevoir EX here. We also already saw a Lost Vacuum hit the discard pile earlier on. It's a 2-of in this deck from your opponent. So the opportunity to get a knockout on both Ralts and Curlia, very unlikely.
Yeah, really, really smart play here from Henry. Could have gotten 2 Curlia, but doesn't want to just walk into the Moonlight Shuriken of Diego. Over on Diego's side, he is immediately going to kick the turn off with a Rare Candy into the Dusknoir, and that is a way you can still take out that Ralts.
Uh-oh. Yep, I just got scared. This could be dangerous.
It is technically possible for Diego to win the game this turn.
Yeah.
You see the Curse Blast KO the Monkey Dory, and then Moonlight Shuriken with a Lost Vacuum. I don't think Diego's setup is quite good enough to make that happen.
If there was an energy on the Palkia, I would be nervous. But moving this Pokemon out of the active spot, getting those water energies into the discard pile, and attacking all in one, that's tricky.
For now, though, Diego goes for the Cursed Blast, KOs the Ralts with the Bravery Charm. It does give Henry Chow a prize card, but it does, more importantly, take that Pokemon out of play. The Night Stretcher, that was found off the prize cards, is able to be used to bring back the water energy using concealed cards, and that is a really solid draw. Earthen Vessel here, able to get a couple more energy cards, but does he have a way to discard them? Is that an Ultra Ball in the hand?
Well, you see the Earthen Vessel not discarding energy, and then you start to wonder, well, there has to be another way. Hopefully, it's just 2 cards remaining in the hand, but I'm sure he's up to something.
I think he has Prime Catcher in his hand as well, so he can move this Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
Yeah.
He could also go for a play where he just goes Prime Catcher, retreat the Greninja, maybe, something like that, and just KO the Curlia. Don't go for the Greninja necessarily.
Yeah, there's no reason to knock out or to deal 90 damage to the Monkey Dory. You're not setting up anything relevant. You're losing energies from the board. Why not have those energies onto the Palkia V-Star and continue to push that aggression, as you see there with that great retreat?
Wait, I think he's got it. He can... Oh, no. I think he could have had it. Does he have Dusclops in the deck? Does he play a Dusclops? He does play a Dusclops. He could have Ultra Balled.
Well, was the Duskull benched this turn? I think that was the issue.
No, Duskull was benched last turn, remember?
Oh, you're right.
We were looking for the Buddy Poffin, and he benched 2 Duskulls.
Chip, you found it.
I think he could have had it. Yeah, it was not prized. We could have seen Ultra Ball for Duskull, pop that, put 50 damage on the Monkey Dory, and then Radiant Greninja sweeps the board. But instead, Henry Chow is going to get one more opportunity. Let's not, downplay this situation. It is certainly very favorable for Diego from this board state, but...
98 could have been 100.
Yeah, exactly. We will see Henry Chow kick off his turn with the Iono, shuffling both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Henry Chow getting 5 cards here, Diego getting 4. Immediately now using the flip the script of Pheasantipity. 5 cards becomes 8, and what does Henry Chow have to work with?
Well, the one answer you need is to have at least 1 Ralts down. Unfortunately, it's by way of Night Stretcher, but you'll accept that. Either way, this Pokemon is going to get you the rest of the way. It has to be Rare Candy Gardevoir on the following turn if you want to have any chance in this prize exchange.
See Radiant Greninja comes down. There's Professor Research in the hand for next turn. A few of the strong attackers there with the Screamtail and that Drifloon, but you can't do too much until you have had a chance to get a Gardevoir in play. We will see the mind bend of the Monkey Dory, confusing the active Origin form Palkia V-Star, saying, hey, Diego, if you want to attack, you're going to have to flip.
Oh, that is a risky endeavor to see, as we've already seen the Prime Catcher, an optimal way to move this Pokemon out of the active spot. You don't really want to use any other attack right now because you don't have access to your V-Star. You used all of these to get to this point. Would you flip for it, Chip?
I mean, is it better than passing? That's what you have to ask yourself, and it may well be. There is one switch in Diego's deck, so he could theoretically get out of this, you know, switch into the Duskull, pop that if it becomes a Dusclops or a Dusknoir, and then bring this Pokemon back active. There's the Mew EX as well being found now off the Ultra Ball, which does provide that free retreat pivot option. The missing piece at this point is the switch. You'll see players so often go out of their way to not have to risk a flip in this type of situation.
100%. We had, what, the $10,000 coin flip at NAIC. I'm sure nobody wants to do that one again, unless you're watching from the audience.
It does make for some exciting moments. Here we go. Restart drawing one single card. It is the Ultra Ball. No switch was able to be found. And now Diego's got to ask himself, are we going for the flip?
Oh, Henry's posture says, here we go.
Here it is. Coin flip heads, it's an attack, and tails means you deal 30 damage to yourself. And I gotta say, Kyle, that math lines up pretty nicely.
Yeah, have we read Gardevoir EX? Because my goodness, this could be a big play. Research for 7, looking for the rare candy, the Ultra Ball, the Gardevoir, whatever it may be. If Henry finds this, he flipped the script without a Pheasantipity.
There's an Ultra Ball. Does he find rare candy? No, rare candy does have concealed cards for the Greninja. 2 more cards to be found. No, and I don't think he has any more reach here. Unable to use the Pheasantipity. If he evolves the Ralts into a Curlia, he of course can't then rare candy at that turn.
Chip, there were a few cards that could have been played in that hand. I don't know if that ordering is exactly what I'd like to see. You could search out the Pokemon first and have a better opportunity to draw into the rare candy itself.
The one problem is then you are committing yourself down that line, and Henry Chow is a player who likes to leave his options open. Didn't deem it worthy at that point. What's he gonna do now? It looks like a retreat and send up maybe this Screamtail. No, Radiant Greninja as sort of a chance to buy a turn. Yeah.
Yep, your opponent is knocking themselves out. At this rate, you might as well lean into it a little bit and preserve some of these very important Pokemon.
Diego now with a couple of cards will play the Ultra Ball, discarding 2 from the hand to find any Pokemon out of the deck and add it to the hand. It will be that Dusclops, now evolving one of those Duskull. I gotta admit, it's pretty tough as a caster for all 3 of those Pokemon to be super relevant. Duskull, Dusknoir, Dusclops, like which order do they come in? I can't keep it straight, man.
Honestly, it is tricky. They also look the exact same with his art, so it's a nightmare logistically.
Here we go with the restart. 2 cards to be found. Looks like the Froakie Night Stretcher and an Origin form Palkia V-Star. That's not very helpful.
Yeah, that is the last Night Stretcher with the other one in the prize cards now. So if you use this resource, you are fully committing to the board that you have to work with.
And that is the only way that Diego can continue to advance this hand. Still looking for a way to get out of this confusion.
Only way through is to flip. Oh,
another Tails.
Oh, this is dangerous territory now. Henry has the one Curlia that he feels comfortable playing down, still looking for a rare candy, is not finding that, but does have the Earthen Vessel with a few more energies in the deck to work with. Maybe, what, 1? Yes.
I think it is just 1. There were a couple prizes this game, I do believe, so now he's got the 1. Concealed cards, yeah, 2 more in the prizes.
Both rare candies.
Pretty interesting here, though. Henry didn't evolve this Ralts into Curlia last turn. He could have gotten a couple refinements off. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's a interesting point as well. I feel like that probably was a fair opportunity, and maybe just overlooked that. But you now find the rare candy, and you have that answer, rare candy into the Gardevoir EX on the far side of the bench.
Arvin is the supporter, able to guarantee that rare candy find. Now Ultra Ball is played, grabbing out Gardevoir EX. So now you've got some options here. You can attack with the Gardevoir EX into this active. You could even go with the Screamtail KO on the Squawkabilly at this point. What do you think makes sense here, Kyle?
I mean, with the confusion you've already seen, you've got your opponent pretty much stuck. It seems like a good knockout because the energies are placed there. I'm not worried about a Pokemon like a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Nothing's really going to surprise you in a spot like this, so I guess you take these energies off the board.
Actually, I wonder if Henry Chow had enough energy in the discard pile. He maybe didn't to damage the Screamtail enough, so this may have been his only line. It's going to work out pretty nicely, though. 2 prize cards here. Henry Chow down to just 3 remaining since he was given that free prize earlier from the Dusknoir. Diego Rothschi promoting the Mew EX into the active spot, puts the Pokestop in play. We're going to spin it. 3 cards discarded from the top. A supporter, a stadium, and an energy card. No item cards able to be added to the hand here. This whole set has not gone Diego's way.
When it rains, it pours, and we see this again, just missing completely on all of those beneficial item cards. A Night Stretcher used for Pheasantipity. Can it draw out of this spot now? Flip the script.
Drawing 3 cards, but even after this, I mean, where do we go from here? The only way you can clear a bench space is by KOing one of your only Pokemon, and then your opponent goes down to just 2 prize cards. What can you even put into play? I mean, the Blood Moon, I guess, would become an option. That's in the discard pile. There's no way to get it back. 3 Night Stretchers down.
Your opportunity lies in using the Dusknoirs, taking those knockouts, finding the Night Stretcher, and hopefully combining Blood Moon Ursaluna with a card like Iono.
Even then, though, Blood Moon Ursaluna, 240 damage.
And then you're stuck
it's
again.
It's not going to KO the Gardevoir EX.
You're just stuck in the active after you attack, too. It's an issue we've seen a few times.
He does have the Froakie in hand, so maybe we can work to try to establish the Greninja.
Wow.
Diego thinks that it's just not worth it. There's so slim of a chance he could come back here. What a dominant performance there from Henry Chow, continuing to make a run with his Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, it's rare that in a matchup like this where it could go either way that you have such a dominating performance when you're just 1 match win away from making it to the top 8, but we see Henry Chow doing just that. It has to be a great confidence boost, especially when you've been on such a great run.
Yeah, what a win, what a set. Tough break there for Diego. I mean, it's not like he did really anything wrong. I mean, I guess he could have won game 2. That would have been pretty good, but game one especially, man, that is just what you hate to see, especially at this point in a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something to go back and look on and improve. We saw that Henry was playing at his peak optimal point throughout the entirety of that match, and it's hard to beat a player when they're running that well.
Yeah, Henry Chow continues to go on a tear here this season, really making a name for himself. You know, with that Gardevoir deck, he's been the innovator of it. He has stuck by it, and he finds himself just 1 win away from top cut here at LAIC.
Yeah, he likes to eat food, and he's doing just that, man. He's been hungry out here, munching up the competition.
Yeah, doing just that indeed. And what's so cool about this Gardevoir deck is it's just got so many different options and so many ways to approach whatever matchup you go up against. It can be a really intimidating deck for, you know, new people to pick it up. You know, if someone hasn't, even if they've been playing Pokemon TCG, they just haven't been playing that deck. It can seem like such an intimidating one, but you can see the benefit there for Henry Chow. He's played it for so long. He knows the nuances. He knows the different lines depending on what his opponent can do.
Yeah, when it becomes second nature and you're drawing all of those cards and optimizing to that extent, you know exactly what the best attack is across all these different board states. Let's take a look at how Henry got here in this quick 2-0 match.
Yeah, we'll look at the replay here from this last game. It was a rough go of things for Diego in game number 1, a pair of Origin Form Palkia V in the prizes. He tried to make something happen, but Henry Chow got off to a really aggressive start, which is what his deck has been known to be able to do.
Yep, kept his foot on the gas and found that additional resource there in the Bravery Charm. Gave his Drifloon some extra hit points to take a big knockout there, and Diego just did not find answers. We moved into that next game where we see Diego just trying to press this advantage. A huge opening here, but missed out on having that evolution, the Dusclops, to close out the game. Instead, it opens up this window here for Henry, and my goodness, did he make quick work of it after a few confusion flips for Tails.
Yeah, with this Gardevoir coming in and taking the 1-hit KO on Origin Form Palkia V-Star, Diego was left with no real attacking options. Just saw the writing on the wall, extended the hand, and will send it into the next round. We gotta also talk about how massive that Monkey Dory was with the confusion flips. Let's hear how Henry's feeling down on the stage with Hex.
Congratulations, Henry. You are now 1 win away from possibly being in Top Cut. You've come a long way, man, and you've been playing this deck through and through. Tell me, man, what about this Gardevoir deck speaks to you? Do you feel like this is your creation at this point?
I mean, yeah, I think this current build is fair to say is my creation. I definitely give some credit to Henry Brand, who at NAIC played a double candy build. He was like playing the Squawk. He was going like really crazy with it. I toned it down a bit since Fez got printed. That card is like really, really good, so you can sort of build your deck around that. But yeah, no, I mean, I've sort of said it every stream interview I've had, like, this Gardevoir deck is just broken. Like, everyone should be playing it. It just beats everything except Lost Box.
So, I mean, that's the biggest thing about Gardevoir, right? At least as someone who has also played the deck for a while. The deck was built very differently at the start of the F regulation. No rare candies, the 2 Evo. If you didn't get a Kirlia out, you were not using Gardevoir. What really led you to build the deck the way it was and find sort of the secret box as the key for unlocking what Gardevoir does? Like, what does it take the deck to a new level by doing?
Yeah, so the key, as I said before, is Pheasantipity EX. That is the absolute key. Before, if you got your Kirlias removed, you would have no hope of actually getting the EX up, even if you played Rare Candy in your deck. But now that you have the extra 3 cards from Pheasantipity, if they go aggressive to board wipe your Kirlias, you're pretty much a favorite to get the EX back up. And then they usually expended a lot of resources, so they can't really punish this new Pheasantipity plus Gardevoir EX board anymore. And the Secret Box just adds a whole nother level to that. It gives you an extra out to every single supporter in your deck. So when you need Boss or Turo, you have double the odds every single time, in addition to having another out for Rare Candy or that Bravery Charm you need, or the Evo turn 1, or the Hill against decks like Dragapult and Regidrago. Everything just fits together really, really well.
Yeah, so let's talk about that game, because that was a really interesting set. Of course, game 1, the GOAT Drifloon, right, comes in clutch, takes down everything, and then game 2 starts, and I'm sure a lot of people at home were maybe thinking the same thing as you. I'm going second versus a Greninja deck. I have no Manaphy in my deck. You made a smart play there. You put the Bravery Charm on the Ralts, but Monkey, man, tell me about what happened through that and the Monkey Dory flips. Were you expecting to even have a chance in that second game after that start?
Honestly, I mean, I thought he was going to literally win the game on turn 2, because if he just had another Dusknoir, he could have killed my Monkey and then killed my Curly. I would have been over. But I figured if he didn't board wipe me, if he just got my Curlias, having this energy on the Monkey Dory is actually really, really good. Like, this Mindman play is pretty good. Obviously, him flipping 2 tails is like really, really tough luck. But I mean, it gave me an out to win, especially once I saw he had to use the Prime to remove the Curlia. That meant he had really no outs to getting around this Mind Bend. I'm not sure if he played the switch or not, but then that would have opened up trapping outs later. So it felt like a pretty strong play. Still required him to flip a lot of tails and draw very poorly for the rest of the game. So I'll take it, but yeah, no, I definitely feel for him. That was pretty bad.
So you're talking high praise for this deck, and it's very valid, right? You won a regional so far this year. You've had good runs, right? Day 2 in Louisville. I know you've sort of developed a cult following with this deck. People aren't calling it Gardevoir anymore. They're calling it Chow Gardevoir, right? Henry Chow Gardevoir. You said this deck's broken. Is there anything that worries you? So when you sit down for a table, is it just pure confidence? My deck is broken. My deck beats everything. Or is there maybe something where you're like, okay, well, if I go against this, it's tricky. Is Palkia one of those matchups that can be like that?
So I've told this to many people, like on my biggest scope, like I really do think that the Palkia matchup is like 50-50. That maybe wasn't the best set to exemplify it, where he just drew like absolutely terribly. But once you get the Gardevoir EX up, you really feel like the favorite. So as long as you can survive turn 2, which like if you have Klefki and like these Bravery Charm plays on your ults, you can sometimes get there. And then when you do, you feel like you're winning the game for sure. So that's why I think it's like not too bad. The worst matchup I would definitely say is Lost Box. I did manage to get one by just cheesing him with Klefki yesterday, but if you can't get the Klefki out really early, then your board is just kind of gone. So that one's really bad. And also sometimes you brick a little bit. So that's the main worry, but yeah, pretty much anything else when I sit across from it, I feel really good, especially in a best of 3.
So it's interesting that you mentioned Lost Box, since it's a deck that, you know, fell out of favor for a lot, hence probably why you removed a card that was popular in Gardevoir, the Flutter Mane. With it doing, you know, as well, as strong as it has here, is that something you think maybe going forward? Obviously, your focus right now is getting this win if you can, but going forward, that people should maybe start to consider in this deck to have a better chance, like you said, against Lost Box.
So I've also mentioned this to a lot of people. I don't really think Flutter Mane changes the matchup enough. They still can do too much stuff to your board. If you want to beat Lost Zone Box, I'm not even joking, just put a Kyurem in your deck. Like, I would actually just put a Kyurem before I do anything else. Personally, like, we'll see how Lost Box goes, especially when the Pikachu EX comes out and might get a little more popular. Then I would consider it. Today, when it's at like 3%, even though I know a lot of good players are playing it, I don't think it's worth the spot. The deck spot is really, really tight. But yeah, if you want to beat it, throw a Kyurem. It'll probably make the matchup favorite. Not even an auto win, but like favorite.
So here you are, man. You're 1 win away. This is a big round for you. I know you've been playing for a while, but this season has really been like your up-and-coming season. I mean, there's no better way to start off the season than with a regional win, right? You're building this confidence. You're at your first IC. What is your mindset when you go into these day twos, when you go into, these big rounds as somebody, who is used to being in the spotlight, but not to this extent until, being in this season and being in these big situations?
Yeah, I mean, I just tell myself my deck is better than my opponents. I mean, all the players are really, really good, so it's hard to get an advantage through just like pure skill. But if you know your deck is better, then that really gives you the confidence to every single round when you sit down. So that's pretty much it.
And you're going to need that for sure. There's a lot of solid competition, and it's going to be definitely a tough round for you. Is there anybody you want to give a big shout out to? Obviously, you've got your whole crew. I know from the East Coast, people who helped you out. A lot of people, I'm sure, put time into this Gardevoir deck. Who do you got? Some people to thank, some people to shout out. Let me hear it.
Yeah, shout out to my friends from New York, Long Island, New York City. Everyone's great there. I definitely want to go to local some more. And then shout out to Liam Halliburton and Abana Med. They helped me test a lot. And shout out to my family. And yeah, hopefully we can get this done. We'll see.
We got to lock in. You got one more round. Congratulations. The job's not done. You still got some work to do. So lock in and get it done. Casters, we'll throw it back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Great to hear from our winner of that round, Henry Chow, heading into just one more Swiss round, really looking to lock up a top 8 here soon at LAIC.
Yeah, Gardevoir of all decks. I assume if we were going to pick one Gardevoir in the field, it probably would have been Henry, and it looks like he's well on his way to doing just that. One more match victory should get the job done. What do you think? You going to call your shot? Is he getting there?
I mean, it's going to depend. There's quite a few different matchups out there that I don't know how he would feel about them. Actually, you know what? I do know how he'd feel about them. I feel like he thinks he's pretty confident in just about whatever he goes up against here. And that's just the merit of knowing your deck so well.
Exactly. I mean, he's finishing off opponents in what, 25 minutes. That's if you're able to do something like that a few times in a giant tournament like this, it gives you so much confidence, and it just reassures you that not only are you playing the right deck, but that also you're the best pilot for it.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen so far through every tournament that we watched Henry Chow play up to this point. Just a master of the Gardevoir deck at this point. He's the one who innovated this specific build. Past kind of the more traditional slow Gardevoir builds, it's all about getting Gardevoir into play fast, and instead of, looking for answers, you're the one who's going to be asking questions.
Yeah, I never wanted to Hyper Aroma or any of the other nonsense. Yeah. Secret Box just feels correct.
Well, as we've been following throughout the course of this weekend, we've been doing our community choice. We have what is the most underrated deck in the current format. We're going to continue on here and try to figure out what the most underrated deck in the format is. We are into our quote-unquote semifinals. We've got the Gardevoir EX, we just saw it on stage. We've got Golden Go EX as well here, which is currently sitting at 10-1 here in this tournament. We've also, of course, got Cloth. We've seen it be making waves through this field. There's quite a few Cloth in day 2 of this tournament, and then Banette EX on the other side of the semi-finals brackets. What do you think of these 4 decks, I guess, before we get into the 2 that we're going to argue for?
Well, as far as their ability to play in this event, I feel like Gardevoir and Goldengo are the 2 best options. Golden Go, it doesn't always feel like it has a great matchup, but it provides this awkwardness to matchups that the players are unfamiliar with. 260 hit points is just no man's land. So the opportunity to incorporate this Pokemon early, also draw from it, and then commit to a pretty solid game plan. You just need a couple energy cards. I like it.
Sounds like you're wanting to be arguing for Golden Go here.
Please.
Well, go. I mean, let me actually, since you got a little bit of time here, I'll talk about Gardevoir for just a moment here, which we've been talking about quite a bit now in this last round. Of course, Henry Chow with the new innovation of the fast Gardevoir. I mean, with the success that we've been seeing him have so consistently, and it's not just him, members of his friend group and testing group have played the same 60 cards to pretty decent success in the Louisville Regional Championships. We did see quite a few Gardevoir creep up into the top 32 and top 16 of the Gdansk Regional Championships just a couple of weeks before this event, and Gardevoir is continuing to perform well at this tournament. But still, it just falls outside of the top 6 meta share deck, which is so surprising because that deck was so popular for so long. I think it has to be the most underrated deck right now, just because players are not playing it to its fullest potential. People haven't fully embraced this turbo style with the Secret Box. And maybe it's too late here in this format. We'll see how things change with Surging Sparks, though. Moving forward, though, I really do think Gardevoir deserves more meta share than it has.
Okay, well, I will agree with you on that. Players have tried to innovate this deck and keep it around for quite some time, and that's why it continues to stick around. We've seen that Bayonet innovation with there as well, and now
that's a different deck, bro. That's a different deck.
You're not gonna take credit for it?
No, it's on the other side of the bracket.
All right, fair enough then. We'll just call it what it is then. That is its own thing. I'm gonna speak on behalf of Golden Go. This deck has been counted out countless times. Nobody ever gives it its flowers. Eventually in this new set, you're gonna check it out and it's gonna be pretty cool rainbow version. But right here, right now, nobody's really giving it any credit. It's one of the weakest meta shares that we see, but it's also performing so peak. We've seen it win regional events before, have these top 4 finishes, and players continually just give this it's their pet deck, but it finds its way into these fantastic spots where you're just going to dominate players. Sometimes hitting 260 and also having that reach of being able to knock out a Charizard EX is exactly what you need to close out in a metagame, and we found it right here, right now.
I will give you that. It definitely feels like Golden Go players are a breed of their own. You know, they are very committed. It is their pet
picks
deck.
You don't pick Golden Go. The first 2 coin bonuses of your life, you know if it's for you or not.
Yeah, you know right away if this is something you're going to stick with for forever or not. And you did mention, I mean, Golden Go does get a lot better in the next set. But we're talking about this current format, which is the most underrated deck. I mean, and it just far and away has to be Gardevoir. Based on its results to its meta share, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, with what deck is underrated and which deck is better, I feel like we have a different conversation.
You think Golden Go is better than Gardevoir?
I think that Gardevoir is a much better deck.
Okay.
I feel like Golden Go is a more underrated deck. But it also has potential to outshine itself in its past performances.
Well, we'll have to see what our Twitch chat community thinks about that. Be sure to make your voice heard. The vote is either live right now or will be live very soon. Maybe it's already done. I don't actually know for sure, but let us know and we'll get the results updated to you as soon as we can. As we are waiting here, we can maybe give a few updates about what's happening out on the tournament floor. Looking at the top 2 tables where there are already finished matches, we did see Jackson Ford lose to Isla Kornilov from Finland, 10-1.
Plain.
With a deck. And then at table number 2, we've got Brent Tonneson taking down Fabrizio Inga Silva. You know, Fabrizio, one of our players to watch coming into this weekend. He's had a great tournament run, but now sitting at 9-1-1. He's going to be playing and winning in on the next round. And Brent Tonneson here at 10-1, feeling pretty good about his shot into top cut.
Yeah, actually, our 3 players that entered the event 8-0, all taking a loss this round. So unfortunate for them to see that, but it just means that there's plenty of players that are hungrier and trying to get that victory. Each of these match points is going to be so important to potentially locking up that top 8 here at the first international of the season.
Yeah, and it would be a massive thing to continue to push forward into the season, the amount of championship points you can earn. Of course, if you get to top 4, you know, top 8 is great and all. If you get to top 4, you get that automatic invite to the World Championships, which would be something players, I'm sure, would love to lock up. We do see Daniel Magda with Regidrago V-Star getting to a 10-1 record, 30 match points. Regidrago V-Star taking down Leonardo with that Iron Thorns. As you mentioned, Iron Thorns came into the day at 8-0. Started off the day with a win up against Diego in round 1.
Yeah,
I believe Leonardo's 5th Palkia of the tournament, something like that.
Yep.
But eventually the run did have to come to a slowdown. We're at 9-2, still not eliminated though. Leonardo there at 9-2, looking for a win in this last round.
Right, and
with the Iron Thorns EX.
You start to look at some of the potential decks that could be run into. A lot of 27 pointers that are going to be fighting for that win and in opportunity. We believe it'll be at 30, but there's so many match points at the top chip. I'm kind of nervous. Could it ever be 31? No, surely not.
Well, there is a world, and we've seen it happen at regional championships. Hopefully that is not going to be the case. Let's take a look at what the meta has looked like for our tournament thus far. We're talking about all these different decks. What kind of share do they make up? This is what day 1 looked like. I don't think there's any crazy surprises here.
Yeah, these are the best decks by far. I think what we've come to expect now with the Raging Bolt deck is that it's going to show up in great numbers on the opening day, and unless multiple top player groups decide to make this their deck of choice, the conversion rate will not look that strong.
We see that Lugia V-Star, we see Terrapagos Dusknoir, Regidrago V-Star, Charizard EX Pidgeot, Origin Form Palkia V-Star, all rounding things out behind the Raging Bolt, which is leading the charge. As we transitioned into day 2, we were able to see kind of what these conversion rates looked like, and the deck that converted the best, by far, Terrapagos EX Dusknoir.
Yeah, Chip, I have not seen this, so I was just assuming that Raging Bolt fell off, and sure enough, it did, dropping down to 3rd place. 20 players still in contention with that Raging Bolt. Maybe that's started to dwindle down as we reach into these later rounds. But Terrapagos Dusknoir is a deck that, along with Regidrago as well, players love to give themselves opportunities to find ways out of tricky situations. And if you give a great player more opportunities, they're going to find more match points. And now we have a chance to see multiple of these decks in the top 8.
Yeah, and we've seen some cool innovations from Terrapagos so far this weekend. Most recently, we saw Pedro Pertusi's list that had the Charizard line worked into the mix as well. We saw yesterday Caleb Rogerson with his Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the Terrapagos.
Sound the trumpet.
And it's been a lot of people sticking to this deck. A lot of very good players chose to play the Terrapagos for this event. That definitely, I think, leads to why it ended up converting so well into day 2. But I don't think there's any surprise to see that Regidrago V-Star converted positively into day 2, gaining 4% here, going from 8% up to or 9% up to 13, I guess almost 5% here picked up with the Regidrago V-Star, another deck that is a popular choice among some of the best players.
Exactly, just having an opportunity to fight your way out of all these different situations, choosing from all these different attackers, it means that you're going to have a great chance to come out on top. If you have a way to knock out multiple basic Pokemon before a deck like Gardevoir, like Charizard, is able to evolve to this stage 2 monstrosity on the other side, you're going to give yourself a really great opportunity to steal away some of those match points and at least stay in contention in a 50-minute game.
We do see Raging Bolt fell a little bit, 15% to 12.6. It's kind of normal for it to fall off just a little bit heading into day 2. We've seen it fall off incredibly steeply at some of the tournaments in this format, but I think that's about what you would expect. As we're looking at the matches still remaining, though.
Yeah, Chip, where are they?
I think there is one Raging Bolt player that is still in the mix.
There's one at table 8, and I'm down near table 30. There 27 is the next table where I see this deck. It just does not have what it takes. So many players know that streamlined strategy of Raging Bolt, and they're prepared for it now. We see the techs against it and incorporating some of these different Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's easy when you know what your opponent wants to do.
And actually, an update from that table 8, it was Nathan Beck on the Raging Bolt. He did unfortunately lose this round, so that means for the Raging Bolt enjoyers, there are none still in contention for Top Cut. We will not see Raging Bolt get into Top Cut at LAIC.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for being a Raging Bolt enjoyer.
No sympathy, huh?
I mean, if you wanted to make top 64 at the event, I felt like this was the best deck for you to play. The strategy and just the sheer power of the deck will get you to many, many match victories. But is it the deck to win the tournament? I don't think so.
Looks like we've got quite a few Regidrago V-Star in the mix. I mean, those are our players who are already up to 30 points. We've got 2 of them on the Regidrago V-Star. There's quite a few more who are going to be playing a win and in this coming round, most likely. An interesting deck to point out, though, there's a pair of Dragapult EX that are doing pretty decently at this tournament. 27 match points apiece for those players after getting a round win here in our Swiss round 11. Heading into round 12, what do you make of Dragapult for this meta? It's one we haven't seen on the meta share. It's one we haven't talked about too much. What do you think about it?
Well, when you take time out of the equation, Dragapult and Charizard seem like fantastic picks. If they make the top 8, they're some of the best decks to have as the pilot, because you need that additional time. You need to have these drawn out long games, give yourself an opportunity for a comeback, and use those hit points optimally. So if you make it into the top 8, you almost have to give them that slight edge.
I've got some good news, Kyle. Well, it may be good news. We've got the results from the poll. We'll see if it's good news or not. Let's look at our community prediction for the weekend. Most underrated deck of the format. Was it Gardevoir? Was it Golden Go? I can't stand this. I can't cast with you, man. When we do these predictions, you just always win.
You know, I think it's because Gardevoir is too good, was too good for too long, and players are just tired of seeing it win, even in a community bracket.
They just showed us the percentages here. 54% of the Twitch chatters voted for Golden Go, 46 for Gardevoir. So it was close. I was right on your heels.
Yes, well, well deserved, well fought, and I will accept my winnings and coin bonuses.
Golden Go EX heading to the finals here at our community choice. Could it be a sign?
Foresight? Okay.
Foresight. We do have a player who is more than likely going to be locked up here. 30 match points going into this next round with Golden Go. We'll see what happens.
I will root for Golden Go at this point in time now. I will. I don't think I've never said those words, and I don't know if I'll say them again, so quote me.
There we go. Kyle Sablehouse, Golden Go's number, we're going to give you
17?
number 1? 17, okay.
Yeah, there's got to be more lovers out there.
Number 17 Golden Go fan right here at the desk through the weekend here at LAIC. And what a weekend it has been so far. I love coming down to this event. The food, the community, the culture is so rich here in Brazil. It's such a great time to come down to this event.
Oh man, the atmosphere in this event, it is unreal. All of the different games played as well. All the chants that we've heard out in the crowd.
Yeah.
We got to get that TCG chant. We haven't figured it out yet. Is it just shuffle, shuffle, shuffle? Like what do we go for,
Yeah,
Chip?
I hear them over at Go yelling tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing at VG Unite. They're just screaming like crazy. Yeah, it's a great atmosphere for sure.
Well, we'll figure it out here. We've got a little more time to do just that. We have a few more matches here too. We'll have round 12 coming up shortly, but after that, it's going to be likely that asymmetric cut, which is always so exciting to see which players will move on to the top 8. And we're going to be talking about a lot of money and a lot of prizes on the line after that.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how some of these last few tables break down. I'm looking right now at table number 6. There are 2 players at 8-1-1. And if there's a tie there, it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for the 32 or the 30 match points to definitely just be safe.
Right.
But if one of those players wins, there's going to be a chance that things get a little funky when it comes to our top 8. Could we be in a situation where 30 points is not safe? It's going to be close.
A few more players that are going to be fighting for that potential win and asymmetric cut or win and into the top 8. Isaiah Bradner taking down Rahul Reddy. A little friendly fire action there.
Yeah,
unfortunate for Rahul. Matthew Burris, after winning the Professor's Cup, moving on to potentially making the top 8 here with Reggie Drago as well. Fantastic Australian player. And then Austin Ellis with the Terapagos. Moved to Canada, but was once an indie boy. I will claim him.
Yeah, we got Rose Gregson at table 11 taking down Johan from France. Rose with the Gardevoir sitting at 9-2. Matthew Burris at 9-2, like you mentioned, and we got the Austin Ellis as well. I think while we're waiting here, let's also take a moment to remind ourselves exactly what these players are competing for this weekend, the prizes that are on the line. Of course, first place in this event, $25,000.
Yeah, that, I mean, a number we didn't even fathom thinking about a few years ago. Sure enough, here it is, and it's well deserved for these players who put so much countless time and energy into the game that they love. They could come out on top and win 25 grand, and even for your trouble of making the finals, why not 15 bands?
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad at all. We've, of course, got our juniors and seniors as well competing in this event. I was going to take a moment here and maybe try to figure out what some of those matches are looking like happening out there on the field. It does look like, I know one senior that many players are rooting for out there, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, is currently in top cut of the seniors division. He won this event last year. He won 2 other ICs. He won the World Championships back in 2023.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Can he go back-to-back LAIC wins?
Yeah, that would be phenomenal. Would win $7,000, as we see there, for the juniors and seniors, playing for a pretty nice prize pool themselves. On the Masters side, you see $7,000 is what you'll receive for a top 8 finish, and it continues to go down from there. But honestly, we were playing regionals for much less not too long ago. So for a top 64 finish here at the International Championships,
yeah,
can be very happy happy with 2K.
I got top 8 and got $750.
I got 2 boxes for my regional win.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Nothing really happened back
how
then.
the times have changed. And speaking of how things have changed, championship points, a new addition to the game since when you were competing at your highest level. We've got a lot of players really fighting for these points throughout the weekend. 500 points to first place. That's going to be really important for players who are fighting for stipends heading into future international championships, opportunities to earn those travel awards to future tournaments in the World Championships. Of course, players looking to get into the top number of players per rating zone to get that World's invite. Top 125 for US and Canada, 125 for Europe, 100 for Latin America, 20 for Oceania, and then 10 for the Middle East and South Africa.
Right, and these points really start to pile up when you start to think about what is at stake here. At an international championship, it's a little heavier than when you're going into the regional events. So these payouts, when you start to look at top 64 and onward, are going to be very important to reaching that top 125 or top 100 here in Latin America.
Of course, we've mentioned it a few times there with the top 4 getting that automatic invite to the World Championships. A new addition this year. Last year, you had to get to the finals in order to get your invite to Worlds automatically locked up. What do you think of that, expanding that out to the top 4?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're already dwindling down the pool that will be at the World Championships. When you think about only 125 invitees, this should be theoretically a smaller event than we've had over compared to the last few years. So why not open up those spots to the players that have already proven that they can go deep in an event and give them that opportunity once more at the World Championships?
Yeah, and what's really cool about this as well is that even if you get to the end of the season and you have 0 championship points, you've still got a shot to make it into Worlds. You got to do pretty dang well at these tournaments.
A chip in a chair.
But you've got an opportunity to make it happen. I mean, that was something that we saw so often. I'm thinking back to the old U.S. Nationals era.
We had
Tom Dozels show up to U.S. Nationals, went to barely any tournaments throughout the year, but would always get top 8 at U.S. Nationals to lock up that World's invite.
Yeah, he's like, I've been busy for quite some time, but you just hand me Turbo Darkrai, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and he did it multiple times as well, which was the crazy part about it. No points, no ELO, anything like that.
I don't even think he knew what the cards did in his deck. He was just so talented. He just continued to pick it up. I think he did it with Reshi Flosion as well at one point too. It didn't matter. Seeing players like that and giving them their opportunity at whatever point of the season, regardless of what you have going on throughout the year, it's a great opportunity for those players.
Well, as we're waiting for Swiss Round 12 to get up and running, we've got an interview ready out on the floor. Freya is standing by with one of our amazing judges this weekend. Freya, take it away.
Thank you, Chip. Yes, it's not often that we get to feature our judges usually on the stream, but we thought it would be nice to get a chance to interview one of them. I'm here with Arden Florendo. Arden, how are you doing?
Really good. And yourself?
Yeah, very good as well. Thank you for asking. Now, we were just chatting before. You mentioned to me you're not just a judge here at this event, right? But you're also a regional coordinator, like the regional coordinator for Canada, right?
I am the regional professor coordinator for all of Canada.
Oh my, that's fantastic. So, what does that actually involve, being like a professional coordinator for an entire region? Because I don't know myself, so good for me and the folks at home.
Yep. We offer support to the professors within our region on how to run leagues and promote their leagues, and any kind of other administrative tasks that they might have issues reading through a PDF, but would prefer to talk to someone face to face.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's really good that there's someone with your role out there because, of course, there's more and more players coming in, but we don't talk about there's more and more judges coming in too, so it becomes very important to have folks like yourself doing that. Now, given that you're in this role, I imagine you must have been judging for quite a long time, right?
Yes, I started judging around 2018, but we've grown Ontario substantially since then.
Also, I mean, a bit of a stacked region for players as well. In fact, the amount of really good players that have come from the Ontario province. I mean, you guys have so many, right? Imagine even like a League Cup is probably as hard as like internationals and other places.
Actually, our League Cups look like day 2s at most regionals. But we made it a point to try and gain regional experience for our judges that we can pass on to our players. So when they join larger LEICs or larger events, that they're more prepared. They can predict what the rulings will be and how they interact with judges, and not to be afraid to raise their hands.
Really good advice to give. Now, what capacity are you here in for this weekend? Are you just a floor judge, or are you here in a coordinator role here as well?
Today, I'm sides floor judge.
So what does that involve then? Like, how would you compare it to like judging the main event, for example? It's a little bit like less pressure. Like, how would you compare it?
Oh no! Anyone who's worked sides knows that the pressure is equal to or the same amount as the main event. But On sides, we cater more to the enjoyment of the players, right? We want to introduce them. We have a lot of new players come out. We like to teach them and show that there's more to these larger events than just the main event. That sides, you can have fun and experience Pokemon in different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been there myself, right, as a player. Sometimes you don't have a great day one, and you're not sure what to do to day two, but then you just come into have some fun side events. Maybe there's some fun alternative formats, right, or you get another chance with your deck. So yeah, it really is always a great bit of fun. Now, as someone who has been judging for a while, I wanted to ask you, if someone is watching at home and thinking, you know what, actually, I would like to give back to the community, I would like to maybe become a judge in my own right at one point, what advice would you give to someone who's thinking like that?
To sign up on the Pokemon PCOM as a professor, stage 1, and then once you pass your test, to join the professor Discord. There's a Discord specifically for professors that has a wealth of knowledge and documents, and we have a live emergency help channel, so even if you're afraid to run your own event, you know that there's a judge from around the world who will answer your live emergency help and help you on the spot.
What a great resource that there is. It really feels like now is almost like a better time than ever to really join the judging program and become a professor. Now, I think we're going to be heading to a break soon, but before we do, given that you're here with us, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone want to say thanks? Anything like that?
To all the competitive Ontario players, thanks for coming out. And to my local shops in Mississauga, thanks for helping support and grow the community.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Absolute pleasure. All the best for the rest of the event. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break now, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our last round of Swiss very, very soon. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hello, I'm here with
Tovar.
And we're here to do a Pokemon TCG scavenger hunt. So I'm going to ask Eduardo to show us some specific Pokemon cards. Now, Eduardo, do you have a Fire-type Pokemon card with you?
I do. I should have one. Should be over here. I do have a Charmander.
All right. Now, do you have a Dragon-type Pokemon card with you?
I don't think so, because Charizard's not a dragon, so no, I'm going to have to say no.
All right, so then do you have a colorless type Pokemon with you?
I do have a Shiny Pidgeot EX.
All right, well, you got 2 out of 3, so I think you've earned your pack. Congratulations, yeah? Let's open it.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hold this? Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? There we go. Oh, I like this one.
All right, nice color in Articuno. Well, thank you so much, Eduardo, for playing. Yeah, we'll get back to some Pokemon action.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like second grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I mean, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans. We're back for our final Swiss round here at LAIC, our Latin American International Championships, covering the Pokemon trading card game. We have had so many exciting matches. We've seen some of the best players in the world doing their best out on the stage. And we're excited to get into this final Swiss match before we determine our top cut. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk once again by Kyle Sablehouse. We'll be taking you through this final win and in match, and it all comes down to this.
Oh yeah, this is so exciting. Every tournament we look forward to this round in particular, the win and in opportunity for these players. It is, you can hear the pin drop out there when this round is about to start. All the players are just thinking, what could be? Is this my opportunity to potentially win a major championship?
Yeah, and this will be our first international championship with an asymmetrical top cut. So basically what that means is we'll take the top 8 players, we'll look at the person who's in the 8th seed, and however many match points they have, everyone else in the top 16, 32, however deep it goes down to 32, everyone else who has that same number of match points will have an opportunity to play into top cut. And that potential right now is looking like a maximum of 13 players, depending on how all these matches play out.
Yeah, with the ties that can happen, the natural ties that we could potentially see, it starts to get a little dicey, but we're expecting to see 13 if all of our matches play out. Maybe 12 if there's 12. A different winner at one of the tables.
Right, yeah, so the interesting table there is like table 2, where you've got Daniel Magda with the Regidrago V-Star at 10-1 facing up against Vitor from Brazil, who is 9-1-1. So we got 30 match points versus 28. If Daniel is able to beat Vitor, then that means that Vitor does not make it in. So.
Yeah, let's take a look at a couple more of those notable matchups that we'll have here in round number 12. And you can see that one of our players there, as you mentioned, Daniel, got the short end of the stick. He's got to continue to keep on fighting there. But actually, he's going to be making cut. Either it's Vitor who has to really fight.
Yes.
Miloslav playing up against Sebastian. Isaiah Bradner and Gabe Smart playing. Matthew Burris and Julia's there too. Oh my goodness, can we feature them all? These are great matches.
Of course, Fabrizio Inga Silva there. We saw round 1 today up against Austin Ellis. We featured Austin at a recent regional championships. That's another win and in match. So all things said, you know, we're going to be looking at more than likely between 10 and 12 players in Top Cut. There's an opportunity for there to be 13. There is technically an opportunity for there to be less.
Yep.
But more than likely, that'd be what my guess is. Here are the current standings at this point in the round. So many names that we have seen throughout the course of our championship series from the last few seasons, and a few players we've already featured on our stream thus far in this event.
Right, and of course we've talked about how many players could potentially make it into this asymmetrical Top Cut, but there are 22 eligible names, I believe, right now, still fighting it out. We can only show 16 of them so far, but my goodness, are they some fantastic names. A lot of players from all across the world competing here today, trying to get the job done. My eye particularly on players like Jackson Ford, starting off so strong in the event. Can you finish off the run? That 8-0, you don't want to throw that away and just have that 9-2-1 finish there. If you could find a win, that'd be so massive.
Yeah, 8-0 is a great start to day one, but there's a reason it is a two-day tournament structure. You've got to start strong, and you also have to finish, and that is what the story is going to be for so many of these players. 3 players currently going into this round at 10-1. They are the only ones going into this round who feel safe. They know for a fact they'll have an opportunity to play in our Top Cuts.
Yep, a couple mind games there too. Do you want to continue to play it out and get yourself to the top of the positioning there? Maybe you can avoid being one of the players in the asymmetric cut.
Yep.
So a lot to consider there. I expect to see an ID at the top table, but other than that, it's anyone's game.
I don't know if you will see an ID at the top table, because that puts them right in the mix of having to play an asym, right?
I mean, 31 seems pretty good.
Yeah, but if you tie and then have to play an asym, it's like you're giving. So like, let's think about it like this. If you play and lose, you have to play an asym, right? If you tie, you may have to play an asym. So then you're giving yourself only one opportunity to play for a top 8 spot. Whereas if you do this and you win in this current round, you get in guaranteed. So you're really giving yourself 2 opportunities.
Right. I'm gonna agree with you then, because
Okay.
I love when players just fight it out and win anyways.
Let's
go ahead and
ready.
see our 2 players right here in round number 12 trying to do just that. Let's take it to the table.
We do have our 2 players ready down at the table. We'll get down shortly. Players sitting at 27 match points. They need to get a win in order to get to 30 to lock it up. Comes down to this for these players. On the left, we've got Miloslav Ledny, who is playing the Regidrago V-Star. We've seen Miloslav in the past. We saw him have a top 16 finish at the World Championships this year, I believe. Top 16 in the year prior, or maybe it was London, dating back as well. He's had some really strong finishes at these events. Played Regidrago at Worlds. He stuck with it here for this event. And over on the other side of the table, we've got Sebastián Casa Mendoza, who is going to be playing the Dragapult EX, a deck we were just talking about earlier on. We have not seen this yet this weekend.
Yeah, this is the deck that you want to have if you make it into that asymmetric cut. Give yourself an opportunity to play with that additional time and find these unique victories. We've seen it win a regional championship already this year. Can it be done once more now at the international stage? Sebastián will be rocking it, but he does not have any day 2 accomplishments to his name. Is looking to really cement a new legacy now and really represent.
His first ever day 2, and he finds himself in this position. What a story, and what an opportunity to really make a name for yourself. It's going to feel like a little bit of a mirror match here. Both of these players are utilizing the same main attacker. Miloslav will be using Dragapult EX on his side. Of course, he will not be putting Dragapult into play, but he'll be using Apex Dragon on that Regidrago V-Star in order to copy that attack from the discard pile.
Yep, look live, here comes the Phantom Dive. It's going to be all over the place. Do the additional hit points help out, or is there going to be trouble? My goodness. How do you attack if all the cool attackers are in the prize cards, and there's your pink card too?
Yeah, there's the Sparkling Crystal in the prizes for Sebastián. We see the Giratina V-Star and that Hisuian Gudra V-Star in the prizes for Miloslav. I think that Gudra is a massive one. That I could see that being a really strong attacker in this matchup.
Oh, 100%. Also, maybe worth mentioning as well, you see the 2 energies in the prize cards for Sebastián. It's just the 6 energies to work with to be down to just a 2/2 count of Psychic and Fire already this early could be tough.
Yeah, needing energy attachments. That's going to be really, really, really
Especially
important here at this point. Yeah, with no crystal, there is just 1 earthen vessel. I don't see an energy in the hand right now. It looks like we are kicking things off on Sebastián's side of the table. A pair of Dreepy to kick off this game, and it will be that Earthen Vessel, discarding a card from the hand, getting rid of an Iono in order to search the deck for a pair of energy cards and add them to the hand.
Well, shout out to Sebastian for maybe not making those day 2s, but also attending the local league. Look at the flex right there. Some beautiful shiny cards with that Earthen Vessel and Iono, and now the energies will not be a problem. But there's still a little information need to be had here, and he's going to find out some bad news. There's no pink card.
No pink card. He also did prize a Dreepy, which could come up if he starts to get his first couple of Dreepy pressured really fast from Miloslav. It's definitely something that we'll have to keep our eye on. But yeah, the energy attachments here are going to be so massive. He needs to get an energy in play because Phantom Dive costs 2 energy to attack. Normally you can mitigate that with the Sparkling Crystal, but like we've mentioned a few times, he just won't have access to it.
Yep, maybe you find that at that mid-stage of the game when you're starting to run dry on those energies. We know that there's a couple other ways to bring those energies back up. You have the Mela that you can use, bring that fire energy back into the mix. But if you start to lose those energies early, it can be hard to find them.
Off of the Earthen Vessel, we do see 1 basic fire, 1 basic psychic energy being added to the hand. And you got to think here, which Pokemon do you want to attach this to? If you attach to the active, you threaten a turn 2 Rare Candy Dragapult attack. But also if you attach to the active, your opponent could knock it out.
Yeah, maybe you don't have all the information just yet when you see your opponent play down that Teal Mask. Could be Raging Bolt on the other side, but if you know Miloslav and you know that he's playing the Regidrago, you feel a little more comfortable thinking that there might not be that turn 1 attack, or it would take a ton of resources to get done.
Yeah, the energy switch, attached to Teal Mask, and then you're leaving yourself a little dry with a Regidrago on the bench potentially. Now we're going to kick it over to Miloslav after Sebastian does choose to attach the basic fire energy to that benched Dreepy. It looks like Miloslav will be kicking things off with the Ultra Ball, does get rid of a Night Stretcher. It's a key recovery card hitting the discard pile right away. And then that Curum, something that could come up really strong against these evolving decks if you can get it off early.
Yeah, especially when you're going first, you really love to see that Trifrost reaching the bench there so that you have that opportunity to board wipe and take out all these Dreepies and have that opportunity to steal those additional prize cards and avoid the setup on your opponent's side. Turn 2 is not going to be nearly as bad, and you do see there the Manaphy, a tech inclusion that is there specifically for this, is in the prize cards there for Sebastian. Devastating news once more.
Yeah, I don't think he minded too much as Sebastian if you get a Dragapult in play turn 2. Sure, go ahead. Try Frost 1 Dreepy on the bench. You've still got this Curum, or this active Dragapult to deal with.
I'm doing 200 every turn. If you want to take down these little guys, go ahead. Be my guest.
So off the Ultra Ball, Miloslav will choose to grab the Cleffa, indicating definitely a more setup-based turn. We're not going to be popping off and trying to go for a turn 1 attack. You rarely see that from a Regidrago player anyway. And this is honestly a really solid start. Has the Professor's Research. It does come at a little bit of a cost with that energy switch going down, but he already has a Regidrago V and a Fire Energy on the bench. Draw for turn with these 7 new cards from the Professor's Research. There's that Prime Catcher. Could enable some explosive plays on the next turn. What else do you see here for Miloslav, Kyle?
Well, there's an 8 of energy count for the grass energies, and none were found, but thankfully the Earthen Vessel was found there. So an opportunity now to continue to build onto this board, find that energy for the Teal Mask Ogerpon, draw an additional resource, and maybe if you can play this hand down even further, you can move to that Cleffa and refill.
Will be that Earthen Vessel discarding the Canceling Cologne, a tech we see played pretty often in Regidrago V-Star. There's so many different matchups in the meta that it can be good against. Iron Thorns, Mimikyu. It can be great against Manaphy. Yeah, that's so many different combo pieces you can pull together with the Canceling Cologne. Not great in this matchup most of the time, however, so we see that hit the discard pile in favor of a pair of energy. Thinking about it with this second grass energies, is actually going to choose to put the second grass back, only getting 1 energy off of this Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, at this point in time, it seems like Miloslav has a great understanding of what you want in the hand in order to perform a great turn 2 attack, and it's not grass energy, so give yourself an opportunity to draw into different resources there with the Cleffa.
Just the Teal Dance drawing himself 1 single card. Worst case scenario, we can now see the retreat into the Cleffa.
I'm starting to question now. We see the Professor's Research and energy switch as well. You might just play this Nest Ball and leave the Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot if you don't feel like your opponent's going to perform a big attack.
Yeah, it becomes a question of, how much of a hit do you want your Ogre Pawn to take? If you move it to the bench, sure, it can get softened up and brought back up later, but you want to ask your opponent to expend those resources. We do see another Earthen Vessel here discarding Boss's Orders, a powerful supporter card in the format, grabbing 2 more basic grass energy. It's always interesting to see situations like this where you chose to only get 1 grass energy, and it's like, yeah, you know what? I'll use the Earthen Vessel to get another 2.
Yeah, as soon as you see the Earthen Vessel, now it's a little different. The hand has dwindled down. You have that energy, the energy switch for next turn, the Professor's Research for the Regidrago. You might as well draw, 2 more cards here, 3 more cards now with the energy switch, and see if you can find that Regidrago V-Star.
We will see the Grasping draw 3 more cards added to the hand, looking for the evolution next turn. Also needs to discard a good dragon-type attacker. That could be an issue here. We talked about how the Giratina prized, the Gudra's prized. One of the 2 Dragapult EX is prized. Is Miloslav going to be able to find a way to get that in the discard pile on the next turn? Sebastian kicks things off with the evolution of the active Dreepy into a Drakloak, uses that Recon Directive, looking at the top 2 cards, adding 1 to the hand and sending the other to the bottom of the deck. Now Arvin played as the supporter for turn, searching the deck for an item card and a Pokemon tool. Normally a great way to get that Sparkling Crystal A-Spec. Is not going to be able to find it from the Arvin in this situation, though. Needs the pivot option of this rescue board eyed up immediately from the search.
Do you like to skateboard? I certainly do. That 1 retreat cost turning to 0 with that inclusion, and it means that there's an opportunity to maybe find that rare candy into a big attacking Dragapult this turn. Depends what the rest of the hand has. We see some other cards eyed up now. Nest Ball typically doesn't mean big attack.
Unless the pieces are already in hand, which could be really nice here for Sebastian if he already has it. And the rescue board grab makes me think he wants to go into something this turn. Buddy Buddy Poffin is the other card off the Arvin. He will go immediately back into the deck with this set up card, searching the deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. 1 more Dreepy brought to the front. The other one is in the prize cards.
Chip.
So this will be the only grab.
This is getting dangerous if you don't have that attacking Dragapult on this turn. You look at the board and you think about the Kyurem potential. There could be a huge board wipe there, and you could remove all these Dreepies with the last one in the prize cards.
It would be a huge swing if Sebastian does not have the pieces to pull off the rare candy into Dragapult. There's a rare candy in hand, and sure enough, Dragapult EX to go with it. We know the energy is available as well based on the Earthen Vessel from the first turn of the game. We see that evolution, we see the attachment, and now Retreat will launch the very first Phantom Dive of this game. More than enough damage to KO the poor Cleffa, and now where do these 6 damage counters go? It looks like he's going to stack them all onto the Regidrago V.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite plays that we see in a matchup like this. You're dealing that 60 damage onto the Regidrago, but once you attack again and deal that 200 damage, you start to line up for some unique plays, maybe with that Radiant Alakazam.
Radiant Alakazam getting into the mix would be really, really strong. It is an option that he has available. Miloslav's going to kick things off with the Teal Dance, attaches an energy. Teal Dance once again draws 1 more on the bench. Ogre looking for a Regidrago V-Star, looking for an energy switch or just another grass energy to attach for turn. Taking a look at the discard pile, he also once again does need a good dragon attacker in the discard pile.
Not much to work with, but we do know the supporter in hand is the Professor's Research. If you can find an evolution here, find that Regidrago V-Star, you then do have access to your V-Star ability to potentially discard even more of those dragon Pokemon. So the reach is there, but with those prize cards, you start to wonder, what attackers do you have left? It's basically that other Dragapult EX that you're starting to target. Maybe Haxorus as well.
And Miloslav does play the 1 Haxorus really strong into certain matchups. It's 230 damage, is able to KO a lot of 2 prize Pokemon in the format. Pheasantipity, Tealmax Ogerpon with that Dragon Pulse attack. Every so often, though, you can also get that Bring Down the Axe to KO a Lugia player who was not very smart with their missed energies.
Whoops! Missed it there. Yeah, the Dragon Pulse, you can also see some pretty devastating discards there, but so be it. That's the way it goes.
Not going to be probably the play that Miloslav wants to go for here. If he can get that second copy of Dragapult EX into the discard pile, that's what he will more than likely be looking for. Just match the damage output. We could also see him go for the Trifrost deal 110 damage to all 3 Pokemon in play, KO the 2 Pokemon on the bench, set up this active Dragapult EX to be KO'd by a different attack on the next turn. So there are still other options out there.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. An opportunity to remove more potential threats. If your opponent doesn't have 320 hit points, and you don't give them opportunity to ever get to that point once more, it's going to be a lot more manageable. It takes a lot of resources, but the fact that this Regidrago V-Star is already lined up to take a big knockout, and you don't use your V-Star ability, means that there's definitely an opportunity to use energy switches next turn.
We do see a switch moving this active Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to the bench, bringing up Regidrago V-Star. Now one thing Miloslav will consider is it worth it to go for the Legacy Star? Looks like the answer is no, but we will see the Trifrost discarding all of these energy cards, KOing the 2 Pokemon on the bench, and dealing 110 damage to Sebastia's active Dragapult EX.
Well, here's a buddy poppin', but I don't think you're gonna find what you really want. There's no more Dreepy to go along with this, with the last one in the prize cards, and you've got a couple unique basics that you can reach for, but you're not attacking very much.
Yeah, we could see Sebastia grab the Pidgey here. He could have gotten it on the last turn. He buddy poffin for just the 1 Dreepy, but I think it was a pretty heads-up play from Sebastia to not get that Pidgey down because he knew Trifrost was a potential threat.
Yeah, you take a look. The hand, there's not much that you really want to work with there. And basically have that Iono, I think, in the hand there. So if you can slow down your opponent's draws, you feel a little better. Takes a look at the hand size and says, 6 is a little too many. I'll try to work with 4 and see if that helps. But
so Sebastia chooses not to put the Pidgey in play. What do you think of that?
It's a little complicated because you don't have an answer right now after this turn. If this Pokemon gets knocked out, you're going to lose the game. We are a Haxorus away from the game ending. It may not be a Pokemon that you expect on Miloslav's side, but that discard pile would be the end.
We do see him draw into the Pidgey, and Night Stretcher, I think, being the big card to find here, will allow Sebastia to grab any Pokemon or basic energy from the discard pile. Adding it to the hand, we do indeed see Dreepy being brought back to life, put directly on to the bench, getting that ready for the future turns. Sebastia will not be taking a KO this turn, and so it becomes a question of how you want to set your damage up with the Phantom Dive. Now with the Nest Ball, we do see the Fezandipity EX grabbed from the deck. Since the KO was taken by Miloslav last turn, Flip the Script can be a nice way to draw a few more cards.
Yeah, and now you start to wonder what the best strategy is as far as making this Pokemon stick around a little bit longer. 210 hit points left. You see in the hand, believe that final card is a counter catcher. If you could bring up the other Regidrago, but there's a world where your opponent just doesn't have the reach to use the V-Star and also attack that turn. You have to force your opponent to go for it all here.
Sebastia draws 3 with the Flip the Script after the good old 1-card cut. We do see that Radiant Alakazam being found. We could see some Painful Spoons work into the mix, move damage counters on your opponent's side of the board, get yourself a little math fixing, set up for some KOs in the future. You pointed that out early on in the game. We now see that being a potential option. How does Sebastia want to utilize it now?
Yeah, maybe. You could also target down a Teal Mask Ogerpon and try to knock out that Pokemon and remove a Grass Energy from play. We see the counter catcher eyed up and ready to roll, and that seems to be the line now.
We do see that counter catcher bringing Ogerpon to the active. Painful Spoons moving 1 damage counter. Actually, not going to move a damage counter to the active, not wanting to take the KO just yet.
Yeah, this is a player who now knows that there is one unique way to victory, and it will be Iono. Do not take prize cards of your own. Force your opponent to overextend with a damaged board state, and hopefully you stick around for another turn. If not, you've at least accomplished the main goal there of placing down the Dreepy on the bench, and you could have that rare candy Dragapult on the following turn.
Really smart setup there from Sebastia. Could be mitigated by Miloslav. Maybe it would force him to go after the Radiant Alakazam. That does put you on an odd prize that you may not want to take. So there's definitely a couple questions here about how Miloslav wants to approach this situation. The one thing is for sure, though, he's got to establish another attacker.
Yeah, well, taking a look at this board, I don't know who I'd rather be here. There were a Haxorus away from what has to be a game-breaking knockout on that Dragapult EX. You would think is got to be pretty nice, but to commit energies to this already damaged Dragapult or Regidrago V-Star on the bench would not feel like a good time.
We could see Miloslav push for the knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You load a bunch of energies on it with some Energy Switch. The Myriad Leaf Shower can get to 210, which is the HP remaining on the Dragapult pretty reasonably. Then you run the risk of just losing all your energy pretty quickly. So Miloslav's got plenty of things to consider from this position. Looks like Ultra Ball is being played, searching the deck for any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. It will be another Regidrago V-Star being found. The discard of the Dragapult is massive now, and it will be another Nest Ball finding the Mew EX, looking for a little bit of help from the restart.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the supporter for the turn here. I believe the last card is the research, and finding more opportunities to discard some Dragon Pokemon and expand on the pool that you have for your Regidrago V-Star will be so pivotal here.
Yeah, really interesting to note from Miloslav's list, choosing not to play the Fezandipiti EX, has this Mew EX in the mix, as opposed to that other 2-prize support Pokemon. We will indeed see restart filling the hand up to 3 cards, does find another Grass Energy. We will see, is that attachment for turn? It's not quite enough damage yet. Would also need an Energy Switch for this, and that's onto a Pokemon with 200 damage.
All right, it's a big commitment, but drawing 7 now, trying to find a way to move that energy with the Energy Switch now.
Does have it guaranteed through the Legacy Star if he wants to, but I think he would have liked to have found one here, maybe save Legacy Star for the future. He's kind of committed himself down this road. He may be forced to Legacy Star right now.
Which is not what you want to do, especially when you're thinking about your opponent using Iono on the following turn. You'll be down to a low hand size. Yes, you have the Mew to refresh a little bit, but if you have to use Legacy Star, you're in for a bad time.
Another Ultra Ball getting rid of the Squawkabilly EX. Not a useful card at this point in the game. Also getting rid of the Temple of Sinnoh. Not a card that's super strong in this matchup. And the Ultra Ball, it does look like will find the Haxorus. And I actually do think I see an Energy Switch was indeed found for Miloslav. It was the gold Energy Switch kind of blending in there. So he will have that option, maybe able to save Legacy Star for the future.
Earthen Vessel in hand too, so the discard of the Haxorus available. To have that option to maybe close out on a Pokemon like that Fezandipiti on the bench would be fantastic, as Miloslav tries to eye up those final 4 prize cards this game. Yeah, I'm thinking on the other side, boy howdy, that Radiant Alakazam could really make quick work of this board state.
Yeah, but I think Miloslav is recognizing he's kind of okay if that happens. You know, Sebastia takes the knockout. Maybe he gets another Dragapult into play, but if there's not something like a Professor Turos scenario from Sebastia to pick up the Fezandipiti EX, Miloslav has access to the Legacy Star still, which could probably, with other cards in hand, almost certainly guarantee the attack with the Regidrago V-Star. We do see Myriad Leaf Shower taking the KO, 210 damage exactly. Down goes the mighty Dragapult EX. Miloslav with simply 2 prize cards remaining. Sebastia sending up the Dreepy here. I think we're in a situation where, in order to get off an attack, Sebastia needs quite a bit.
I think Sebastia's counting on his prize cards helping him out in this spot. Fezandipiti to start things off, to see a few more resources. You'd love to see that rare candy into the Dragapult EX on this side. I think we see the Ultra Ball there.
Yeah, and a rare candy as well, so he does have the pieces in order to get into a Dragapult.
One piece that's missing, however, is you're looking for a way to attack this turn for more relevant damage than just 70, and that's basically going to be by either 2 ways. You can have that Mela and get that fire energy back and give yourself an opportunity to attack there, or you find your prize cards and you retrieve that pink card and help out.
Yeah, and I don't think a Mela was found off of the Flip the Script, and I don't know that Sebastia has any other way to dig for it. He can use the Painful Spoons, take 2 prizes, give himself just under a 50% chance to take it with 5 prize cards remaining. There's a chance he could take it. I don't know which order things are in. It'll be the Manaphy and the Buddy Poffin or the Manaphy and the Sparkling Crystal.
He's going to take a look and mix it up here first.
You can get another Dreepy here, but you know, with only 2 prizes left on your opponent's side, you don't necessarily need it, but it looks like that will indeed be the grab. Shuffle up the prize cards. How these get laid out is going to be massive.
Trust the judge.
The good old judge shuffle, the good old judge placement of the prizes. We'll get an update here shortly on how they were laid out, and we may indeed see the painful spoons. Looks like Sparkling Crystal in a similar spot. Is it going to be the prize card taken?
Chip!
He needs it so badly here. 2 prizes to be drawn.
Oh, Manaphy and the crystal!
He does take the crystal. That leads to the attack this turn. Okay, there's definitely an opportunity here for Sebastia. Has the rare candy, has the Dragapult. And now Miloslav has to decide what to promote. It will be Regidrago V-Star.
He says you don't have it. He promotes the Regidrago V-Star with 200 hit points remaining directly into Rare Candy Dragon Ball EX on this side.
Sebastia has everything necessary to take this knockout, but there's a chance Miloslav's making this play, recognizing, hey, you can't take all 3 prize cards this turn. Sure, you can take this one out. Oh, and Sebastia's not even going to knock this out. He's actually just going to go for the Jet Headbutt here, dealing 70 to the active. What can Miloslav do? Can he find all of the pieces in order to take out that Fezandipity EX with the Dragon Pulse? Seeing how many cards are left in the deck, we're going to see the Legacy start here very, very soon.
Oh, taking account now. It's like, what, 10 cards left in the deck, trying to eye up the final resources to get the job done. You can accelerate the energies onto the board with the Teal Mask.
Let's talk through what he needs here. He needs a Fire Energy on his Regidrago V-Star. He needs another Grass Energy to be accelerated onto the other Teal Mask Ogerpon. He needs a pair of Energy Switch, and he also needs a Gusting card to bring up the Fezandipity. There is 2 of the pieces right there. And he's counting through the deck now at this point, and I think Sebastia sees the writing on the wall with Legacy Star available. Miloslav should have been able to close it out. We're going to head into game 2.
Oh man, that was so back and forth between our 2 players, but Miloslav takes it down in that opening game of this great set, and whew, it could have gone either way there. It looked really bad at the beginning with that early Trifrost, but sure enough, found a way to manage a great comeback, but didn't want to overextend in that last turn.
Yeah, there were still 3 cards Miloslav needed there to pull the playoff. He needed the Grass Energy, he needed the Energy Switch, and then he needed Prime Catcher. I don't know that he had all those pieces necessarily available. Had we seen the Prime Catcher hit the discard pile, I think he had Research available still, so in theory, if he researches into the Prime Catcher, he should be able to do it, but I don't know that it was guaranteed. I maybe would have stuck it out just a little bit longer for Sebastian.
Yeah, maybe you're not taking that prize card thinking, well, considerations for Fezandipity to draw in. That's not a card that's featured in the list, though. So you're playing around cards, thinking of everything, and maybe it just was a little too much there. We'll take a look at the recap here of game number 1, see how we got to this point.
And it was a pretty aggressive start from Sebastia. Went first, found the turn 2 Dragapult EX, but then Miloslav responded with the Trifrost, taking 2 prizes on the bench, hitting 110 damage onto this active Dragapult EX so that he could clean it up in a future turn with the Myriad Leaf Shower. You really don't see the Ogerpon attacking too often in this deck, but it puts in work in the right situations.
Yeah, it worked out so well here. It's you see all the damage starting to build up on Miloslav's side, and just was trying to find a way to close out this game, and did just that, just enough. It was going to take almost every card in the deck, and there was an understanding right then and there. You got plenty of time to make a good game 2, maybe game 3 out of this. Now, Sebastia, let's see what you got.
Yeah, Sebastia is going to be going first in this one, trying to get a similar setup, I would imagine. Yeah, what do you think? We never saw the Pidgeot trying to be established for Sebastia. He's got that 101 Pidgeot EX line. Maybe thinking he doesn't want to give up the 2 prizes,
Giratina.
But he put the Fezandipity in play.
Yep.
I don't know, man.
Sometimes you're thinking so much about all the different opportunities that you miss the obvious play in front of you. If you give yourself a way to find those resources in the mid to late stage of the game, it's very difficult for your opponent to draw out and find the win.
Well, I'm sure Sebastia has played against plenty of Regidrago V-Star up to this point in the tournament. It's very popular. It's been doing very well. He's doing very well, so I'm sure he's seen it somewhere along the way in his run, so he knows what to do and how to prep against it. We're getting into game number 2 here. We do see the start of that Rotom V for Sebastia. We did not see the Rotom V hit the field at all in game number 1. He's going to start off this turn with the Nest Ball, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon. He will get the news, however. He's got 3 basic Pokemon prized.
Oh, yep, that's not the greatest news. There are some of those unique inclusions, the Hawlucha, which the math doesn't always line up so strongly there. See one of those 2 counter catchers as well. It's a great comeback mechanism here to fight back in the game and give yourself that opportunity to maybe catch your opponent slacking. They miss that switching effect, and maybe they miss that attack too.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything too bad prized here for Sebastia. We will immediately see the Forest Sealstone being used now, attached to the Rotom V, giving it access to that Star Alchemy V-Star power. The flip of the V-Star marker now leads to any card being found from the deck and added to the hand.
Yeah, one great benefit of seeing that Rotom V at the beginning of the game means that you know you're going to have access to drawing plenty of cards at the early stage. The Forest Sealstone as well. The one negative, you can't ride a skateboard anymore, Chip. You're stuck in the active spot with this this silly Sealstone now.
Yeah, it makes the energy attachment this turn very important for Sebastia. You can attach to a bench to Dreepy, and then attach Retreat the Rotom, plus get your Sparkling Crystal on the next turn. He will end the turn off with that instant charge. The main reason Rotom has begun to see so much play in these Stage 2 decks over the last few years, filling the hand up, hoping you get to some rare candy plays in the future. We will see that Pidgey now being actually established as well from Sebastia, perhaps making an adjustment from game number 1. Now over to Miloslav's end of the board with the start of that Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. Tons of Pokemon in the prize cards once again. That single copy of Hisuian Goodra V-Star.
Energy switch there as well. You count down all of those. It's almost the first card you're checking every single time when you're looking through this deck. You need to know where those are, and you're trying to accomplish your opening knockout without having to use your V-Star ability. Typically, it's all about those energy switches when you're doing that. You also see in the prizes that 1 copy of the Dragapult there. Still 1 more to go, but we talked about this Hisuian Goodra. It could be one of the key pieces in a matchup like this, limiting that damage output.
Yeah, definitely something that could be a really strong option that's just now not available, especially when your opponent has the 190 HP Rotom V in play. That's an easy target and an easy turn to potentially use that Goodra. We do see the Teal Dance, accelerating that energy, drawing a single card. We will additionally see a Regidrago V hit the bench. What else are you seeing in Miloslav's hand over there? What kind of plays does he have available?
Yeah, more energies in that Earthen Vessel as well, but you kind of get to a point in this hand where you don't want to overextend. It's about just setting up one big Pokemon and knowing that you're going for that turn 2 attack. If you can make that happen, then you're very comfortable. You don't want to throw away those additional grass energies if you don't need to.
No supporter played here for Miloslav, just a pass back over to Sebastia. Now, Sebastia did not find a energy on turn 1, so what kind of options does he have to pull off an attack here? Is there a switch or anything like that in the deck?
There's a silly play where you can Lost Vacuum your own Forest Sealstone and then attach the board there now to try to get this Pokemon to move to the bench for free retreat, but it's going to be pretty tricky there.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. Looks like there's also a Professor Turo's Scenario, but if you're playing Turo's Scenario, that means you're not playing Arven to set up your Stage 2 Pokemon more than likely.
These 2 cards are so big here, Chip. If you find the Pidgeot, you're in great spot. The Dragapult is pretty good too with the rare candy.
Yeah, it has the rare candy, so we can get that Stage 2 Pokemon into play from this Recon Directive. Will it be the Dragapult grabbed or the basic Psychic Energy? He wants to make sure he values energy attachments as well, so he's really having a tough time with what to do here and does ultimately value having an energy to attach for turn.
Once more, though, you look at this bench and it's a little susceptible to the Trifrosting. He gets scared. Buddy Poffin's going to take a look once more through the deck and find the blue guy.
Yeah, that will mitigate much of Sebastia's fear. Now, Miloslav could still pull something off. We talked about the canceling Cologne in game number 1. This is one of the situations for which you play that card. And we will actually see that Rotom retreating to the bench, bringing up the Pidgey, and getting that energy in the discard pile, now using instant charge to end the turn and draw 3 cards.
Yeah, Sebastian never wants to be a bird keeper, ever. Just complete disrespect to the Pidgey at all times. I suppose this is a pretty nice pivot, as you could just give up a single prize to your opponent, and in the best case scenario, you find Rare Candy Pidgeot and have that free retreat.
Draw for turn on Miloslav's end. We did not see a supporter played for turn last turn. Now, was that because he doesn't have one, or is it because his hand was just that good?
Chip, it was a choice. There is a Regidrago V-Star and a Professor's Research. The Earthen Vessel now, if you don't already have that fire energy, you can acquire it here. And all of the attacks are starting to line up, so long as you can find a different attacker for the discard pile, but maybe you're content with just that Dragapult.
Yeah, that Earthen Vessel, putting that Pokemon EX into the discard pile, you could line yourself up with some plays now. There's nothing like the Hawlucha in Miloslav's deck, so we can't see it target down any of those low HP Pokemon. So that's not going to be an option for Miloslav. He does not play it. We do see the fire energy being found off the Earthen Vessel, does not choose to get any other energy cards, and that is because he doesn't want to put them in the discard pile with the incoming Professor's Research.
You have plenty of opportunities to throw away cards later on with your Legacy Star. Don't need to waste them here. And it looks like we see a couple more Dragon Pokemon added into the hand along with an Ultra Ball. So the resources are starting to find their way to the top.
Yeah, quite a few Ultra Ball to work with, so you could get any other attacker if you want it into the discard pile, like that Kyurem, if you were able to find the Canceling Cologne play. It does not look like we're very close to that. You could dig for it with the Legacy Star. I don't really think it is worth it, though.
I think looking back now at the last turn, my favorite part about this Pidgey promotion is you're not giving up 2 immediate prize cards to your opponent, copying that Dragapult attack. With the 200 to the active and 6 damage counters to the bench, no Pokemon is available for that second prize knockout.
We do see Nest Ball being used, brings another Regidrago V into play. Now an Ultra Ball being considered here in order to discard a couple of cards. We do see that Giratina V-Star hitting the discard pile for the first time in this matchup. Not really an attacker I would expect to see come into play very often here.
Yeah, the only time potentially would be against a Pidgeot on the other side, but with the Pidgey being handled most likely this turn, I don't have to think much about that.
Mew EX will be the grab, put directly onto the bench. Its restart ability can continue to provide Miloslav with some support here. We will see switch into that Mew. One of the benefits of it as well is that it has that free retreat. Energy switch now will be followed up, I imagine, by a restart for a couple of cards. There's a Boss's Orders, and what is that other card? A Nest Ball.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite plays to see from players. You know 100% of the time it will be the attacking Regidrago V-Star. You always switch to the free retreater.
Now we see the switch into the Regidrago V-Star, the retreat, I should say. Attacking options lined up, more than likely Phantom Dive will spread some damage. The question is just how does Miloslav want to go about it? 1 damage counter being placed on the Manaphy, 5 more remaining.
I want 4 on the Drek Cloak there to set up for potentially that Giratina V-Star knockout. But other than that, it pretty much could go anywhere at this point. The Dreepy could take that final damage counter if you so choose, but you have to be thinking your opponent wants to evolve that Drek Cloak next turn.
It becomes a question of, as Miloslav, what do you think your opponent is going to want to do? Does Sebastian want to manually evolve this Dracloak into a Dragapult, or will he more likely want to Rare Candy one of his 2 Dreepy?
Well, there's 2 of them, so you don't put 4 damage on one, he'll just go to the other one.
Right, but if he Rare Candies one of them, then you can Dragapult it, right, and it stays a Dreepy, right?
Okay.
You can still Dragapult it later, and that is ultimately what Sebastian's going to choose to do.
All right, well, considerations were made, and we'll see how that works out now. It looks like the Rare Candy play is likely the choice with the promotion of that Dreepy, really valuing the additional draw that you have with the Drek Cloak.
Over now to Sebastian's side, does send up the Dreepy with just the 1 damage counter. He's going to not just walk into the Giratina attack, like you mentioned. We will kick off the turn with the Recon Directive, looking at the top 2, adding 1 to the hand, sending 1 to the bottom. Good old airmail back in its own way. Finds an Iono. Maybe not the supporter choice for this turn. Looks like Arven is being eyed up, but Iono is looking like a pretty solid option down the line. Now Arven will be played in order to search the deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool.
Yep, plenty of options here when you look through the deck, but you have to be considering what leads you to a big attack in this spot. I think most of those cards are already in the hand there, but the Ultra Ball could be another helpful piece. Of course, that having that Sparkling Crystal is the #1 importance there, and maybe on Miloslav's side you start to feel a little better when you see the rescue board, but sure enough, it is in the hand.
Sparkling Crystal, the key piece here in order to pull off this attack. It looks like we will see the Ultra Ball discarding a basic Fire Energy and that Lumineon V in favor of finding the Stage 2 attacker of Dragapult EX. Rare Candy incoming as well in order to get this Pokemon into play. Looks like we've got all the pieces lined up here to get off the attack.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised here now to see a card like that Mela being tossed away, as we know how important it is to have an energy attachment every turn. This is what, turn 3 now, and there's 0 energy on the board. Yes, there will be an attack this turn. You have an energy attachment, you have the Sparkling Crystal, but if this Pokemon were to be handled, what do you do from that point forward? You are completely reliant on every basic energy attachment from this point forward.
Every attachment is incredibly important. We do see Rare Candy being used. Here comes Dragapult EX. See the attachment of the Fire Energy, attachment of the Sparkling Crystal. Here comes the attack. Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, 60 damage spread to the bench. Sebastia is also holding on to Counter Catcher. We will see Radiant Alakazam work into the mix. Could take some prize cards on that Mew EX, but instead will choose to go after this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, we've seen this resource battle happening so often in this matchup. It's just an opportunity to force your opponent to have to waste a card, an energy, a switch, an energy switch, whatever it may be. It slows down your opponent just that one bit. But I don't know if I love the damage placement here on the Teal Mask. Yes, eventually you will clear this Pokemon off the board, but there's 4 energies already there, Chip. I'm a little more nervous about Regidrago.
This is the same damage placement we saw from Sebastia in the first game. The situation, though, is quite a bit different due to the energies already in play, as you mentioned, Kyle. Teal Dance now for Miloslav, drawing a single card, getting an energy attachment. Ultra Ball, discarding another Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and a Nest Ball, searching the deck for any other Pokemon. It will grab another Regidrago V-Star, an attacker you can establish that does not have any damage counters on it. It does need a few more energies to work with, but that is another option here.
Yeah, the considerations now for how you go about the closeout of this game. You don't need to knock out this Dragapult this turn.
This
Boss's
is really
orders
good, yeah.
is so great, because not only do you take the knockout on that Rotom V, but you can set up the additional damage counters on the Dragapult to take that knockout on the following turn. This is terrifying.
Yeah, things are setting up nicely here from Miloslav, taking a 3-prize turn here, setting up to just have to take one more knockout, placing the damage onto this Dragapult EX on the bench so that it can be KO'd by that Giratina V-Star. He still has Legacy Star available as well. The mountain is getting taller and taller and taller, and Sebastia is running out of energy to climb. This is looking really difficult from this position.
And every damage counter counts at this point. What a great play to put the damage onto that Dreepy on the following turn that you were mentioning there now. It lines up perfectly for the following knockout next turn. If your opponent does go an alternate route and play down one of those weaker V Pokemon, whatever it may be.
Sebastia knows that this does not feel like a winning board state.
It is tough. Yep, you're gonna take as much information in as you can. That is a sad drop of the discard pile.
Looks like a rescue board being attached. That'll provide the pivot for the Manaphy, attachment of an energy for turn to the Dracloak. And Iono can put Miloslav down to 2 cards, but Mew EX is in play. There's a pair of Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's still Legacy Star to work with. What can this even do?
Yeah, we're not too far away from a conclusion, so long as that Regidrago still reads Legacy Star, which it does. It's a difficult way to come back here for Sebastian. Yes, you still do have a way to take a knockout this turn. You have that Radiant Alakazam that could move some damage. If you want to move it from the Regidrago to the Teal Mask, you could certainly do that. Or you move the damage up and you take that 200 damage knockout.
Recon Directive looking at the top two. Sebastian shakes the head, did not find what he was looking for in order to give himself just a chance here. He can knock out this Regidrago V-Star if he wants to. He can knock out it and the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn on the bench, but he can't deal with the benched Regidrago V-Star. That was so massive for Miloslav last turn, using the Ultra Ball in order to establish this Pokemon in play, playing around any sort of disruption from Sebastian. That would have been an opportunity, but now not available. 2 damage counters moved from the bench to the active. 200 HP now remaining on this Regidrago V-Star. We will see the retreat. We will see the Phantom Dive. But what is it all for?
Yep, just throws down the other Dragapult. I feel like you could have attacked with this one. He's like, well, I really like this attack. The problem is I have to use it with the Pokemon with 40 damage on it already. And yes, I can take a knockout here, but at what cost?
4-prize turn. Makes it seem a little bit closer than maybe it was, but Miloslav set this up excellently from the start. All Miloslav simply has to do is to use that Legacy Star V-Star power and grab himself a Fire Energy from the discard pile.
Seems like it is already lined up here perfectly. Just debating about how to place the final damage counters.
I mean, yeah, this is, at this point...
Take your 2 prizes, why not?
Sebastian's gotten himself to this point, his first ever day 2. He's going to enjoy the moment here on the stream. Got to respect it, but it is pretty straightforward here for Miloslav. 2 prize cards remaining. All he needs to do is grab this Fire Energy back from the discard pile. And sure enough, that's what he's speaking to Sebastian about now. Legacy Star, grab the Fire Energy. We're going to go through the motions here, discarding the top 7 cards, gets to grab any 2 cards he would like, attaches the fire, retreats, and announces Lost Impact from the Giratina V-Star already in the discard pile to deal 280 damage, take the KO, and Miloslav propels himself into top 8 of the Latin American International Championships.
Yeah, it's a wild back and forth that we had there, but it ends in a swift 2-0 there from Miloslav. It felt like it was going to be pretty comfortable once the damage counters were placed in that direction. Just all the knockouts lining up so swiftly. If Sebastian cannot make a use of all of the hit points, then you're just dealing with a faster version of your deck.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players aiming to use the same attacker, and you can see why Regidrago V-Star is more popular than Dragapult. It is perhaps just a better user of that powerful Phantom Dive attack.
Sure enough, that will get the job done. 30 points now for Miloslav, and that is a happy place to be at right now. We don't know what that exactly leads to for our players, but you have to think that that is at least good for asymmetric cut, and then there might be a play-in for that top 8.
Yeah, play-in may have to happen as well. That is something to consider without a doubt. Yeah, it's not even top 8 anymore, it's top cut. I gotta make sure I'm specifying that.
I don't want to do that. I like top 8.
Yeah, well, we're going into top cut here very, very soon. Lots of matches out on the floor, still finishing. Still the potential for 12 players to make it into top
What do you think
cut.
about that ID up there at the top, Chip?
They did choose to ID Isla and Brent Tonneson IDing at table number 1. Hopefully they both get to dodge asymmetrical cuts. It could be a little risky.
Yeah, it is a risk, but as a Golden Go player, you know you got to take those.
I guess they're actually probably pretty safe because 31 will probably just be the top end. It's not like there's people with more, there's not like 29 pointers that are playing to get to 32.
I was trying to explain that to you as we were going into it, but the issue is if we have 13 people making the cut, maybe there's a world where one of those players gets dropped in, but it's very unlikely to be them as they were the top seeded players going into it.
Yeah, it totally depends on how those final resistances will break down. They will, with the ID, more than likely be safe. Always a little bit of the risk, though. Probably are good to go, especially depending what happens at table 2. That could make a big difference.
All right, well, to speak a little bit more on those players that started off the tournament at 8-0, we mentioned earlier Jackson Ford trying to find that win, takes down Henry Chow. to get there. It is the Charizard of Jackson that will be moving into that asymmetric cut.
Yeah, I believe I heard Henry saying earlier that he felt like the Charizard matchup was easy, so things just did not work out well for him there. If he was feeling confident in that matchup, Jackson Ford taking it down.
Yeah, Leonardo Walbrancher as well was a player playing that Iron Thorns that started off the tournament 9-0 and does find a win against, of all people, Ryan Antonucci there too. So man, that's another great player that started 8-0 moving on.
We'll get more into how some of these matches have broken down here shortly. In the meantime, though, we do want to hear from our most recent player getting into our top cut. Before we do that, we will take a look at the replay from that game, and it was a really solid 2-0 victory there for Miloslav. He really put on a great show, a really great lesson in how to play this Regidrago V-Star deck.
Yeah, we saw our players having a great time at this. Sebastio really taking in the moment and having fun with this. As yes, the cards weren't exactly following his way, but you can see us there in that second game now. It was that opening knockout there on the Pidgey, which was smart of Sebastio, but goodness, the damage placement here was really the story.
Without a doubt, and then that grab of the Rotom, bringing that up into the active spot in order to take a 3-prize turn, really put Miloslav just a little bit too far ahead. 2 prizes remaining. Sebastio went through the motions, take an excellent 4-prize turn, but Miloslav had the pieces, was able to close it out, and we're gonna get to hear from him right now. Let's get down to the stage and hear in just a minute from our winner.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything that our players are trying to accomplish right here. You get that big final match win, you get to move on into the top cut, and this is not a spot that, I mean, we've seen Miloslav in there multiple times at the regional stage and continuing to build on those placements. And once more, here's a big one.
And now I do believe we have that interview ready. Let's get down to the stage and hear from our top cut player, Miloslav.
Thank you, Chip. Yes, I am here with our last Swiss match feature match winner, Miloslav. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling now, having made it into the asymmetrical top cut?
I'm feeling great. Hopefully I can make it through.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, we were just talking before, you mentioned that, in a sense, although you have made the top cut, this is kind of like an equal best result, right? Because you made top 16 at internationals before.
Yeah, pretty much. I think internationals, I only have top 32s, but I have multiple top 16s at Worlds. I'm like the top 16 collector, so hopefully I'm making it through this time, yeah. But I still won't be disappointed because the result is great, so.
Having two top 16s at Worlds myself, I know the feeling. We can share that maybe. So yeah, going into asymmetrical cut, how are you feeling just in general? Do you know what else you're going up against? And if so, how are you feeling about the rest of your matchups between you and that potential win?
Well, I have no idea what I'm going to be up against, but regarding my matchup, I think pretty much every deck is favored for my build of Regidrago except for Bolt. That one's like a 10%er. But I was able to beat one in Swiss. I lost to the other one, but yeah, I think my chances are solid.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we did see Raging Bolt dropped off a lot from day 1 to day 2, so it seems like a lot of those potential bad matchups have dropped out, so that very much goes in your favor. Now, something else that I think would be good to talk about, the casters were talking about how it seems that this Regidrago V-Star is really the best user of the Phantom Dive attack on the Dragon Ball, right? I mean, you just saw it on stage there, you just managed to beat it. So what do you think of that comparison between, the Regidrago V-Star as a deck that can make use of the Phantom Dive compared to, the Dragon Ball deck itself that you just played against?
Yeah, I think regarding early game pressure, Regidrago is the best user for sure. I agree. Like, there's not much to say. I think he's the best guy to use that attack with. I think there can be metas where Dragapult is a bit better of a play, but I don't think it's right now. I think Regidrago is the best one for sure right now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, we're going to go to a quick break, but just before we do, is there anyone you want to say hello to at home, like give a shout out either at home or in the audience, anything like that?
I would like to give a massive shout out to Czech collector Petr Luba, who's been sponsoring me with a lot of cards. Pretty much like 55 of my current deck is his cards, so yeah, big shout out to him. Also to my testing group, Fabian, Pedro, Raz and Daniel. They've been helping me a lot, even though we didn't manage to play the same 60. Our preparation was great. To the Czech gang who travels with me and everyone who's been cheering for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much as well for your time. Congratulations and best of luck in Top Cut. Everyone at home, we're going to go to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with our first round of our asymmetrical Top Cut.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and as day one wraps up, we have a lot of trainers moving on to day two. A lot of trainers from different regions. Here I have 3 different trainers from 3 different regions. We have Dunebug from North America, Colin from Europe, and we have Val from LATAM. And this might be the first time ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history that a region that is not the home region is going to take the crown. But there's only one way to determine that. Literally only one way, and that is by ring toss. Off camera, LATAM was able to defeat Oceania, so that means LATAM does get a bye in round number 1. So it's going to be North America and Europe to determine which region will win the Latin American International Championship. Let's get it started. First up is going to be North America. So Dunebug is going to be throwing the rings first here for all of North America. Also, Dunebug has qualified for day number 2, so this is also real if he can win the ring toss and win the whole competition. It looks like I'll count it. That counts as 1 there. Looks like he's got 1 on the board for North America. At least he's on the board. Can he get 2? He doubles up on the same Pachirisu. Can he get triple on the same one? No. Okay, that's 2. Strong start. Let's bring in Europe. We got Colin. He's already got his rings ready. See if he can tie it up with 2 points here. Immediately gets 1. Oh, clutch from Colin. Looking good to start off. He got 1 point very early on. Can he get 2? He has 1 more shot to tie it up for Europe. And I count it. I count it. That means it's going to be a shoot-off. Dunebug, you get to go up first. And then Colin, you get to go right after him. And whoever hits 1 first wins it all. Go ahead, Dunebug. You're going to be up first here. Can you get 1? Right away. Dunebug with the clutch gene takes it for North America. That means it's going to be North America versus LATAM. LATAM gets to go first in the winners final as the home country. So Val, go ahead. You get to throw your 5 rings here. And no, it comes up a little short. There's all of LATAM on the line. LATAM has won the first 2 Latin American International Championships. Will it make it 3 in a row? Val, can you get 1 on the board? And it's so close on that Bidoof. You have 1 more shot, 1 more ring. Get it on one of the Pachirisu or the Bidoof for all of LATAM. You can do it, Val. Do it. No, okay. That means if Dunebug is able to hit 1 right here, that means North America will make history and win the Latin American International Championships. And can Dune hit it? He instantly hits it. That is absolutely clutch. It doesn't mean Doom's gonna win the whole thing. It doesn't mean North America has a great chance to do it all, but we'll have to find out day number 2. So see you there. Let's get back to Pokemon action.
Caleb Gedimer has brought everything to this table.
I'm Caleb Gedimer, and I am from Wisconsin. My brother brought home a library book that had a Pokemon card just tucked in there somewhere, and that just really intrigued me. We got some starter decks, and it was off to the races from there. I'd probably be water. I think Squirtle was like my favorite growing up.
Caleb is an old school name. He has put on an absolute tear at so many regional events.
2018, and that was like my first year where I really wanted to go all out at competing, going to as many events as I possibly could. I think at that time I was a little caught up in feeling like you're not making mistakes, but I must have been. And I said something to the effect at the time like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. It's the first step to plateauing in really anything in life. When you say you're, firing on all cylinders, there's just always room for improvement. You can be a better person, you can be a better player. Playing outside of tournaments can be hard. You can't just do the reps and expect that it's going to mean something. You need to be setting yourself up for success. Like, I'm playing against this with the intention of being prepared for it. I had a bit of a break at the end of last year, and first tournament back, I won.
And he started this event 10-0. He's afraid of nobody.
There's absolutely no margin for error. I was lucky enough to go undefeated in the first day, going in at 8-0. Had I not picked up an extra match point from a tie, I wouldn't have even made the top cut. That finals match was something else. First game just felt terrible. Second game, he got super unlucky. And that last one, just a bit of a miracle. It escalated very quickly. And I thought, this cannot be happening. What?
Oh my goodness.
I was very emotional, and I'm not ashamed of that. I've done this 4 times now, and this is just unlike any of the other ones. This just topped it all. I'm probably not going to win Worlds this year. I've tried a bunch, and it's not worked so far. I'd like to think that I have a small ego, but, You know how it goes. It ebbs and flows. Winning Worlds is like permanent though. Like you get a deck made and you can buy that at, you know, your local grocery store. It's pretty cool. My absolute favorite moment at Worlds is taking the stage round 1 against Daichi Shimada, and just that feeling of being the first one featured in day 2 was, I mean, it gave me chills. I lost, but it was still awesome to be part of it. Playing meaningful games is really my goal. When you do this as much as I have, you have some rough patches. Winning into day 2, winning into top 8. Like, if you get to that point, the rush that goes into those games is hard to top, except with something like this, where you actually win.
Caleb Gedimer is the Louisville regional champion.
Phase 2 is complete, and we are now into Phase 3. Top cut here at the Latin America International Championships. This is where things are going to go down. Welcome back into the stream. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya Pierce. We started with over 1,500 competitors, and now we have worked our way down to our final competitors. Our top cut is happening soon.
Yeah, it is, and as we've already mentioned a couple of times this weekend already, this will be the first international championships operating under the new asymmetric top cut structure. So that means that we have, I think, 10 players overall who had a good enough record to make that top 8, but based on opponent's win percentage, there we have 2 rounds and essentially a top 16 to determine who will be locked in for those final top 8 spots.
We'll wait for standings to be final before confirming anything, but
sure.
The way it's going to work is there will definitely be players playing it out in what is essentially a playoff round. Players with the same record as those at the 8th seeds, which in this case is going to be 10-2 or 30 match points, will have to play based off of their resistance. So if you're 10-2, you're crossing your fingers right now that your resistance is just good enough so that you don't have to play what is essentially, like you said, a top 16 match.
Yeah, something I definitely wish was around back in 2016, but I think the less said about that, the better. I think I've mentioned that one enough already.
A lot of interesting decks that look like they're going to be in this top cut. One of those is Gardevoir, a deck that you know is off of a lot of people's radars. It looks like it's going to have a chance to, have a deep run here. I was out in the field during that last round. I got to see some of the hands-on action, and I have to say, that is one of my favorite things to do during this event. The final Swiss round, any chance, that I'm not in the booth casting, I always go out there. I see the matches in person, and I see what went down. Probably the highlight match for me that I saw over there was Henry Chow up against Jackson Ford. Oh. That was a very intense matchup. A lot of people would say that matchup is pretty dominant for Charizard, but Henry Chow put on an excellent fight. It went to game 3, and off of an Iono to 2 or 3 cards, Jackson Ford. I think Harrison Ford, but Jackson Ford. I get all the Ford names mixed up. He was able to find the pieces needed to win against Henry Chow, meaning that there will be a Charizard in our top cut. And I believe, as it stands right now with his placing, I'm going to go ahead and just double confirm his record. Yeah, so at 10-1-1, he is most likely safe from playing a elimination match. If this stands correct, we're going to have about 10 players. So it looks like it will just be the, there will be 2 play-in matches. So there will be the 6th seed on, so 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right?
Wait, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
7, 8, 9, and 10. So,
so 6 on is safe.
I can count. Yeah, so 6 are safe, and then the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th seeded players will essentially play it out in a single elimination bracket, and from there we'll have our standard top 8 like we usually do.
But speaking of single elimination brackets, whilst our last got sorted out, we have our own bracket to deal with, which is of course that community choice bracket for the most underrated deck of the Stellar Crown format. So we are almost there at the end here. It seems like, Golden made its way to the finals.
You guys did not let that happen. Please tell me you did not vote for Golden Go over Gardevoir.
Yeah, they did.
You know what? The interesting thing is Golden Go is in the top 8 of our event, and that is a big surprise. The representative from Europe who usually brings the deck, what's his name again?
Yeah, Jelle van Kampen.
Yeah, he is not here, but another countryman is representing the deck on his behalf and doing well. So who will be meeting Golden Go EX in the finals? Well, that's between Cloth and Bennett EX. And Freya, as I've done all weekend, I will give you the opportunity to pick your deck and run with it.
All right, I'm going to... Mr. Ross Gilbert, the Wossy PTCG Radio, if you're watching at home, I'm going to do you proud, and I'm going to defend your boy Cloth right here and now. So, here we go. what has been the most surprise, spring out deck from this past format, and in what preys on the most popular deck in the format, Raging Bolt? It's Clorf. What is the deck piloted by the most insane rookie run season for someone aging up? Giovanni Sato, for this event, played Clorf. It is such a simple attacker that does such a big amount of damage on a single prizer, and it has got that surprise factor behind it as well. It is definitely, I would not just like saying this for Ross's benefit, I actually think it's an underrated deck.
Well, we can agree. I mean, these decks have gotten here because, chat thinks they are underrated. But Net EX, when this card came out in Scarlet and Violet, people said this card is mid. This card does not do enough damage. It's a stage 1. It wants to be Seismitoad EX, but it doesn't have the drip like Seismitoad does.
Nope.
However, people finally came around to understanding the power of the card thanks to Monkey Dory. And really, it's a team effort. It's the monkey working with the Puppet Master to create an awesome combo. And I have to say, this deck is extremely underrated. If you've never piloted this deck before and ask yourself, how is this deck doing well? If you watch some of the stream matches, I mean, the last Europe Regional is a great example of how powerful this deck is. You can put on an absolute masterclass. It does fall short in some areas, right? I will give it that. Damage lacks sometimes. You need a little bit of setup. You have to have things go your right. But what deck doesn't? What deck doesn't need things to go right? I think Banette is way underrated and deserves a spot to play against Golden Go in the finals.
Yeah. I think the counter argument I would make is always, in a sense, like playing into the fact that because it has done so well in Gdansk now, is it even underrated anymore? It seems like a lot of people hyped it in, coming in to this weekend especially. So I think, by comparison, in terms of how good it actually is compared to how people rate it, I do think Clorf is the more underrated deck. I'm kind of approaching it from that angle.
It is interesting to look at it that way. We're at the point where, most of these decks, or all of these decks, would be considered underrated by itself in a vacuum. However, I guess Twitch chat's gonna have to decide, are you picking based off of which deck you think is better as an underrated deck, or which deck you think is more underrated? Because if we're picking underrated, we should have just picked the worst deck on this entire list at that point.
No, but yeah, you can look at it both ways, right? But anyway, we've made our arguments, so now you guys can vote at home. So go ahead, only on Twitch that you can vote, so go to twitch.tv/PokemonTCG if you want to vote to choose which one do you think is the most underrated deck, and using whatever criteria you think is most valid, mine or Ethan's, there's plenty of ways to go about it, so get there voting on Twitch.
See again how things pair up. I'm constantly refreshing the standings here just to make sure
I can confirm,
we're getting some things updated. Some other highlights of players who are locked up. Brent Tonneson, who we featured on the 8th round of Swiss, has guaranteed himself a spot in Top Cut. He is 10-1-1, so he is 3-0-1 on the day, won his first 3 rounds, and took an intentional draw the final round. And looks like we'll be safe. Yeah. So no matter what, he will not have to play a Top Cut. And good on him, first international Top Cut, I think since 2019, before we took a break from Pokemon.
And I believe took that idea against Ilya as well, who is a name we've not seen in a long while. But I managed to make his way out here to the LAIC and managed to secure a Top Cut spot after having not played for quite a long time. So great to see that as well.
He is our Golden Go representative.
But oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Okay. Wow. That's
representing, showing some strength towards the Golden Go. I know he's had a pretty positive attitude, this entire weekend, and you have to when you're playing a deck like Golden Go.
Yeah, I saw some of his tweets where he was like saying, if I play against you, I'll give you a couple of Russian language magic cards, which I think was a very cool little gesture to do for the Epic Splash format.
Nice and fun, I like to have some fun when I'm playing Pokemon. Sometimes, I will say I'm more on the serious side. If you see me at an event, I'm locked in. It's not that I don't like Pokemon, it's just, you can treat it different ways, and we talked about that yesterday. But that's what makes Pokemon so fun. No matter how seriously you're taking it, you can still have a good time with Pokemon.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Do we have any others who are kind of a dead cert for Top Cut at this point? Or we're just looking at your standings?
I do believe that we have Iron Thorns has secured itself a spot, not necessarily in our top 8 cut, but that did win against Ryan Antonucci the final round.
Okay.
Antonucci was playing a Canceling Clone in this deck, but even with that, just the power of early disruption and the power of Crushing Hammer and the Technical Machine Devolution proved to be too much for Ryan, and he was unable to win. Yeah. So we will have a Brazilian representative. It looks like at least 2 representatives in Top Cut, and I've just got word here from backstage that there are 11
players in our top cut, so that means it extends down.
It does. So that means there's going to be 3 playoff matches.
That's correct.
Okay. So that means the 6th seed is not safe. That means only the 5th seed and above are locked in for top 8, and then 6th all the way through to the 11th will have to play it out for those last few top 8 spots. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 11 players here in Top Cut, and wow, what names we have here. At 11, Raz Wolf, who top 4 World Championships, has run it back with Reggie Drago. He is probably the most interesting comeback story of this event. Raz started 2 wins and 2 losses today, or 2 wins, 2 losses on the event. And he has won 8 consecutive matches to get himself into the top cut of World Championships. It's very similar to, Rahul, who started out, obviously Rahul's a little bit more extreme. He started out 0-2, to burn things back, but still, what a run for him, having another chance to prove his prowess with Reggie Drago V-Star.
Yeah, super impressive. And then going further up the standings as well, let's see, do we have an idea of the rest? We do.
So we, of course, saw Miloslav win that match on stream, so he will be another representative in cut. We have 2 Brazilian representatives. One of them is Rafael playing Iron Thorns. We'll get confirmation on what Leonardo is playing. Actually, we'll find out right now what Leonardo is playing. So that's really interesting to see. Iron Thorns, talking about that. Was that a deck you expected in cut? It feels like it's always a gimme, that one of them manages to make their way in.
I put it under the file of, I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be in cut, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think it's one of those kind of decks.
All right, so let me check and see.
So wasn't Leonardo the one playing Iron Thorns, actually?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so Leonardo is playing Iron Thorns. Let me double check and see. Rafael is not playing Iron Thorns. So let me see what Rafael is playing. So we do have 2 Brazilian representatives in this cut. So there is a chance, for them to bring it home here to Brazil.
Not for Diego to get the 2-timer. So he did, of course, lose in that second to last stream match that we had, right? So yeah, Diego, I think, ended up tying the last round to Daniel Powell, a UK player. So yeah, still with a good position today, but not able to run it back with the second LAIC win.
Okay, so Rafael is playing the very cool Terrapagos Dusknord deck. Now I have to check, I believe he is also playing a thin Charizard line in his deck, and he is indeed playing a very similar list to Pedro, who actually faced off against him. So that final match for the win and into cut was Terrapagos Charizard versus Terrapagos Charizard. You cannot make this stuff up. You cannot make this up.
I don't know for sure. There's probably a good chance that they're both teammates who worked on the deck together.
Absolutely. I mean, if you come to a conclusion that similar and have such similar success almost down to the T, it's very likely, right, that you're going to be in cohorts of working on a deck.
Absolutely. Now, I just had a word through in my ear. We do have the results in for the poll. Let's take a look at the results for the community prediction. Let's see what you guys went with.
Drum roll, please.
Yes! Clove! Oh,
wait, what? Do my eyes deceive me?
Wait, hold on. Okay.
I'm so lost.
So, something has gone wrong here. Either the...
I have the explanation here. Bennett snuck its way in. It was kicked out, but its shadow snuck into the finals. So we'll see if he gets kicked out or not for being there. But the ghost has entered. He may not be where he should be, so we'll let you know if he belongs in our finals bracket or not.
Claw for the 2-1 loss somehow?
You can't trust these ghosts.
Yeah, let's get him. Okay, I think it is Claw that did win, so yeah, there we go.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
So,
let him sneak in.
It's very sneaky. The Puppet tried to make his way through even after losing, but no, and Clorf is the winner there. So it's going to be Golden Go against Clorf for the most underrated deck of the format in the finals.
You got to give him credit for trying to sneak in there, but they caught him, unfortunately. Can't have any fun out here. No ghosts in our bracket. We've got quite the matchup here. We've got 2 very funny decks going up against each other to see what is the more underrated
Say
deck.
no ghost. Golden Go is literally a ghost.
Golden Go is made of absolute money. That's all I see when I see him. He is not evil. He is a beautiful coin Pokemon. Yeah, that's all I see.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Just it's a wholesome ghost type, if you will.
That is probably one of the Pokemon I look at, and I don't necessarily think ghost, but then I remember Gimmeghouls, the chest, and he's got a little bit of a more eerie vibe. But sometimes I do forget that Golden. I mean, we have actually had a Psychic type Golden Go, I believe, as well. So that does make sense. We've had one printed. There we go. All right, sweet. Let's round out the top cut here to see who else is going to be, locked in for a spot. Daniel Magda. Let me go ahead and check what Daniel is playing here. Of course, he actually natural drew, was down paired the final round. So played against somebody who was 9-1-1, so could not take an intentional draw. They naturally tied. So Reggie Drago V-Star, another one, securing itself a spot into this top cut. So we have, as of right now, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 Reggie Drago V-Star out of the 11 players. So almost half of this asymmetrical top cut is Reggie Drago V-Star. Not really a huge shock, but just kind of goes to show no matter how much Raging Bolt there is, Drago is still going to prevail. And it feels like it keeps getting to be more and more Bolt every weekend.
Yeah, I think I remember Miloslav mentioning in the interview, right, that Daniel Magda was a testing partner. They actually worked on the deck together. So their lists are probably going to be very, very similar. I know, both from the Czech Republic and working on stuff together. So yeah, that's no surprise to see them also playing Reggie Drago.
Yeah, so in terms of other decks that are interesting, it's a lot of, similar decks here. We saw Charizard EX, of course, Jackson Ford playing that deck to make it into top cut. And then the ID at table 1, right, was Gul'dan go up against Reggie Drago. And then the final matches will be, of course, the Gardevoir EX that I mentioned. Rose from the UK making it into top cut. That's awesome to see with Gardevoir. The Iron Thorns, and then the last match, of course, Terrapagos Dusknoir. So despite Terrapagos having such a high percentage, such a high percentage in day 2, it did not quite have enough to get across there. There were also some other matches that were happening, outside of the field that I have to check on. Of course, Isaiah Bradner and Gabriel Smart were playing in that final round. That was a Terrapagos mirror. So it's interesting that, for the Terrapagos that were in contention for top cut, Austin Ellis made it in.
Okay.
Cannot forget about Austin Ellis from Canada. He has made it in with Terrapagos. So we do have 2 representatives at least, but that last match, I believe, we're still finalizing the results, but it looked like they may have possibly drew in that match.
So then,
it was very, very close game 3, but time was winding down. Seems to have been the case here.
But of course, we do have the representative as well for the Terrapagos Dusknoir with Charizard, right?
That's correct.
So Terrapagos did definitely make it in there for sure.
Yeah,
but
it's got 3 uses, that's for sure.
Yeah, but not perhaps to the same extent, considering how it was the most prevalent deck in day 2. It seems like Reggie Drago has really, really made it through there. But of course, there's still the asymmetrical top cut round to play. So which ones actually make it, what the actual top 8 looks like, that remains to be seen.
Exactly, and it actually looks like things were clean here for what it was worth. So top 16, 29 points or more in the top 16. It did look like Isaiah Bradner and Gabriel Smart tied, so they will both get top 32. But with that, I think we've almost got our top cut secured. So this is probably one of the most amount of play matches we've had. I know we had one similar in one of the more recent European regionals, the one that we saw Yuki Okada win with Dragapult, just straight up Dragapult Dusknoir, I guess. So, I mean, look, it's going to be a treat. In my position, when it's a clean cut, of course, players feel a lot more safe. But when we get these play-in matches, it's a treat since we get to show even more Pokemon action, and so much is on the line here for top 8.
Yeah, it is, because it's really nice that there's the asymmetrical top 16 or top 32 to give players a chance to make it. But it's important to remember that, of course, that even with that, the top 8 is still really where you want to be, right? Ultimately, that's where a lot of the really big prizing pays out in terms of the cash and the points. So this win is going to mean a lot. It kind of goes without saying, right? But just because you made it into top cut doesn't mean you're going to be satisfied with that necessarily.
Yeah, and imagine the pressure on your shoulders if you are in a position where you have to play a play-in match. You just finished 4 Swiss rounds, most likely having to go at least 3-1 to make it in. And now you're faced into a position where to get an automatic invite to the World Championships, you now have to win a play-in match up against some of the best players in the tournament, and then win a top 8 match on top of that. And why stop there? Of course, can still go ahead and make it to the finals and possibly become a champion. These are 2 very big matches for a lot of our competitors in the top cut.
Yeah, especially we've talked about a couple of times already how really almost like cutthroat it is, this top 125 system, this new system where you have to stay in that top X number in order to make it to your World's Invitation. It would be so nice to just get top 4 at this tournament, and then you know what? You just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the season. Your ticket to Anaheim is locked up, and you are in Worlds.
Yeah, I have to feel, especially for the players towards the end of being at X and 2 who had to play those play-in matches. It's not completely fair, of course. Sometimes you get close and you don't necessarily have enough. I'm trying to see the players who will not have to play up, and I think it's going to be, the 6th seed through 11th, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, so the 6th seed between the rest. And it looks like I won't have to speculate anymore.
I don't want to speculate either. We've just had word through the bracket is ready. So let's show that to you guys at home so we can confirm once and for all what your top 16 cut is going to look like.
Let's take a look at this bracket and see. Of course, there is a play-in match, and let's take a look. So it looks like Rose, playing Gardevoir, has received a high enough record or high enough resistance at 10-2 to get automatically advanced. The rest of the people automatically in top 8, of course. Ilya, playing Golden Go, automatically goes in. Jackson Ford, playing Charizard, automatically there. And Daniel Magda, playing Regidrago V-Star, automatically there in the bracket. As for the rest of the matches, we've got Austin Ellis up against Leonardo, and that is going to be Iron Thorns up against Terrapagos. That is going to be a really cool match.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool match. Definitely not unwinnable for Terrapagos. You do have a lot of, you know, non-rule box abilities you could make use of, but could still be a little bit tricky with the disruption. That'll be an interesting one.
So it looks like Rose was the only player at 10-2 to get the automatic invite. So had the highest resistance and was rewarded by essentially getting a free win in top 16, of course, along with the other players.
Yeah. And going further down in terms of the playoff matches, we do have Raphael against Miloslav. Miloslav, who we just saw, of course, won the most recent feature match just now, but we'll have to play one more match in order to make it into top 8. And then finally, Julius Brunfeldt against Raz Wolpe. So Julius, great name to see there, lovely guy from Finland, such great energy. Really happy to see him in the sort of asymmetric cut here.
So that matchup, Julius versus Raz, is going to be the Regidrago mirror match. So no matter what happens, there will be a Regidrago in top 4 of this event. Daniel Magda is also playing Regidrago. So it will be a mirror in top 16, a mirror in top 8, and then we'll see exactly what happens in the semifinals. And then again, Raphael Yuti versus Miloslav. That is going to be the Terrapagos Charizard deck up against Regidrago. That is going to be our other 2 top 16 matches. It's going to be an exciting tournament.
Yeah, we're not sure which one we're going to bring you just there. We're going to keep you on your toes a little bit with that one, but honestly, I'd be happy with any of these 3. I think all 3 of them could be great top 16 matches, but as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
Yeah, and there's so many storylines between so much of this. Of course, you've got the hometown heroes trying to make their name and represent Brazil at Brazil's biggest stage. You've got players, you know, looking to get revenge from previous events. Raz, I'm sure, is looking to finally get, you know, a big win for him. He's been in top 8s of internationals before.
So many
Throw
times.
back to EU, or to OCIC, excuse me, with Lugia. Is now playing the Regidrago deck, and is going to have to go through a sea of mirror matches if he wants to advance himself to the semifinals, where the auto invite is, the chance to play in the finals, and the chance to become an international champion are waiting.
Actually, speaking of Lugia, I don't think there's any in this top 16, are there?
There is no Lugia in this top 16. There was a Lugia on the win-in. That was actually the deck that Rose beat in order to get into the top 16. So Lugia was still close. There were definitely Lugia play-in matches. I believe 2 of them were on the win-ins, but they didn't have exactly what it took to advance to our top cut. They will unfortunately not be advancing. The other decks, though, we've got a nice array. It's going to be a great bracket.
Yeah, it's not really that surprising, I guess. The thing is with the Lugia into the Gardevoir, if the Gardevoir player can sort of get themselves going and set up well, and as long as they don't concede too many prizes too early, it is pretty favored for them. You have to go in really early with the Iron Hands, hope they miss a few draws. So yeah, not really much of a surprise there to see Rose triumphing over Lugia with the Gardevoir.
So I'm trying to, you know, envision in my head how this bracket might shape out. Now, there are a lot of mirror matches, a lot of, you know, interesting matchups for sure. Freya, I mean, looking at this bracket, right, there's a lot that can change, of course, to even have a chance against our, you know, 5 competitors who have locked up a top 8 slot. You've got to win an extra playoff match. That being said, is there anyone you have here looking at this list you think could go all the way? It's a long shot, but let me know what you got.
I don't know about going all the way, but there is one thing that I was thinking of straight away. Ilya will be praying with everything he has that Leonardo does not beat Austin, because I don't think Goldengo has a very good time into Iron Thorns at all.
Yeah, that does not seem very good. We'll have to see if, you know, Ilya is playing the Canceling Cologne. Sometimes the deck does play Canceling Cologne when it's, you know, the Greninja and Palkia engine. That is always a great card to have against Iron Thorns. Usually there for things like Manaphy, great against Mimikyu.
Absolutely.
Block. Not really expected to be against Iron Thorns, but it's kind of a card you include, and if you hit a Thorns, you're happy to have it in your deck.
Yeah, definitely a good addition to have for that and many other matchups. Now, I do believe, we just had word through that we are going to be streaming. Actually, Ilya's going to find out live along with all of us. It's going to be Austin against Leonardo for our streamed asymmetrical cut match here. So it's going to be Austin playing at Terrapagos and Leonardo playing the Iron Thorns EX.
Yeah, I think on paper, when I thought about this matchup, and when I've seen some gameplay, of course, before, I think you've got to get the edge to Terrapagos for this matchup. Sure, you cannot use Pidgeot EX as long as Iron Thorns is in play. However, Noctowl still works perfectly fine. And so I think the big question here, and I'm sure you know this as a Terrapagos player, somebody who's played the deck frequently, how likely will it be here for Austin to consistently find double turbo energies without the ability to use quick search? That's going to be the big key.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to depend on whether Austin is playing a Chorus's Tenacity or not, because that could be a way to essentially search the double turbo energy off of a Noctowl, because you can grab that, then grab the double turbo. But actually, to me, I have a bigger thing in mind. Do you know if if Austin's list is playing Bouffalant? Because if you can get 2 of those down, Iron Thorns is doing so little damage to you, and you have all the time in the world to find those double turbo energies. That's going to be a big one.
That's going to be a big question. We won't spoil any list secrets until our players are locked in at the table, know what they're talking about. It's going to be a good match. This is going to be our first time featuring Thorns this weekend. Now, Iron Thorns, you know, still not having a lot of respect on its name. It is the reigning world champion deck. It has had some solid placings in terms of top cuts at regional championships thus far. This could be the event where if you hit the correct bracket, right? I mean, a Goldango, first off, that seems pretty good. You know, maybe a Drago, you get a little bit lucky, that could be okay. It is 100% feasible that Thorns could do what it does at Worlds and go all the way.
Yeah, now I'm not going to lie, hearing some more of like the crowd noise going on in the background for all the other games, now that we're in the top cut spots, we were talking about this yesterday, there's a Brazilian being streamed now. I think the crowd is going to go absolutely wild for Leonardo here.
I want to see some excitement when we see heads on hammer flips. That's what I want to see. There have been some very good core memories off of coin flips. You know, you love it or hate it, it is a part of the Pokemon TCG. But you can't lie, when there's a clutch catcher flip or a clutch hammer flip, honestly, it's more respectable to clap after a clutch catcher flip over a hammer flip. But if that's the kind of person you are, I won't fault you. It can still be hype.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. And it's never nice that if you're the one flipping the coin, then it goes, you know, against you. But again, these are just the moments you have, right? These are it's what you accept playing these coin flip cards. And it's always a little bit of fun for the showmanship for the stream too.
Yeah, it feels like it's been so long because it has. I mean, the last time we were at an international championship at the finals, the set kind of came down to a coin flip in that first game. Throwback to when Andrew Hendrick took down Stefan Ivanov and won by flipping heads to attack through confusion to win the game. This could maybe be a running theme here for the ICs of coin flips making or breaking people's runs and getting them all the way.
And then even in the last game, right, so the last flower select thing, finding the prime catch off of the Comfey to get this to sneak the win there too.
Oh boy, I hope that this finals is at least half of what that finals was.
That was a good one,
because
for sure.
It was one of the most intense, crazy finals matches probably of all time in IC history. That was such a great match, and I'm expecting even more here from this top 8 bracket, from this top 16 bracket. It's going to be epic.
Yeah. I think the only one, and some personal bias creeping in here, that I think can like match or beat that in terms of sort of the hypeness is actually the finals where Diego Hafshi won in 2018.
Yeah, that was very, very exciting. I remember watching that from home, and everybody, the mics literally peaked because of how loud you guys were yelling, but it was it was so worth it. You can't blame for not yelling at the top of your lungs to a moment like that. Those moments come so rare in the TCG, especially when they're so hype and exciting. You have to appreciate those. You have to acknowledge them.
Yeah, and of course on that one I was co-casting with Jeremy Jallin.
Jeremy,
lovely. Jeremy, if watching at home, love you, man. Seriously, miss you tons.
Shout out to Jeremy. Shout out to, of course, all the casters here. We've got so much action going on the other streams as well. We've got the Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, and Pokemon Unite all happening throughout this weekend. And an additional point as well, for the first time, Pokemon Unite will be joining us on Sunday, tomorrow, for Championship Sunday. So for once now, we're going to have all the games featured in chronological order. It's going to be back-to-back-to-back-to-back Pokemon action. No matter if you're a fan of the TCG or more, you're going to want to tune in.
Yeah, but when I've been casting it past ICs, right, it's always been a little bit of confusion when you hear like a massive hype champion moment on a Saturday, and then you realize, oh, it's because the Unite are finishing on Saturday, right? But no, now they get their own slot and it's a feature match on Sunday, and really looking forward to that whole gamut of games. We're both watching and casting them on the Championship Sunday.
So while Unite does not have any drops going on, the other games do. For checking out the Twitch channel and making sure you're tuned in to the broadcast, we do have drops going on all over for the different games taking place, starting with the Pokemon TCG via Pokemon Live. Make sure you guys check out the stream, and of course, make sure you are following on the Twitch channel. One of the perks to being a viewer on Twitch is you get access to those drops, which this time are, of course, the nice Ogre Pawn coin sleeve and deck box. I'll definitely be adding those to my collection and flexing them a little bit on the TCG Live ladder.
Yeah, I will as well. It's a bit tricky for us, though, because you have to watch, right, to get those drops, but we're here casting, so, like...
I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Don't worry. TCG Sunday, or excuse me, it is TCG Sunday for us.
Yes.
Championship Sunday.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll definitely tune in if it's not happening. If you don't want to take any chances, though, make sure you guys tune in now so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, and we also have, of course, the giveaway for that special illustration rare Pikachu EX from the, well, I say up and coming for tournament legality, but actually already released Surging Spark set on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Put in the code, redeem it, LAIC25 Topaz Bolt, and you can get yourself that gorgeous special illustration rare Pikachu EX on the game.
And we also, of course, have drops and giveaways going on in the other games as well. It's not just TCG having the fun. Pokemon Go is having Twitch drops happen all weekend long by celebrating the international championships here in Brazil. Make sure you tune in and check out the drops at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go.
Yeah, and then last but certainly not least, we have the giveaway for the video game as well. We do have that shiny Pelipper that was part of Patrick Connor's 2024 NAIC winning team. So get then on there, you can redeem with the code the WideGuard LAIC, swap the eyes for ones, and you can redeem it there and get yourself that wonderful shiny Pelipper too.
So much to do if you are a Pokemon fan this weekend. No matter what's happening, whether we go to break or not, there's always action across one of our streams happening, so you guys can stay up to date with everything Pokemon. And make sure you guys also check out Pokemon.com/compete to see all the events happening. If you've been inspired watching this broadcast or you've been seeing our matches saying, wow, I want to see what events are big like this around me, you guys can use the event locator and check out what events are happening near you.
Yeah. It's do you have many, you're in the US obviously, how many League Cups do you actually have near you? I'm like a little bit curious because is it a lot?
I'm pretty fortunate. Definitely a League Cup every weekend within, a 30-minute drive. Sometimes we've got, the fabled for some double cup weekends. Those are always how often do you have cups around you? It's interesting to think about.
So it has been a little bit better recently, but I've got to be honest, it feels like Denmark's a little bit starved for cups actually. It's a bit of a shame. And the reason why you can tell is because kind of similar to the situation in some parts of the world where you go to a cup and basically every single best Danish player is at every single cup all over the country. So there's no such thing as an easy cup in Denmark.
Yeah, definitely some of those regions in Europe, right, are so concentrated with high-level talent that every League Cup feels like you're in a top cup bracket for a regional or international championship.
Really does.
Yeah, I think those are definitely a good place to start. If you're just getting into the Pokemon TCG, League challenges are a very good way to play. It's best of one Pokemon, it's simple rules. There's no top cut to worry about. Just have a standard deck list. There's so many resources available, and it's a great time to get into the Pokemon TCG with how much time is left in the standard format and with what is soon to come in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, because I think that what some players might be thinking, watching along at home is, oh, I'd love to go to these big tournaments. And you can go in straight away, dive in head first if you want to, come to an internationals. But if you think that might be a little bit too much, go to a league challenge first. Go to your local league, get to know your local players, and then you can get a taste of what the competitive Pokemon scene is like without the really big intense environment that an internationals can sometimes be.
Yeah, I wish I could have just jumped straight into going to internationals, but it 100% takes some time to learn. And the great thing right now is because there are so many decks with such different strategies, you truly have the opportunity to find a deck that caters to you and then run with it, and so many resources are available at your disposal.
So what was your first ever tournament, actually? I'm curious now.
My first ever tournament was a City Championships in 2015. I strolled in confidently with my Sceptile EX, no Mega, just Sceptile EX and Ariados. Do you know what the Ariados did from...
It poisons both actives, right?
It poisons both actives unless you're a grass type. So the plan was foolproof. I had my stage 1 Pokemon. It would poison my opponent's Pokemon. I would attach 2 energy to my Sceptile EX, and then I would do a whopping 140 damage into them.
I remember showing up and showing my deck list to one of the judges who were there, and I was boasting. I was like, isn't my deck really good? Isn't it good? I had no Shame EX in my deck. I probably didn't even have any Trader's Mail in my deck. Maybe 4 Ultra Ball. I think I had the hindsight to know that. Lo and behold, I got smacked. I went 0-4, but I learned a lot, and if I didn't have experiences like that, I would not be where I am today within Pokemon.
Wow. I mean, for me, it was actually one of the very few state championships that was held in the UK. It was the Nottingham State Championships all the way back in 2011, so showing my age here for sure. But I played a Gothitelle deck, but without Tropical Beach, because of course I was a new player, so I couldn't afford that at the time. I went 2 wins and 4 losses, so yeah, not the greatest of days for sure. But I really enjoyed going, and I made friends there, including that I met Ross Gilbert.
Wow.
That was the first one.
That's a coincidence. That's a chance.
Yeah, he was there, and we spoke a little bit, and then later that season at 2012, the UK National Championships, we got speaking proper. We became really good friends, and yeah, we've been together ever since, basically.
Absolutely. That's exactly how things work out. I mean, with Gothitelle, what was your attacker in that deck? Did you have?
It's Gothitelle.
Oh, you just attacked with the energies. Okay, with the psychic energies on there.
Yeah, exactly. And then use the Reuniclus to move the damage around and heal it, right? So yeah.
Most of the time when you think Gothitelle decks in the history of the Pokemon TCG, it's for the most part with, Trevenant, or not Trevenant necessarily, with something like, Flygon,
or
Selgor, there's some really cool decks that go around that. Usually not attacking with the Gothitelle itself, but, I guess that's as more and more cards came out, there were definitely better partners for that hit and run strategy.
Yeah, now I do believe the players we aren't ready to play yet, but we have feature match chosen, and our players are making their way over to the desk now, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be kicking off quite soon with our top cut match, and you definitely don't want to miss that. And especially given the nature of this match, it's going to be a Brazil-US face-off for one of those top 8 slots.
Yeah, one thing we haven't necessarily mentioned exactly so far is the jump in terms of points from top 16 to top 8 is very big. It is the biggest jump from this point on in terms of, intervals as you move forward. So not only is this match big because of all of the glory that comes with top 8, of course, one of the crown accomplishments, and at least from what I've seen from my friends and people who have competed, I'm still looking for mine, of a top 8, is that you get that top 8 playmat, that special top 8 playmat. And from there, I mean, whether you frame it or use it, it's awesome to have a true, staple showing of every time I go to an event if I want to, I've got the top 8 mat, it's mine, and I can show everybody, I did this, I'm accomplished.
It's like a trophy in and of itself, right? Kind of like how at the World Championships, if you get the top 32 or top 16, you get, that stamped Worlds promo, that kind of, it's a similar kind of thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely crucial, to have something like that. Of course, let's not forget the trophies this year that come with top 4 and above. I will say, not necessarily a spoiler, but they did up the trophies this year. They are, in fact, upgraded. We are dealing with some big business here. Upgraded trophies is nothing to scoff at. These players are even more hungry, I'm sure, to have that trophy under their belt.
Yeah, we had a little sneaky sneak, didn't we? We saw it, and yeah, it is a gorgeous trophy. But we can't show you what it looks like, but you'll see it tomorrow. Championship Sunday. You can got to tune into that award ceremony to see what we got going on there.
Absolutely, so our players are almost ready at the desk. As soon as they are, we're going to throw the action down and get into it. So once again, a reminder here between our 2 players. We've got Austin Ellis up against Leonardo Walbridge. This is going to be a good match. There is a lot that can go right, and there's a lot that can go wrong, but that's really how it happens in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and that's and in this matchup as well, like you were saying earlier, I do think that Terrapagos is favored, but it's not impossible for Iron Thorns to win. There can be a lot of disruption going on. You can, especially the biggest vulnerability for Terrapagos going into Iron Thorns, talking from personal experience here, is if they can discard all your energy. You only play those 4 double turbo energies, so if all those are gone, unless you're at a point that's, you can attack with the Blood Moon as Luna, you are kind of stuffed.
Well, without further ado, we are ready. Top Cut has begun, and we have all the action right here. So let's send it down and get into our first Top Cut match at LAIC.
Okay, down at the table. So here are our 2 players ready to go. So Leonardo against Austin Ellis. It's their last chance to make it into the top 8. They've already made it today's match with Top Cut, but as you mentioned, there is such a big difference between top 16 and top 8, so both of these players are going to be hungry to get that last spot.
Now, Austin does have a Top Cut back in 2018 at the Portland Regional Championships, and Leonardo as well, 2 top 4s at regional events. The first Top Cut here at an international championship.
looking to make it more than just a top cut. Both of these players are, and once again, it is going to be the Terrapagos EX Dusknoir deck up against Iron Thorns. And there's no Pokemon as that second card because Freya, this deck only plays 4th Iron Thorns EX, 4 Pokemon total in this deck.
It is one of those quad decks, as they call them, just 4 of one Pokemon and nothing else, because you always want to start Iron Thorns and you never want any other ability to be shut down. So yeah, it is definitely where you want to be. Now, I do believe this was alluded to earlier because we talked about Leonardo's run, right, in terms of just how many good matchups he ran into. This for his run specifically, he made a absolutely galaxy brain level pick for this event.
Yeah, he started off with just so many free matchups, but this is what this deck is. It's a matchup deck. It's not as much about outplaying your opponent as it is sometimes just getting lucky and hitting the right matchups. I mean, looking at this list, 5 Palkia, a Lugia, those are automatic. Pretty much. The Snorlax with 3 Cologne, or playing 3 Cologne, that's another win. Regidrago, Charizard, that's another good matchup. Roaring Moon, we saw how close that was in the Worlds Finals, has only lost to the Lost Box deck, which is essentially an auto loss for Iron Thorns, and Regidrago, which is another close matchup. So anything could happen here. This is the first Terrapagos all event, despite being the most popular deck in Day 2 that Leonardo has played against. As we get ready and shuffle into the action, and you see the dice slowly in front of the table. With there being only 4 basic Pokemon, Freya, we may have to, buckle in, snuggle up a little bit, since there is only 4 Pokemon. There's going to be a lot of mulligans potentially happening here.
Yeah, but I tell you what, actually, that's the last thing you want to be doing, especially against Terrapagos Dusknoir. The more cards that you draw, the more combo pieces that you have to pull off these really insane turns. So I'm sure, the less mulligan cards that Leonardo can give Austin, the better for him. But we do see, looks like there it is, mulligan number 2. And when you are playing a deck that only plays 4 basic Pokemon, it's kind of inevitable that this happens, like you just said.
And this is all the bonus here for Austin Ellis. It will be really interesting. I'm going to double check right now who is going first in this matchup, since this is really crucial. So Austin going first is big. It means that he will essentially get to, as long as these cards are not terrible, have a plethora of draws and set the board up perfectly, and immediately it may put the clock on Leonardo to find that judge on turn 1.
Yeah, but it is interesting actually, because it looks like Leonardo won the coin flip but chose for Austin to go first. So even in this matchup, thinking that he would rather go second, a very interesting choice of strategy from Leonardo.
And it looks like a Pokemon has finally been found. So we'll see both players put out their prize cards. Always a big factor in terms of the Pokemon TCG. You won't have access to those cards unless you take knockouts. And Austin, of course, does get to draw a card for each time Leonardo was unable to find a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, it looks like it was just 2 in this instance, which, yeah, for a quad deck is actually not too bad. Only 2 extra cards to work with. You don't want to, but it's definitely could have been a lot worse. Let's have a look at these prize cards then.
The double turbo energy for both players, definitely more important for Austin, as well as an energy lotto. And like you mentioned, Freya, those are big cards. The energy is a essential part of what Austin needs to make sure he's finding consistently to be able to string together attacks against this Iron Thorns deck.
Also, is that a Plasma Freeze Ultra Ball that I see in the prize cards? Goodness gracious me.
It is blinged out. That is a not necessarily the Plasma Freeze or Plasma Blast rare candies by instance, but it still is some bling. Austin showing up in style for this top cut. It is going to be a good one. We've got Iron Thorns versus Terrapagos. Only one can advance, and this is going to be the match to showcase who will make it into the top 8 and have all the glory that comes with it, and potentially more.
Yeah, and you just know that all the Brazilian fans here in the crowd will be cheering for their home hero, cheering for Leonardo to make it through to top 8 and to make it through all the way. I'm sure Austin will have some folks cheering for him in the crowd as well. So, maybe a home field advantage for Leonardo, but there's plenty of love for both of these players in the crowd today.
This is going to be anyone's game. There is so much that can go right, and there is so much that can go wrong. Sometimes you just draw 4 cards off a judge, and you have nothing. And sometimes you judge your opponent, and they have the absolute stones. They have everything they need to get the knockout. So truly, it's going to come down to how this ability lock affects Austin in terms of his game plan. Because if it essentially does nothing, then all Iron Thorns is a 140 damaging basic two prize Pokemon that just does a little bit of energy maneuvering and movement, and that's it.
Yeah, and it has to be your other card to get you there, right, with the Crushing Hammers to discard energies and so on. Now, I just found out something interesting here. So we were just talking about how there were no Lugias or Raging Bolts in top 16, right?
Yeah.
That's Austin's fault. He beat 2 of them apiece on his way through to the top 16 cut here.
And probably why there's also so many Regidrago in this top cut, since they also have managed to either avoid or take down all the events. And you can already hear, we got a chant going here for Leonardo, it seems, out in the crowd, getting ready, getting excited for this match. You gotta feel nervous here, Freya, on this stage. This is both players' first time at an international top cut.
Oh, it is?
So it is going to be a big experience for both, and there is a lot of pressure, no matter how comfortable you feel in this matchup.
Yeah, this is don't get it twisted in terms of how it normally is. This is going to be, you're going to hear more of a hype crowd reaction for this top 16 than you've probably seen for any other top 16 match at any other tournament. This is how it is here in Brazil. There are no fans like Brazilian fans. I will die on this hill, and it is so cool to be at LAIC for that reason alone.
Every second that passes is just more anticipation building up. You see both players staying calm and collected, but I'm sure their hearts are racing fast, and they want this match to get underway as soon as possible. Judges are checking through everything, making sure all is good, and soon we'll be underway.
Two mulligans there from Austin, as we do see the handshake, and we are kicking things off. As we already mentioned, Austin going first. Let's see how he can do with his turn one with these two extra mulligan draws.
Second Terrapagos does come into play. And even with the mulligan cards, there are no basic Pokemon search at all in this hand, and that is big when you really need to use Fan Rotom in a situation like this. Already having the double turbo energy, and will play this Colress's Tenacity to search for an energy card and a stadium. And hold on, there is a very interesting combination of cards Leonardo has access to. Does play that one copy of Town Store, and of course has the Technical Machine Evolution, or excuse me, Turbo Energize.
Yes.
And that could mean Leonardo floods his entire board full of energy and is essentially set for attacking for the rest of the game.
Wow, absolutely incredible stuff. And yeah, I can't believe even with those two extra mulligan draws, Austin finding basically like nothing. Like, what's even in his hand?
Well, there is a double turbo energy, but that double turbo energy can only get you so far if you don't have any Pokemon to boost the effects of Unified Beatdown. So we will go ahead and see the Turbo Energized Technical Machine, one of the more seldom used technical machines, but it does allow you to search your deck for two basic energies and attach them to one of your bench Pokemon. And like all technical machines, we will just see the technical machine discard. As there is the Town Store being used. Now, I don't believe Austin does have any tool cards in his deck necessarily.
Oh, there is one Vitality Band, actually.
So
that's big.
Does opt to play the Vitality Band, and that is big. Why is that big, Freya?
Because normally, when it comes to Terrapagos, you cap out with your damage at 220, 240 for 8 bench Pokemon, minus 20 for the double turbo. Iron Thorn ZX has 230 HP, so with that Vitality Band, that gets you that last push over the cliff to be able to KO a Iron Thorn ZX in one hit without the help of Dusknoir. That's massive in this matchup, actually. That swings it very much in Austin's favor.
And it's just going to be benching Hoothoot, which was the top deck for turn, and attacking here with Unified Beatdown, only doing 40 damage because of the reduction from the double turbo energy. And immediately, Leonardo has a turn 2 attack with this Iron Thorns, and will be able to instantly put pressure on Austin, since next turn, this Iron Thorns can knock out the active Terrapagos. Instead, though, is going to play Pokemon Catcher. Does flip Tails, have to imagine, that may have gone after the Hoothoot, as that is the main way to, disrupt Austin's ability to search trainers out.
Yeah, definitely would have liked to go for that if they could have done, but instead it looks like it's just going to be attach the active and then Professor's Research, refresh the hand, maybe try and find another Pokemon Catcher, see if you can target down that Hoothoot. It makes complete sense. You want to cut off Austin from his search and draw engine.
Not bad, but here's another flip card, a big flip, Crushing Hammer. Does this get rid of the energy? No, it's another Tails. That would have been another big resource to get out of Austin. Would have to debate whether or not it's ever worth putting these cards into play. And this is a really interesting choice from Leonardo. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of just playing the stadium to play it down. Those Area Zero are important resources for Austin to boost that damage. And it's not really like the Town Store was helping Austin out too much in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, at least not helping more than it already has, right? You did the one search ready, you managed to get the Vitality Band. So yeah, more than that. There's maybe Leonardo's worried about another tool coming out, but yeah, definitely could have considered holding onto that Lost City for a little bit longer, as we do see there now. What's it, the Buddy Pop in it looks like, and then yeah, two Hoothoot coming down there. It's a Noctowl ready to go in hand, and the Area Zero under depth. So I think we're going to be reaching for a KO here.
It is definitely possible. You do get to find 2 trainer cards out of your deck if you evolve that Hoothoot into Noctowl, which does have the Jewel Seeker ability. We've been saying it all weekend. It's what makes this Terrapagos deck as powerful and consistent as some of the other decks in the format, if not more. So it does have that into play, and there is the Area 0 Under Depths. So there's the evolution, ability being used, and now just is the question, are we going to see the bench just get automatically filled up? And we will. No need to play a supporter card when you can just search these trainer cards out, the Buddy Buddy Poffins, and there we go. 4 Pokemon put immediately onto the bench due to that 60 damage from earlier on, or excuse me, 40 damage from earlier on. This Terrapagos EX will be dealing enough damage to take the first 2 prizes of this match.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it weren't for that 40 damage, right, the Vitality Band is ready to go in hand. So what, I mean, guess the benefit there is that you can save it to get a follow-up attack on a fresh Iron Thorns EX without attaching the Vitality Band. So yeah, super, super strong. I cannot overstate just how important that Vitality Band is. Like, Austin is not playing Boufflant in this list, I've noted, but that Vitality Band makes this matchup so much easier for him.
Absolutely. It lets you reach for those one-hit knockouts, and that's exactly what you are looking for in a matchup like this. This is going to be a big turn here for Leonardo. Does he have a way to disrupt the fairly large hand from Austin? There is, always a chance that you have a card like Noctowl in hand, and it will be the Judge played. So here we go. This is the key cornerstone card of the matchup. How much disruptive pressure will Judge put on Austin in terms of setup? If Austin every time just has Noctowl, has double turbo energies, then there is no real feasible way for Leonardo to win this match. But if the opposite comes true, then the entire narrative flips.
Yeah, it does. This is going to be a very, very big Judge here. So let's see. One of the 4 cards for Austin. Oh, one of them is Professor's Research.
And a double turbo energy as well. And a Stadium Vacuum. Are you kidding? That is an intense cards to find there. Those are exactly what you are looking for, as we will see the Volt Cyclone respond in kind. Leonardo evens things up at 2 prizes. However, there is only that 1 Lightning Energy on the bench, and with there being a double turbo energy already played and a double turbo energy, in the discard pile, that means there is only 1 remaining in the deck, and that is always a scary thought to have when you need to be able to constantly attack once these Terrapagos are powered up and ready to go. Yeah, this list does play 4 double turbo energy, but we did see 1 was in the prizes. So there, like you said, 1 played, 1 in the discard pile. That means there's only 1 left in the deck to find. Definitely gonna be a little bit of an awkward one. We do see, getting rid of that Pidgeot. Definitely don't want to be trying to go for that in this matchup. It is a completely useless card, but instead going to be going for the Night Stretcher, and does have that Noctowl ready to go with the Jewel Seeker. So we'll be able to just find that Vitality Band and get the easy KO on this Iron Thorns EX. A Vitality Band and another trainer card as well. That could be something like the Ultra Ball in this case, to guarantee you have another Jewel Seeker ability the following turn. And with there being no damage on this Terrapagos, the only thing Leonardo can try to find is something like a Lost Vacuum to get rid of this tool card. But even at that point, he's still got to get through at least 2 Terrapagos to win this game.
Yeah, getting rid of that Vitality Band if you can't take a KO, which it's Iron Thorn, so you definitely can't. It's absolutely crucial. And I do think there was a Lost Vacuum in the previous hand before the Judge, but after the Judge, there isn't one there. So might have to rely on a Crushing Hammer flip heads just to try and buy some time that way. It is a very, very awkward position for Leonardo here.
Interesting choice here to go ahead and use Ultra Ball right now. It's always a good card if your opponent plays another Judge, but this probably signals Austin has a rare candy in the hand, so just wants to, evolve into Dusknoir. And with Dusknoir now being in play, Fred, it means even if there is a Lost Vacuum, the Cursed Blast plus the Unified Beatdown will be enough to take out this final Iron Thorns.
Absolutely. Austin has almost set up a checkmate board, I could say, with what's going on right now. There are very, very few ways Austin could lose this game from here, especially getting that other double turbo from the prize cards as well. So here's a Crushing Hammer flip. Is it going to be heads? This really needs to be heads plus a disruption card. There's piece 1, so there's the heads. Is there a disruption card to follow this up with?
I think we are having to rely on 2 of these Pokegear. It's a tough situation, though, because your opponent has 4 cards, but even in this situation, your opponent has a pretty curated hand of cards that they only want in this spot. It's probably still in your best interest to play an Iono, especially when they're playing Ultra Ball prematurely to grab a Dusknoir. That's a pretty telltale sign that they're sitting on a strong hand.
Yeah, and so it looks like the first find off that Pokegear was a Boss's Orders. That were already one of those in hand, so that's not what you want to be finding at all. You need to really find, a Judge would be okay, I guess, but you want to find that Iono. Put Austin down to 2 cards with no Pidgeot in play, no Serendipity in play either. It's going to give you as best of a chance as you can to make this comeback. There's the Pokegear number 2. Can you find the Iono here? I see a Penny.
Big find. No
Versus
INO
research.
last card.
No.
It's not there. Things are not over yet. Austin, I'm not sure, has the double turbo energy yet. Let's not forget there is one in the prize cards, so there's only one double turbo energy remaining in the entire deck here for Austin. So not finished by any means. Now just becomes the choice here for Leonardo. Do you hit into this active? Do you boss his orders and start to, target some of the support engine and the Hoothoots on the bench? No, it's just going to be a Professor's Research. So discarding the entire hand, drawing up, does find the Lost Vacuum, but with that Dusk Door in play, I'm not sure it's going to make a whole lot of difference, rather than if it was found, a turn earlier in this case.
Yeah, so is that going to be...
Not necessarily a turn earlier. Obviously, it was played down this turn. It just feels like Austin played it down at the perfect opportunity to get the most amount of value from it.
Yeah, he sure did. A double turbo is found there, so that will be something for sure.
That's the big find. There was only one double turbo left in the deck. That's why Leonardo really wanted to play the research over all the other supporters, because he needed that.
Yeah.
We will see the Volt Cyclone move the energies back there. And do we have a double turbo energy? It is in the hand. The final double turbo energy in combination with Curse Blast. Austin Ellis, a dominating Game 1 performance.
We knew he took it from the prizes, remember?
That's
so it was in the
true.
hand. Yeah, so it was guaranteed. So that's why he needed the disruption card. All the pieces were there. So yeah, Austin pretty convincingly takes that Game 1. And wow, if you're going up against Iron Thorns as Terrapagos, I don't think you can ask for much better than that, especially given the start that he had as well with no Fan Rotom.
Yep, having cards prized, it's always a downside since you can't have access to them. But one of the plus sides of having a card prized is Austin knew at that point, listen, I have 4 prize cards left. I know my double turbo energy is one of those prizes. I have a 50% chance taking this knockout to find the double turbo energy.
Absolutely.
And if not, oh well, if I do, I win the game.
Yeah. So it makes complete sense to go for it there. And yeah, with that convincing win, you've got to be thinking, if you're Leonardo, like, what do I do here other than, I guess, flip bed of heads on crushing hammers and Pokemon catches at the right moment, right? What else can you do?
Yeah, if 1 or 2 of those flips maybe went the other way, it could have definitely been a very different game. If the Crushing Hammerheads is there and the energy's not taken off the prize card, it could have been out of energy cards in total for Austin in that game. Yeah. So it looks like Leonardo is choosing to go first in this instance, and it seems to be the opposite narrative. Leonardo just immediately finding a basic Pokemon and will now receive mulligans on the other side from Austin not having basics. What is this timeline we're in?
That's not meant to that's not how it's meant to go, right? That's the kind of the reverse. And actually, I've got to be honest, with that decision, that's got me thinking that Leonardo probably didn't know what Austin was playing going into this matchup, and now knowing what the matchup is, deciding, yeah, I do want to go first, because against other decks, sure, you want to go second, but against Terrapagos, you really don't want to be doing that, so adapting based on the knowledge that he now has of Austin's deck.
A very good point. It is sort of tough in such a large field that these international championships are to know what every single player is playing. Sometimes you have the advantage, right, of being in like a large testing group or a group with many players who are scouting in a sense, and they can tell you, hey, this is who you're playing against.
Yes.
Be prepared for this. But that's not everybody.
No.
Not everyone has the advantage of having that. As we continue to see cards drawn, it will be another mulligan here for Leonardo. I'm sure he's more than happy to have a little bit of a boost going into Game 2.
Yeah, and again, definitely not the usual how it goes. You do play a good plethora of basic Pokemon here, so kind of unreal that there were 2 mulligans here. I guess it does just happen sometimes. Oh, the last card off of that draw there finds a Fan Rotom, a really about as good a start as you could ask for.
It wasn't down that last game, and look what ended up happening.
Yeah.
Austin was still able to win, so you have to imagine how much more of an advantage having that card will be, as Leonardo will kick things off here in Top Gun of game number 2.
But just a draw pass?
Does he not have access to anything? Did we just see a draw pass over to Austin? I think that might have been the case. But yeah, there is... Oh, wait, I think we're just confirming exactly what happened. So it looks like things have actually changed here, and it will be Austin going first in this situation. So very interesting choice. Leonardo sticking with it, trusting his gut of going second in this matchup. We did see some of the advantages that did have before in the previous game, as through this first deck search, Austin will see that Prime Catcher being prized. Not a huge deal in this matchup, but it could always be a good card to have, especially if your opponent, uses Pokemon Catcher to maybe bring up a Pokemon and attempt to trap it in some circumstances.
Yeah, I can see the logic for going second here as well. You also get to be the one who plays the supporter first. Say if your opponent feels forced to attach an energy, not necessarily that they would, you can then discard it there, and you get to do a judge early on, play an Arven to get yourself set up nicely. So I do see the logic for going second too, especially when you can attack on the first turn and go for here the Turbo Energize, which is going to set you up very, very nicely with your second Iron Thorns on the bench.
Absolutely, as long as there is a Techno Radar in the deck, these Pokemon can be found. But hold on, is there any Techno Radar? There is one in there, one of them being prized. That would have been a big miss. It's really not optimal to play that technical machine energized down until you've searched the deck and seen what pieces you have.
He knew. He was just...
That's Aura right there. Yes. Leonardo knew exactly what he had. He knew he had the Techno Radar, so we'll now be able to search out 2 of these Iron Thorns EX. It's essentially a glorified nest ball in this deck. Since you only got those Iron Thorns, you get to search for 2 Pokemon instead of 1, at the cost of discarding only 1 card from your hand.
Yeah, easy discard choice as well from the Techno Radar for the discard cost. Get rid of that Canceling Cologne, not going to be useful in this matchup in the slightest. And then just going to go ahead and fire off that Turbo Energize, get 2 basic energies from the deck and attach both of them to that benched Iron Thorns EX. Back to Austin. Does he have the absolutely crazy turn 2? It looks like he's prepared for it. Oh, there's a Terrapagos.
Wow, just has the switch already in hand. This is a good first step here for Austin, immediately grabbing the Vitality Band. This could signal that Austin already has double Turbo Energy in hand. That is the most difficult resource for him to be able to find, since he's only got the Energy Lotto. Everything else, not a big deal, since you can, of course, use Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability to find trainers. So here we go, Buddy Puffin. And the Vitality Band, and already has the Stadium too. This is looking like it could be a powerful turn 2 knockout for Austin here in game 2.
Yeah, Buddy Puffin going to go ahead and put down 2 of those Duskull. We did see just how good it was to have access to that extra damage push, even with the Vitality Band. Still great to have it there. And yeah, there's Noctowl number 2. Jewel Seeker again can go ahead and grab another Buddy Puffin, and then maybe just another supporter or just something else. I mean, oh, actually, it's going to grab that Energy Lotto. Okay.
Wow, is it lottery time here, Freya?
I think it is.
It might be. Grabbing the other Buddy Puffin, so that will fill the bench up to 8, and then it might just come down to this Energy Lotto, a card that was reprinted from Guardians Rising back in Sun and Moon. This card really doesn't see play, but it's here just because it's one of the only ways to search for special energy without playing a supporter. Look at the top 7. If you find any energy card, you can put it into your hand, and it's really going to be big. If Austin can find this double Turbo Energy, will put on insane pressure over on Leonardo's side.
Yeah, and he has maximized the odds here. He has gone for 2 Noctowls, 2 Buddy Puffin, set up the bench, set up everything else. He has been a lot of cards out of the deck, so the odds are going to be in his favor here. Let's see if he hits it. 1, 2, 3. Hey, he hits out the 3rd card!
Finds the double Turbo Energy. That is a big hit here for Austin. Has not even played a supporter card yet, and with this Vitality Band, already has a turn 2 Unified Beatdown knockout lined up in play.
And yeah, if you're Leonardo, what do you even do here, right? I mean, your opponent had the most ferocious setup every single time, and Iono to boot. I think this is about as advantageous a Terrapagos deck can be against the Iron Thorns. And again, it's all about this Vitality Band. Cannot be overstated what a matchup swinger this one card is.
And immediately, Leonardo is on a 1-turn clock to find at least a, Lost Vacuum, plus a Crushing Hammer as well would be huge cards to find. So Leonardo now with a 6-card hand. Speaking of Crushing Hammer, what's better than that? How about Enhanced Hammer, a consistent way to just discard special energies? Did not even have to come up in that first matchup, but that will be a big card here if this does go to future games.
Yes, it will. So definitely going to want to be playing that. Going to go look for the rest of the hand first just to see what's doing, because find that Lightning Energy, so we'll be able to do the attack for the 160, which is a very, very good number. Of course, there goes the Enhanced Hammer by double Turbo Energy, and going to be an Arven after that. I imagine we're going to want to search for another Iron Thorns because you only have the 1 out right now, and then maybe something else to set up for next turn.
Well, let's not forget, there are no more Techno Radar in the deck. The 1 was played, the other Iron Thorns got shuffled to the bottom of the deck because of Iono, and the 2nd copy of Techno Radar is in the prize cards, as well as that Lost Vacuum, and there's only 1 Lost Vacuum here. So from this position, Leonardo cannot disrupt the ability to attack, besides being able to play a Stadium card, but I'm not even sure if Leonardo has any of those in hand right now. It may just be, Austin, if you have another double Turbo Energy, you win the series and you win the game.
And so because of that, gonna fetch this Prime Catcher, and okay, I was gonna say you can target down a Hoot or a Duskull, but there's 2 of each. So you don't take one out. You like, no matter what, there's gonna be at least one Duskull or at least one Hoot available for Austin next turn. Unless you can combine it with a Stadium Bump, but like you just said, I don't think there is one. There's a Pokemon Catcher. Oh, it's a Tails!
None of the coin flips going Leonardo's way in this position. Does have the Prime Catcher, and that is a big question for you. What do you go after? It's got to be these Hoots, of course. Because you have no bench Pokemon, no reason to switch. You cannot switch, but you can still play the Prime Catcher. It will be the knockout, and here we go. Does Austin have the double Turbo Energy and the ability to search out this final Pokemon in play? We will just see the Pidgeot come out, and we are going to be thinning, it seems like. We've got the Ultra Ball. We've got the Rare Candy for the Dusknoir. It's not going to matter in this point, but we're immediately going for the Noctowl. Is there... Oh, double Rare Candy!
Double Rare Candy,
the game is there! 2 times Curse Blast, 2 knockouts. Austin Ellis doesn't even finish off with an attack. It's a Dusknoir show, a ghost party. Austin Ellis is advancing to top 8 here at LAIC.
Doing it in style as well, with a double ability, double Curse Blast knockout, placing 26 damage counters, 260 damage on that lone Iron Thorns, and that was all she wrote for Leonardo. Huge congratulations to Austin Ellis. You have made top 8 here at the Latin American International Championships. Wow.
That is a way to deal 230 damage without attacking. Dusknoir's Curse Blast, such a powerful ability, one of the most powerful abilities the TCG has ever seen, and it was put on perfect display there. If your opponent's not going to win next turn, giving them 2 prizes, it's no cost if you're just going to win right there on the spot.
Yeah, and I think if you're Leonardo as well, you got to think to yourself, okay, I had a lot of favorable matchups, and this was just one which was already not a favorable version, but then, rather, not a favorable matchup, but then against a version of the deck where it's just even more brutal because of that Vitality Band inclusion, and yeah, still a hugely impressive performance from Leonardo, and I'm sure he's going to be walking away with his head held up high.
Yeah, especially since most of these Terrapagos lists that we've seen recently are playing a lot thinner of a Dusknoir line. 101 sort of becoming the norm here as of recent, but it's a 202 line here for Austin. So because of that extra line, you know, the energy lotto, everything just going right. And the way that Austin has built this deck, he was more than prepared for this Iron Thorns. Put it on full display there in that match.
Yeah, and this is really a display of the power of this deck. You're opting not to go for the Bouffalant, as we mentioned. This is like kind of the key inclusion that Tord really innovated, came second at Gdansk with it, of course, but opting not to go for that, and because of that, had the room for that Vitality Band, which we saw just made all the difference in that game. I think it's a fine matchup for Terrapagos regardless, but that Vitality Band really just pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, it's sort of like a 2-card cut for 1 card and a split spot. Austin is still playing the Manaphy, which sort of acts like the Bouffalant does in both cases, since usually the most important use for Manaphy is against things like Radiant Greninja. So if you have Radiant Greninja and attack with 2 Bouffalant down, you're not dealing enough damage to, you know, knock out the Pidgey, knock out the Hoot, all of those Pokemon. So it's sort of, you know, a mixture, and Austin took that extra deck slot, excuse me, to put it towards Vitality Band. I'm sure it's been great for him all weekend, but it was definitely good for him here in that top 16 match.
Yeah, it really was. Wow, and I mean, over like very quickly as well. I mean, we see how long do we have left on the clock? Like 40 minutes, or something like that.
Too much time.
That did not take very long at all. And but when Austin has a setup like that 2 games in a row, what do you do if you're Leonardo there? Like, well, you lose. I guess that's what you do.
We have replays for a reason, but I don't know if there's much to show in that match. That was an absolute domination from Austin Ellis. Everything beat by beat going perfect. It looked a little bit shaky at the beginning, right? Austin had a few mulligans, and all he did was just, you know, bench 2 Terrapagos, or bench Terrapagos and pass the turnover. But as soon as this bench gets filled up, Leonardo really didn't have a way to respond appropriately. And the big thing you have to think about in this piece is if he had maybe saved his stadium cards a little bit more efficiently, there could have been a little bit of a different play out in that first game. But it's hard when you only have Colress as a way to search that stadium out.
Yeah, I think the big thing in that first game was just missing the flip on the Pokemon capture, right? If you knock out the Hoot, you really stifle the setup there, because that was really what got Austin going there. So missed that, but yeah, in game 2, double Dusknoir, Rare Candy, Curse Blast, Rare Candy, Curse Blast. That was all she wrote, and Austin won that series very, very convincingly, 2-0.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Well, welcome to the main stage here. I'm here with our winner of the first asymmetric round here. It's Austin Ellis. Austin, that took 20 minutes. Do you even have a feeling yet?
I'm surprised it took that long. It's not a good matchup. It's not a good matchup.
I think we could definitely say just that. Yeah, we saw cards flying around left and right. It looks like you knew your way around that one pretty well. Is that something you're looking to maintain moving in deeper into this tournament?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, we saw some really clean moves there. Of course, you found that way at the end to clean up the victory. Went for a little style there. You had the Curse Blast back to back. Have you been able to do that with the 202 Dusknoir line a little more, or is that the inclusion?
A little less. I used to play 302, and then I moved to 202 just to make a little more space. It's a little bit harder, but now I put in Thornton, so sometimes you can get that like kind of cheeky play like that instead.
We like that. I believe we've seen you playing this deck a little bit now. You played it at a few of the regional events. You've been building on those performances. Can you speak on that confidence that you have now with the deck with so many games?
Yeah, so before the tournament, I was waffling between what deck I want to play. I was like, Snorlax is pretty good. I don't know. I don't really like it, though. There's a lot of Spiritomb. And I was like, I'll just go with the Turtles. You know, they did me well in Louisville. So we'll just do that. Got to update the list. And I was like, I play Spiritomb. I should probably play Manaphy. And lo and behold, it worked out super well because there's Greninjas left and right, a whole bunch of things just trying to hit my bench, and it paid off.
There you go. Yeah, we see a few other decks that are likely to make our top 8 or already in the top 8 now. A few Regidrago in there. What are some of the decks that you're looking to face off against now that you've moved into this top cut here?
Sorry, looking to?
Yeah, which one would you like to see?
Anything that's like one price, like Lost Box, if there is anything like that. I don't know what else is in top 8. Anything that is not Drago. Drago is just like, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that deck can perform wonders, but so have you with this 20-minute match here. Is there anybody that you want to thank for getting you to this point in the tournament?
I want to thank my partner Anastasia. She has grown a business with me in Canada. We've been having a lot of fun, and it makes us able to afford things like this, and that we can actually, enjoy our lives a little bit. So, really thankful for that.
I love it. That's great to hear. Let's give one more round of applause to Austin Ellis, our first player to make it through the asymmetric cut. Casters, back to you.
Thanks, Kyle. Not Chip. My bad. Austin Ellis advancing to top 8. Great to hear from him. We'll see if he's able to, win that next match. I'm sure that is a big match for a lot of the players, coming over from outside of Latin America. Wouldn't it be extremely nice that within, the first 3-4 months of the season, you're able to secure an automatic invite to Worlds and then have the flexibility and less pressure for the rest of the events of the year? That's everybody's dream.
Yeah, it really is. Now, we do have word from some of the other asymmetrical top cut games. I do believe we just got word through that Miloslav actually beat Rafael 2-0, so knocking out the Terrapagos Dusknoir with Charizard. So the 2 Brazilians going down in the asymmetrical top cut. That's bad news for the home fans.
Wow, so no Brazil returning champion this year. That is
no, but there's 3.
Oh, there's 3. Yeah. We've got one more chance. So let's not count Brazil out yet. Definitely not a great start to lose 2 players before top 8 has begun, but it can still be anyone's game. We, of course, have that one last match remaining, and that is going to be, of course, the Regidrago mirror match, Raz Wolf up against Julius, and that is going to be the winner of that will play against another Regidrago. So again, Regidrago guaranteed in top 4. They've just all hit each other essentially on the bracket, or at least 3 of the 5 have hit each other immediately.
Yeah, we don't quite know the results of that one yet, but of course, as we get it, we will let you know. But yeah, Miloslav winning 2 against Rafael, then just that Regidrago mirror left, and then once that one is done, we will have our top 8 locked in, and then those will be the 8 competing to the chance to be our Latin America 2025 season international champion.
There's a lot that can happen. I am excited to see how everything plays out. One side of the bracket, is very standard, not as dynamic, right? We've got a guaranteed Regidrago. It's going to be a mirror match playing in top 8. Top 4 will then be, a culmination of things. We do also now have top 8 on the upper side guaranteed. It's going to be Goldengo up against Terrapagos, and that is a really interesting matchup that can honestly go both ways.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, and also, like we were talking about at the beginning, Ilya, breathing a sigh of relief there, I think, given that you would much rather go against Terrapagos Dusknoir than you would against the Fawns. I don't think it's not an auto-win by any means. I'd say it's probably about an even matchup depending on how things go. We actually played it in the lobby of the hotel. Yeah. So yeah, definitely can go either way, but would much rather face Terrapagos Dusknoir than Iron Fawns for sure.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely a lot more you can do in that matchup in terms of outplaying and choosing how things work. Sometimes against, or most of the time rather, against Iron Thorns, you just look at your hand, you play the cards that you can, you don't use abilities since you can't, and if the things fall your way, you can beat them. If you get judged into nothing, you just lose the game.
So, you asked a question earlier to me, right, about what you think, what I thought would make it all the way. It kind of went in a different direction with it, but I'll pass it back to you. Based on that, now what we know, with a few more of the top 8 slots locked up, what do you see going all the way?
I think Brent's got this one.
You think so?
I think he's got a game plan against Gardevoir in top 8. I think he either plays against the winner of Goldengo or Terrapagos. I think both of those are fairly good, especially since the Terrapagos does not play Bouffalont. That's a lot better for Regidrago. And I think out of everybody still remaining in the event, he is probably the most experienced and accomplished player left. So by experience, deck choice, and comfort all combined, I have to say I'd give Brent the advantage to take it home.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense there, and he'll be hungry for it as well. Only just recently, after so many top results, managed to get, of course, his first regionals win, but he's going to want to be adding an IC win to that notch too.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, you know, the way things play out, it could honestly be anybody's tournament. It comes down to, again, a lot of those factors. What will happen in certain matchups? What will happen, you know, with the way things are played out in terms of, you know, how certain dynamics and players and everything in between. It really can totally flip. Nothing's guaranteed in Pokemon, and that is the biggest thing to think about. However, I still have my picks. I still have confidence that Brent's going to take it down. We'll see how well that ages. I mean, he is very, very capable, but it truly could be whoever.
Yeah, although speaking of Brent, I do believe he will be our feature match for our top 8. So it's going to be Brent Tonneson against Rose Gregson. It will be that Regidrago against Gardevoir. So I'm actually really glad of featuring that, because we've not had a chance to feature Rose yet this entire stream. Like, you know, been on an absolute tear. Was the only, you know, 10-2 to dodge the need to play that playoff round in the asymmetrical top cut, and we'll get to see her show her stuff with this Gardevoir deck.
And Rose is the only UK representative from this entire top cut. I know multiple players, many players, I'm sure, traveled over from the UK. There's a very active scene for the Pokemon TCG.
So many League Cups, like, so League Cups are coming out of your ears. It's, yeah, like so many.
All right. I mean, Freya, give me one more thoughts again. Just, do you think going into this matchup that Brent is favored? Do you think Rose has got what it takes? What do you think?
So I think the fact that you can pick apart setups with the Phantom Dive is a big one, of course, especially given that, you know, the way this Gardevoir deck operates now, you kind of have to, you know, self-damage in order to get to, you know, those big numbers to do damage with the Roaring Scream, with the Scream Tail, or, you know, do the attacking with the Drifloon. But I think you said, I do give it to Brent / Regidrago here, but I don't think it's like a guaranteed win at all. I think it's going to come down to experience. I think it's going to come down to how these two players see the matchup, and it's actually, I'll be completely honest, it's not a matchup I've thought about that much, so I actually do, I'll be very interested to see how it plays out, actually.
I think the big thing to think about in this matchup is that, you know, there is a certain card that Rose is not playing in her deck. I mean, this is essentially a copy of the list that that Shen was playing.
Oh, right, okay,
so
yes.
It's essentially the same deck list. So that being the case, you know, this is the primarily popular version of Gardevoir. The biggest flaw, right, is no Manaphy means Trifrost gets to run rampant in this matchup.
Yeah, so you're right. I should completely. I think I just assumed Manaphy was in there, but now I saw it. No, that's not in there. So yeah, that makes a very, very big difference. And as you get that Trifrost early, yeah, your setup gets completely devastated. My goodness.
Well, we're going to speculate a little bit about this matchup. Top 8, the winner gets an automatic invite to the World Championships and continues on the path to see if they have what it takes to be an international champion. All the stakes on the line. We'll be right back right after this.
All right, introductions underway as we meet Alexander, a first-time regional player. Getting the job done here in the top 4 now.
I had a couple friends at a few card shops that played locally. They got me into it. They wanted me to go to a few events, but I didn't have the chance to. It was on and off. And then one of my friends recently wanted to get into it more, and we started to enjoy it more and everything about it. So we just kind of picked up fast in the last few months.
A lot of new faces. This is what I've always hoped to see, Kyle, is some new names making their places known.
I've always enjoyed card games, but I've always just enjoyed being competitive as well. I played a lot of sports, played football, track, stuff like that. I do like the intricacy between card games. So I just really like the competitive edge. It makes it a lot more fun in the sense that I like to take on better opponents.
That is a way to win Pokemon, I'm sure. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
I think it's just you wanting to win. It's just that competitive edge. Someone just has the drive, and you find something you like to do, and you want to do good at it. Like I have that. I want to just keep competing to win.
Alexander is going for it. Frontier Road, Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
I probably respect almost every person I played here. One of the bigger names I played was Azul. He was a very fun opponent. He was the seriousness he had in the game and after was very friendly. You know, it's just that aspect. He was probably one I respect a lot. Ooh, typing. My typing would probably be fire. I think I just enjoy the color red first off, but if I could breathe fire, that'd be pretty insane.
Besides checking out all of the action on the main stage for the Pokemon TCG, VGC, Go, and Unite, there's so much more that you can do here at the Expo Center Norche for the Latin American International Championships. You can play some of our mini games, go fishing, or play the ring toss. You also have an opportunity to check out how to play the Pokemon TCG for the first time through our First Steps program, where you get a chance to learn the Pokemon TCG hands-on in a family-friendly, fun way. If you want to just take a break, relax, we also have our Pokemon Go lounge area where you get a chance to recharge your phone, recharge your own batteries, and also check out the Pokemon Go action. If you want to try out some of the games on the Nintendo Switch, you can do that also. We have a Pokemon Nintendo Switch area where you can play some of the new games like Detective Pikachu Returns, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Arceus, as well as a couple of other titles. Also make sure that you check out the merch section because we have a lot of great vendors here so you can get your hands on your favorite merch, your plush, or your cards. And we also have a place where you can go take a break, get a bite, and have a quick snack before you get back to competition or get back to watching the action. Thank you so much for taking a look at what else you have to offer here, and casters, back to you.
And then there were 8. 8 players remain in our Pokemon TCG bracket for the Latin America International Championships. 4 top cut matches happening at the Expo Center in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The important one will be our feature match. Here at the table, we have Brent Tonneson up against Rose Gregson. Let's get down to the table and get into this match.
Yeah, straight away here at the table. Here, there, Brent on the left and Rose on the right. Rose not been able to feature her yet, so it's going to be very cool to see her get her debuts here on the main stage, piloting that Gardevoir deck, and yeah, Brent's piloting, as we already know, that Regidrago V-Star deck, and Ethan's pick to take down the whole thing, so let's see how it goes here.
No bias on my end, no bias. Brent versus Rose, and you see A big difference in accomplishments, but that doesn't mean a big difference in skill. Brent is a regional champion, has regional top 4s, top 8s, won a regional championship the previous year as well, and he is looking for another solid finish, a strong finish to start the year off as he continues his quest to become #1 in global championship points for another season.
Yeah, and Rose, on the other hand, had a couple of good results recently, but all the way back in 2015 and in Birmingham was actually the senior UK national champion, so going all the way back.
A flashback for sure. You know, cards are probably a little bit more powerful than they were back in 2015. I'm sure if you showed somebody from 2015 Gardevoir EX, they would think that it was probably a fake card and would never come out in the Pokemon TCG. But oh, how the times have changed.
Yeah, so they sure have. So, but I think Rose here will be very, very happy already with its top 8, right? So first of all, really big result since starting to play again and get a good result at the NAIC and at Dortmund. But now all the way in the top 8 here at the LAIC, going to be very happy with that already. But as already mentioned, wanting to seal that World Championships invite, so going to want to go that one further at the very least and get that top 4 slot. She has to go through Brent to do it.
And a big thing in this matchup is not only who will be going first, but additionally, who is able to start the Pokemon they want. And Rose actually will be going first, so this is a big advantage for the Gardevoir deck. Freya, there's one Pokemon in specific that that Rose could get down and start in the active spot, and that's that Klefki.
Yes, that Klefki, and it will be absolutely huge in terms of a setup Stifler, of course, when it's in the active, all basic Pokemon in play have no abilities, and so with that, you won't be able to use that Teal Mask Ogerpon, the X's Teal Dance, in order to get that going.
They just heard the crowd. I'm sure you can hear it from the booth over here. You can see them both look up and say, is that for us? Guys, you guys are special, you're awesome, but unfortunately that was not as exciting as probably what happened on some of our other streams. But don't go to those streams, stay here for TCG. We promise this match is going to be good.
Yeah, it is. So just because the problem is we don't have any Brazilians on stream right now, that's the problem, right? No Latin American players, so yeah, the crowd noise won't quite be the same. Oh, okay, there's definitely something going on in the games. I don't even know which one that's for, but yeah, something crazy going on here. But we have a game to focus on, so let's take a look at these prize cards to start with. Oh, we see the Pheasantipity, the Drifloon, and the Screamtail. Oh my god, there's a free 1-ups all prize. That's brutal for Rose.
That's pretty bad. You can only grab one if you play something like the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
But also the Kyurem prize for Brent, which is going to be the big card for him too.
Yep, Kyurem being prized, not great. The single Dark Energy, you need that for the Monkey Dory to use the Adrenabrain ability, so there's a little bit of something for everybody in the prizes as we get ready for the top 8 match. Rose will be going first. We'll see if she's able to, get that Klefki, like we mentioned, started up in the active spot. Brent, no stranger to this stage. You can see he is excited, but I'm sure also nervous to be back on stream as we get into this here. Top 8 at LAIC. Brent up against Rose. Gardevoir versus Regidrago.
And Rose starts the Klefki!
That is an excellent Pokemon to start. Starts the Klefki in the active spot. No need to have an energy to retreat. Just has it. It's bright, it's shiny like a pair of keys in front of my eyes, but it is there, no doubt, and also has the Buddy Poffin to put these rolls into play and start to build up Gardevoir via Curlia, then into Gardevoir, have Refine on deck. This is the whole MO of the Gardevoir deck.
Well, I could not ask for a better start here from Rose. Going first with a Klefki in the active and a Buddy Poppin, and Hisuian Heavy Ball as well to get one of those prized attackers out.
So I'm really interested to see what Rose is going to choose to grab in this situation, because Pheasantipity is a very important card to make sure your deck runs smoothly, but the Drifloon and Screamtail are great Bravery Charm users that have uses in a lot of other matchups, and I have to be honest, grabbing Screamtail probably would not have been my first choice in that situation, but it is definitely the most versatile out of all of the Pokemon available.
Well, you need an attacker, right? Because if you don't get out a Drifloon or a Screamtail, you're pretty much, attacking with Gardevoir? Like, there's only 2 big damage dealers, so you have to pick one of them.
Yeah,
I guess it was always, and then I guess quite smartly there with Rose going for the other vessel, discarding the Monkey Dory, already knowing that the Dark Energy is prized. Not going to prioritize that right now. Instead, going to grab 2 of those Psychic Energies. Oh, those gorgeous play program foil energies from Call of Legends. Wow, that's some heat there, energy-wise. If you know, you know.
We've got some bling, some discreet bling, some play Pokemon stamped cards. We saw the Buddy Poffin, of course, having a promotion back during the summer. You could get some of those foil cards, including the Technical Machine Evolution. So we'll see if Rose is rocking that special card as well. And now the only choice here is, do you commit energy to one of these Pokemon? We'll actually put it onto the Klefki, so could always be discarded via a retreat, and that's going to be all she wrote. Action passed over to Brent. We'll see exactly what he's got access to. I believe that Canceling Cologne was also in the prize cards for Brent. That is another piece that can be used to shut off the Klefki's Mischievous Lock ability. So as of right now, as long as Klefki is active, the big ability unavailable to be used, by note, is that Okerpon's Teal Dance, as well as Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize, which is always important if your hand is a little bit weak.
Yeah, it cannot be overstated just how good it is to start with the Klefki key against Regidrago. I think if you don't start with it, I think like you were alluding to earlier, it can be a very, very tough matchup, especially as you noted, Rose is playing this version of the deck that is kind of the more aggressive version, doesn't play the mana fee, so very vulnerable to Trifrost, which we know that the Kyurem is prized in this instance, but it's still something you have to think about. But yeah, with the Klefki start, no Teal Dances going on, no Squawkabilly going on, it's a super, super strong start for Rose here, about as good as you could ask for.
Yeah, and that Canceling Cologne is in the prize, just double checking, as well as a boss's order. So as of right now for Brent, if he wants to use his basic Pokemon's abilities, he'll either have to hope that Rose moves that Pokemon out of the active spot for him, or he'll have to find one of his 2 remaining Gust cards in the deck, the Prime Catcher A-Spec and the Boss's Order, since one is also in the prizes.
Yeah, very, very awkward. Pretty much like almost all the outs you could think of to Klefki being prized for Brent, and as well as one of your strongest attackers in the matchup. So very awkward prizes essentially for both players, but at the very least Rose could kind of work with it with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Brent does not have that privilege.
Does not indeed. We'll see Regidrago V as the selection off Ultra Ball. Did get to, get rid of some of those key Dragon Pokemon, mainly that Dragapult EX. It's the main copy target for that Regidrago V-Star's Apex Dragon attack, allowing you to do 200 to the active and then put 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon however you'd like. See the Drago get benched, the energy attached for turn, and there's only 1 card left. I assume it's either a Research or an Iono. It is going to be that Iono. Both players will go ahead and shuffle their hand. Brent does not have one, so he'll just draw 6, as Rose will also get 6 cards, as Brent continues that first turn for himself.
Yeah, so 6 cards are drawn there for Rose, well, for both players actually. There's a Temple of Sinnoh for Brent. Not really going to be a useful card in this matchup unless you just want to use it as a stadium bump. But not much else going, it seems. There's a Giratina V-Star, and there is an Earthen Vessel, so you can go ahead and play the Earthen Vessel, grab a couple of energy, get that Giratina V-Star in the discard pile, set up to be copied with Apex Dragon on the Regidrago V-Star, but not much else other than that, it seems.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a risk against the more aggressive build of Gardevoir to just leave a single Regidrago V-Star in play. There's always a weird world where it could be knocked out. However, because of the prize cards we know and the resources that are unavailable, I think it's pretty safe to say this Regidrago will be safe for the time being. However, in the following turns, if not much changes, that's going to get more unlikely as the game progresses.
Yeah, and not only that, but given that you don't have the option to do Teal Dance, right, you can't really dig into your deck further. We see that it's not just the extra energy attachments that makes the Teal Mask Ogerpon so good. Those extra cards drawn, you think it's only 1 card each time, but it does add up, and it gets you further and further into your deck, and that's just not something that Brent has access to right now because of that Klefki.
And the choice here for Brent is, what do you want to do with the rest of your hand? And it looks like nothing else just will be the pass over to Rose. What does Rose have? This is a pretty solid hand from the look of things.
Oh, look at that.
Already has the Kirlia, and there's also that Technical Machine Evolution. The big choice here now, though, is what do you discard with Refinement? It looks like thinking about getting rid of the Technical Machine, no, but instead is thinking about what other card. But the problem here is there's just so many good cards in this hand.
There's no good discards.
Yeah, the Nest Ball you want to find Pokemon, the Bravery Charm you want to increase damage. It will be the Bravery Charm hitting the discard pile, and a great find there. Finds 2 powerful supporter cards. One of which that I would probably say is a little bit better in this spot is that Arven. You could search out the secret box and get ready for a powerful turn next turn after using this Technical Machine.
Yeah, and going to go ahead and Nest Ball for good measure too. I imagine, yeah, it could be thinking either a third Ralts or Radiant Greninja could be great as well, just having another means to discard more energy and draw more cards. Going to have a look through and decide based on the rest of the deck first before taking that decision, but I think it looks like she's leaning towards the Ralts right now, or between the two.
The issue between Radiant Greninja is Klefki does shut off all basic Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, shuts off yours as well, right? So
you would not be able to use Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability.
At least not right now, yeah.
Yeah, as long as that Pokemon is active. So we'll see the Ralts be the selection, and that means that Rose will have guaranteed 3 Kirlia out into play on the 3rd turn. having all this card draw set up, the fuel to discard those energies, to feel Psychic Embrace, a lot of good things to think about. And I think the last question is, what is your supporter for turn? It's actually going to be Iono. I'm not sure I love this over Arven necessarily. You now run the risk of potentially, you know, drawing into those Kirlias, and then if your opponent plays Iono the next turn, you are unable to, you know, evolve those into play. So it's always a risk you could think about. However, in this instance, Rose not drawing into any of those, does have the Radiant Greninja now, but of course that cannot be used thanks to the Klefki being in the active spot.
Yeah, and although, yeah, you could retreat to then make use of it, you do not want to do that. You want to keep this Klefki in the active, you want to stifle Brent's setup, and instead, you're going to go for the Ultra Ball to find another Pokemon, maybe going to be, that second Curlier. Why not, right? Get it down as well, go for a refinement, and then you can go ahead and finish the turn on a TM evolution, maybe just straight up evolving one of those Curlier into Gardevoir already, and then evolving the second Ralts into, or rather the third Ralts into another Curlier.
Yeah, this works too. I think normally keeping the Ultra Ball gives you a little bit more options going forward, but at least you can just draw 2 cards now and then go ahead and use the evolution. However, you would shut off that Kirlia, so it's essentially the same thing in that case.
Yeah, it is. So going to be considering that, and actually looks like not going to go for the refinement straight away, but will evolve the Kirlia that used the ability into the Gardevoir EX, and then the bench Ralts going into the Kirlia. So going to be feeling pretty good for next turn. You know, 2 refinements available on board, plus the energy acceleration ready to go for good measure as well.
So this is going to be a big turn for Brent. If he's unable to attack here, Rose has pretty much set up her entire board, has everything she needs to, you know, get things going, finalize out this game, and figure out if she has what it takes, right, to, you know, have enough gas in the tank. We've seen some resources get discarded, but for Brent, you've really got to think about that Prime Catcher. If you can get an attack this turn, it's going to require you to have some form of Gust, and with there really not being a lot else in this hand, and Research as a supporter for choice, you're not going to be able to use Boss to get around this Klefki.
No, you're not. So I think it's probably going to be a dig off of this Legacy Star, V-Star power, you know, because I think there is a supporter in hand who can use a dig a little bit further, but if you want to do anything this turn, yeah, you need to find that Prime Catcher. It is the only way to play around this Klefki right now.
I believe has another Professor's Research in hand, so can look at 7 more cards, hopefully find that Prime Catcher, but that is always an option to dig through the deck, discard those top 7 with the Legacy Star, V-Star power, and then go from there. So that is the selection. We'll see it get evolved. We'll see potentially these 2 Pokemon come into play. So it will be the Ogerpon, a Regidrago, and a Professor's Research. Big 7 cards here for Brent. Can he find the grass energies needed to power up these Ogerpons and the Prime Catcher? And does find the Prime Catcher. That is a big find. Remember, Kyurem is in the prize cards, but can still at least apply some pressure to the draw engine, knocking out a Kirlia, maybe placing some damage counters on the Klefki, as well as possibly setting this Gardevoir EX up for an easy knockout later on. Exactly what he needed to find this turn to strike first in this matchup and take the first prizes.
Yeah, now the other thing that's going to be interesting here is, can he set up this Regidrago V-Star without making use of the Legacy Star V-Star power? I think it's very poignant what you said earlier about how the later you need to use the Legacy Star, the more likely you are to win. Because if you need to use it early to set up, sure, that's fine, but then it's at its strongest when you use it in the late game to get back the resources that you need. If you can't do that, then that makes it really hard to close out in the late game. So let's see if he can do it here, whether he will need to. Oh, looks like there's a Noctowl. Might be able to get him now,
actually. This is the star card. It's found its way now into this Regidrago deck using Jewel Seeker thanks to Teal Mask Ogerpon being a Terrestrial Pokemon on the bench, searches for the Jamming Tower, and that is an excellent card at shutting the Bravery Charm off from having use.
Yeah, it is, and there's only one counter stadium in Rose's list as well, which is that Moonlit Hill, so we'll need to find that if she wants to make use of her tools again. No Lost Vacuum either, from what I can see, as an alternative stadium out.
So now the question is there an energy switch in Brent's hand? There is the Prime Catcher. I don't think we've seen an energy switch yet, so this is a pretty interesting decision here for Brent. Grabbing the Jamming Tower makes me think there is the potential that Brent may just sit on this hand for now, not burn the Prime Catcher and just pass the turn over, and that is going to be the choice. So Brent valuing the Prime Catcher to have a higher usage than to maybe take a chance here and instead put the Jamming Tower into play and force Rose to, you know, maybe go after a way to bump the stadium, and then Legacy Star can grab it back, and winning the stadium war with Jamming Tower could be huge here.
Yes, especially considering, as you already mentioned, there is only the one stadium bump in here, which is the Moonlit Hill. No way to get it back either. So there's pretty much going to be one turn of tool usage that Rose can make use of. And don't forget, if you use the Psychic Embrace, attach a bunch of energy to one of these low HP Pokemon to do more damage with their attacks, if the tool gets shut off, then you lose that extra HP and you get KO'd straight away. It's like a free KO almost.
Yeah, like Lost Vacuum, and that's sort of one of the reasons this deck has fallen back into favor is these tool removal cards have fallen out of popularity. And what other deck than Gardevoir really takes advantage of having, you know, tool security? I don't think there is another deck.
No, not at all.
So Rose will continue. Does find 2 energy cards off of the Earthen Vessel. So the more energy that hit the discard pile, the better for this Gardevoir EX to start using Psychic Embrace to power up the various Psychic Pokemon Rose has access to. It looks like will be both refinements used, and the Screamtail finally comes into play. The big question now is how many Psychic Energy cards are in the discard pile, and could we see something like Secret Box possibly make something happen? It looks like instead, though, not even going to use tool cards at this point. This is a little bit of a risky endeavor, I must say. Putting these damage counters on Screamtail, yes, it does boost the damage it can do to any Pokemon, but at the same time, it means Phantom Dive will be that much more potent at taking knockouts onto a Pokemon like Screamtail if it hits the bench.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Rose is thinking here. I mean, now with that Klefki being retreated, you do get to make use of that concealed card to draw a couple more. We do see the Arven in the hand, though, so you can use that to grab the stadium counter. I think you can actually do enough damage with this Screamtail to knock out the Regidrago V-Star.
So it's not quite.
Is it not?
If you have 140 HP, thanks to the Bravery Charm to give you 50 more, you can put a maximum of 12 damage counters. So you would only do 240 damage.
Okay,
that is the
never
maximum
mind.
with how it works. Since you have 12 damage counters, times the 2, right? So that would not be enough. There is the Moonlit Hill grab, so of course that can bump the stadium, and there's not enough. But instead, just going to preemptively grab the box of, or excuse me, I said box of disasters. This is a good box. This is a good box. It's a secret box.
Yes.
And instead just going to hit this Regidrago for 120 damage. You're working on it a little bit, but now these abilities are all online, and I have to wonder, yes, you're striking first this matchup, but was it really worth dealing 120 damage in return of giving your opponent these abilities? I mean, yes, Prime Catcher's still good, but this is something you have to think about.
Yeah, I guess it's going to come down to whether, you know, what Brent needs to burn for resource-wise in order to get this Regidrago going, right? So this one Regidrago is just 1 energy away from attacking, so that's fine. You set up a little bit of damage on it. You can do a follow-up KO with it on it with something else later. So maybe Rose is thinking, if I can just go through these Regidragos quickly enough, do one and then the other, I might be okay, even with the abilities being back online. But it is a risky move for sure.
So we do see the Teal dance onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon. We'll make sure there is no damage on that. I think he was just marking using the ability. And there is the Prime Catcher switching out this Screamtail to the bench, bringing up the Kirlia, and has a Professor's Research to follow up. So at the minimum here, if Brent chooses to, he can take a 2-prize turn. Oh, so he's just marking it with the 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So putting the 10 on it just to mark. We could use something like a coin, would probably be a little bit more useful.
Yeah,
and does draw cards and finds the first of many, I'm sure, energy switch he'll be looking for this game.
Yeah, definitely, I think a little bit confusing there to mark it with the 1, so definitely using the upside down burn and poison marker is probably a better way to do it, as we do see Teal Dance number 2 for another energy attachment and another card drawn. Does find a Super Rod for that, and has the energy switch ready to go to start getting this other Regidrago V-Star powered up. And this maybe slight gamble that Rose is going for might not be paying off here, because we do see that second Regidrago is raring to go very quickly indeed. It might be a little bit of a tricky spot for Rose going forward in this game.
And this is going to be the big decision for Brent. The first part is very clear. You've got the Dragapult EX to copy. You can use Phantom Dive to knock this Kirlia out and place 3 damage counters on the Screamtail. The question from there, though, Freya, is where do you put the remaining 3 damage counters to get the most amount of value in the following turn?
So I guess you could, if you wanted to just go very simple, you could just put 2 of them on a Kirlia, right? And just force it to evolve so that it's not out of, so that it then, in terms of Phantom Dive range, you could set up maybe on the Klefki a little bit, or you could start to set up that Gardevoir EX for a big knockout as well.
Yeah, so the Gardevoir is interesting, since if it's ever going to attack, it will usually put itself in range of a Lost Impact KO. I do think I like what you said, though. Put some damage counters on the Kirlia, and then that one in the Klefki is always nice, since it means that you can put 6 on it from a future Phantom Dive to knock it out. So we'll see what Brent decides to do. I think we'll either see all 6 potentially be put onto Gardevoir, or he'll decide to Earth. All 3, excuse me, be put onto Gardevoir, or he'll spread it out. I think the thing that he doesn't have information on, though, is the Dark Energy is prized.
Yes.
So because of that, it's definitely a lot riskier to put the damage counters onto the Gardevoir EX, since, you know, Monkey Dory can come down, a Dark Energy could get played, and then all of a sudden, you're not getting as much value, if that makes sense.
And for that exact reason, there's going to spread out the damage counters, the remaining ones, as much as possible. So it's going to be 2 onto the Curlier and 1 to the Klefki. I think this makes complete sense.
So Brent takes 2 prize cards, striking first in this matchup in terms of the prize advantage, as Gardevoir EX is promoted for the turn. Notably, Brent yet to use that Legacy Star. The more turns he can go without it, the better off he's going to be in the late game, where this Gardevoir deck really shines.
Yeah, and that's it. You want to kind of stifle Rose's board as much as possible with those Phantom Dives, and especially if he gets to that stage where he can get that Kyurem out the prizes, finishes off with a Trifrost. Won't be quite available yet, but now it's up to Rose to really decide how she's going to make best use of that secret box. Going to go ahead and use it. I mean, this has got another Bravery Charm. Doesn't feel amazing, but the third one is in hand, so she knows she can go for it. Just she needs the Stadium counter, though. That's the problem.
It's tough. I mean, you could use Refinement here on one of these guaranteed discard cards to just try and find, you know, 2 cards that are better to discard, but instead is going to give up that second Bravery Charm, so only 1 more remaining. But in return, along with the other 2 cards hitting the discard pile, Rose can get to search for every trainer card available. The Supporter, an item card, a Stadium, and a Pokemon tool card, and put them all into the hand. No tools remaining, so it will just be the Earthen Vessel, Moonlit Hill, and the Iono, and this is an instance where Moonlit Hill has so much value.
Yeah, it really does. And not only, of course, getting more Psychic Energy in the discard pile with the cost to pay for it, but also healing all your Pokemon by 30 damage, which is huge here. Well, Psychic Pokemon specifically, but yes.
Yeah, so essentially all of the bench damage done by Brent is for naught at this point. It will all be healed. And additionally, you know, this Gardevoir EX potentially with a manual attachment to the active, if Rose has enough energies, could also put itself out of Lost Impact range, right? You put the 2 Psychic Embrace, that puts it to 40. You attach for turn. And then, by using the Moonlit Hill, it only goes down to 1 damage counter on it, thus being out of that one-hit knockout range. So let's see if Rose sees this line. Also has Refinement available to use in concealed cards, and while those cards are glowing green on the bench to be used, I really like to see her do this play, and it looks like she is going to go for this, essentially protecting all of her Pokemon next turn, since Brent has yet to find that Kyurem.
And she doesn't want to risk using concealed cards because she needs 1 energy in hand in order to play this to pay for this Moonlit Hill. So yeah, going to play it, keep the energy in hand, discard it for the effect of Moonlit Hill, all that damage killed off that Psychic Pokemon, and then it's going to be an Ino for good measure after that too. Really, really strong line from Rose here.
Big turn for Rose, saw that line. Now all of these Pokemon are essentially safe from being in risk of a 2 prize turn for Brent, which is exactly what he wanted to line up these next couple of turns. Being at 4 prizes, you really don't want to put yourself onto odd prizes. It can make things really awkward.
So, looking through the discard pile now.
I think the big thing here for Rose, again, is going to be what are the 2 cards taken from these prize cards. Remember, the Hisuian Heavy Ball and the Drifloon are both in the prizes, and it looks like if Rose is going to take these prizes from the bottom, those are going to be the exact 2 cards to grab, which means all of the basic Pokemon that were originally prized will be out of the prizes after this turn. And also going to go ahead and play this Super Rod before things end off.
Yeah, the only thing that you aren't able to get here, of course, is that Dark Energy if you're going to go in that order, like you mentioned, which you really do want because you want to make use of that Monkey Dory in order to make use of the ability to move more damage counters from your side onto the opponent's side. That will be huge in this matchup too. But even so, you're just, you know, with the Drifting and the Hisuian Heavy Ball, got to be feeling pretty good all the same. So yeah, Miracle Force, 190 damage, takes the knockout. The first 2 prizes for Rose, a super strong line and turn from her.
So action on Brent here. He's going to promote the Mew EX, so does have free retreat, so no matter what he decides to do, he can always pivot into every Pokemon. But this hand does not look strong here for Brent. After drawing a card, already has his hand over the V-Star marker.
Oh dear.
We're going to get it used. Let's see what these 7 cards discarded are. Does discard an Energy Switch and a Super Rod, but the rest of those cards are A-OK. Let's see what these two choices are. Are we going to see something like the Jamming Tower potentially come back? I'm not even sure if he has the flexibility for that, since the rest of the hand is kind of lacking, if I'm going to be honest.
I think you just need to get back a Fire Energy onto it. No, still going to go for that Jamming Tower. Okay. Just valuing it that much. But, I mean, it's 3 Fire Energy in the deck, right? 2 are in the discard pile.
I have to imagine if Brent is considering grabbing Jamming Tower, he's going to have some way to attack at this point. It wouldn't really make sense for Brent to shut off tools for the rest of the game in return of taking another 190 damage minimum this turn. So I think that's just what Brent is thinking about at this point. Can he afford to take the Jamming Tower while not risking the inability to attack?
Yeah, but it's a very rough. You see, he's umming and ahhing about it a lot. He knows that if he commits to this, there will only be 1 Fire Energy left to work with, but he's going for it. Is the Invest already in hand? No, I don't believe it is it? So he has to dig for it here.
I think there is a Nest Ball and a Super Rod.
Oh, Super. Okay, so there we go. That makes a big difference.
So interesting choice here. Oh, I see what we're doing. So instead, holding on to the Super Rod, using Legacy Star first, and now can use Flip the Script. I know a lot of players would have sequenced that differently, but I know Brent has a reason that he's making these choices in this order.
Yeah, so now, and I do believe there was a Nest Ball in hand as well, wasn't there? So can Nest Ball straight away for that Serendipity and use Flip the Script to try and find this Fire Energy, when also good considering how thin the deck is.
Yeah, so now this bench is full. It's always risky, you know, to have just one Regidrago in play, but you're going to be a lot more comfortable and secure knowing that these lists are almost always playing the same cards, right? Just like Henry said, people are, you know, copy and pasting this deck.
Oh, big free cards. Was that? I didn't see the. No, it's 2 Grass Energy, so 2 more chances to find it with these 2 Teal Dance, number 1.
2 Teal Dance. Of course, those fires got shuffled back in.
There
and
it is.
Does find the Fire Energy off of that first Teal Dance with the Energy Switch and the Jamming Tower. Brent is going to be able to shut off tool cards for the entirety of this first game, meaning something like Drifloon taking a big first knockout, or excuse me, just a big 2-prize knockout on Regidrago V-Star will not be an option. Brent's going to have to just put as much damage into play as possible and see if he can close things out.
Yeah, but now, one saving grace for Rose here, which you might doesn't necessarily notice, but the fact that with that play, you prevent Brent from taking a KO means that you cannot get that Curum out of the prize card. So Rose is going to have at least 2 turns to work with to try and pull off this win here, and that's going to be good for her. I would really like to see, if possible, if she could like pick up this Gardevoir EX with a Professor Tourist scenario. We saw it discarded, but I'm sure she can get it back.
I'm not actually as certain. There's no Palpad in this deck.
Oh my god, I'm just assuming.
This list is not playing Palpad. I don't know if I'm certain here, friend.
No, I'm not certain. No, I'm quite opposite now.
I think the damage is staying in play. And let's remember, the Dark Energy is also in the prize card. So Monkey Dory cannot heal any of these Pokemon in play. The big question now for Brent, how can he navigate through this? If he had Curum, I think this game would be a wrap. But the fact that there is no Curum makes things a little bit more dicey in terms of finishing it off. Don't count out Rose yet in this first game.
No, not at all. Now, this Serendipity might seem a little bit risky here because you could think of like a Phantom Dive double knockout play, but that wouldn't necessarily work that way because the Serendipity has 210 HP, so a Phantom Dive, bringing it into the active, would be 10 short of a 4-price knockout. So she can bench this if she wants to. I don't think there's any way for Brent to manipulate the damage to make that a 4-price turn, but instead it's going to be the Refinement first. 2 cards drawn. Does find that Scream Tail again.
Does find the Scream Tail, but it's always a little bit risky to put that down just because of what happened earlier on. You put damage counters on it. Sure, you can deal some solid damage, but it's at the price of, you know, the more damage counters you put on it, the easier it is to be knocked out on the bench via Phantom Dive. I mean, the biggest thing Rose has here, though, Brent did have to use his V-Star power last turn, so things like Iono are going to hit a lot harder from this point on.
Yeah, so here comes the Arven now. There is not a lot of it left in the deck, but still going to look through regardless. Going to find Bravery Charm and... wait, oh, hold on. She's grabbing the Bravery Charm. Does she have another out to the Jamming Tower?
There is no out to the Jamming Tower. There is just the 1 Stadium card.
Okay, so just getting to discard. Okay, I was going to say, because I'm pretty sure we looked at the list extensively to make sure that wasn't the case, but just getting it as discard father. So Ultra Ball going to come in. What's she going to grab off of this? Is it going to be that that second Gardevoir EX, just to really buff up the HP of this Curlier on the bench?
Has to evolve it up, but no matter what, one of these Gardevoir EX will be knocked out at the end of the turn if they stay in the active spot, pending that Brent has Giratina V-Star in his discard pile, which at this point I believe is most likely the case.
Yeah, and this Scream Tail now, with no ability to buff up the HP, is doing a maximum of 160 damage, so can't KO anything for 2 prizes on Brent's bench, which is not a great position to be in, and can't even like combine it with something like a Monkey Dory to make it a KO next turn because that Dark Energy is prized.
Yeah, this is a situation here where, honestly, I would have really liked to see even something like a Monkey Dory Confusion attack. It's something really awkward, but with how many resources Brent has, gone through at this point, it could be a sort of a Hail Mary play, because from this point, how do you stop your opponent from taking these last 4 prizes before you? You're two-shotting this Regidrago V-Star, but if Brent can just take 2 prizes this turn and then follow it off with a Radiant Charizard on the following turn, that could be all that he needs to close this game out. And it looks like not even doing much here. Just going for the Phantom Dive, knocking out the Klefki and this active Gardevoir, and now putting the pressure on Rose to find a way to secure this game 1.
So and I know for sure has to come down, because yeah, you have to prevent this play from coming in with the Radiant Charizard to close things out. So this Gardevoir has too much damage on it. Wait, actually no, Radiant Charizard would be 10 short of a knockout right now because it only has 5 on it.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what attack is being used. At minimum, if this Gardevoir wants to retreat, you have to use Psychic Embrace twice. So no matter what, this Gardevoir will be in range.
Yeah, and as we already mentioned, there is no option for a Professor Turos. Wait,
is it there?
Wait,
Wow.
No, it got Iono'd. It didn't get discarded.
It did get Iono'd, so the Turo is actually here. Maybe that was a card that Rose wanted to find the previous turn. You see Boss's Orders get put to the top of the hand. However, Brent has smartly saved this switching card, has kept it in the hand.
Wow.
The big thing now, though, for Rose is this Turo is not going to have a lot of use, since if you use Psychic Embrace onto a different Pokemon, Brent is at 1 prize card. If you use a lower HP Pokemon, even an attack like Teal Dance, even, some smaller attacks, the attack on Noctowl could again take a knockout on some lower Pokemon. So it feels like how much value is something like the Professor Turo getting at this point? We'll have to see. There is a great 2 cards, though, off of that concealed cards. Countercatcher Iono. This may be the Hail Mary play for Rose. Bring up a 1 retreat Pokemon, get the Scream Tail down, use that Roaring Scream to take a knockout on this Regidrago, and hope there is not the cards necessary for Brent to attack with Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, this might be the best move here, just to minimize the chances of even, like what you said, one of those small attacks getting it done. Yeah, goes down the Scream Tail onto the bench. You've got to play the Ino here, right? There's no way. But actually, I'm not going to go for the Countercatcher, it looks like.
Interesting. I feel like you have to go for that Countercatcher and give yourself a chance next turn. Even just bringing up something like the Pheasantipity, right? You remove all the energies out of play, and you force that switch from Brent. Instead, valuing that card maybe to close the game out on a future turn.
Possibly, yeah,
Brent,
I can see it.
But by knocking out this Regidrago, Brent is going to have access to Muse Restart to fill the hand back up. The Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script ability. It feels almost inevitable that just the Charizard and an energy card is way more doable than, one of those energy switch or switch as well.
Yeah, no matter what, it's not a great position for Rose to be in, right? But it's she's working the best of what she has. But I think you're right. I think that with the amount of cards that Brent can draw, even after this disruption, I think that he's going to be able to get there, and we'll be going to a game 2. But let's see how the last 2 turns play out. We don't want to assume anything just yet.
An interesting thing to note, the switch was in Brent's hand before the Iono, so it is on the bottom of the deck now. We are going to see the Countercatcher afterwards, so wow, drew back into the Countercatcher, it seems. Of course, playing the 2 copies of Countercatcher. So Rose, I think, making the smart play here, bringing up the Pheasantipity, but there is the restart, and there is the Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability. Let's see. Draws into the Radiant Charizard, and now Brent is going to check the deck, see how many cards. He knows how many went to the bottom of the deck, so he's going to figure out how many cards he can potentially draw, either without shuffling the deck or trying to shuffle the deck, so that he can, change the order of where that switch or fire energy were.
Yeah, because you need both, right? You need either an energy switch and a switch to either switch out the retreat or switch out the Pheasantipity, and you need the fire energy. So actually going to go for the Boss's Orders for good measure as well, just to get another card out of the hand. You will be doing enough damage regardless. So restart, 3 cards. What are these 3 here? It is fire energy.
Yeah, the fire energy, that's piece number 1. And if Brent has both an energy switch and a switch in hand, can he get there? Switch. And he finds the switch, fire energy switch, Combustion Blast, closes out game 1. Brent Tonneson moving 1 game closer to top 4 at LAIC.
And wow, what an impressive display from Brent. Even with that really disadvantageous start with Rose starting with the Klefki, still managed to find a way to set up and pull it through, even without making use of Triforce, right? That was a really, really great display from Brent there.
Fought through all adversity, the prizes the Klefki start, but he had enough to close things out. Rose was really close there. You have to imagine maybe the Professor Turo was found a little bit earlier. That could have definitely played around with the math a little bit.
we really can't understate, you know, the effect of Jamming Tower staying in play, as well as Monkey Dory being offline, meant that this Phantom Dive was just able to apply so much chaos to Rose's bench during that game number 1.
Yeah, but let's go back and look over some of that chaos to try and make sense of it all for ourselves and for you guys at home. The replay for this game 1, as we saw, yeah, Rose with a very, very strong stifling start with that Klefki's mischievous lock ability in the active. Eventually did switch into, you know, the screen tail to start get some attacks going. That enabled Brent to get the setup going on his own side, start doing some teal dances, and starting to be energy switch onto the Red Drago V-Star to get some attacks going in. And then from there, even with no cure available to him, with it in the prizes, and the canceling Cologne still in the prizes too, was just able to close it out by finding that Radiant Charizard and that switching card in the Fire Energy.
It was so close there. If Rose, you know, if Brent misses that turn, I think Rose has almost got it, as long as she can get, you know, the Monkey Dory back online and knock out that Mew. But Brent able to close things out, even without the Kyurem. You see a smile on his face. You know he's close, and I think Rose also showing, I didn't have Dark Energy that game, so both players playing at a slight disadvantage. We'll see how things shape out if their prize cards allow them to execute their full strategies.
Yeah, and I imagine Rose will be going first again, which will be helpful, of course. If you're going first, not only do you get to get your Evolutions out first, but you have a chance to search out that Klefki from your deck and put it into the active spot as well. So really, really important to go first in this matchup, as we do see the opening hand start to be drawn. Looks like, oh, hold on a second. This hand isn't looking great for Rose so far. I can see it. Oh, that's a very dead hand from Rose.
We'll wait to count our chickens before they're hatched.
I guess so, but you know, I'm saying we can see the hand here. It is not looking good for Rose here.
Gardevoir is notable for, you know, having a lot of, you know, hands that don't allow you to play the game very much. So let's see what happens here. Good luck to both our players. Let's get into this. What is the top deck?
It's a Professor Joe scenario. Again, look at that hand. It's just going to be a attach pass.
It's just going to be a attach pass. And hold on here, Freya, there is a world where Brent can win the game on this first turn. If he can get down a Teal Mask Ogerpon and another Teal Mask and use an energy switch to power up Myriad Leaf Shower, we could see Brent advance to top 4 through one turn. Either way, though, this is still a big advantage, and I'll be curious to see if Brent decides to play aggressive towards that turn 1 win condition, or if he sets up like normal, since he's still at an advantage.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, you can almost kind of do both, right? You're probably going to want to be aggressive anyway in terms of drawing through your deck with those Teal Mask Ogerpons to set yourself up with the Regidrago V-Stars attack. And those prize cards as well, looking at okay, very workable, so nothing really stopping him from being able to go ahead and take this first turn win here. But yeah, like you also said, even if you don't get it here, it's not really the end of the world.
So we'll see Brent play the Nest Ball and the Earthen Vessel. So Teal Mask Ogerpon does come down. Notably, the Jamming Tower in the deck. You've got things like Squawkabilly, so you can dig a little bit deeper if you'd like. It does now have Grass Energies thanks to that Earthen Vessel. Let's see if Brent's got what it takes. Either way, though, not what you want to see if you're Rose. You're down a game. You have the advantage of going first. Things went really well for you early in the game, and you were still not able to close it out. You need things to go like that again for you to have a chance. Not like this, Freya. Not like this.
No, literally, it's the polar opposite of what you want in any match, let alone the top 8 of an international championships. In comes the Teal Dance number 1. Attaches one, draws one card. Oh, they're going to draw the card there. Let's see. There's another Grass Energy. It's a Pheasantipsy. There's
hold on. Has the energy switch in hand. Brent Tonneson is one Grass Energy away from advancing to top 4, since this Nest Ball can grab another Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Oh my goodness. One more Grass Energy will do it, because yeah, you can just energy switch to one for the second Teal Mask Ogerpon. You've not used your manual attachment for turn, and you can announce Myriad Leaf Shower and take the game and take this top 8 set.
This is big for Brent. You got to take every opportunity that presents itself. Teal Dance, number 2. So many outs here for Brent. So many cards that can win him the game. What does he find?
It's a Giratina V-Star.
Does have the energy switch. And this turn is not over, Freya. There's a Professor's Research. Here we go. Big 7 cards. All Brent needs is one Grass Energy. Can he find the Grass Energy?
Wait. It's an Earthen Vessel! He's done it!
Earthen Vessel in the hand. Brent Tonneson can find the last Grass Energy, and he makes it to the top 4 of LAIC. Nothing Rose could do. It was all Brent. Game closed out in one turn. You hate to see it, but if you're Brent, you love to see it. Brent Tonneson, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance from him. He is now locked up for an automatic invite to Worlds. Not like that was going to be a challenge for him, but more importantly, one step closer to becoming a champion at LAIC.
Wow, huge congratulations to Brent. Yeah, like you said, not necessarily how we would have liked the Game 2 end, but I mean, a bit of a highlight reel moment, let's be honest. The turn 1 knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Myriad Leaf Shower on that poor little Drifloon, and I think it's safe to say that Rose's balloon has burst in terms of the chances and dreams of becoming an international champion.
Looks like she's laughing about it in nice spirit, which is hard when something like that happens to you on a big stage, but you've always got to commend, you know, being friendly, taking it in stride. Still, though, top 8 at an international championships, an excellent accomplishment for Rose. Congratulations to her.
Yeah, especially after being out of the game for so long, right? I mean, she must have taken like a really, really long break from that seniors win all the way back in 2015, but clearly showing that after so long out of the game, still hasn't, you know?
Absolutely. You see that Worlds 2015 deck box, so maybe, you know, embracing some of the glory from the younger years. But again, Brent Tonneson taking it with confidence, getting himself into the top 4 where he will be playing up against a, you know, solid opponent no matter how this top 8 bracket works. He could be up against Charizard, he could be up against Goldango, he could be up against a Terrapagos deck. There is a whole wide variety of Pokemon action still to play, but that's step number 1. It's single elimination. These matches are always going to be intense. Great win for Brent.
So just had a fun little factoid through here from Chip. Apparently Rose used her national champion playmat from 2015 all weekend this weekend. I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of players, you know, some players like to take 2 different approaches. You've got the approach of, you know, hanging up your playmat in a nice, you know, plaque or in a nice, you know, frame showing this is my big accomplishment, this is what I've done, put it on your wall, show for your family and friends to see. Other players play with their playmats. I mean, that's what it is, a playmat in heart. The biggest example of this, when Andre Skubal won Worlds, he has used his 2022 champion playmat at every event. I saw him with it out in the field this weekend and had to double take and be like, is that really the real thing? And it is.
What a flex, right? I think the mat I have, which is like the closest to that, so the very first set of UK European National Championships, like the first European TPCI streams in 2016, I have the Nationals mat from that year signed by all of the casters, by myself, that we did those set of streams together. So that mat means a lot to me as well. I wish I had it here because I could show you guys, but yeah, that's like my personal.
I'm just gonna reach down right now and I'm gonna pull up a huge frame and it's gonna have everything on there. You know, I'll reach into my bag of tricks. Maybe tomorrow I'll come up with something. We'll see. Wow, but what a great match that was. Obviously, you feel for Rose. That second game was not much of a game for what it's worth, but still a lot to unpack in that first game of Pokemon action.
Yeah, and I don't know what, I mean, for Brent, right, like you said, looking up his invite into the World Championships, I mean, yeah, that's already good enough, right? But you know he'll be hungry for that win regardless. He knew that he could probably get an invite to Worlds regardless of how he did this weekend. But now he's going to be looking for that Internationals win. And tell you what, your call, your prediction for whoever's going to take down this whole event, still very much live.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. That's how I'm feeling right now. You know, Brent's got it here, and he showcased a masterclass of why Regidrago is as powerful as it is. As we take a look at the replay from that set, this game 1 was really back and forth between both these players. Of course, you know, Rose started things out in stride. Of course, the Klefki start, Brent was not able to, you know, get aggressive, but the one turn I have to think about that maybe differed from how a lot of players would have played the matchup is Brent decided to hold on to the Prime Catcher that turn, wait another turn, accept he was going to be damaged a bit, and then from there, apply pressure every single turn.
Yeah, I think patience in games is something, it's a skill that's very hard to master in a Pokemon trading card game because you can't be too patient to the point where you're not doing anything, but sometimes just waiting that one turn can be the difference between overextending and ended up losing the game and pulling a defeat from the jaws of victory, or actually securing a win that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So yeah, very smart from Brent there, as in the end, you know, Rose did try to mount a pretty good comeback there with the INO, but yeah, as you mentioned, with the Mew EX draw of the restart and the Festivity split the scripts, too many draws, too many cards to find, and was able to find that last combination of cards being with the Radiant Charizard and the Fire Energy and the switch to win.
And then this last game, right, your Rose, you think you're in a good spot, but it was just the Teal Mask Ogerpon stealing the win. Let's hear what Brent has to say after that dominating victory. It's going to be a good one from Brent. I'm interested to see who he shouts out, the thought about Regidrago. So when we're ready, we're going to throw things down to an interview, hear from Brent, and hear what he has to say.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan and Freya. I am here with our new semifinalist, Brent Tonneson. Let's hear it for him, folks. Making it to the top 4. Brent, what a great tournament run. 7-1 into day one, and you were just telling me you haven't dropped a game today, all the way into top 4. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I had to get kind of lucky to not drop a game. I had 0 really bad hands, and overall, like, just been playing well, drawing well, just a perfect combination so far. Even got a lucky matchup earlier today. I did get a Raging Bolt, but I did beat that. So overall, I think I've been a bit lucky today, but I've also played really well, so I'm quite happy with myself.
Capitalizing on the opportunities that present themselves to you. So you have been competing at ICs, since they started. You've got so many caches. You've got yourself a few top 8s in there as well, a few top 16s. This is the farthest you've made it, though. What does this top 4 mean to you at this point?
It means a lot. I finally have a trophy at every single tournament. For some reason, the ICs was the last one that I needed for any tournament. I even have a Players' Cup trophy. I have all the trophies. But this one really does mean a lot to me. I did want a World's Top 4 in Masters before this, but I did really want to do well at an IC. And I do hope that I can bring it home for Australia, because Australia has never won an IC.
It could be the time. It certainly could be the time. You find yourself among just a few other players. The other top 8 matches are still playing out there in the field. Based on the other decks that have made top 8, Reggie Drago is very popular in Top Cut. Is this kind of what you were expecting from the top end of this tournament after seeing what made it into Cut?
Well, I think I did explain yesterday, but the strategy has been for a lot of players is play Drago, more bolts come in, the Dragos still keep winning, and look, we saw how many bolts there were yesterday. The Dragos are on top today. From what it seems like, Drago is by far the best deck in the format. It's got the best results across the board. So I think it is the best deck. I'm not really surprised that it did that well. There were some of the other decks like Terrapagos, I knew would be near the top. It's I wasn't really surprised with anything. I guess things like Goldengo, I don't really expect to make top 8, but I think the deck is a bit underrated, to its credit. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it doesn't get the credit that I think it deserves. I definitely agree with you there. Let's talk really quick about this top 8 match. So in this game, you do come away with the victory 2-0, but things were looking a little dicier at the start of game number 1. Your opponent has that Clef Key in the active spot. What's going through your mind?
Well, I actually did talk to Kaiwan before this, because Kaiwan was actually considering playing this deck, and he was practicing this all night at Ganesh. I was asleep. He was playing all night, practicing the matchup. And I basically spoke to him about an hour ago, and I'm just like, please tell me how to play this matchup. And he was telling me, you don't attack with the Drago unless you have the follow-up Drago. Playing Jamming Tower twice is really important because they only have 1 stadium bump. And yeah, basically I was just playing really slowly there with the Jamming Tower. I wasn't really worried about the Clef Key because I was fine with the attachments. And I did go for the knockdown for the Jamming Tower. And getting the Jamming Tower early was really good because I essentially forced the bump earlier and then was able to V-Star for it back, protecting my V-Star in the late game. And that's what ended up winning me the game. The only thing that I did that I would criticize for myself was my damage from one of the Dragapults, where both of us agreed that instead of putting 10 on the Clef Key, 20 on the Curly, it should have been all 30 on the Guardy. Outside of that, I was pretty happy with how I played. And game 2, obviously, I just got really lucky, but sometimes that's Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, game 2, your opponent attach, pass. You hate to see it as a competitor in that situation, but obviously, on your side of the table, I don't think you minded seeing it too much. How do you, in those situations, differentiate between when it's worth it to really push for the win in that spot and push for a setup? Because it's not necessarily guaranteed. Obviously, your deck, I think most of the time, would have a pretty high chance to get that turn 1 knockout, but when do you decide I have to go for it versus I should just get a Drago, get attachment on it, and we'll try to win next turn?
Well, in that position, I didn't use my energy attachment for turns, so even if I missed the grass and hit a fire with a Drago plus a Cleffa, I was already in a very winning position. So I wasn't that worried. And I could draw really badly though. However, the risk of me not hitting the Drago, not hitting the energy, or even the following turn not getting double energy switch and just getting a Drago attack was quite low. So I didn't really feel like there was much of a risk with with the play I made. So I was pretty happy to just go all in for the play, which wasn't really that much of a commitment anyway. It was only really losing the Nest Ball and the energy switch.
Definitely, yeah, not too much of a risk. 1,800 players entered this tournament. You now find yourself in the Final 4. What's it going to take for you to continue to catapult yourself into the finals and eventually hoist the trophy on Sunday?
Winning games. I think that's the simplest answer. Realistically, I just need to really make sure that I have a good understanding of the matchups. I'm a bit worried because I think Goldango is on the other side of the bracket, and trust me, I have not tested that matchup. Like, you can trust me on that one. I have played it a bit. Like, I've played it in tournament, I think twice. I hit it Lil and Gdansk. I do have some ideas in the matchup, but I don't actually know the concrete lines. If I discuss with my group, I can probably come up with some good plan though. So I think I can probably navigate it quite well. I guess outside of that, I just really need to make sure that I just make some general good gameplay with Drago. If I fall too far behind, if I fall far behind early, there's a lot of opportunities still catch up in the game. So I need to like not overreact and just see if I can find any openings in the game.
Well, congratulations, Brent, on the run so far, and best of luck to you moving forward. You do still have top 4 to be played later today, so let you get rested and get ready for that. In the meantime, we'll throw it back to the action.
Thanks so much, Chip. Appreciate it. Great to hear from Brent, a seasoned player in his own, and you know he's looking to host that trophy on Sunday. Really, no, I mean, of course there are deserving players, but Brent is somebody who just works so hard in the Pokemon TCG. His love and passion for the game, it really exudes out. If you know Brent, if you've ever played against Brent, you could tell he is somebody who takes the TCG very seriously.
Yeah, and as we mentioned yesterday, worth mentioning again today, not just a genius level player at Pokemon, but a genius level player at arranging flights at the right times to make it as affordable as possible for him to go to all of these events. So he's not just doing it because he has all the money in the world. No, he's planned it exactly right with the cheapest flights possible to arrange it from point to point to point to get to all the events and make it possible. So very, very smart on multiple levels.
Brent's been an involved and competitive player in the Pokemon TCG for many years. We've got a player profile to showcase some of his accomplishments and strengths within the Pokemon trading card game. He's mainly gravitated towards this Regidrago deck as of recent, but he's been playing Pokemon TCG for years and years. Of course, does have a regional championship under his belt, as well as some solid finishes. Did play notably in 2024 at NAIC, the same Gardevoir list that had an incredibly good conversion rate, getting top 4, top 8, top 16, and top 32 at the NAIC.
Yeah, and so it was a finalist at Liverpool Regionals, losing to Inga Silva, who was the one who won that regional to there. So no slouch to lose to, given that how well he's done as well, the top 4 in perf. And yeah, finally after so long, getting that regional notch with that win in Melbourne, and really on this tournament specifically, latching onto this Regidrago V-Star deck, and he is very, very confident both in the deck and all of his matchups.
Yeah, Brent will definitely be adding, at a minimum, LAIC 2024 top 4 to one of these accomplishments. Maybe he'll get rid of the Perth top 4 or the NAIC top 16. Not sure which is, more impressive. They're both impressive in their own right. Brent is definitely a fearsome player to watch out for, especially if you're on his way in terms of bracket towards a championship.
Yeah. Now, I do believe we have word for some of the games going on in the rest of the top 8 matches. We can give you not so much the details, but the scores on those. So Miloslav has actually won 2-0 against who was he up against again?
Ford, yeah.
Oh,
beating
yeah.
Jackson Ford. So that's a pretty favored matchup, right? You've got Jackson playing that Charizard EX deck up against Regidrago. Regidrago definitely favored, and it's no surprise to see that come out on top. You know, Miloslav is a player who has been playing for a while as well, but as of more recent, the 2023 and 24 season, also had a strong run at the 2022 World Championships where he played a very interesting deck. It was the Palkia V-Star combined with Jolteon and Memory Capsule.
Yeah, really absolutely insane run from him with that deck. Slight correction there, Miloslav, not from the US, is of course from Czechia, the Czech Republic over in Europe, one of the Czech Republic's best players, without a doubt. A big fan of the Sableye deck, see him thinking about the Lost Mine damage placement, obviously holding that Sableye flush. Love to see that, but yeah, top 32 at Lille, top 32 at São Paulo before, but now as we beat that top 32, it is now top 4 or better for Miloslav in this LAIC.
Regidrago dominance. That is the storyline so far. Regidrago, of course, many consider to be the best deck in format, but again, Brent made a very good point. There's this constant discussion of, there's more Raging Bolt, over and over again at these events. Is it really correct to play Regidrago
But as it turns out, when other people are sort of making those changes, the people that stick around and are passionate for the deck, they really have been reaping the rewards as of recent.
Yeah. Now, for the other top 8 games right now, just to give you an update, it looks like with Ilya against Austin, that is 1-1 right now. So they are currently in game 3, absolute nail-biter. And then finally, it looks like Daniel is up 1-0 as well. So they're currently in game 2.
Yep, so that's the mirror match, Daniel versus Raz. So again, that is a confirmed Reggie Drago mirror that will be playing up against, I believe, we'll have to get confirmation on this, but I think Miloslav is going to be up against the winner of that on the on the upside of the bracket. That's going to be the situation here. We've got, of course, the Golden Go EX up against the Terrapagos. That's what you said.
Yeah, the
1-1. So still plenty of Pokemon action. It's going to be an awesome rest of the day. We're going to be able to showcase both top 4 matches. Kyle and Chip will be taking you through that, as this is what our bracket looks like. So currently, Daniel up 1-0. So again, Miloslav guaranteed to play up against a Reggie Drago. And then for top 8, it's Brent either up against Terrapagos or up against Goldango. Both matchups, you know, that can definitely go both ways, and especially Goldango. You heard Brent mention that. It's definitely an obscure matchup he may not have a lot of experience in.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that top 4 match, if Daniel wins, that will be a perfect 60-card mirror. So, like we mentioned before, Miloslav gave a shout-out to Daniel. They and all the other Czech guys worked on this list together for the Reggie Drago, so that will be a 60-card Reggie Drago mirror. That will be interesting to see.
That will be interesting indeed, if you want to see it, if you're a Reggie Drago fan. I feel like there's 2 camps of people, right? You've got camp number 1.
I just had word in. Ilya has won. Goldango is in the top 4 of the LAIC, beating Austin Ellis' Terrapagos Dust Noir.
We are going to have Goldango up against Brent Tonnisson's Reggie Drago deck to see who will be one of our 2 finalists. And of course, that is going to be a stream match you are not going to want to miss out on.
No, definitely not. We will be streaming both top 4 games. You don't have to pick one or the other. We will be streaming both of the semifinals, so you get both top 4 game action here at the LAIC, just because we love you guys that much.
It's going to be a good day for action. I'm very excited to see who comes out on top. I've still got my prediction. You know, I'll give you a second run of the fray here. Now that we've seen, essentially, you know, we've got 2 players locked for top 4, and then the other 4 players are playing out their matches. What do we think at this point?
You know what? I'm staking my claim. Cheese String Man, Goldango, to go all the way in Ilya's hands to take the Latin American Championships. I'm with Ilya. We can make that hashtag. I'm with Ilya.
You know what? I can get behind a Goldango performance. It feels like if you're not in the US, you've got a good chance of doing well with Goldango. Goldango hasn't really had, you know, that strong cult following almost that it has in Europe, and, you know, people, of course, bringing that over to the Latin America International Championships. So we'll see if, you know, the Goldango hype is finally going to start building up, or if it will just stay where it's at. I definitely, regardless of if Ilya's journey ends here, this is probably the most respectable finish for Goldango of all time so far.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much before that, it's been the top 4 and the second place, right, from Jelle van Kampen over the European regionals, but now it's an internationals top 4. Yeah, wow. And let's be real, Goldango probably only really gets better from here on. Searching Sparks isn't legal for this format, but we were, you know, playing it already. You have the new version of the list, but with that Energy Search Pro, of course, that lets you search for a whole rainbow of basic colored, basic energies from your deck, and for big knockouts and big deck thinning. So I think Goldango's really only on the up from here.
Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons. Of course, with the Energy Search Pro, you get to get all of your energy immediately, and then once you discard them, Energy Retrieval and Superior Energy Retrieval are great cards to just constantly have insanely high damage output. However, the pros of playing a Prime Catcher sometimes are just more than the pros of the Energy Search Pro. You have to, you know, build your deck around the card, and if your ace spec is prized, you definitely feel the hurt for sure.
Yeah, or I mean, we've even saw in the past some of us play Hyper Aroma, right? You grab 3 of your Goldango EX, so there's a lot of good ace specs you can play, but it seems like from what we've seen in the early results in the City Leagues in Japan, it really is this Energy Search Pro build that is the best one, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that getting some results over here as well. But I think that's going to be all from us two, at least for these stream matches. We're going to take a quick little break. We will get Kyle and Chip.
I'm not saying here. I don't know what you heard.
No, got it right this time. So we will get Kyle and Chip over here to stream both the top 4 games. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss top 4.
My name is Vini Fernandes. I am from São Paulo, Brazil. I I started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching the regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was a very good feeling, so I just kept playing tournaments.
Wow, there it is!
Today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
As always, Sableye moved to the...
Never mind, all right!
My number 1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championships in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rival thing with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win one to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up to Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I'm playing. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
Well, I got into competitive because when my brother introduced me to the game, we started going to league, and the more and more we played, he kept on outplacing me. So I just decided, yo, I need to outplace him.
What a run it has been for Raymond these last couple seasons. Of course, a couple of top 8s with Fort Wayne and Hartford there.
My earliest memories was probably my first regionals and juniors. At the time, I didn't really have any expectations to do well. Luckily, I was able to finish second, and ever since then, I just got really, really into it. Probably one of my favorite moments was when I won my first regionals in seniors, and that was a huge breaking point for me, and it was an incredibly tough matchup. Everybody doubted me, but I was able to pull it off in the end. Something I've learned over the years is you're gonna have a really rough event. Sometimes it can be really disheartening, but once you get back up and keep on trying, you're gonna get the finish eventually if you keep on putting in the effort.
That's gonna be it,
yes.
though. We see the extension of the fist bump. Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
The main reason I'm still competing right now is just the friends I've made. I definitely would not be playing if it weren't for any of them. and it's probably the most important thing. Obviously, I do care about placements a lot, but it's not my #1 goal. As long as I'm enjoying the game and having fun, I will continue playing.
We're back, Pokemon fans, here at LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Our trading card game international championships are beginning to come to a close, but that does not mean we are short for action and excitement. We have got our top 4 games coming up. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined at the desk once again by Kyle Sablehouse, and these are the most important matches of some of these players' lives.
You are telling me, Chip. Yep, this is going to be incredible. We have 2 great competitors lined up here in the first game of both top 4s that we'll be featuring here at the Latin America International Championships. And there's a lot of money on the line, but they've already made a great accomplishment in getting to the top 4. It means that they've locked up that invite to the World Championships.
Yep, locking up that invite, locking up thousands of dollars, tons of championship points, and plenty of Pokemon TCG booster boxes as well. The prizes just continue to increase as players get further and further along in the tournament. There's all kinds of swag that these players get as well. There's stamped promo cards that say top 8. There's a champion stamped promo card. There's play mats as well that they get, all sorts of things. But for many of these players, the thing that matters the most to them is the title, is the glory, is everything that comes with being an international champion.
Also, the travel stipends are very important to at least one of the players in the top 4.
Brent is like the king of the travel stipends. Yeah, he's definitely going to be excited. I think he'll be in a good spot, regardless of what happens from here on out, to get the stipend for the next IC. But congratulations to both these players for making it thus far. And I'm excited to get into this next top 4 match because we're finally going to get to feature, you know, we've been talking about all the cash these players are winning. How about the coin Pokemon themselves, Golden Go, in our top 4? Could you have predicted that coming into the weekend?
I mean, most underrated deck. We're going to have to find out later in the broadcast if that's to be true, but absolutely not, Chip. No way. We've discounted this deck time and time again, and sure enough, we've been proven wrong. It's just so good. The hit points, the damage output, is it enough to handle Regidrago on the other side? We're going to find out.
We are definitely going to find out, and I do believe that we are getting ready down at the stage. Let's head to the table and meet our 2 players. We've got Ilya Koronov over on the left, going up against Brent Tonneson. Brent doesn't get much of a break here, just got done with his top 8 match. We're throwing him right into the fire here for top 4.
That's right, yeah. Ilya on the other side, we see the Russian national champion back in 2018. A lot of fantastic results there. The top 8 at the regionals, another top 8, and a top 32 to go along with his Gold Tango, man. Golden Go is so wild to think about. It's made its way back into another potential final here, but now at an international stage. It's wild to think about.
Yeah, we're being told as well that Ilya got that win at the Russian National Championships back in 2018, and that was the only way you could get a World Championship invitation from that region at the time. Ilya was able to do it, went to Worlds back then, and has continued to compete through the years. Finds himself now in top 4, and he's got quite the opponent here. Brent Tonneson, while he may not have the international title to his name, he's got the regional championships title. He's got plenty of regionals top cuts. He's been one of the most successful players in the game, one of the most consistent players in the game over the last 12 to 18 months. And really since internationals began, it feels like he is always cashing these events.
Absolutely. These results that we're showing right now, these are just from the previous year going into this new season that we have. It's wild to think about the accomplishments that we've seen over just the last 5 years from Brent and what to expect as we move forward.
I think our players are about to get set up with those opening hands. I have to admit, Kyle, as our players are setting up, you know, I did get to interview Brent just a few moments ago. He said he didn't have the most testing against the Golden Go matchup.
You don't say.
I don't think you or I are most experienced when it comes to this matchup either. We're going to be kind of figuring it out together, but early predictions here. What are going to be the keys for both of these players in this given matchup?
Oh, everyone can play along at home with what's that play. It's going to be a fun one. I think it really is going to be about copying the Dragapult EX, making sure that you place that damage, 200 damage place along with 6 damage counters. You place that on 2 Golden Go, and then you boss his orders. Try to knock out both of these Pokemon at the same time. 260 is the sweet spot when you work in that math.
We talked earlier about Golden Go, and you mentioned how that 260 hit points can be a really awkward number for a lot of decks to hit, but that does line up really, really nicely for Brent. We'll see if he can navigate himself to that position. Ilya has played several Regidrago up to this point in the tournament, played a pair of them, was able to defeat both of them, so I'm sure Ilya's got a great game plan. And that is the difference here for the Golden Go player, making it this far in the tournament. It's definitely on the back of the opponent not really knowing what to expect very often.
Yeah, it's so often you're going to find your opponents trying to make up a strategy as they go, and you're playing in a best of 3. So if you're surrendering that opening game that you have in 50 minutes best of 3, you're probably going to be on the back foot trying to figure out how to handle this. By the time you know the matchup, it might be a little too late.
Looks like we're having a problem getting a basic Pokemon here. Ilya's going to make it happen here shortly, though, I am sure. 7 cards drawn for this opening hand. And it looks like we do finally have a basic being laid out. Players will lay out their prize cards. Brent will have the opportunity to take at least a mulligan. At least one was taken. I'm not sure exactly how many the count will be. Prize cards now going out. Let's see what happens here.
Well, these are always so important. See a Cleffa on one side for Brent. This is not that bad for either player.
Yeah, really not too bad. That is the one Origin Form Palkia V-Star for Ilya, but that's not really an attacker that's the best in this matchup, I don't think. It's really strong to set up your Radiant Greninja against evolving decks. We're not going to really see that happen here, so yeah, not too bad. That Cleffa, like, there's a potential, could be an issue for Brent, but overall, A-okay.
Yep, sign me up for this one. It looks like we're going to have a great match between these two players. And we love to see that. 75 minutes, of course, as you move into this part of the tournament, so plenty of time to see a great best of 3 here.
Brent, of course, aiming to become the first ever Australian player to win an international champion. Ilya, I believe, would be the first Finnish player to win an international championship as well. There's the handshake. Here comes the card. Ilya is going to be going first. We're in to top 4 at LAIC. Kicking things off with that Gimmighoul in the active spot for Ilya. Over on Brent's side, we do see that Hoot Hoot. And Ilya's going to kick things off with that Buddy Buddy Poffin, aiming to search the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and adding them to the bench.
Sounds like a Gimmighoul party to me, starting with that Pokemon in the active spot. Always a nice thing to see. You're not expecting too much pressure over on Brent's side. Of course, we say that, and then top 8, game 2, he just takes a turn 1 knockout for the win. So you have to look out for it, but I don't expect to see that here with the Hoot Hoot start.
Yeah, probably not going to be happening here on Brent's side, but Ilya is going to just take an opportunity here to get the board set up, taking an opportunity as well to check the prize cards. Got to point out as well that Buddy Buddy Poffin, I do believe the international promo that our players get for competing in this event. Love to see Ilya taking an advantage of the opportunity to play a card, even if it is in Portuguese, that they would not be able to play at any other tournament outside of this region.
Yeah, I think we all recognize the art by now. If that's in your opening hand on turn 1, it's almost as sad as the Battle VIP Pass days. It's like, oh, well, my opponent's going to play Pokemon, aren't they?
There is one Gimmighoul coming down, and just the one Gimmighoul on the grab for Ilya. Are there another couple in the hand, potentially?
Yeah, that's always something to think about. Also, it could be you're thinking about your opponent and that Trifrost that can come from the Kyurem if you don't want to overbench, if you don't have an opportunity to evolve these Pokemon.
It does look like there is at least one Gimmighoul in this hand currently. Nope, there's both of them.
All right.
It's a party.
Wow, look at the art too. I mean,
such a good one.
This is what we're here to see.
Looks like a couple Ultra Ball in the hand. That can lead to some Golden Go on the next turn. I think maybe a Full Art Supporter. Yeah, looks like it is that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. So some pretty interesting things lined up for Ilya on the next turn potentially. Now we are over to Brent. He's going to kick off his opening hand. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Well, the fact that there were 2 mulligans may have helped out here. We see a few energies in there. Looks like 2 copies of those 3 fire energies along with 1 of the grass, and when you have that nest ball, it means you have an opportunity to continue to expound on this, maybe find that Teal Mask Ogerpon, or place that fire where it rightfully belongs on Regidrago.
Yeah, Brent will go into the deck initially here with the nest ball. Takes a moment to check the prize cards, moving all the Pokemon to the front of the deck, all the energy cards to the back, making it much easier and much quicker, trying to be as efficient as possible to get that knowledge. It's so important. whenever you're trying to combo together very specific turns, you're trying to work together all of the pieces, knowing what your 6 prize cards are is a huge advantage.
It's just like playing on the Pokemon trading card game live. It lines it up for you in that order, and maybe that's where Brent feels comfortable.
Off that nest ball, it will indeed be the Regidrago V, ready to set up for a V-Star on the next turn. One of those fire energy in the hand can certainly be attached. We'll have to see what else is available to Brent here. He is going second. It is his opening turn, but now he will be able to play a supporter card to try to further his setup as well.
Yeah, typically players are lining up that turn 1 Professor's Research to go further into the deck, find more resources, establish that bench. But we know how players love to hold on to resources too. It just depends on how this all lines up. A lot of tech inclusions in the hand there.
Yeah,
what else is happening?
I don't think there's much happening. Is there a supporter at all? There's the Squawkabilly EX.
That is basically a supporter.
All right, that will work indeed. That Squawk and Seize ability, you can only use it on your first turn, but that effect is really strong, discarding your hand and drawing 6 new cards. Off of the 6, Brent is able to find a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Not too much else working, though. No supporter card. We will indeed see the Teal Dance after that Pokemon is benched, attaching an energy card, drawing 1 card for turn. What was he able to hit?
Looks like another Regidrago there. And there's 2 in the hand, Regidrago V-Stars. So plenty to go at next turn. But this one is starting to slow down. It looks like you've done enough, though, at this point. You're threatening that Trifrost on the second turn. Your opponent realizes this and now needs to evolve as fast as possible.
We'll see what happens for Ilya over on this turn. Top deck of an Iono does open up some potential possibilities. Or do you just go with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking here? Able to stack 2 cards on top of the deck, draw right into them with the coin bonus. Plenty of options. What would you like to see here from Ilya?
Right, when you're facing down a Pokemon like the Hoot on the other side, you don't need to do nearly as much damage as you'd expect. Just 2 energies to discard and take a knockout. So if you use your Cypher Maniac's code breaking here and just go grab a couple more of your Goldingos, you're going to have an opportunity to just draw into an Earthen Vessel and take a knockout.
It is true. I have to wonder as well, though, for Ilya, is he worried about and thinking about not going on these odd prizes, right? Got to take 6 to win the game. If you knock out the singular Hoot, I guess one of the benefits could be, though, that it would make it more difficult for Brent to use Radiant Charizard, which is definitely a really strong option for Brent in this matchup.
Yeah, you could see a pass of the turn, but ultimately the most important piece of this is evolve these Gimmighoul as soon as possible. You can't allow your opponent to knock out, honestly, even one of them. If you want to be in a good spot, you want to just evolve them all and keep drawing as many cards as you can.
We will see that first Goldengo EX. Of course, it is the matching secret illustration rare artwork. I would have expected nothing less at this point, and I think Ilya recognizes that, hey, 2 specific cards could be nice, but I need a little bit more to work with. Iono will be the supporter of choice. Both players placing their hands on the bottom of the deck and now drawing a card for each of their remaining prize cards. On the draw for Ilya, we do see another Goldengo EX. Looks like Radiant Greninja was found as well, maybe even that Pokestop in hand.
Yeah, plenty of draw to be had here, and that also includes the active coin bonus, waiting to use that ability until after the supporter to maximize resources here. Now 8 full cards in the hand, and they're looking pretty good.
Is able to find an energy card, can use this concealed cards on Radiant Greninja to discard it, drawing 2 from the top of the deck. Let's see what else is able to be found. Looks like an Earthen Vessel and a Nest Ball. Not going to be seeing too much help from the Nest Ball here, but Earthen Vessel is not too bad to find at all.
We still have that evolution in hand, so that's 1 more additional card that can be drawn by way of coin bonus from the bench.
Just 1 single card now. Coin bonus drawing you 2 cards when Goldengo EX is in the active spot, but only 1 card when it's on the bench. There is another Goldengo EX. What a setup we are starting to see here. Another energy card able to be found. It does look like there is superior energy retrieval in hand, and I think we'll see Ilya try to maximize the value of that potential card, maybe with discarding with the Ultra Ball, but no, not before a Pokestop comes down.
Yeah, using this before, and now you see the Goldengo go to the discard pile, but I mean, there's always that opportunity. You could find this Pokemon back by way of a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, there's a couple of those in the list. I don't think Ilya can complain too much here, though. I mean, 3 Golden Go EX on turn 2, that's really how you draw it up.
No, come on. We want to be drawing 5 cards a turn after we draw for our opening start. This has got to be the way we do this.
And I think we will probably see this Hoot Hoot go down. Does take the odd prize, which normally you want to avoid, but in this specific instance, it's really not too bad. It'll deny the Noctowl. It'll make it more difficult for Brent to use the Radiant Charizard. There is no Metal Energy currently in the hand, but it looks like there are quite a few ways to get it. No, it is just the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Soul Earthen Vessel.
I actually think that is a letter of encouragement. It
Okay.
looks similar, but not quite.
Well, nothing's being knocked out just yet.
Yeah, another great way for this deck to just add more energy cards to the hand. We will indeed see this Ultra Ball being played, grabbing a Pokemon out of the deck. It does discard an energy card, and I think this is Ilya just trying to maximize the potential of the Superior here. Wants to get 4 back.
Sure, and you can go ahead and grab 1 more Pokemon now. If you discard the Spiritomb, I think you're going to be A-okay. You're not attacking with the Palkia in many scenarios in this spot, so you don't need to preserve these additional basic Pokemon.
4 energy cards in the discard pile will line up nicely for Superior Energy Retrieval, discarding 2 cards from the hand in order to bring back up to 4 cards, energy cards from that discard pile. 1 metal able to be found to power up the Make It Rain attack. And we are indeed going to see it rain right now. 2 energy discarded, KO of the Hoot Hoot. 1 prize to Ilya, kicking off this game.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much better than this, Chip. That is a fantastic start here. I suppose if you're taking down a V Pokemon, you'd be feeling really nice. But the denial of the Noctowl is something you really have to focus on here. Just all of these resources. Fezzidipity trying to assist, and maybe that'll be some help to see the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, we do see the flip the script. Can only be used when your opponent has knocked out a Pokemon during their last turn, but the ability is super strong. You get to draw yourself 3 cards, and Brent is going to continue to draw cards through use of the Teal Dance on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, attaching that energy, drawing 1 more card. Looks like an Ultra Ball has been able to be found. I do think there is a Regidrago V-Star in the hand. There were a couple last turn, but we do know that Ilya did play an Iono last turn. 1 more Teal Dance coming in now, drawing 1 more, seeing if he can find some other stuff to work with. Another Ultra Ball that could guarantee an attacker here.
And at this point, you have to be thinking about your prize map. You're trying to set up a way to clean this game up. But for your opponent, it was just a 1 prize Pokemon that you surrendered to Ilya in the start. So if you can chain together multiple Regidrago V-Star, maybe use this Giratina for a big knockout, that would be pretty helpful.
Brent's going to need to find a few more pieces here, I think. Needs to find energy switches, at least 1 in order to get an extra energy on this active Regidrago V. Can, of course, attach for turn. Earthen Vessel does get rid of the Giratina. I will be interested to see here, what does Brent go with? You have the option to try to spread some damage, like you mentioned, with the with the Dragapult EX, or do you just go for the knockout, take out this 2 prize Pokemon right away?
Yeah, it always depends on what amount of energies you're playing and what counts you're focused on. We've seen so many basic energy here from Brent. It seems like you're going to be just fine if you just lose these energies to the loss zone right now.
Yeah, one of the things that the Dragapult play could get punished potentially by a Professor Turo scenario. That could shut down any of the prize mapping that Brent wanted to go for. So I think what he may do here is, after taking this knockout with the Lost Impact, we may see him try to utilize Radiant Charizard a couple of times in a row.
Yeah, there's a chance to use the Radiant Charizard early, or if you can go back to this Giratina V-Star, then incorporate that Radiant Charizard. Either way, you should be able to handle 3 Golden Go, but it's a lot of resources we're asking for, and Ilya is looking to make a big push here, not only taking a knockout, but maybe thinking about that hand disruption.
And how about this? We do see the letter of encouragement from Ilya, a very rarely played card, but it makes too much sense in Golden Go EX decks. You can only use it when one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, but you get to search yourself out 3 energy cards and add them to the hand. Now a Hisuian Heavy Ball will be played for Ilya. Does not have any Pokemon, basic Pokemon that is, in the prize cards, so will not be able to get that swap going, but gets the knowledge just in case he was unaware of just about everything going on in the prizes. Plenty of energy cards Looks like we are going to see a concealed cards lined up to draw 2.
Yeah, what a hand. Typically, players would be pretty frustrated looking at a hand of 6 energies, but this is exactly where Ilya would like to be. There's still 3 cards remaining to be drawn here by way of the double coin bonus and the Pokestop, so this turn is nowhere close to done. Plenty of resources to be seen, and as you mentioned with the letter of encouragement, you're also thinning out all those energies. Now you're going to draw into the good stuff.
Yeah, and it also opens you up to be able to Pokestop into some item cards. We've yet to see the Pokestop be used. Here comes coin bonus number 2. This one just for 1 single card. Some interesting cards being found here. Superior Energy Retrieval. You don't really need it. You've got plenty of energy cards in hand, but Boss's Orders opens itself up as an option.
Yeah, Boss's Orders is a way to take a knockout on a Pokemon that maybe you don't have to surrender as many energies to when you're taking a big knockout. So if you don't have the energies to combat against a Regidrago later on in the game, why not take out a Pokemon like that Squawkabilly?
We are going to see this Origin form Palkia V put into play, potentially hoping for the option of a Subspace Swell in the future. Higher HP Pokemon that can still deal really solid damage. It's not too bad of an option. Look at this hand of all energy cards here for Ilya. It looks like it will be a KO on this active Regidrago incoming.
Not much else to do. Considerations for the Pokestop, but we've seen this backfire for some players before. It looks like that might not even need to be necessary here. And this is a great thing about playing against these decks that feature these Pokemon V and V-Star is you're taking multiple prize knockouts here. You can surrender some of these water energies with your superior, and you're going to have plenty to finish a game.
Attachment for turn of the metal to the active needs to discard 6 energy cards from the hand in order to get to the 280 mark. It will be 300 damage. Well, that's what you got to get to in multiples of 50, and there it is, 6 energies going down. Ilya does take the lead back, 3 prizes to 4, but Brent's board position is looking pretty decent here. Let's see how he can respond.
Right now, we've seen that he's already lost that Regidrago V-Star, but likely to see another one coming back into the active spot already in the hand now. And Legacy Star, if you don't have the energy switches, you know you're going to have them pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like we're over on Brent's side now. He was able to use the flip the script of the Pheasantipity EX in order to draw 3 cards. Now we're seeing him use that Teal Dance to draw a card. Let's see what he's got over there. What is he working with?
It's a massive hand over there. There's plenty going on. We see the Fire Energy in hand too, which is a card that typically can be more difficult to find. So I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Double energy switch. This might not even require Legacy Star.
You may be able to set it up without that and be able to hold on to Legacy Star for a future turn. Nestball now will search the deck for any basic Pokemon to put it onto the bench.
Yeah,
and he's going with another Regidrago V.
I love this. You don't need Legacy Star on the following turn, or on this turn, so why not set up to use it as a support Pokemon on the following turn? This will be your way to make sure that Radiant Charizard takes the closing 2 prize cards.
Golden Go EX being weak to fire is a massive deal here because the Radiant Charizard hits for 250. Golden Go EX with that 260 hit points, unable to withstand the heat. Radiant Charizard is going to be the option more than likely here for Brent to close this game out. Pair of energy switch, moving the energies up to the active Regidrago V-Star. And I think we're going to see yet another Lost Impact taking 2 more prizes.
And the Fire Energy potentially going to the Lost Zone. These are the energies that you need for the Radiant Charizard, but with 3 copies, feels comfortable losing that right now.
He does have 3 copies, but he's got to make sure he can find them. I don't know what he wants to hang on to the Grass Energy for on the active Regidrago V-Star. Maybe planning for some, if this active Regidrago doesn't get knocked out, he feels like he'll have more access to a Fire Energy than the Grass Energy, so I guess that's what he's thinking through here. Ilya now with a little bit of a think, trying to figure out exactly what the best line is going to be. Does send up this Golden Go EX, and now the draw for turn.
And after that explosive opener that we've seen, it's been a little slower on this side for Ilya. Seen plenty of cards, but we haven't seen any advantage built on the board. It's just been Golden Go after Golden Go falling by the wayside, and no recovery options yet.
I think Ilya really wants to find that last copy of Iono in the deck. We saw the first one used early on. There are 2 copies in this list. I think operation number 1 right now needs to be disrupt my opponent.
Yeah, at least, what, 30 cards down at this point, and yet to see it. You've used your coin bonus, and you're trying to draw a little further, but is it Radiant Greninja time, just trying to draw into this last piece?
Looks like a Buddy Buddy Poffin will be played, searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less. Is the Iono in the deck?
I think it's at the top.
Oh, was the next card.
Along with the A-Spec as well.
Oh, that would have been a really good pair of cards to draw into off concealed cards. Ilya held off on using Radiant Greninja. That draw of Iono plus the Prime Catcher would have led to a 2-prize knockout while putting Brent down to just a couple cards. I do think, though, Ilya wants to make sure that he's knocking out this active Pokemon. And is his only way to move this active? Yeah, I think he's going to have to be taking the knockout with Golden Go. We're actually seeing this Morty's Conviction be played as the supporter for turn. You have to discard another card from your hand in order to use it, and then you draw a card for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon, drawing 5 cards in this spot. Ilya's hand is massive. He has so many options. He has so much to work with. He's going to continue through with this Pokestop.
Yeah, finds a counter catcher to go along with this.
I think it's got to be a knockout on this active Regidrago, though.
Yeah, it really depends. If you expect your opponent to already have the Legacy Star, maybe you go after a Pokemon like Pheasantipity, but you haven't disrupted the hand. You know the resources are likely there already. How do you play around this? Your opponent's just looking for 2 more prize cards.
Ilya's looking for the answers. 3 more cards will be drawn from the deck with the Flip the Script. There's another Night Stretcher. Could see another Golden Go be put back into play. No shortage of ways to KO this active, but it will only be for 2 prize cards. It's just going to be a question of, does Brent have the pieces to close out the game on the next turn?
And Brent's been compiling these resources so wisely without using the Legacy Star. Looks like 6 cards over in the hand, and a Radiant Charizard peeking at us, but is there a way to get this Pokemon into the active spot and rolling?
A pair of Night Stretcher being played, each one able to put back either a Pokemon or an basic energy card from the discard pile into the hand. They will each grab an energy card, and we are going to see this one-hit KO. 6 energy cards discarded for the knockout.
Oh, I think we know where we're going here. Brent Tonneson promoting that Pokemon with the retreat already lined up. Legacy Star could search out for the Earthen Vessel Super Rod already in hand, so you can Super Rod that fire energy back in, or you can just grab it.
You can just grab the fire energy, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Legacy Star gets the fire, retreat into that Radiant Charizard, and Combustion Blast, one-hit KO on the Fire Week Golden Go. Brent Tonneson wins game number 1.
Yep, that feels pretty nice. You get to attack into that weakness, and the Immortal plus 260 of Golden Go continuing to fall every single turn. We thought that might be a little difficult here for Brent. Was not the case.
Yeah, turns out Lost Impact still helps you get there. The regional championships that Brent won was on the back of Lost Impact, Lost Zone Giratina in the last season. Could it propel him further forward in this game?
You have a lot of Tina enthusiasts moved over to the Regidrago deck. It's so great to see, and it's just nice to have that option. You know, you're trying to incorporate all these different options so that you can handle all these different matchups. Sometimes 280 is just the way to go.
Well, let's get a recap of what happened in that game 1. Let's try to figure out where things went wrong for Ilya. He was able to get off the first attack, had that incredible setup. Where did things fall off the rails?
Well, you mentioned it early, the prize exchange here at the beginning is just unfortunate because your opponent doesn't have that many one-prize Pokemon. It's really the Cleffa and the Hoot and the Radiant Charizard, so if you're giving up one of those prize cards early, it means you're off on the exchange the rest of the game.
Yeah, there was really a lot of pressure there from Ilya to find, I think, like the one-of Prime Catcher on that turn, and it's just so unfeasible for his deck to be able to do. And from there, Brent Tonneson really just did not miss a beat.
Right, continued to piece together the plan masterfully, did not have to worry about resources ever, and if you're Regidrago and you don't have to think about resources, you're thinking about the finals.
Can't get too ahead of ourselves just yet, though. Ilya will have an opportunity to go first in this game, and Brent is far from guaranteed to be able to get a one prize Pokemon in the active spot. He's got plenty of outs, but it's not guaranteed. Ilya is going to be kicking things off here, going first, and we see the opener. Looks like it's the Gimme Ghoul for Ilya, and it's going to be that Mew EX for Brent.
Well, that's the second best option, I suppose. If you can't find the single prize Pokemon, at least have the free Retreater in the active going second.
Ilya's going to kick things off with that Earthen Vessel, discarding an energy card in order to find a pair of energy from the deck. And look at those prize cards.
Wait, what? The Hisuian Heavy Ball and the Radiant Greninja at the same time, along with the Prime Catcher.
And just an attach and a pass.
That's not
this
real.
Is what happened.
Is he going to do it again?
This is what happened to Brent Tonneson in his game 2 of top 8. Opponent goes attach, pass, and Brent Tonneson pops off and finds the way to win the game immediately. It doesn't look like we're going to make it happen here, but that was a huge opportunity. And Brent is also going to have to give Ilya an Iono.
Wow. I mean, you talk about the advantage that your opponent can have when you're surrendering that opening prize card, but this is basically the same thing when your opponent just has single Gimme Ghoul. They're probably not going to have a knockout here, but you need to give yourself a chance to have a single prize Pokemon in the active.
This goes back to what I was talking to Brent about in his interview. When is it worth it to go for the donk, for the turn 1 win, and when is it worth it to just play for your setup? He saw his hand. It wasn't strong enough. He didn't feel like the odds were quite there to get that turn 1 Ogerpon attack off. You know, he could have just attached and then gone for that Iono, but no, he wants to play it safe, gets that Regidrago down, and we're going to operate from here.
Right, and this time around, it is Cleffa that potentially could be the Pokemon in the active spot. You already have the free retreat. You could put that single prize Pokemon in the active position, and you know that you're going to have a dominating board state against an opponent who just attached past here.
Well, let's not forget, though, Ilya will have a brand new hand to work with. Was given that Mercy Iono from Brent here, potentially. So while it may, at worst, be one Golden-Go in play, we still have to keep our eyes on exactly how this is going to work out. And also, there is still a chance Brent could win this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we're not terribly far away from it. There's the opportunity to play down this energy on the other Teal Mask Ogerpon, maybe find a third Teal Mask Ogerpon, double energy switch. There's still bench space for a Squawkabilly if you're feeling frisky. You can go for the knockout if the cards line up.
It depends on what else is in the hand here. There is another energy card that will be used with the Teal Dance. Drawing 1. What is the find? It's a Regidrago V-Star, and it is Squawkabilly. It looks like we are going to see the Squawk and Seize.
What about Dragon Laser, too? There's a chance he could go for this with the fire energy now.
All he needs now is 2 energy switch.
E-switch, 6 cards to see.
I don't see it here, Kyle. 0 energy switch found. Looks like 1 was in the prize cards.
All right, does he practice what he preaches now? There is still the restart option. Do you
How much do we overextend for this turn 1 knockout? I think we're going to pump the brakes here a little bit.
Oh, you think this might be Cleffa?
Yeah,
me too.
It would, I mean, he could technically go for it, but I think Brent, being the competitor that he is, recognizes that going for that, if he whiffs, which it's not super high odds he would hit, if he whiffs, he would put himself in a much, much worse position for it.
They don't give you more prize money for winning with swag, okay? if you win like this, you're going to be just fine.
You get a little bit more respect, though.
Okay, I think he's got enough. He's got 24 stipends.
It is indeed the Cleffa grabbed off of the Nest Ball. Mew can easily retreat into that to close out this turn, and we can see the Grasping Draw to fill the hand back up.
Oh, this is an embarrassment of riches. Can even go after another Pokemon here, finds the Giratina V-Star, can throw it away with the Earthen Vessel, and then refresh the hand, holding boss's orders of all cards to go with it.
Able to find a Grass Energy off of this Earthen Vessel, getting down that key Giratina V-Star into the discard pile. We saw it be such a big deal in the last game. Brent making sure he's got plenty of options opened up. One thing we definitely have to mention about his setup, though, there is only one Regidrago V in play.
We've seen this before, and it's a bit of a weakness that potentially pops up. The good news is you really expect your opponent to have to attack through this Cleffa.
More than likely what we will see. Not before getting in the restart, however. Looks like not a playable card was drawn, so indeed it will be Grasping Draw. 4 more cards added to the hand. Research is not a bad one to see. Brent's sitting on a pretty nice hand moving forward. And let's see what that Iono yielded for Ilya.
Yep, a lot of work to be done. You cannot evolve these Pokemon if they weren't played on the opening turn, so it's just the single Golden Go opportunity. Plenty of Gimmighoul to be had, and Buddy Poffin doing just that.
And those Gimmighoul will hit the bench now. Looks like yet another Buddy Poffin, actually 2 more Buddy Poffin, and also the 4th Gimmighoul. So I don't really know what are we getting with these Buddy Poffins.
You know, you probably just throw those away with your earthen vessels and your Ultra Balls as you're moving along here, but this is not an ideal hand. I think there was a Pokestop in there as well, so you could continue to try to work your way towards that initial Golden Go, but you're not finding a supporter just yet.
You've got to do a little bit more work here, and we also have to be a little bit worried about the potential threat of the Kyurem from Brent Tonneson. We talked about it a little bit in Game 1. This current board is very scared of a potential Kyurem play.
The whole match is scared of that. There's nothing else right here, and I'm not sure if we're going to see Ilya even bench more. It looks like the Nest Ball's found, but remember those prize cards. They're devastating. There is no Radiant Greninja, no Hisuian Heavy Ball, so this is going to be a much slower setup.
It will be the Origin form Palkia V able to be found. This is a Pokemon that can attack even if these Gimmighoul do go down. But when you don't have that many benched Pokemon, Subspace Swell really starts to teeter off in how much damage it's able to do.
Yeah, I think that we can handle the Palkia V-Star deck when it only has a couple bench Pokemon and is trying to work its way through. Pokestop really needs to find some help, and that is 0 for 3.
3 pretty rough discards there. The energy being down isn't too bad, but no, Golden Go EX. We're actually going to see the continuous coin toss.
Could you imagine?
Only needed 1, actually. Cleffa, weak to metal. Does not quite work out here, though. It is the Tails, and we're going to kick it back over to Brent. And, I mean, what an opening, what an opportunity here.
Okay, that's ridiculous to see.
I would have been pretty hyped to see a continuous coin toss KO.
I mean, he's psychic, right? He looks metal.
Oh, he is a psychic type. The evolution, yes, you're right. Yeah, he is a psychic type. Uses the metal energy. You know what? It's okay. We'll keep moving on.
I don't know if it's going to be relevant here, Chip. There's a devastating turn lined up. Pokestop, if it throws away or finds, my goodness. 2
Ultra Ball and the Iono going down. I don't think you mind getting rid of the Iono when those are the 2 cards you're able to find.
Yep. Immediately in the window, that Kyurem is going to be found, and that is a triple Gimmighoul knockout lined up. I don't know how you come back from this, but I'm excited to see Ilya try.
Ultra Ball will get rid of that Dragapult and finds that Kyurem. Kyurem discarded to the next Ultra Ball. And we are likely to see a Trifrost for 3 prize cards here.
And at this point, just continue to play your strategy. You're finding all of these different Pokemon to add into your discard pile. Give yourself all the different attacks that you might need throughout a long game, but one is definitely looking like the best option. You've used very few resources as far as your energy switches to get to this point. You still have the Legacy Star, and we're drawing even more. He's down to what, sub 10 cards? It's turn 2.
This is looking really strong here for Brent. He's putting himself in a dominant position. Hey, we might be tied 6-6 on prize cards, but make no mistake, Brent Tonneson is leading the charge in this match. A few teal dances, adding a few more energy cards into play, drawing through the deck. Now, Cleffa with the free retreat, able to move into the Regidrago V-Star. And are we indeed going to see the Trifrost? I think it's coming.
It makes too much sense at this point, and it sure enough will line up beautifully here. You can remove 3 of these Gimmighoul from play, and it just completely limits what Ilya is able to do. And actually, look at this, slowing down, wants to go after the Origin form Palkia, make sure that that 2-hit knockout would be lined up, maybe by way of Dragapult.
I think this is Brent recognizing that the odd prize doesn't help him. Sure, he can get rid of the Gimmighoul, and yes, it would limit his opponent's draw slightly, but if you can just go for the 2-2-2, not put yourself in a situation where you're going to get Iono'd to 1 later in the game, as long as you can always take a 2-prize knockout turn after turn, you will be A-okay.
Yeah, all of the punishes removed like this are probably losing plays anyways. Professor Turo's here means that you're not going to be getting this knockout. You need to throw down not only an energy for turn, but also 6 more energies to take this knockout.
Well, a good start here is that letter of encouragement, searching the deck for 3 energy cards since a Pokemon was KO'd during Brent's last turn. 1 medal found with 2 waters to follow along behind it. But we saw no Golden Go EX on the last turn. Are we going to be relying on Pokestop once again to find us an out?
I mean, it was 2 Buddy Poffin, and the top deck looks like Morty's Conviction.
I think it's a Turo scenario.
I can't tell, yeah.
Here goes the Pokestop, and it does find a Nest Ball, but does discard another Golden Go. This Nest Ball can at least find Pheasantipity, but no, was the Pheasantipity prized as well?
It is prized.
Yes, it is prized, and Ilya really has nothing to grab here.
Yep, the shaking of the head. You know this is just painful right now. Any opportunity to come back in this game is slowly being taken away.
I've got 1 win condition here, Kyle.
Fade out.
Continuous coin toss.
All right, you found the odds.
14 heads in a row, 1-hit KO, Regidrago V-Star. That might be the win condition here, and I'm not joking.
Honestly, we've seen crazier, but you got to go for it at this point. How else do you stay in the prize contention race here?
I mean, it's got to be it. I mean, we're in a dire situation. Top 4 of an international championships. Professor Turo is the only supporter in hand. You can reset this Origin Form Palkia V so that you don't lose to the Trifrost board wipe. Kyle, I think we're going for it.
Count it with us.
We're going to flip a coin. For each heads, 20 damage is dealt.
Yep.
We're not even going to get a little suspense. Are you kidding me? Give us a few heads.
0.
All right, 0 damage dealt from the continuous coin toss. Now back over to Brent Tonneson, and this is his game to lose at this point. As long as Brent doesn't make any mistakes here, doesn't receive any sort of penalties, doesn't have any sort of gameplay errors, he more than likely will be the winner of this game.
Finds the prime catcher to go along with all of these fantastic resources. And you're right here, Chip. You start to count to the deck. You see you've got 6 cards remaining. Don't deck yourself out in these spots. Make sure that you're making the most of your resources when you're trying to close this out. You can't afford to have any discarding attacks unless they're winning the game here. Charge up this Regidrago and keep going.
There's the attachment of the Fire Energy to the active. 1 energy switch in hand. The problem here could become that Brent has drawn through the deck a little too efficiently. If he uses Legacy Star, he will deck out. There are less than 7 cards, and he's got a Super Rod in the prizes.
Yep, there's also an energy switch at the top of the prize card, so finding that resource might be a little difficult. These are all great cards for this exact moment.
Yes, all 4 cards Brent would not mind having access to. It does look like he has the 2nd copy of Super Rod in his hand currently, so he can still use this Legacy Star, discard his deck, use the Super Rod to refill the deck, and we are indeed going to see that be the choice here. 7 cards discarded from the top. There's only 6 available. What do you think Brent is going to grab here? Looks like 1 energy switch for sure.
Yeah, that has to be the one answer that you're going with. And then maybe a card like, is there even an Iono that you want to grab? Well, Boss's Orders means you're going with the 2-turn clock here.
Looks like it is energy switch for sure. Just debating, wants to confirm before putting the cards to hand. Really thinking through it. You find yourself in this position and you just want to make sure you play as carefully as possible. You don't want to find yourself somehow throwing away the game that you had nearly locked up.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Super Rod he's being very cautious with. Make sure that you give yourself all of the resources that you need. You have a Boss's Orders, a Prime Catcher, an energy switch for this attack right now. It should all line up here, Chip.
Here is that energy switch, moving the grass energy from the benched Teal Mask Ogrepon EX into the active. Jamming Tower to get rid of Ilya's Pokestop, the only thing Ilya had going for him, and it will be Giratina V-Star using the Lost Impact, Lost Zoning 2 energy from Brent's side of the field and dealing 280 damage to the active, more than enough to get rid of Origin Form Palkia V-Star. And looks like 2 grass energy we're taking off the prizes for Brent as well.
Right. This is a play you can be comfortable with when you know your exact prize cards there. Energy Switch, Super Rod, or Double Grass. You're going to find that final resource you need to attack with the Regidrago V-Star.
And there's a draw for turn that is an Ultra Ball. We can finally see a Golden Go EX hit the field this game. And I do have to say, Kyle, if Ilya takes the knockout this turn, I don't think Brent can win on the next turn.
It requires help. you don't have the resources to attack with the Radiant Charizard just yet.
Energy Switch still
because
in the
your opponent
prizes.
didn't draw enough prizes themselves.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to power up that Radiant Charizard since Ilya will have only taken 2 prizes. We are going to see the evolution. We can see a coin bonus to draw 2.
It's what, Morty's conviction right here into Superior. It has to be big.
There's a draw. It is an Iono. That's not bad either.
That's pretty good.
That's not
We've
too
seen
bad.
crazier.
Send Brent's hand to the bottom of the deck. He'll get to draw 2. Ilya will be able to draw up to 6 now. But then you have to ask the question, where do you go from there?
There wasn't even a metal energy on the Golden Go. I mean, we should have expected this. But yeah, that's it. This is so difficult. Ilya just grasping at straws, has the 6 cards now. Can you find some help? Maybe this big knockout, you can at least stall. You've got a counter catcher.
Got a counter catcher. There is a Pokestop in hand, so that can look for some superior energy retrievals. It does look like there's an Earthen Vessel as well, so you've got the potential of 6 energy cards right there. Looks like we will see Earthen Vessel be played, discarding the Buddy Buddy Poffin, searching the deck for 2 basic energy cards, eyeing up a metal and a water. I think it may come down to if, for this knockout at least, Ilya is able to find a superior off of this Pokestop.
Yep, plenty of chances here. Just those top 3 cards, and you haven't had to use too many resources, so maybe this will be the opportunity where you get a little bit lucky. We haven't seen much of that.
Yeah, things have definitely not gone in Ilya's favor in this game too, but the fact that we're back in a reasonable board state after things have gone so wrong thus far just proves Ilya's resilience, willingness to find a potential out here. Let's see what the move is. It's going to be the Pokestop. Can discard the top 3 cards of the deck. Any item cards are able to be added to the hand. And there are 2 superior energy retrievals found.
Unfortunately, losing that other copy of Iono, that might have been a really nice way to slow down your opponent. Again, that's the last copy that we'll see, but I think you're going to take what you can get here. A knockout at this point of the game is huge.
We will indeed take what we can get.
Chip, I don't know if there's enough energies in the discard pile.
I mean, yeah, we've not been getting through the deck very efficiently. That is a good point. Are there any energy?
I think there's 2, so this Golden Go's really trying to find Earthen Vessel.
Oh my goodness. No energy cards effectively in the discard pile.
Finds another superior.
One of the best cards in your deck, but not for this situation. No energy cards. I just assumed there were energies in the discard pile.
We're this far along in the game. This is not real.
That is the difference maker of the Radiant Greninja being prized, not having that consistent draw power, but also not having access to getting those energies into the discard where they're more easily able to be found.
Well, that's why you play the Hisuian Heavy Ball, and that's why you play the Fezandipity. That's why you play all of these resources, but they're all in the prize cards right here.
Ilya is going to have to go for this counter catcher stalling play. This honestly may work. Does Brent have 1 energy switch left? We know 1 is prized. He's used a few thus far.
You still have your ability.
He has the ability. Yeah, okay, so grass energy ability attach and then attach return to the bench. He did
The issue is
draw those prize cards that had the grass energy, right?
It's just there's a fire energy in hand though. You don't have the energies for the Apex Dragon.
He's gonna go for the teal dance. The only thing Brent needs to win the game here is a grass energy, and Professor's Research may be able to guarantee it. How many cards are available in the deck?
Looks like about 9, and he's got a great opportunity here to do just that. We'll see. It's 8 cards. Is it the last one? Earthen Vessel and the Grass Energy both found, and that is enough here to close things out and move Brent Tonneson into the finals here at the Latin America International Championships.
Regidrago V-Star using Apex Dragon to copy the Lost Impact. 280 damage. Brent takes his final 2 prizes and 6-0s Ilya, moving to the finals.
What a master class we have seen from Brent Tonneson over the weekend. This is exactly what you want as one of the best players in the world. A deck that gives you so many options to show off your talent, and that was quite a way to do it.
What a way to do it. The Wet Goose is on the loose, finding his way into the finals of this tournament. We definitely have to give congratulations as well to Ilya for getting to this point with the deck that he chose to play for this tournament. I mean, what a tournament run.
I think a lot of players, when asked the question, would you rather make it the top 4 with your slightly rogue deck as opposed to making it to the finals with one of these decks, they'd like to take that chance. They want to be the player known as Mr. Golden Go, and Ilya's doing a great job of that.
Congratulations on the run, but it is Brent Tonneson punching his ticket into this final match, just 1 game away from becoming the Latin American International Champion. And I gotta tell you something, Kyle, we have one guarantee, and that is going to be Regidrago Mirror in the finals of this tournament, because the other side of the bracket is a Regidrago Mirror.
Yeah, I hope you like Regidrago, because we put a Regidrago in your Regidrago.
Oops, I have a Regidrago in my Regidrago. Oh my goodness, we get to this point. And this next match on top 4 as well is going to be very exciting, because we've got 2 friends that have made it to this point. They traveled to this event together. We'll get more into it shortly, but they're actually playing the same 60, a 60-card mirror match in top 4.
Yep, and what is your reward for destroying your friend in the top 4? You have to take down one of the best Regidrago players in the world now, Brent Tonneson.
What a tournament it has been thus far, but I don't think it should be much of a surprise that Regidrago is the deck that has done so well. So many great players tend to lean towards the deck in general, and it just has solid matchups all across the board. Let's get into the replay of that last game, recap exactly how it went down. And unfortunately, it was the Golden Go. I think so many of us would have loved to have seen Golden Go make an appearance in the finals, but Ilya definitely did his best to put up a show for us.
Yep, you talk about all the different matchups that we know Regidrago to be favored or have a great chance in. I guess we should add Golden Go to the list here with a masterclass from Brent Tonneson using the Giratina. Lost Impact, it's still around, ladies and gents, and it deals 280 just as well as it did before.
The threat of the Radiant Charizard was always there. It was what Brent was able to use at the end of this game to close things out. But he just jumped so far ahead. A pair of Lost Impacts, down to just 2 prize cards. Ilya was left looking for an answer. Did not find the Iono on that last turn, which I think would have been the big opportunity.
And we see right here, prayer emojis up in chat, because Ilya is hoping to stick around for one more game, and does just that. Finds a pretty solid setup, but it is dismantled by the Trifrost of the Kyurem.
Yeah, and it's really smart, I think, there from Brent to go for just the 2 prizes. He didn't want to put himself in an awkward spot, getting Iono to 3 or to 1, so really heads-up play from one of the best players in the game. And eventually he just had all the pieces in order to lock it up, punch his ticket to the finals, and Brent Tonneson will be representing Australia in this final match.
It takes all the cards in the deck, but he got the job done. We're so excited for the Wet Goose. Let's see what he has to say about that big victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your first TCG Masters finalist, Brent Tonneson! Got the crowd out here, you got some support, and actually, it's the first time an Australian has made the finals at an international champion. How do you feel representing Australia here in an IC finals?
It feels great. We don't have our own IC currently, but we can take it home somewhere else, I guess.
If you think about it, right, it's the same tournament, just a different location, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same tournament. The Brazilians, Australians, they're about the same. It's the same thing around here.
So Regidrago, it's a deck that you and a lot of your countrymen have been playing throughout the, of course, Shrouded Fable format, and then also into Stellar Crown. Talk to me a little bit about the thought process and sort of why you guys have stayed so consistent with this deck instead of, changing around like some other players have.
Well, I do think it's the best deck in format. Its matchup spread it's pretty even. There's some slightly unfavorables, some favorables, but it's also really rewarding if you get really good at the deck. So a lot of us, we're just gonna play the deck, get extremely good at it, and we're just gonna keep throwing it at every tournament. Hopefully something goes well. We saw James won at Lille. Now I'm in the finals of the IC. Even Kaiwen got top 8 at Lille as well. So multiple of us have gotten big finishes with the deck. And even, I believe, Raz, who I'm staying with, I'm not actually sure what his current performance is in the tournament.
Top 8.
Okay, but I knew that he made top 8. So we got a lot of deep runs with Reggie Drago, just a lot of us learning the deck, getting really good at it.
And the deck at this point is sort of, shifted to be around the same 55-ish cards, but where your list maybe differs a little bit is the recent inclusion of Noctowl. Talk to me through it. Has it been the MVP for you this weekend? Has it pulled its weight being that 1/1 line in your deck?
Yeah, so going into Lille, I was Noctowl's biggest hater. I didn't really like it. I was trying to convince everyone else, I don't need this card. This card's not that good. And yeah, I decided to just trust Kaiwen. Kaiwen's like, it's good, it's really good, trust me. I played it. This weekend, it's been pretty good. I've used it a lot. First 2 rounds, I used it 5 times. So it has really carried its weight this weekend.
Definitely a very flexible card, finding different pieces. And this is it for you. This has been the big run at ICs. Of course, you've been a competitor in and out of Pokemon for years and years. At the IC stage, right, this is the next thing on your checklist. As somebody who travels so much for Pokemon, truly embodies the game, right? This is what you do. How does it feel to know that the work is truly paying off? Of course, you had great accomplishments last season in terms of points, but in terms of regional finishes, now international finishes, this is big for you, man. Tell me what's going through your head.
Yeah, so I've never won a tournament outside of my own region. I've played now some foreign regionals. I got second at Liverpool last year, and my deepest run outside of that was top 8 at ICs before. But now it feels really great to, really get reaffirmed. It's like I can go really deep in these tournaments. And yeah, I'm just really happy that I managed to get a really strong run this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm sure that strong run is not all on you, but also your testing group, right? A lot of people who helped you get to this point. Give some shout outs, man. I'm sure there were a lot of people who helped you get here.
Well, first off, I'd like to shout out my group, mostly the Australians, the ones I'm rooming with as well, Raz as well. I'd like to shout out all my friends, my family. My family's been extremely supportive. And yeah, I think everyone else knows who they are when I shout them out, but mostly friends, family, and specifically my testing group.
Well, you've got a big match tomorrow. Congratulations, Brett. Let's give it up one more time for your first finalist, Brett Tonneson. Well, you go prepare for that finals match. It's going to be the biggest match of your life so far, so no pressure, right? Just study a little bit, get ready. Casters, we're going to throw things back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Great to hear from our first Masters finalist, Brent Tonneson. You can see what this means to him.
Yeah, he's been working so tirelessly to get to this finals, to get to win a potential big championship. He said it himself. He's been playing all over the world and has yet to win outside of his region. You'd think that it would have happened by now, but it's just that difficult to win on this massive stage.
And this is just evidence of the hard work that he's been putting into the game, the time, the dedication. I don't know that there's any Pokemon player more dedicated than Brent, seeing how many events that he travels to all across the world. And to be honest, I think his testing group may just be the best testing group in the world right now.
Honestly, yeah, they put in so much work, and they're also so talented, so smart when it comes to every single card in their deck that they choose. There's no copying of lists. This is just a collective of talented minds that understand what it takes to win a championship.
Well, if you've been enjoying our broadcast this weekend, we want to make sure you're aware that this is not the only broadcast that we do. So many events get covered on all these various Pokemon channels. So if you want to stay up to date, make sure you're checking out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That's where all the information is about the times that these events are happening, where they are in the world, whether it be in Europe, Latin America, the US, North America.
you can find all the information you need at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Yep, you can catch a little more action here with me and Chip as we continue to tour the globe and cast Pokemon. It's truly been an absolute honor to be doing this with you here, buddy, and we're excited to bring even more action as our tournament commences. We're not done just yet. Top 4B will be coming up pretty shortly, too.
That's right. We get to stream the other side of the bracket, our other top 4 match. We will be sending one more player tonight into our Championship Sunday match tomorrow. For those of you out in the audience as well and everyone at home, we want to make sure you're aware of the Brazil Instagram for the Pokemon Company. Make sure you're checking it out, Instagram.com/Pokemon Brazil. Be sure to follow over there so you can see all the action, all the updates from the events happening down here in Latin America and Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a great time here in Brazil, and we've seen a lot of players working their way towards that finals. Of course, in Championship Sunday, we'll not only be featuring the Masters Division, but the juniors and seniors as well. We will have Brazilian representation there.
That's right.
I'm sure that the crowd will be going crazy.
Yes, there's a Brazilian player in juniors finals. There is a Brazilian player in seniors finals, and I mean, we can give some updates on those things as well, because the seniors finals especially, I am extremely excited for. One of the best players out of the United States in the seniors division, Justin Templar, representing the United States, and it's going to be up against Gabriel Fernandez, perhaps the best player in the seniors division this year.
Script writers nailed it for this one. I can't wait for that. It's going to be unreal. We just have so much talent in the younger divisions, and they're going to be an absolute force in the Masters. You just know it.
So true. Yeah, Gabriel, of course, a 3-time international champion at this point, I believe. World champion back in 2023. He's looking to win his 2nd in a row Latin American International Championships in the seniors division. I mean, what an incredible story. I can't wait to see what he's going to do next year.
Yeah, and that's what we continue to say, and he just continues to impress us.
It feels like there's always one crazy kid from Brazil that just dominates, right?
Yeah.
It was Gustavo Wada for so many years, right, whenever he was younger, and then Pedro Pertusi back a couple of ICs ago, and then this year it's been that Giovanni Sasso kid. He's been tearing it up. He even played cloth to this tournament
right.
Day 2.
I mean, we have to give it up to Vinny as well, and then now to Gabriel. It's like, who's it going to be? Every year they've just got some young gun who's going to terrorize us for the next 10 years.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, in those names that we've mentioned, Gustavo Wada continuing to be a mainstay in the game. Pedro Pertusi lost to winning in this tournament. We saw him on stream. You know, he was another effort, making another deep run, trying to make another effort into Top Cut. I mean, these players just continue to find success. What a great region here in Brazil. How many great competitive players come out of it.
Yeah, and so much innovation as well to the decks, as we've seen with Pedro. We didn't even know what to call the deck. Is it Terrapagos, Dusknoir, Charizard? It's all of those things, and he just continues to do it to the beat of his own drum.
Well, Kyle, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here in our next top 4 match. We're going to get it all set up for everyone. In the meantime, we will be taking a quick break. You're not going to want to miss it, though. Don't go anywhere. We will return shortly.
Trainers, let's start the International Championships.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. We can hear the crowds. It looks like we have another GBL Lindos going to top 8 here. Is this enough to KO the Stunfisk? And it is.
Down
what
goes
a game 3.
Stunfisk.
This is huge. I mean, this Latin American community, we're always hyped, and I feel so happy because it's huge for us as a community, it's huge for the game, and it's huge also to receive any new players. So you're always welcome.
Ronaldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away. He goes up for it, and that is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here for the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
The community is awesome, the card game is awesome, and I think everybody have some fun playing it.
This is the perfect time to start playing Pokemon.
Oh, there it is.
Luigi has the Serena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
Go for the flip, and it's double heads.
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up! Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have two incredible players lined up here. Tord, of course, three-time international champion, and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick pull that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
there's the game.
Enough. Tord Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Winning internationals feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado. Era o meu sonho ganhar um internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar um mundial.
Never been to Japan before. I'm really looking forward to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter um conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that Mew EX.
He found it.
Show them what you got.
We're back, Pokemon fans. Top 4 ready to be played. One more player must be sent to Championship Sunday. And we're already ready at the stage. Our players are rearing up. I'm sure our crowd is as well. And I hope that those of you watching along at home are excited to see who will be punching their ticket into this final match here at LAIC.
Of course, we're expecting those big smiles from these competitors as they both traveled alongside each other to get to this point, playing the exact same 60 cards. What a great feeling. I know it's got to be bittersweet that only one of them can make it to the finals, but I mean, this is what Pokemon's all about, Chip.
Same 60 companions traveling to this event together. And what a run Daniel has been on. Just a couple weekends ago, he got top 4 at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Yeah, that's a ride you want to continue to stay on here. Looks like he's doing just that now in his way to potentially the finals here, but he has to work his way through Miloslav on the other side with some great results coming off the back of the top 16 there at the 2024 World Championships, and some other great results there. Also has been to this stage the top 32 at LAIC in 2023.
Yeah, Daniel as well had a top 16 at the World Championships this past season, but it was in the seniors division. He is a first-year Masters Division player, and he finds himself just a few months into this still young season with already 2 top 4s under his belt. He's looking to improve on that last finish here now.
I mean, I guess you get to improve on that. It seems unreal that you have that opportunity so early in your Masters Division career, but sure enough, here we are. They even have the same sleeves, Chip.
Same sleeves, same home country. I wonder if they sat next to each other on the plane. I'd have to imagine so, and they find themselves here now on the biggest stage. It's all smiles up front, but inside, I'm sure these players are feeling it at least a little bit. You know, there is so much on the line, such a huge moment. A 60-card mirror match is what separates one of these players from getting into the final match.
Yep, Daniel with that 10-1-1 record did not have to work through the asymmetric cut. Miloslav, what is happening? That is 4 grass energies. Thankfully, it is 8 in the list, but yikes.
4 grass energy, Squawkabilly for Daniel, Hisuian Gudra V-Star for Miloslav. That's a pretty big card in the mirror match.
I mean, double Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, double research? How do you set up?
It's going to be an interesting one here, Kyle. That is for sure. These players are playing 4 copies of the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, so Daniel, as long as he can find some nest balls, should be feeling okay. Won't have the extra reach of the Squawkabilly EX. It is sure to be an interesting match here.
Well, you can't complain about the deck list when you're looking at your opponent saying, they set up and I didn't. It's just that. No, you've got the same one on the other side.
I'm sure you've been in this situation before, Kyle, where in a tournament, you've worked on a list with a friend, you end up playing each other at some point along the way. You know each other's 60 so well. You're friends, you've tested and worked together for so long. You know, what is the feeling these players are feeling in this moment?
Right, I mean, there's a sense of pride that comes with this opportunity that you have. You want to prove to yourself, and maybe even to your friend, that even though we both made the same decision, I might be the better pilot this time around.
Miloslav is going to kick the game off with his best possible opener, that Cleffa in the active spot. Grasping Draw able to fill the hand back up to 7 cards, and he's going to also find a nest ball, able to search the deck for a basic Pokemon, putting it directly onto the bench. It will be the Regidrago V, looking to become a Regidrago V-Star on the next turn in order to start launching off attacks as early as turn 2.
Yeah, my favorite art there as well. Basically wishing upon a star, and it's exactly what Cleffa needs to do in these spots. Sometimes it is just the perfect bailout button. Finds you that exact refill that you need for your hand in order to end up with that big turn 2 attack. But you can also bank on that 1 retreat cost, maybe that 0 retreat cost, giving up that 1 prize card if your opponent gets off to that aggressive start. So many benefits to this Pokemon.
So these lists, obviously the same 60, but they are both including cards here that are not the most standard in the Regidrago list. We talked about the Hisuian Gudra V-Star a little bit. There's also that Haxorus in this deck list.
Yeah.
How could those 2 cards play into this mirror match?
Yeah, it gives you that extended reach that you have when you're trying to reach some of those optimal math points, 230 damage, but it's not exactly what you're looking for. It seems like this is already pretty optimized by way of that Giratina V-Star, and it could be fairly similar to what we saw in our top 4A match.
Yeah, potentially between the Haxorus and the Giratina V-Star, maybe the decision of what's better, lost zoning energies from play or discarding the top 3 cards of your deck if you're KOing a Teal Mask or something like that. We'll see how these prize maps end up working out for each of these players. Miloslav with the Grass Energy attachment to the Regidrago V. That's all he's got. We're back over to Daniel Magda now. Kicking things off, has that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX in the active spot. Bench of the Regidrago, boss's orders and a pass.
We talked about it with the prize cards there, Chip. This is exactly the kind of turn you'd expect when you see all of those resources just sitting there. Multiple research, multiple Teal Mask, and the Squawkabilly. Oh. Sure enough, your opponent's got it all.
Miloslav taunting Daniel a little bit. 3 research going down, drawing 7 new cards, and does get rid of that Giratina V-Star, so there is an attacking option in the discard pile already. Miloslav will still need a little bit of help if he wants to get to an attack, but a Regidrago V-Star is a good start.
Well, we know about the 4 grass energies that are in the prize cards, but there's no way to even search out an energy in this hand. It was 6 Pokemon in a switch.
Filling the board, and then now Cleffa's Grasping Draw will fill the hand up to 7 cards. Plenty of energy cards found now, but a little bit of a breath of fresh air for Daniel.
He needs 8 breaths of fresh air. He's got a boss's orders, and he passed. Finds the Earthen Vessel now.
That can give you a card.
Sometimes that's all it takes. You get that 1 additional energy, that 1 draw from the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, and perhaps you find that supporter. He's going to get the counts now, and they're not good.
They're not great as far as the supporters go, but if Daniel has like the Dragapult, or not the Dragapult, excuse me, the Regidrago V-Star, or if he can find it on Teal Dance, I think he's actually got Prime Catcher in his hand. This Earthen Vessel discards the Haxorus. It's a little bit of a stretch, but depending on what else he has made up, there is a world where he could find a 2-prize KO here.
Yeah, it still has to bank on that final Teal Mask Ogrepon in order to get the final energy on the board, though. So you're asking a lot of your deck at this point in time, and it hasn't been too faithful to you. You see how it's working for your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, step one is finding something off of this Teal Dance to work with. It's got to be a Miracle 1 card. Professor's Research wouldn't be too bad, that is for sure. Let's see what's able to be found here. There are 2 Research prized, only 2 left in the deck. Can he find a miracle from just a single card draw?
Certainly looking for some help, and it is tricky to find. A big hand.
Card.
Another Earthen Vessel thinning. Is it winning?
In general, yes. In this game, probably not. We are going to see 2 energies being found. One can be attached for turn. He has that Prime Catcher. Do we have to see a stalling play? Prime Catcher bring up the Regidrago V. Miloslav's burned the switch, force your opponent to use their V-Star power.
I don't even know if you'd like that. It would probably involve retreating first because you don't want to lose your Regidrago V on the back.
It's a tough situation. Daniel's going to have to try to find a way to navigate out of it.
Oh, big shake of the head. Has no idea how to work out of this spot. It is the Prime Catcher. Are we just going to look at some cards here, Chip?
Celestial Roar?
No. Okay, good.
Switch back into this Teal Mask Ogrepon and the pass. Miloslav with the draw for turn. It is another Grass Energy. We're going to see some more cards drawn here.
I did not think we'd be uttering those words without any Earthen Vessel played, but that is the 3rd Grass Energy. Actually, all 4 now can be seen. You might not even know the prize cards are that bad.
And I think Miloslav has the attack lined up. He has an energy switch in hand, has a basic fire energy, and he can use his V-Star Power Legacy Star in order to get the switch back from the discard pile.
So often when you're using Legacy Star, you want it to be in combination with some of those energy switches you've already used so that you can bring those back. If you're using 5 energy switch in a game, it's pretty likely that you're dominating.
You got to find the balance here as Miloslav. You want to be aggressive. You want to start to put on the pressure, but you don't want to burn too many resources.
Oh, there it is. Thankfully, already has one of those energy switch, so using Legacy Star now has to feel pretty optimal.
Will do that, discarding the top 7 cards of the deck, sending them down, able to put 2 cards now from the discard pile back into the hand. Looks like 1 energy switch was discarded. We may just see 2 energy switch being found here. Doesn't even have to use that actual switch since he was able to do this and is actually going to be able to grab the boss's orders here in order to target down Daniel's Regidrago V.
Did we get a look at the rest of the discard pile? Is there a way to copy a Haxorus? I don't think so just yet, but you'd have to think that'd be an optimal attack in a spot like this. You don't have to lose the energies to take this knockout.
I don't think there is a way to get the Haxorus down here. He has to get the boss if he wants to go after the Regidrago. He has to get the energy switch to power up one of his attackers. So I don't think there's going to be a way to get the Haxorus. Miloslav, with 4 energy cards being prized, has to think twice about this move. He will go for it. He's going to commit to the Lost Impact, will lose 2 energy cards. And he should know that he's got a decent shot to take a couple energy cards here. And based on the way it's lined up, he should just be taking 2 Grass Energy. But this is a awkward spot without a doubt.
Right, I mean, look at the rest of the hand. It's just Pokemon you want in the discard pile. None of those resources there. 3 research are down, and you're drawing into a ton of Grass Energies. Yes, you can use the Teal Mask Ogrepon and to continue to draw back up, but this might be a little slower than you'd expect. You can't complain, though. Your opponent's got a Teal Mask.
Miloslav here debating which 2 prize cards to take. I actually think he took from the top. He did indeed. Funny enough, he takes from the top, he takes from the bottom.
It's all the same here, buddy.
But it is indeed 2 Grass Energy being found. Now it's back over to Daniel. You need a miracle here. Draw for turn is the superior energy retrieval. 1 card can be drawn with the Teal Dance. It's a fire energy. You can go down swinging with the Myriad Leaf Shower, but Miloslav has the Grass Energy, has the Lost Impact, gets the game 1 win here in top 4.
Not even 9 minutes into this opening game here, and we see that quick victory from Miloslav. It has to be a little bittersweet. You didn't really have to do much, but thankfully on your side, you found all of the energies. It didn't seem likely, Chip, but all 4 grass energies were thrown down by turn 3.
No Earthen Vessel played at all that game, is that right?
Yeah, we did not see it. We saw plenty on the other side for Daniel. He didn't want them.
Yeah, that was not the card Daniel was looking for, and Miloslav was able to find his energy cards without that card.
Well, we see both players still all smiles here. There's a great opportunity here for Daniel to still make a great match out of this just yet.
Yeah, and I think this is recognition from Daniel of the moment here. He is a young player, but he's an experienced player. He's been on some of these big stages. He's had some great tournament finishes. He knows that he didn't do anything wrong. All he can do is shake it off and move on to game number 2. Forget that game 1 ever happened and try to focus on what you can control. Let's look at what happened in that game 1. As uneventful as it may have been, this was game 1, and it was Miloslav eventually getting the win.
Yeah, shout out to production for finding a replay. We've been looking for it as well. There's not much. Big smiles all around, and both our players tried to give us a great showing, and there was just not much to be had, Chip.
Not too much to be had. Our replay consisting mostly of the glamour shots here because there was just not much attacking going on. Miloslav did finally launch an attack off with the Lost Impact, took the first 2 prizes. Daniel's just got to shake it off. We're heading to another.
We don't even get to watch the leaf shower? Come on.
Yeah, Daniel at least did attack that game. Come on.
He put damage on him. That's the moral victories here.
Players setting up now. Game number 2. Daniel will have the opportunity to choose first or second here. Have to imagine first will be the choice. Getting the first evolution, getting the first energy attachment, getting the first attack. All such vital things in this mirror match.
Yeah, Daniel takes a look at his opening hand, but it will not be the case. No basic Pokemon, and sure enough, it was like, 4 dragon Pokemon and a professor's research. He's like, can I at least have that hand next time? that would have been working just dandy.
I think things would have been a little bit better for Daniel if his prize cards had been his opening hand.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to completely change your fate here in the TCG, and maybe we'll see that happen here for Daniel now. He's given his opponent some additional cards. It's never the way you want to start things off.
A little note from backstage as well. Regardless of who moves on to the finals, this finish will propel both of these players into the top 4 of the standings currently over in Europe. That is huge heading into the next IC. That will lock up both of them getting a travel award.
They could do it again. Same flight. What deck are we playing, brother?
That's how Brent Tonneson has done it for so many years. And now Daniel Magda and Miloslav Posledny are able to do just that as well.
And over here for Miloslav, just continues to do what he's been doing. Cut the deck. Hopefully your opponent doesn't see an additional resource, additional basic Pokemon. You just get all these free cards. You can't give Regidrago free cards, and that's number 3 now.
That is 3 mulligans for Daniel. Miloslav will get 3 additional cards to the hand. Not only is it the last thing you want to do in the matchup, it's the last thing you want to do when you're down a game.
It's the last thing you want to do as a caster, too. I want to get into the action. We've almost mulliganed more than we played turns.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, there's been more shuffling during this setup for game number 2 from Daniel than there was in all of game number 1.
Well, 3 additional resources now for Miloslav. If his hand wasn't good, then it will be now.
Here we are, Miloslav with one more shuffle for his friend, testing partner. See if we can find 7 cards that contain a basic.
It was just a cut before. Now Miloslav's trying to do him a favor. Says, I'm sorry, those weren't working. I'll give you the full shuffle, and we'll get this game going.
And Daniel says, I'm going to cut your shuffle.
And then ruin it.
7 cards being found. We see the head bob from Daniel. Is there a basic? There is indeed. We're ready to get this game underway. 3 additional cards here from Miloslav. Prize cards already being placed out once again. That Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Double Teal Mask as well. And these are the prize cards you want to see if you're Daniel. That's something you can work with. And having a research at the bottom.
Yep, something you can take later on in the game. Prizing the energy switch, not the best, but you got to prize something somewhere along the way. Daniel does get the starter of that Squawkabilly EX. And did he pass, or did he choose to go second?
Looks like choosing to go second here. Still 6 cards in the hand.
Interesting. Yeah, Miloslav is going first. That is a bit of a surprise, I'm not going to lie.
I don't know if I've seen that, and it's interesting to note, but I mean, we see a huge hand here from Miloslav, and it hasn't culminated into much just yet. Thankfully, now the Ultra Ball and getting some of those Dragon Pokemon into the discard pile. It's unusual to see 2 non-Vs thrown in the discard pile like that.
Yeah, but still 2 Dragon Pokemon that you can copy with Apex Dragon. That Haxorus being one that we could see pop up. I don't think we'll be seeing a Trifrost this game. I mean, there is the world where people go for the double, yeah,
the double triple,
the double Trifrost. A little difficult to do in this matchup where most of your opponent's benched Pokemon are going to be Tealmask Ogerpon, which have the Terra attribute. So I think it's unlikely we will be seeing that. But still a great setup here for Miloslav using this Ultra Ball, finding out the Squawkabilly EX. Looks like we're going to see a Squawk and Seize.
Yep, sometimes you catch an opponent slacking, they throw down Squawkabilly, Mew, and Pheasantipity, and then it's like, oh, yeah, we'll just go for that. I'd like to win in 2 attacks.
So even with all those extra mulligans, it does still have to be the Squawk and Seize, but might not be too bad. It might be what Miloslav is fine doing, especially going first in this game. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that decision there from Daniel, because I don't know that he's got a way to really efficiently attack turn 1. Sure, you could power up a big Myriad Leaf Shower from a Tealmask Ogerpon EX, but that doesn't seem like a winning strategy. I don't know.
I wonder if Miloslav would do the same here in a game 3, but we'll just have to find out when we potentially get there. And this is a benefit of playing this style with the superior energy retrieval. When you're throwing away energies like this on the opening turn with Squawkabilly, you're not feeling endangered, but oh, you just drew 3 more.
That is so many energy cards found this early. We see even an Earthen Vessel discarded that was not even played because he didn't want to discard any more energy cards.
I don't want to draw any more energy. Finds 3 more energy.
That is certainly less than ideal. Not much else here left to do for Miloslav. Could bench the Mew, could play the Ultra Ball. I don't know that you really want to put anything else down.
I mean,
there are 2 energy on this Regidrago V, and it's the only one in play.
Oh, you're thinking about the Leaf Shower potential.
We'd need a lot of energy cards, and it would be at risk of being responded to by Miloslav's own Tealmask Ogerpon EX. But is this the reason why Daniel chose to go second?
I mean, if you're prepared for this, then that is very impressive, because I don't think you expect to see your opponent with multiple energies in the active spot like this. It does end up that way, and we're seeing plenty of energies thrown to the front.
All smiles from both of these players, recognizing the situation, but also recognizing the importance of the game here, their friendship, the things that have gotten them to this point. Search of the deck with the Earthen Vessel from Daniel does find out 2 Grass Energy. Gonna take a moment to check the rest of the prize cards, figure out what he does not have access to. So we got that Regidrago prize, the Energy Switch. These are all important things to know.
Right, and you take note of all of these cards so that you have an understanding, especially when you start to draw through these pieces. The game moves quickly. When the knockouts start, they don't stop. So you have to be prepared to know every resource that'll be available, especially when you're throwing away cards like this.
Yeah, so if Daniel wanted to reach for a knockout this turn, it would mean finding an Ogerpon with 5 energy cards on it.
I don't like that.
You can do it. You need all 4 Ogerpon in play. You need 3 energy switch. You need to attach for turn. That's 5 energy. That's a turn 1 KO. Maybe what we're going to see here, actually, is the turn 1 motivate from Daniel.
Yeah.
Is that what he's thinking?
You got to appeal to the troops, Chip. You know, sometimes they're lacking motivation, especially after a lackluster performance in game number 1. Squawkabilly will lead you to victory, but we need another Pokemon down to help out.
Yeah, let's see what the rest of this hand contains, and it is not much.
I don't
dislike
this.
Nest Ball on the end? Yeah, we do still have Squawk and Seize, of course, worth remembering. We are going to see a Teal Dance. There's a Regidrago V already in the hand, which it looks like will be benched now. Another Nest Ball to be played, searching for one more basic Pokemon to put down. Another Regidrago V being the grab.
Yeah, I didn't see the other dragon Pokemon. I believe it was the Giratina along with the Dragapult that were in the discard pile. So already 2 of your most precious attackers are going to be lined up there. And now you get to have a full refresh here along with not even playing your supporter for the turn.
And it is going to be just an attachment to this Regidrago V. Daniel perhaps looking for a way to move this Squawkabilly to the bench. I think if you want to do that, maybe attaching to it. At this point, maybe he's just hoping to draw into the switch plus Cleffa. I don't know, man. I got a lot of questions.
Prime catcher, there's a few ways to use your resources. None of them seem optimal at this point. Attachment to the active, probably where I would have leaned to.
6 cards found off the Squawk and Seas. There's Earthen Vessel, Regidrago V-Star. There is that switch.
What do we know? Just find the switch on the top 6.
I don't know if I see an out to Cleffa, though. We can find one more card here with the Teal Dance. It's another Grass Energy. There is the switch indeed into another Ogerpon. Something that's a little bit more difficult for Miloslav to KO. He'd have to go for something like the Haxorus. And we have not even seen a supporter play just yet, so it will be Iono. There is still an opportunity to get into Cleffa here.
And that is the one thing Miloslav did not want to see on the other side. There was an opportunity for a huge turn 2 Regidrago V-Star attacking, and instead now has to bank on finding it here from the next 6 cards.
And he does find Cleffa here. With this Ultra Ball, he can thin the hand down, also get the Cleffa out of the deck, retreat into it, Grasping Draw, refill the hand, and he'll force Miloslav to find a way to gust a Pokemon from the bench.
Yep, considerations there with that Ultra Ball, and sure enough, will do just that, featuring the same art now, and you have to love it. The opportunity to sneak in the single prize Pokemon. Also, a free retreater in a game like this, always a welcome sign.
Very nice to have a pivot available. So many of these energy acceleration style of decks really appreciate just having that additional mobility to work with. Miloslav going to give the deck a shuffle. We will more than likely see the retreat of the Ogerpon into Cleffa, and Grasping Draw will be the move, drawing 4 cards from the top of the deck.
Well, if there were ever a turn to show your opponent, don't let me go first, it is right here, right now. Miloslav taking a look at all those resources. There is a Regidrago V-Star in the hand, even post-Iono.
Yeah, let's take a look here at what Miloslav is working with. It looks like Ultra Ball lined up. Iono is the potential supporter. What's your dream scenario here as Miloslav? What would be the best thing to do on this turn?
I'd like to have a prime catcher or boss's orders in a spot like this. Put some pressure on my opponent on a relevant Pokemon. Knocking out this Cleffa doesn't really do too much. There's a world where you even take a simple knockout on a Pokemon like the Squawkabilly and set up some damage, or if you can remove that Regidrago with the Grass Energy. But that takes a lot more resources. You do have Haxorus this time, though.
He does have Haxorus, so really, I guess all he would need is the energy card and the boss's orders, really. Sure. I do believe he has the Regidrago V-Star in the hand. Not sure if there was an energy or not already.
Did not see those. We know plenty of those went to the bottom of the deck.
Yep. And we know there for sure was not a boss's orders as well. So it could come down to a Legacy Star dig, but so often these players really want to value hanging on to Legacy Star until later in the game. This is going to get the energy, though. It's going to be the Giratina discarded with this Earthen Vessel.
Yep, an opportunity to see with the double Grass Energy. You need one of those on the active Pokemon in order to line up that Apex Dragon. But drawing with the Teal Mask Ogerpon will be beneficial as well. Maybe that one card will help make this decision a little more clearer, because I can't tell if you want to use Legacy Star or Iono right here. Neither feels great.
Another thing for Miloslav, he probably wants to establish another Regidrago V's.
Yeah, you need to continue to maintain threats here, and if you're presenting Regidrago V-Stars over and over again, that leads to the Radiant Charizards down the line, and that's when you can slow down.
Teal Dance attaches this Grass Energy to the Ogerpon, draw of a single card. It's a Professor's Research.
That's pretty good.
It's not a boss's orders, but that is not too bad.
You don't miss out on, I mean, your opponent did just use Cleffa, so Iono could be a way to disrupt there, but I like seeing an additional card.
We are going to see the evolution of Regidrago V-Star in the active spot, attached for turn, and looks like Iono is going to be the play.
Yeah, values having that additional Regidrago V-Star for later on in the game. It is a 3-3 line, but Every time you don't discard one of those and eventually walk in with that Haxorus, you certainly like that.
Do we see an out to another Regidrago V here in the hand currently for Miloslav?
Yep, but I believe that was a Nest Ball. No, it was a Night Stretcher. Man, these silly cards. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, there is no Regidrago. I wonder if this is going to pressure him into using his Legacy Star right now.
He's shaking his head, thinking about it.
It's not the time you want to use it,
Absolutely not.
You got to get another Regidrago down.
I mean, this is all to attack into a Cleffa as well.
That is something that Miloslav is probably considering. How worth it is it? And he may be debating going down a different line. He's got his own Cleffa in the discard pile. Night Stretcher can bring that back, and I think he drew into his switch.
Oh, well, both players finding that switch at the optimal time just to slow down. Miloslav needed that. And it looks like this Regidrago V-Star is safe for now.
Okay, this is a nice opening here for Daniel. After a disastrous game one, after your opponent whiffing an attack here in game number 2, this is exactly what you need.
It's not safe for now. It's not safe for now. There's a boss's orders. It's already there. The Giratina V-Star is in the discard pile as well.
Daniel had everything he needed off of that Iono. Miloslav gave him the perfect combination of cards.
He waved goodbye.
Bye-bye, Regidrago V-Star. 2 prizes to Daniel, and he takes a dominant lead. Miloslav does not have a Regidrago V.
This is not a deck that features Thornton. This is not an opportunity right now to find a relevant attacker. I don't even know if you could knock out that Cleffa if you needed to this turn. There's nothing here for Miloslav. This is a full reset, and you've used the Iono already. You're slowing down in terms of ways to disrupt your opponent who hasn't used their V-Star.
Wow, what a swing of events here in game number 2. It is not over just yet, however. Miloslav will go for the Teal Dance, grabs one more energy card, does find it looks like Professor's Research. He's got 2 Boss, 2 Research in the hands. Those are good cards, but typically at this point in the game, you want more options.
Yeah, we're not seeing those resources right now starting to line up. Regidrago V, that can be played on the bench, but you might want to do that in combination with another one if this card is also Boss's ordered away, which is very likely given that your opponent has Legacy Star.
Miloslav
going to be in trouble.
Could go for Boss's orders to try to buy a turn, but Daniel has not used his Legacy Star. We know Switch is already in the discard pile, so he could always bring it back. Really tough position here. Miloslav will find the Mew EX off of the Nest Ball.
Oh, just genome hacking?
Copy your opponent's Apex Dragon. It does work.
There's a Wombo combo lined up, and that is also a way to take the target away from this Regidrago V on the bench.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't have seen this coming, but that is a possibility here. Attached to the Mew EX, double energy switch. This is what we're going for. Energy Switch 1 has already been used in Restart to draw 1 single card. What is the find? It's a Dragapult. You don't mind discarding that. Here is the Research. Needs an energy card. There it is. Needs an energy switch. Does he find it?
Last chance. Did not see that, but there's still hope. You have the Teal Mask Ogerpon draws. The Earthen Vessels are right there, and you are so slim right now. Sub 10 cards in the deck.
This would be a heck of a play here from Miloslav. Genome hacking to copy Apex Dragon, to copy the attack of a Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. Now, how many of these Teal Dances has he used? Has he not used either of them?
I don't think we've seen either.
Draw for that Teal Dance. It is the Regidrago V-Star, but there's no more grass energy, no more dig. Miloslav cannot win from this position. He says, let's send it to a decisive Game 3.
Daniel with some masterful play that time around, showing off exactly what his deck is capable of. Miloslav not able to find the resources there. A bit of the tide turning now, and maybe our newly aged up master is feeling a bit of relief.
He did what he could in that game, had a solid strategy. What I'm interested to see now is what is Miloslav going to choose to do?
Right, is he just going to say, yeah, I still want to go first. I don't know why you did that.
I mean, I have to think that the main reason to go second is so you can use Cleffa. You can have a higher chance to put that one prize Pokemon on the active spot. It is pretty difficult for your opponent to have the combo of Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher plus getting the optimal Dragon Pokemon, but I mean, it's a possibility. Let's take a look at the replay. Let's see how things worked out in game number 2. It was Daniel choosing to let his opponent, Miloslav, go first in this game.
Maybe switching of the history books for us here now. The big decision that ends up paying off. Wave goodbye to the lone Regidrago V-Star on your opponent's side of the board. But Miloslav identifies a really niche way to come back in this game, attempted to bring us that Mew for the genome hacking. It was not the case, though.
Man, that would have been really cool to see the Mew copying the Regidrago to copy another attack. It almost all came together.
It's just like our Regidrago V-Star and your Regidrago V-Star. We're going to copy your copy.
It's like that question of what happens when you genome hacking a genome hacking. Like, where does the loop break?
Well, you got to ask a judge. We've got plenty of them.
We do indeed. Judge has been doing a great job all throughout the weekend. Our stream judges, our floor judges, head judges alike. It's been an excellent tournament thus far. Things have been run extremely smoothly. We've just got a few more games of Pokemon action to be played here. We're going into game 3 of top 4. This is the deciding game for both of these players. Will they go home or will they move on to the finals?
No easy buckets this time around. We don't see the mulligans. Both players putting those prize cards to the glass. We'll find out a lot about our players right here. It's going to be a gritty game 3 with the best card in the active for both of them.
Yeah, both of them starting that Cleffa on turn 1. And interesting to note, it is Daniel going first. That means Miloslav chose to go second.
He doesn't believe in the strategy, and I don't either. Miloslav wants that opportunity.
No, Miloslav does believe in the strategy.
Yeah, that's right. It is there for him.
He does believe.
I still don't know if I like it, Chip.
They both are on the same page here. Choose to go second in this mirror match, and I have to wonder if that decision is what has propelled them to this point.
Yeah, maybe this is the answer to these mirror matches. You have to be playing against plenty of Regidrago in order to get to this position, and I mean, we see now there's a pretty solid setup here, and you give yourself that opportunity maybe to be the first player to have a good boss's orders.
Prizes didn't feel too bad there for Daniel. Looks like he's going to have a decent setup this game. We do see Nest Ball being used, a Teal Mask Ogerpon put into play from the hand, the Regidrago V grabbed from the deck. And we do have another Ultra Ball now being played.
It's eyeing up some more help here, and this is an aggressive setup if you go for the Squawkabilly, throwing away all of these resources in order to set up for a big knockout. This is the strategy that we're used to seeing. The player that goes first, gets aggressive, lines up that turn 2 knockout, and puts so much pressure in the mirror match.
Looks like it is the Squawkabilly being found. Squawk and Seize more than likely incoming to discard the hand, drawing 6 brand new cards. Trying to just get through the deck, hoping to find more Dragon Pokemon to put into the discard pile. Of course, still can attach an energy card for turn. Would love to get an attachment over to Regidrago V, so all you need next turn is an energy switch plus attachment. You are good to go. And even has the Grass Energy in hand, he can guarantee the attachment.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to see there, along with the Squawkabilly drawing those additional resources. Might as well throw down the temple. No, no, no. Let's see 6 fresh cards.
Attachment to the Regidrago sets up nicely for the future. We do see the find of the Giratina V-Star, another Regidrago V, an Earthen Vessel, a way to get rid of the Giratina. And it looks like another Nest Ball here can find one more Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Chip, I don't know if anyone can convince me that this is not the best way to set up. You're going first in this matchup. You have all your energies down, and you have 2 Regidrago V, multiple energy in play, and you're ready to attack right here. It looks terrifying.
Daniel is going to need some help, however, if he wants to get off a turn 2 meaningful attack, if he wants to get a Gust KO attack next turn. And that might be what these players have determined for this matchup. It's a little bit of a game of chicken. You know, who is going to take that first knockout? Hiding behind your Cleffa, forcing your opponent to find a Gust card.
Yeah, I mean, finding that prime catcher at the right time can be tricky. Using your resources and finding the boss's orders in order to take the big knockout is tough. We haven't actually gotten a look at the prize cards yet, either either, I don't believe, and that'd be a nice way to have a better understanding of where these players are at.
Miloslav's about to get into his first deck search here with this Ultra Ball. Nothing too bad. He does only play 2 basic fire energy, and one of those is in the prizes for Miloslav. Over on Daniel's side, it does look like that single copy of Superior Energy Retrieval, but other than that, there's nothing too bad in the prizes for either of these players.
Right, that one of the 2 bosses orders for Miloslav there as well. So something to consider when trying to target down some of these relevant attackers, the V Pokemon that you need to take prize cards on. I think both players would be pretty content if they got a look at those.
Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards from the hand. It will be a pair of Dragon-type Pokemon hitting the discard pile. Both the Haxorus and the Dragapult, great options. And now able to search out any other Pokemon, adding it to the hand. We can see a Regidrago V at some point. We could see the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX try to accelerate some energy cards. Even a Squawkabilly could get into the mix.
Yeah, with this amount of Pokemon that we see in the hand already, it might be a big discard. I don't know if Squawkabilly is already in the hand, or at least it's going to be by way of that Nest Ball, but plenty of resources. It might be a true mirror match here, Chip. We're seeing everything.
And it is going to be a Nest Ball to find that Squawkabilly EX, and I think that is a pretty telling choice there from Miloslav. Off the Ultra Ball, he could get any Dragon Pokemon to discard here with the Squawk and Seize. He has 2 in the discard already with the Haxorus and that Dragapult, and he chose to go get that Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Yeah, as opposed to going for that aggressive strategy with the Giratina, maybe this is the line. If you're the first player to lock in on Rolling Iron there in that spot, you can slow down your opponent, force them to have to use bosses and prime catchers, maybe not optimally, and then by losing those resources, you're feeling pretty strong.
There's the discard of the hand with Squawk and Seize. We will see 6 cards being drawn now for Miloslav. No energy cards found yet this turn. We still have Teal Dance to use, attachment for turn. It looks like another Teal Mask Ogerpon is able to be found. We still have the opportunity to play a supporter as well, let's not forget, and it looks like Iono was a grab.
Yeah, not bad at all. You have that additional energy that you can play onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon and maybe find some help here. It's pretty wild that you haven't seen any more energies than this, especially given that the prize cards aren't that bad, and you have plenty ways to find energy cards.
I think we are going to see a situation here where the players' boards mirror one another. They both have the Cleffa, they both have 2 Regidrago V, they both have Squawkabilly. Miloslav only has 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon, but there is a second in his hand.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the chess setup that you may have. We see the Regidrago in the middle there, as opposed to the Teal Mask hanging out as the rooks.
It is going to be a true mirror match at this point. Both of these players going wide, filling up their benches. And one of the reasons they're doing that as well, interesting thing to note about their list, differing from so many of the other lists we've seen of Regidrago V-Star, there is no Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, choosing to forego that says I'm not going to be losing prize cards in spots like this. I'm going to get off to my own great advantage here, and sure enough, it looks to be fairly strong with that Iono to see more resources, definitely eyeing up energy cards in a spot like this.
Yeah, looking for Iono, looking for some energy cards here off that Iono, I should say, and is able to find at least a Grass Energy. Miloslav did choose to guarantee the attachment to the Regidrago V, which I do like a lot. And now Teal Dance will draw 1 more. There's that Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yep, just a little bit out of order there. You'd love to see that Earthen Vessel first off, but thankfully does see that energy switch and feels comfortable moving that over to the other Regidrago V.
And as evident by Miloslav's hand, I did misspeak earlier. It is not 1 single Superior Energy Retrieval for these players. They are each playing 2 Superior Energy Retrieval for the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, it's a call that we don't see very often anymore. It was in the initial iteration that we saw of this list that really was focused on throwing energies around, kind of like Raging Bolt used to do, and it's going back to tried and true.
In order to burn a card to draw more with the Grasping Draw, Miloslav will retreat the Cleffa, switch directly back into it, and now it will be Grasping Draw, finding 3 cards from the top. Let's see what Daniel has to work with. And off of that Iono, he will probably have more options than he had.
I have to think that this ends with a pretty strong turn. There's multiple energy switch in the hand. You see the Earthen Vessel, fire and grass energy to go along with this. You're adding into those dragon Pokemon into the discard pile as well. Only piece I haven't seen yet is the Regidrago V-Star.
Is there a Haxorus already in the discard pile from turn 1?
I don't believe that we were that fortunate, but
Or a
it'd be nice
Giratina
to see.
V-Star maybe? Yeah.
I know Miloslav got off to a really great start with all of the dragon Pokemon. Daniel's trying to catch up.
There is the Teal Dance drawing a card. Another energy switch. There is the Regidrago V-Star. If Daniel can find a Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher here, he's probably got the pieces that he needs. It is going to involve him using his Legacy Star V-Star power. He's actually going to choose to put the Fire Energy on the Regidrago that has no energy on it. That way he can keep one preserved on the other one. This makes a lot of sense. He's really debating here. I mean, the only question at this point is, are you using your Legacy Star?
I think the debate is this the turn to go for everything? You have triple energy switch right now, so you can set up both of your Regidrago V right now. And does not feel comfortable pulling the trigger, wants to draw some cards.
This is an opening now for Miloslav. Has an opportunity in order to take the first meaningful KO. It really is becoming a game of chicken. Neither of these players wants to take that first knockout on the Cleffa. They want to be the one who's gusting to KO a 2-prize Pokemon.
Daniel identified it very well and he was rewarded for that. Finds Ultra Ball with the Haxorus and another Pokemon and an Earthen Vessel. So all of the Dragon Pokemon will be available so long as there is an Iono. And I think the hand for Miloslav was triple Professor's Research.
Yeah, I do not see a Boss's Orders. I don't see a Regidrago V-Star. I do, however, see that Prime Catcher.
Pink card, pink card.
That Prime Catcher can be used to target down either the Regidrago V-Star or the Regidrago V with the 2 energy cards on it.
And so wisely, you saw the energy switch over to the Regidrago V instead of the V-Star, making sure that your opponent has to make a little bit more of a decision now instead of giving away all of those resources at once.
Yeah, that makes too much sense. Super heads-up play there from Daniel, knowing that it is possible for Miloslav to pop off here. And he's going to need a little bit of help off of an incoming research, but he is going to have the Prime Catcher. Is he going to pull the trigger? That is the only question. You can't wait forever, Kyle.
I know, and we've been thinking about it. You see the resources here in hand. You use this research. You might not see energy cards for the rest of the game unless you have to use your Legacy Star to search them back. It doesn't feel great.
It is going to be an Earthen Vessel to find 1 Grass Energy, maybe 1 more Teal Dance to guarantee another card draw before the research. See what else you have access to before you commit too much further. There's the Fire Energy in hand as well that can get the attachment for turn. All Miloslav really is missing is the Regidrago V-Star and the Energy Switch. Just 2 cards needed to get off that first attack. Here's the card from the Teal Dance. It's another Grass Energy.
It's another energy.
That's one of the worst cards I feel like Miloslav could have drawn here.
Especially holding on to that superior energy retrieval that you're likely going to lose this turn with the Professor's Research. Chip, do you play that pink card?
He's got. I can't see any other.
We
path
don't have any more time.
We gotta go for it. We gotta bring it up. One of these Pokemon on Daniel's side, and something to note. Remember, Miloslav chose to get rid of the Hisuian Gudra V-Star early in the game. He did not get rid of Giratina V-Star. So with this Prime Catcher, he cannot go after Regidrago V-Star on Daniel's side of the board.
Yeah, do you protect yourself by using the Rolling Iron, or do you maybe go for a play with that Haxorus and deal 230 damage to this Pokemon? Wants to play it very safe and brings up this Pokemon with a 1 retreat cost, and here goes so many precious resources.
There's the energy switch being found. Is there a Regidrago V-Star? I do believe we see an Ultra Ball that can get the attacking option ready to go. Night Stretcher found as well. That it can be a way to get some of these energy cards back in the future now that both Superior Energy Retrieval have hit the discard pile. And we are going to see that evolution. Regidrago V into Regidrago V-Star with just 1 energy switch away from seeing an attack.
Yep, this all worked out here. A lot of resources fell by the wayside, but still was able to hold on to the Legacy Star, which is the key piece here.
Taking a look at the discard pile, I would not expect to see a Legacy Star at this point. Yeah, this is feeling like such a high-level game, to be honest, Kyle. This is what you love to see at these international championships. These players fully aware of each other's list. They worked on this deck together, I'm sure. They came up with the 60, and they know well what each player is able to go for. Now, what attack are we going to see from Miloslav? It is indeed going to be that Rolling Iron. 200 damage, and then during your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes 80 less damage from attacks, protecting this Regidrago V-Star from a lost impact.
Yeah, it's great to see that you get to save this Pokemon from potentially being knocked out on the other side. We've seen so often it just turns into a trading war with the Giratina V-Star over and over again using Lost Impact. Now this Pokemon likely to stick around for future turns, and I think Daniel's going to take a page out of that book.
Daniel playing an Ultra Ball, discarding a couple of Pokemon, searching the deck for another Pokemon, adding it to the hand. It is indeed that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. We will see Earthen Vessel discard that Pokemon. Like you said, matching Miloslav's strategy. It's interesting, you know, we talked about it before game one.
It's such a back and forth game. You have to think about all of the resources that have been used so far. When it turns into this kind of game, you're retreating over and you're trying to preserve those energy cards. You have to think Miloslav has lost so many of those that it'll be difficult to make the most use out of what you have left.
Now, Daniel does have Prime Catcher in the hand, so he can get around this damaging attack. We're going to see one more Teal Dance. Attaching that energy, drawing another card. It's a pair of Energy Switch. We're going to see two of them being played. We're going to move these energies around on the board. Daniel thinking through what he wants to do here.
You can match with your own Regidrago V-Star, use Rolling Iron, deal 80 damage into your opponent.
He's got the Prime Catcher. We could see him go for a very similar play to what his opponent has chosen to do. We are going to see just that. Going into the Cleffa with the free retreat for now. There is just no way we are seeing a grasping draw at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough cards at this point, and these 7 should be able to help out as well. Another Regidrago V-Star found. Plenty of ways to continue to attack, and this is the turn.
Flipping that V-Star marker, Legacy Star, 7 cards discarded from the top. And then Daniel can add any 2 cards from the entirety of his discard pile into his hand. What are the key pieces here Daniel is going to be looking to recover?
Well, you love Prime Catcher, but discarding 2 copies of Boss's Orders may be a little telling there. You have to take one of those back if you want to target down the right Pokemon in a matchup where you're just rolling iron back and forth.
So Daniel's setup, another,
oh my gosh, he double Prime Catchered.
2 Prime Catchers bringing up this Regidrago V-Star, and Lost Impact from Daniel out of nowhere will KO Miloslav's only powered up attacker. Now Miloslav is going to be looking for the answer.
The fabric of reality, it's breaking in front of our eyes. He's used the one-of copy twice now, and it takes a huge knockout at this spot. This is a 3-card hand for Miloslav to find an answer. He does have a little bit of help there with the research, I believe, but what else can he make happen?
This is insane, Kyle. The plays we are seeing from these players, so strategic, so methodical, so well thought out. And now how can Miloslav respond? He's not used his Legacy Star.
Chip, he's used everything except
he's used
Legacy
everything
Star.
else.
What do you pick from these 2 cards that you have? You need 7 of them in order to make this happen, in order to take down this Regidrago V-Star along with the next one. You need so much help.
This 60-card mirror becoming a true battle of attrition. Each player asking more of their opponent turn after turn. Can you deal with the situation I am preparing myself for? So many different levels going into this matchup. These friends, these competitors, these testing partners working together, knowing each other's list exactly, has found us in this incredibly interesting spot. And Miloslav just doesn't have much. There's that Night Stretcher. That can bring back the Regidrago V-Star, but he's already down 2 superior energy retrievals. He's going to be limited in ways to bring back energy cards.
Right, I feel like that might have to be one of the cards that you find with your Legacy Star at this point, which feels terrible. That's not why you play 2 copies of this card. You play it so that if you discard one, you'll still be fine.
Here is the Night Stretcher. Any energy card, basic energy card, or any Pokemon added from the discard pile into the hand. Miloslav did prize a fire this game. Is that fire still prized? That could be one of the main things that he is missing here. And that's what he's having to think through. Is that second fire energy still in the prizes?
Yep, highly values that here and needs to find an additional Regidrago V-Star. Maybe taking a bit of a risk here and trying to find that answer by way of an Iono.
Looks like we're having a bit of a discussion here at the table between our 2 players.
Talking about energy attachment for turn, perhaps, but I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah, he has not attached this energy. That was there last turn. Yeah, no energy has been attached just yet. Oh, and I think maybe what's happening was Miloslav maybe hoping to have not played the Night Stretcher. No, it does look like he will play it. Will be attaching the fire energy, and it is an Iono.
Yep, looking for some help here. Has 6 cards to see, and for Daniel, going down to just 4.
There's an energy switch. There's an Ultra Ball. That is a Regidrago V-Star.
It's finding the answers, but not with the additional pieces that you'd like to see.
And the problem here is, yes, Miloslav can get off the attack. He can go for the knockout on this active Regidrago V-Star, but Daniel has the response lined up.
Exactly. Then what? How do you come back from a spot like this? The only answer once more is Mew. And if that's what you're banking on at this point, you need to have so many energy switch to work with, and I'm not seeing any of them.
Miloslav searching the deck currently with the Ultra Ball, taking stock of exactly how many resources he has left available. More than enough time remaining in this top 4 match. And that's not a factor. He's going to take his time in this moment to ensure that he does not make a mistake, that he can find a path back into this game. And I think you might be right, Kyle. It may involve the Mew.
Well, if that's the case, this energy switch has to be used on this Pokemon, and then maybe you have to go for double energy switch, but you need the superior energy retrieval, it feels like. Do you bank on finding the energy switch out of the prizes?
And that might be what Miloslav is having to wait for here. Yes, indeed. No energy switch in the prizes in this game. It is that basic fire, though.
Okay, so that could be potentially some help here, especially after losing your only fire, or at least what it seems like it'll be when your opponent attacks right back next turn.
Wow. I mean, this is such a wild game, such a crazy situation here. And it's seeming like the player who chose to go second is not going to be able to pull off the strategy fully.
And Chip, this is a tough spot because you can't slow down in this case. You have to attack this turn. You have to put on some pressure. Your opponent showed you boss's orders. It's back in the deck. At least it was put back at the bottom by way of the Iono.
Here we
but
go.
Here it is.
That is the Legacy Star discarding 7 cards from the deck. One more.
There goes Mew.
There is the Giratina V-Star being discarded. I don't know if he's able to even attack with it. He may have to go for Rolling Iron. He may have to set up some plays in the future with Dragapult or something like that. Some spreading of damage. One card being brought back for sure seems to be that Prime Catcher. One more card can be found from the Legacy Star. Looks like there's only 2 cards remaining in the deck.
Trying to find the answer here. I don't know if you can attack your way through this one, but you also don't have the resources to slow down here.
It's Prime Catcher is number 1, and Energy Switch maybe number 2. You're also getting to a point here, Kyle. Miloslav could lose to an Iono.
Yes, that is very likely the case. There's 6 total cards that we will see right now with the 2 cards in deck, 2 in hand, and 2 found from the Legacy Star. I don't know if Daniel envisioned winning like that, but that would be an absolute flex.
Miloslav will probably play some of these cards.
He'll probably take some prizes.
So he'll have less cards to draw off Iono, but I mean, you got to manage your resources super carefully in this type of situation. And it looks like the 2 cards brought back will be Superior Energy Retrieval and the Prime Catcher. What is Miloslav going to bring to the active spot? It will be the other Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It will be Superior Energy Retrieval being played, bringing up to 4 basic energy cards from the discard pile back into the hand. 4 grass energy cards being added now.
And with this softening of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, likely an opportunity to use Rolling Iron once more. This has to mean that your Regidrago is safe this turn.
Kyle, he used Rolling Iron. Oh, he has 3 cards left in deck. 3 cards left in deck. We thought it was only 2. I thought he was about to lose to Iono. It was about to happen, but Miloslav has 7 cards remaining exactly. Iono would lead to him drawing all but 1 card left. And to be honest, I mean, that might be what Daniel is counting here. If Miloslav is down both of his Iono here,
right?
All Daniel has to do is play Iono, pass, and then next turn, Miloslav will draw his final card. He has no way to refill his deck.
Exactly. In any other matchup against Regidrago, you'd expect your opponent to have Super Rod to refill in a spot like this. They've decided to go the other way. They're using Superior Energy Retrieval. That's not going to be an option. If you count and see that those resources aren't there, the one of Night Stretcher already used, you cannot add cards back in.
Daniel's going to start off with a Teal Dance, drawing 1 card, attaching an energy card to the active Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. There is the Dragapult EX found in this position. Does not look like he has an Iono. And Miloslav is setting up for a 6-prize turn next turn, Kyle. He used Rolling Iron. He knows this Regidrago V-Star is safe. So if on his next turn, if he can Gust Squawkabilly EX, he can deal more than enough damage to knock that out with Dragapult, and then spread 10 damage apiece to each of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
He's been trying to set this up. He had the Prime Catcher, but he had to use it to get to this spot.
Does he still have a Boss's Orders in the deck? If he's playing to this line, you have to think there is a chance that he's got it available. Daniel has his own Boss's Orders in hand. That might be one of the ways he needs to try to slow things down, but he knows his opponent just put 4 grass energy back in his hand. There's only Pokemon with 1 retreat on the bench, so stalling is just not going to be an option. He does indeed have an Iono, and it is going to be the attack.
Oh, man.
Does Miloslav have the Boss's Orders to close out the game and take a 6-prize turn? Teal Dance number 1 doesn't find it. Teal Dance number 2, and Boss's Orders is the grab. Brings up the Squawkabilly EX, and Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive will sweep the board. 6 prizes for Miloslav, and he moves on to the LAIC final match.
Wow, Chip, that is crazy to think about. Finding the 6th prize win. Both players identifying that that is a great way to close out this match. You have the Rolling Iron to save yourself, but the double Prime Catcher was used trying to avoid this. Miloslav holds on and uses every last resource there to get the job done.
What a game, what a setup there from Miloslav. The 6th prize turn, that is something that you dream of as a Pokemon player, just getting rid of everything your opponent has all at once to clean up the game, get yourself the win, and Miloslav does it on the game's biggest stage.
It's wild. I don't know if you could have convinced me that the cards were there to get the job done. But sure enough, with that Superior Energy Retrieval to the exact amount of cards to avoid losing to an Iono, to having all of the energies you'd need to draw to the final card in your deck, which is that Boss's Orders, it all lined up there. And maybe they've unlocked the code to winning this matchup.
If you're Brent Tonneson and you're sitting in the crowd watching that game go down, you know you have to play Miloslav in the finals.
I was writing notes. Oh, don't let him do that one. The double Prime Catcher thing that we see from Daniel, don't let him do that either. Those were some great moves that we saw from these players. I mean, they had to let out all the tricks at this spot. This is the top 4 of Latin America International Championships, and you're going for it all.
Going for it all, indeed. We have our final match etched at this point. It is going to be that Regidrago mirror match. There are differences in the players' lists and some things that are definitely going to come up. You know, the Super Rods from Brent Tonneson, the Superior Energy Retrievals from Miloslav. How do those recovery cards play into the mix? You know, that Haxorus, that Hisuian Gudra V-Star from Miloslav. I mean, those are cards that can be massive when your opponent doesn't also play them.
Yeah, you have to think that it's going to be all about that rolling iron on the other side. When you have an opportunity to set up those knockouts, do you have to play a little bit differently? Can you play all of those Teal Mask Ogrepon, or can you play it a little slower like we saw both players with those Clefas? Let's take a look at how we got here.
How did we get here? Indeed, an incredible 3-game set for our two competitors. A true mirror match, traveling together from Czechia to this event, playing the same 60 cards, working together on the deck, and they find themselves playing each other in the top 4. And there really wasn't much of a story here in this game 1.
Yeah, I don't think we got to unlock any of the code here. It was a very quick one. Daniel was on the back foot early on in this match, and he felt the pressure, but it didn't stop him from going with the strategy. He wants to go second. He needs some time, and sure, he made a lot happen there in that game too.
What is so wild about this set as well, I mean, the same 60, these players know each other's decks, they know each other's play so well. You know, they had to navigate every different situation that threw itself at it, and not a single turn played out the same that entire set.
Exactly. The back and forth that we saw, it looked like we might have another quick one on our hands as we moved into game 3 because of how fast these decks were crumbling. But man, we had a great one lined up here to close out.
Daniel was able to strike first, took out the Regidrago V-Star, the crazy double prime catcher play with use of that V-Star power. Left Miloslav in kind of an interesting position, but I think from very early in this game, Miloslav identified how he was going to win this.
He was lining up this play all along. It just didn't look like the resources were going to be there, but sure enough, he finds just those very cards, and we'll see how he's feeling going into the Masters Finals.
Oh my goodness, what a top 4 that was. Miloslav, congratulations, you are in the LAIC Finals. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I didn't expect to get this far, especially since Bolt was the most played deck, but somehow I made it, so yeah, super happy to be.
Yeah, I bet. And not only with that, of course, but you know, when you started your LAIC journey, when you were you sat down for round 1, did you expect that you would be in top 4 against Daniel, who is like one of your biggest testing partners?
Not really. I mean, I expected us to meet at some point since this is his first Masters season, but I lost round 1 to Raging Bolt, so yeah, I didn't really expect to get this far, especially since the deck is built on dodging Raging Bolt, and if you get the Bolt at the first round, you're quite likely to face another one since the deck converts rather worse, but it worked out, so yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now, we were talking a little bit because I wanted to get clarification on something. I know the casters and the folks at home wanted to as well. Both of you chose to go second when you had the choice to go first or second. What was the reasoning behind that? Because when we were thinking about it, we would have thought going first was obvious, right? Get out the evolution first, but there must have been some reasoning behind that. So could you maybe explain that for us?
I mean, I'll try to summarize it because it's quite a monologue, but basically our list is built a bit more consistent for openers like turn 1s than other lists. So I think if we're playing the 60 card mirror, which we did, then it's probably correct to go second because our odds to get the Clefa play is way higher than if you're playing other cards like Radiant, Charizard, Fezantepid, etc. So yeah, if you're playing this 60, I think it might be correct to go second, but we're not like super sure, but it feels that way. So yeah, that's the logic.
That makes sense. I did wonder if it was something to do with the Cleffa, of course, because it does feel good just early on.
It's the Cleffa and the Prime Catcher odds to either start the race or get the rolling Phantom Dive combo, depending on what our opponent's board is.
Something else you were saying to me just before we came out here was that given how much you two tested this mirror together, you pretty much almost knew exactly how every turn was going to go, right? And so did that apply there in that match as well?
Yeah, like pretty much, like we knew how the games are going to end up most of the time. Like the lines were clear. It's not when you play with other Regidrago builds because they have like the Fest and the Red Zard, but yeah, this is like clear for us. Like we played this way too much before Worlds, so yeah.
Yeah, speaking of which, one last question here. So you are going to be kind of, to your exact point, going up against another Regidrago V-Star deck in the finals. It will be Brent Tonneson, of course. How do you feel going into that mirror match specifically? Do you feel confident that you can take the whole thing down, or how do you feel about that?
I think I'm slightly favored because I think Noctowl is not a good card in the deck. But So sorry, people. I know everyone is saying the other, the opposite, but yeah, I think I'm slightly favored. But obviously, anyone can win.
That's fair enough. Well, all I have to say is once again, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Best of luck to you, and let's take it back to the casters for a wrap-up of today's events.
Thanks so much, Freya. Great to hear from our newest finalists. It is finally etched. Miloslav versus Brent. One of these two players will be coming away an international champion. They've both locked up so much getting to this point. The World's Invite, $15,000, tons of championship points, but now it's all about that title. And, you know, the additional $10,000 to get that $25,000 top prize.
It's going to be an epic game that we'll have on our hands. Championship Sunday right around the corner now as we have our finalists locked in. And it's going to be a great matchup between these two decks that, I mean, Brent said it himself. He does not know how he feels about the Noctowl, at least before the tournament. Feels comfortable now that it's guided him to the finals, but Miloslav sees a target.
There are so many decks in the format, so many good, strong decks as well. We saw a decent amount of variety in Top Cut, but it was dominated by 5 Regidrago V-Star out of our top 12 players. I mean, what do you think of that, Kyle? Tell the story of this tournament. How do we get to this point where our final match is a mirror match to Regidrago V-Star?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't show up when you look at the statistics of the conversion rate and all that. Yes, we see typically this is going to be the case. Regidrago players, you give them that opportunity and they will make the most of it. But if you put this deck in the hands of all of the talented players, they're going to find ways to win. You give them options and they will come up with the best conclusion. We saw it there in the top 4 on both sides of the bracket, and it's going to end up being our finals.
Yeah, I think there was a Terapagos up here in our top 8 as well. The Golden Go EX was definitely the biggest surprise. I mean, Jackson Ford, I believe, was our first seed coming into Top Cut with Charizard EX Pidgeot. His run was cut short. We saw Rose Gregson's run being cut short due to Brent Tonnisson's turn. 1 win in that game 2 of the set. And here is our standings, how we got to this point. Brent Tonnisson versus Miloslav in the final match.
Yeah, great players showed up here and performed so well here over the course of the entire tournament. But to get to this point, we have 2 players that have traveled a long way, and they would like to cash in on their prize.
They would definitely like to cash in on their prize, and it's not going to be just them. There are so many exciting things happening tomorrow. We've got 3 exciting Pokemon TCG matches. We've got Pokemon Go. We've got 3 exciting Pokemon VG matches, and also joining us for the first time on Championship Sunday, we've got Pokemon Unite.
Oh yeah.
And if you heard any screaming in the crowd today in the background, it was for Pokemon Unite, almost certainly. You're not going to want to miss that. Be sure to tune in for Championship Sunday, 9 a.m. local time here in Brazil. Figure out what time it is where you are, and make sure you set those alarm clocks. You won't want to miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic Championship Sunday for us and all of our competitors that we have lined up here. As you can see, we have an epic amount of talent at the tables here. 3 Charizards through our juniors and seniors, and we will have Brazilian representation in the juniors and seniors.
I'm sure our home crowd here is going to be excited for that. They'll be looking forward to rooting on their fellow countrymen as they try to achieve what so many Pokemon players dream of, an IC title. And then it'll be capped off for our TCG players with Brent Tonnisson versus Miloslav Posledny. Going to be a great game. I'm excited, Kyle. I hope our viewers at home are excited. Be sure to tune in. You will not want to miss it.
Yep, we don't want to sleep on this one, Chip. I know it's going to be eventful. We have all those other games that you talked about as well that are going to be competing here, trying to crown their champions as we move forward. So don't miss any of the action as we see all of these events closing out here. You can follow along at our social medias using that hashtag PokemonLAIC. Get in on all the action and show us who you're rooting for.
And be sure to check out and stay up to date with Pokemon.com/broadcasts so you too can be aware of when our next future events are happening. We've got more ICs this season, tons more regional championships as well, and it is all leading up to our World Championships in Anaheim, California later on next year. And of course, if you're tuning in throughout the course of the weekend, we want to make sure you are taking advantage of and not missing out on all the various drops we have available. If you are watching over on Twitch this weekend, you got some opportunities to bling out your TCG Live deck, some Hearthflame, Mask, Ogre Pawn, accessories, the coin, the sleeves, the deck box. Man, maybe I need to open up Twitch on my phone so I can get these drops.
I need to make sure that I get in on the action before the broadcast goes down, or maybe we can catch it while we're watching some of the other games here. Maybe as we're watching Unite, we could also get in on that beautiful Pikachu from our brand new set, LAIC 25. Topaz Bolt. It's going to be so great to use this card in the coming weeks, but we're still focused on crowning our champion here at LAIC tomorrow.
Yeah, looking a little sneak peek ahead here with this Pikachu EX. It will be legal next weekend for the Sacramento Regional Championships, and I've got a pretty good feeling we're going to see the Resolute Heart of Pikachu EX make a splash at that event.
Yep, we are so excited for that. And also, you see in the other games, some additional features going down here. Chip, what do we know about Pokemon Go?
I mean, for Alligator is pretty dang good in the game. We've also got an Elite TM available. Make sure you are tuning in, get access to those Twitch drops if you're a Pokemon Go player, so you too can tap like the very best of them.
And we're all trying to get to that point. I know my parents are excited for that one. And we have the video game here too. I know a little bit more about this one, but Wide Guard LAIC 25 showing off that Pelipper. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, be sure to claim this redemption so you can get access to Patrick Connor's 2024 NAIC winning Shiny Pelipper and its moveset.
And we were watching that one in the finals at NAIC. It was so great to see. We've crowned some championship players before, and we're going to do it again. We're so excited for Championship Sunday here coming up shortly. Chip, is there any last words you want to give to the people before we sign off?
Just don't miss it. Make sure you show up tomorrow morning. We're going to be here. We hope you will be as well. 4 excellent games, 4 different games that will have champions, multiple champions for different age divisions as well. We will see you all back here tomorrow.